Good evening. Just a bit of an impromptu stream. I guess there is a little bit of a point to this stream. I want to give myself and William, and I guess if Hillary's pops in later, we'll get him in too, because I know he's been copping a bit of flack. If anyone would like to actually honestly engage and ask our positions on certain matters, I think I can speak for myself at least. I'm more than happy to explain my position on things, whether I even have a position on things. But I can say that in this whole couple of days of happenings, I have had one single person actually have me clarify my position rather than judge me on who I'm friends with or on my avatar. They didn't judge me on what they consider to be offensive or a dog whistle. They clarified my position. So anyone who cares to do so, this is your opportunity. I know that you've been doing a bit of reviewing yourself, Will.
I have a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious as to what a bigot is. Am I a bigot because of the things that I say or believe? Am I purposely being hurtful or provocative? These kind of questions are the kind of things that I'm pondering right now.
And would you say that this is an honest position? You're not trolling. You're not being facetious. You genuinely, these are genuine questions you do not have answers for.
It wouldn't be fair if it's the assumption is that I'm a troll. Asking me that question could just be written off, no matter what I answer, is just part of my troll. So
I get it.
So I've said the thing, and people can take it for what it's worth. You know,
Yep.
These are things I'm pondering.
What then would you say to people who say that if your answer to "Are you a bigot?" is "I don't know what is a bigot," they would say that makes you a bigot? What do you say to those?
Not much, because that's just a dumb thing to say. I kind of disregard them as looking for attention if they can't tell me what they mean by bigot. Because by a lot of definitions of bigot, everyone I know is a bigot. Everyone I've ever met or talked to is a bigot. I think it might be a part of being a biped. I'm not sure. It depends on the definition, and by other people's definitions, there's so few bigots on the planet. You know, that's reduced to just like 1940s Germany, I guess.
And for me, I think it's also important to point out that even among the Black community, there is not consensus. There might be a consensus on this fact that the word coon is racist. I still haven't had any real clear link to raccoons. I know Oz's girlfriend did try and explain that a little bit, but I'm still unclear on that actual historical link to anything other than the word coon. The actual link to raccoons, I'm still unclear on. But having approached several people of the community and having had them say, well, no, I never ever saw William's avatar and assumed or even had anything racial come into my mind. But now I've had people point it out to me. So I want to know why it wasn't racist 6 months ago, why it wasn't a dog whistle 12 months ago, 10 years ago. Why is it now when you have asked a question on a completely unrelated topic that people are sensitive about, and your honest question was misconstrued into a bigoted statement, that someone feels the need to come in and bring their minority group into the conversation and make it about race? All while no one has actually asked you, are you racist? Are you transphobic? Do you not like black people? Do you think you're more superior than black people? Has anyone asked you any of these questions? All of these
It's enough that I have a
opinions have
raccoon.
been assumed.
Yeah.
Exactly. A fucking picture of your favorite animal whose personality you relate to.
If you've met me, you'll understand why the raccoon
Absolutely.
and why this particular image, this avatar with the fidgety hands, the mischievous raccoon. Once you meet me, you understand why it's there. But you could just assume, like an imbecile, that this furry animal is basically a dog whistle that I hate minorities or something.
Yep.
That's what a lot of people do, but it kind of tells on them. So I don't mind when they do that. I've found advantages to having this because um, it seems to shed light on a person's motives.
Mm. And I'm, for me personally, I'm wondering what my so-called friends of the last couple of years think of me, that they think I have overnight gone from an ally of minorities to I'm now racist. That to me means you were never my friend, that your friendship is and was conditional, and I do not care for conditional friendship. I mean, there's got to be conditions. I get it. If I murder someone, I do. Like, I get it. But if your condition is, well, I don't necessarily agree, but I stand by them because they're hurting, then I can't support that. You can stand by someone who's hurting, sure, but you cannot attack the person that didn't hurt them. I'm sorry. And if my opinion is incorrect somehow, when opinions can't be, then I guess I'm wrong. But I can't support someone simply because of their social group.
Peer pressure phenomenon is really evident now in our current society, like I've never seen it before. The pressure to be in a group, and there seems to
Or an
be
ally of a group.
there seems to be groups that it's safe to criticize, and then there's a lot of groups that you can't criticize anything about, even if the things they're saying don't make any sense. And those are kind of, it's easy to tell which ones those are, because if you start asking questions about their particular pet issue and they get super defensive and aggressive and start attacking you, I can kind of go ahead and assume that they know they don't have a valid argument, that they're just grifting.
Yeah.
So if you're not willing to talk about it and explain what you mean by things, I'm going to assume you're a grifter.
Plead to emotion and tell me I'm being dishonest because I'm asking questions I know the answers to. All of those assumptions are what need to stop. And simply ask the question. If the answer is not good enough for you, cease the conversation. Disengage, fuck off. do not come hell for leather, screaming like a fucking banshee, as though that's somehow going to get the people you're engaging with to listen. You are hurting your own fucking side by making it look unreasonable. The shit I have witnessed the last couple of days is unreasonable. And it comes from assumptions and presumptions of a person that most of these people don't know from a bar of soap. And I thought the left was the reasonable side, the thoughtful side, the side that didn't jump to conclusions, the side that got the facts right before they made conclusions, that didn't act on emotion alone, that didn't stand with someone, whether right or wrong, because of a minority group that they're part of.
I was going to say something, but I got distracted by Big Bad Mama's question.
What was it? I haven't even looked at the chat.
Why not criticize individuals instead of groups you interpret as having certain beliefs?
Well, I think you'll find me and Will agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
challenge you to find an instant anywhere where Will or myself have criticized a group. This is about, I'm trying not to name individuals, but if that's what it takes, we can name individuals.
Well, as to what you were saying though, and I felt the same way about the right. I felt the right were the ones that were not emotionally reactive.
I'm calling that the left.
Yeah, well, I don't know if these are even related, but I'm assuming it might be. But by the same token, I relate to what you're saying. Whether Big Bad Mama understands it or not, I feel the same way about the right and have kind of moved away from the party, the Republican Party altogether. I mean, I still think that I'm conservative in most ways, as that's what I'm accused of by having these beliefs that I'm conservative. I don't know what my beliefs truly can be classified as. I'm a minarchist. So whatever that is, I used to think that was extremely right wing because it sought to have less government, the least amount of government. So I don't know. I've been told that that's left leaning. So whatever that is, that's whatever minarchism is. That's what I am.
See, that's. There is no fucking left and right, and the sooner people could realize that, the fucking better. Because look at me and you. We agree on so many things, enough that we want to be friends, right? But yet I still look at you. When I look at me and think, fuck, am I going to the right? I look at you and I'm like, nah, I'm still on the left. Because to me, you're still clearly on the right. You know, when it comes to gun laws and abortion laws and all of those clear-cut things where you're on the left or right, we still have our own positions. But then there is so much we agree on that's the stuff I don't believe has a left or right.
Now let's go back to Big Bad Mama's statement. Obviously, we're not doing that, or we wouldn't be able to be as close as we are. We are looking at people individually, or we wouldn't be the friends that we are because we don't politically line up. And months ago, we didn't religiously line up. So, but because we've recognized that we like each other as individuals, our political matters and stuff kind of fall to the wayside as long as, it's not anything worth fighting over. Is that fair to say, Sammy?
That is spot on. And it's actually helped me learn to. People need to realize that accepting someone has a belief is not giving in on your own beliefs. It is not giving into the other side. It is not an admission of anything. It is what is called tolerance.
Sammy.
It's going, this person has this belief I really don't agree with, but they're a good person.
Sammy, I'd like to drop the link. I see that,
Yeah,
that
please.
I see that Maya's out there, and I want to make sure. I know Maya's had a lot to say about me. I want to make sure if she has any questions, she can,
Maya
access.
is very important to me. I love her very dearly and have for a long time. So anything Maya has to say is very important to me.
And I think you're open to anybody questioning you right now too, right?
Oh,
Anybody that's got a question.
absolutely. I'm water. This way, when I had someone say to me, "I've planted my flag," they know where I've planted my flag. I said, "That's interesting because I didn't know I've planted one." And you still haven't asked me my position on anything. Davros won't come in.
Is that because of me or Sammy?
Must be you, because I don't really know who it is. I know the name a little bit. I know we've interacted, but who thinks that acknowledging someone's beliefs makes you accept them? Not you, Maya, that's for sure. You're far too reasonable for that. You've been strawmanning my position. I don't know your position. I'm not commenting on your position. How do I strawman someone's position that I don't know what their position is to begin with?
You gotta. I'll be polite. I'm not a mean person, and Sammy's not mean. Come in and talk about it.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't know me. You've said things about me, but you really don't know me. This is a chance for you to ask your questions. Maybe you can get Sammy to disavow knowing me or some shit like that. But come in and state your position so that we all know what we're talking about here.
Yeah. And we want to clarify too. If people want to hit us up in DMs, if they don't believe that this isn't about an entire group of people, if you think we're talking about all trans people or all black people or all of anybody, you're sorely mistaken. The happenings of the last couple of days have been limited, in my opinion, to about 4 people in the community. And that is what we're discussing right now, not an entire group of anyone. So I'm not sure how I've strawmanned Maya's position, because I've not even thought about Maya in any of this. But if she means as a black person and I'm strawmanning black people, but my point has kind of been that I've had different opinions from black people. So I don't disagree that there are people who think your raccoon is racist, but I know there are people who don't think. So when the very community that it's about doesn't agree, what do we do moving forwards? Get rid of raccoons? No
Watch
more
your
raccoon
mouth.
imagery?
How dare you? Let's
Well,
not even put that on the table.
This is
Let's
what
not.
no one
No.
has answered the simple question. What is, or just will? Just you have to get rid of yours?
No, we had your suggestion was we get rid of all the raccoons, and I was like,
Yeah.
that's not up for discussion. They should be elevated to person status.
Well, I mean, they're dying out in parts of the northeast of the U.S.
They're wonderful little creatures. What's up, Cat?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've just been watching a lot of streams and sitting there silently, and it's been a fucking wild ride, is all I'm gonna say. That's what I gotta say about that. Jesus Christ.
You keep coming up in all of these streams. Your
Yeah,
brief I guess conflict with Stephanie and Gers, the main stream that started this off. That seems to be a recurring factor that you were shushed.
I, look, man, I was watching that stream, and every time someone was trying to talk, like Mark Reed would get out 2/3 of a sentence, and Stephanie would start talking, and I just got real pissed. And then the whole raccoon thing happened, and I'm like, okay, what the fuck? Because okay, I was not looking at my phone; I was just listening, and suddenly everything went fucking sideways, and I'm like, okay, what the fuck? My channel banner's been a raccoon for like almost 2 years now. What? And then once I found everything out, I'm like, okay. Ah. Like, I understand the fucking background of it, but I don't think that's what was happening.
Well, Kat, Maya wants to come in. Can I have your assurance that there won't be any screaming?
I'll straight up leave so Maya can have her time.
No, we don't want you to feel like that's necessary.
No. I just want Maya. I want Maya to be comfortable. I'll just straight up leave. It'll be fine. I can come back later.
Okay, as long as you promise to come back later.
Yep, sir. Yes, right. Sir.
Fantastic.
All right.
Love you,
Have a good one.
Big love, Cat. All right, Maya. The floor is yours. Wait, did someone say something about... Oh, Ox is out there. There he is. I saw Ox's name. What's up, Ox? That's my dude. My dudes. I have a lot of dudes. I don't want you to think that's my only dude. I have like a dude stable.
He's a dude's dude.
That's my dude garage.
It's a dude ranch.
Dude ranch. Some Brokeback Mountain-y kind of dude ranch going on up on the hill. There's Maya.
Oop. Hey, Maya.
Welcome, Maya.
Hi.
Good
Right, I'm out of bed. Did you have a question, or?
Oh, you didn't get out of bed for this, did you?
I had quite a few people ask me to get out of bed for this, and I want to right away. God, okay. If I'm doing everything like how I'm presenting right now, it's like 2:30 a.m. for me. I've been awake. I had to take my kids to the airport at like 5 a.m. I've been awake for quite a while, so I don't know. I'm really hurt. And again, I'm sure it's my fault and I'm making choices or whatever. There's a lot of people that I thought were cool. And it's like they're like standing in solidarity with like people who troll racially and transphobically. Nobody seems to see a problem with that. When you troll racially or transphobically, you're going for a very personalized type of hate that I don't think someone who has lived a marginalized experience can appreciate. I mean, it's a deep pain that we fought really hard to get through and to just be okay being ourselves through.
Yep.
And I'm looking at, I don't understand what trans people go through. I really don't. I have no clue. I try to listen because I understand that the experience comes with a lot of hurt and a lot of pain that I don't want to inflict on another human being, because that's the world I want to live in. And I'm not saying that everybody should walk on eggshells or, mirror what they say. I was saying to Stephanie earlier, I'm not sure if Bree was there or not, but Dr. Tapioca Weasel and I co-host like silly streams and shit, and on Sundays. And he was just mentioning, what he had seen in the community. He was praising Beck and Stephanie for, what they were doing, and, how he had noticed the difference between people like them who were, Bree, please forgive me, trans-passing, as opposed to other people who had not. And that really hurt Bree because she would like to pass more than she is. And it just never occurred to me that that would be a hurtful statement.
She's very attractive. I don't know what she's worried about.
She is. She's a gorgeous girl. She's a gorgeous girl. And, I've been a fan of Bree's for years. When she did her coming out stream, I was in it, like the whole stream. I am so proud of her. I was one of the people who, she started wearing the wigs, like before she bought them, like she and I were having that talk. We, talked about makeup. And when we met in St. Louis, we had to go to the liquor store, and she had this pair of like leopard leggings, and I hate leopard and leopard print, and I hate leggings. But oh my God, the way her face lit up when she like pulled them out to show me. And I'm like, anybody, how can I tell you not to wear that? Like,
Yeah.
This is the world I want to live in. And so when I'm not saying all this for me, I've had to be Black and a woman my entire life, and I'm not breaking out the tiny violin. I'm just saying, in America, we have, and you guys know from, the Christian speaking, there's a lot of misogyny. There just is. These are facts. And we can go back and forth on the racism. I'm not speaking for myself today. I want to speak for my trans friends because they're hurting and they're dying and they're being actively legislated against. And my heart is breaking. And I'm scared because our Republicans in America are feeling very emboldened. And I am afraid that if we turn a blind eye to what's going on in the trans community, and they're allowed to do successfully whatever the fuck is going on in the perverted little heads, that they're not going to stop there. And by all accounts, they won't stop there. I don't want to live in Handmaid's Tale. And that takes, and I'm not asking for people to write their congressman. I mean, unless you want to. All I want is for people to understand what's really going on, what's really at stake. This isn't a snowball effect. This is what they are actively trying to do. We have legislation out of Texas to stop birth control pills in all states. When they successfully accomplish that, they are coming after all birth control next.
You really think that's likely?
No, it is what they are doing. It is what they are doing.
If we revisit this in 2 years, do you think that'll be the situation?
If they are successful in this, yeah, you will see legislation against birth control.
That Texas doesn't write legislation for the other states.
The judge out of Texas that is trying to take the abortion pill out of all states doesn't have jurisdiction to undermine the FDA. And yet,
right, but within their own state, as far as convincing people in my state,
this would happen in every state. That's what this legislation would do. It would affect every fucking state.
Well, I'm positive that won't happen here.
It will. That's
No,
what.
well,
That's
I,
why they're fighting so hard. That's
we'll
why
have to
they are
wait and
fighting so
see.
hard.
But I know my state, and there's no way
Okay.
that they're going to ban birth control. That's just not going to fucking happen.
Okay, your state. What about other states?
Said it would affect
Does
all
it
states, so I'm
not?
focusing on that.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, that you're fine, and I'm very happy for you. I really am not interested in having a conversation about how one thing will affect you.
It wasn't about me. It was just that it won't happen to all states. If it does
You
happen
don't
in
know that.
Texas,
And
pretty
in
sure.
fairness, their agenda is all states. I think it is behoovent upon all Americans who give a shit. If that's not you, that is fine. Stay the fuck out of the conversation. You're not in it. You're not a woman. You don't take birth control. And if you don't care that, every time you have sex, you could have to provide for a child after that, you're good. There are many of us who that bothers. That is not the world I want to live in. And I don't want to be a handmaiden. I don't want to be a slave. I want to be free. I want to have the freedom to live my life in the way that I want. And I want every American to have that freedom. That's the America I want to live in. And I respect that there's people who don't want that. You do you. But I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to listen to people who smile on my face and have called, and told me that they're my friends for years, and then side with bigots like it doesn't affect me, or that it shouldn't affect me, or mansplain my emotions to me like, it's like, oh, you're being too emotional.
Specifics?
No, I'm not. I don't know you shit, Sammy.
I get the feeling you're talking about me.
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about Ox. I'm talking about Doubting Thomas.
Can I ask
who the fuck else is in here?
who the bigot is that I'm standing in support of?
It's not a bigot. It's bigotry.
So I'm in support of all bigots or bigotry now. Okay.
I don't know. Are you?
No, not in any way, shape, or form.
Here's the thing, though. Like, if you stand with a bigot on one thing, let's just say it's Nazis against Jews. All right. That Nazi is not only targeting Jews. So let's just say you hate all Jews too, but you love all black people. The Nazi does not. The Nazi is the one that's emboldened with the legislation. So you are inadvertently coming for me too.
But so, I don't hate any group.
Care. It really doesn't matter why, like if you are standing with someone who is racially trolling or transphobically trolling, like you're coming after every marginalized group because
that doesn't follow.
That is what they are doing. It does follow because that's where the legislation. It is not bad logic because that's where the legislation is.
So we've just gone around in a circle because you said that I stand in support of a bigot. And when I've said bigotry. Who, you've said it's bigotry in general, but then gone straight back to saying if I support someone, you keep saying someone.
Again,
so I'm not in support of bigotry. There is not a single group of people that I don't support.
Okay, but if I say, let's just say I say it's Will, and then it was like, well, you said I didn't have to stand with Will, but now you have a problem with Kat, and I'm like, no, like just stop making it about a person. I don't
be
care.
About me.
It could be about
you. It feels
you
like you're talking about me.
I'm not talking about you because you are the actual person that did admit to trolling racially. So, or transphobically. But again, it is not about you. And I need you to hear me when I say that it is not about you.
It seems like
it is about, yeah, I know. Everything's about you. I totally get that. They're trying to outlaw abortion pills. Not going to affect my state. I am very well aware that it's not about you. That is all about you. But perhaps for me, it is not about you. And perhaps for me, I was talking to Sammy, and this conversation was still not about you. Sammy,
Yes.
I was concerned about the raccoon avatar. Not because I hate raccoons, not because I want them taken down, not because I would have an issue with them at all. The issue, okay, let's go back to the first stream, and this one actually is about Will. He'll love this. The issue that Jay had with Will's avatar was that Jay had prior experience with Will being trolly. And that's all I'll say, because I don't know what the interaction was.
I was
So-
there,
Okay,
so I
so
could
when
explain it to you if you liked.
okay, but can I just kind of
Yeah.
talk about what I
Go on. I know
where
what
I
you-
was
yeah, go
when,
on.
because you did ask me a question what I meant by bigotry. All right, so I saw the raccoon avatar. I said jack shit. It's kind of cute, you know, but Gert just has a bunch of avatars sitting in a stream. So usually when I'm listening to her while doing something else, and then I'm hearing people in the background flipping out because I was, you know, in Gather, and like even I hate throwing names out here like this because Nitty doesn't have any shit to do with it. Nitty actually said that's the rapist from A Clockwork Orange, and that made me look up, and then I started to see the sequence. And I asked a question, and we were being ignored. And so we asked again, and we're being ignored. And then we finally get, you know, Ger and Will's attention, and it's just like, what? Well, you know, like, you know, I'm, you know, this delicate little soul that would never, like, I don't know what you're talking about. You guys are clearly out of your mind. And so this is like fucking gaslighting. If, you know, if I have an issue with anything at all, usually people are like, I don't understand. We have the conversation, and they're either, oh, I get it, or, you know, I have to look into it. I'm totally cool with either of those things. But to tell me that I don't have a right to ask a question and then like jump my ass, like, you know, I'm wrong for asking someone who has admitted to trolling if this is part of a racial troll. And then like, I mean, that's really how it got blown out of proportion. We asked a question, and it's like, oh, you're being racist. Well, hold up now. This feels like gaslighting. I do have issues with gaslighting for sure. I never, ever accused Will of being a bigot until he started gaslighting the Black and trans community, which is bigoted behavior. I mean, if we're going to ask you a question point blank and you're going to not answer, skirt around the issue, and turn it back on us, I don't really understand. I can't take that as a serious conversation. And I can't respect someone who would do that to me. And I have a huge problem with my friends when they're like, oh, Maya's being silly. I'll stand with, you know, the troll. And regardless of whether he's being bigoted, like, you're standing with the troll. And something that I've said, you know, this seems like something that could be offensive to people like me in particular. And without asking me at all, Pixie really has pissed me off because, like, I feel like it's just like, well, you want an echo chamber and you want this. I've only ever asked for the conversation. I really have. I didn't like Doubting Thomas's rhetoric. I invited him onto my stream. I told him if I start to yell at him, strawman him, troll, berate him, I will delete my whole fucking channel. I did not like Captive Desk platforming Steve McRae. He came to my channel. I stopped the stream. I was like, Captive Desk, I think what you did was offensive. I think you owe the trans community apology. I hope they get that. I didn't do anything to him. I didn't ask my mods to do anything to him. I do not want an echo chamber. What I want is to not be belittled, to not be gaslit, to not have my to not have people tell me that they're my friends and then stand with people who have no regard for my humanity. And if I don't think that's asking for too much, I mean, it's absolutely the bare minimum that I give to everybody else I meet. If you have to answer that question, you're a bigot. Okay, Daddy Thomas, I disavow. I love that question. When I see that question, just point blank, I see somebody who wants to be an ally and isn't sure how. I was there, 5 years ago, I had no idea I had trans friends at all. I thought I had never met one. Purple wasn't out, Beck wasn't out, Bree wasn't out. And I'm listening to all this rhetoric about what we want to, they're trying to give this medication or what were they calling hormones to 5-year-olds, and they want to mutilate, teens. And I'm like, oh my God, this seems horrible. I had nobody to ask. People need to feel comfortable asking questions. And I've really pushed back on people who jump to attacking people before they've properly determined oh, this person is not serious. Because we need to be open to having those questions, all of us. And I've even said that of the atheist community. I've said it a lot, that we need to stop attacking Christians when they come into the chats. We need to start having the conversations.
The thing is, Maya, I have to stop you there because I know you've said it's not about Will.
And if I say it's not just about Will.
And if I say it's about me, you're going to say, no, it's not all about you.
It's about.
So I'm not sure who it's about, to be honest. Are you talking about a community of people are doing this? I know you've mentioned a few names, but I'm not sure what I've done.
If there's a person
what you're describing
them.
is not what I have done in any way, shape, or form. I have not called you silly or called you this or that because I've not mentioned you or thought about you in any of this stuff.
I said I didn't like it when Pixie did that, and I'm sorry to cut you off. I didn't say you did anything. I said that I didn't appreciate you not talking to anybody and, except one side, and then posting a raccoon picture in solidarity. I thought that was, we'll just call it distasteful.
You're going to tell me what I did when I didn't do any of that. This is the whole point, Maya.
That is not, no. I'm not telling you what you did.
You just did.
No. I am telling you what I don't appreciate. Because, who did you talk out to? I saw your stream. I did see your stream. I did see your stream. I did not see you. I only saw you talking to one.
Do I need to name all the black people I've asked about this? Because there's been about 8 so far, and I haven't finished asking people about it.
Do those black people understand the situation? Because I came on here and said
some of those black people were in the situation.
Yeah,
on both sides of this argument.
Yeah, then I went names because that doesn't make any sense to me. If people are just saying, "Are you trolling? Are you, being a dick?" and he gaslights us, and black people are saying it's okay.
You don't want his answer. He's not gaslighting you. I'm sorry. That's where we disagree fundamentally.
That
is again your assumption.
It's not
my assumption. You go around telling people what they're doing when we're not doing that, Maya. That is not fair. I'm sorry.
No, that it
Please
is.
ask questions, Maya, instead of assuming ahead of time.
You
should ask questions.
I am not assuming.
That's why I stopped you at that point. Because you're not asking the questions.
We asked you a question. You did not answer it. Instead, you said that we were doing things that we had not intended to do.
What was the question?
We asked you if your sequence was racist. We said it seemed problematic, and we were asking. I was asking Gur to ask the question. Jay was coming at you.
Is it because of this? Is it because of the
No.
picture of Veckel?
No, it's a sequence, like I said.
Yeah, well,
It's
it's pretty random normally when I do that shit. You guys are just jumping to conclusions. That's what you did then. That's what you're doing now.
I was asking a question.
I didn't see any
Well,
question about the
answer it
sequence
now,
that was
Will.
in.
Answer it now clearly for them, because this is the issue.
Like
Where
about
if you leave
the
any room
sequence
for
was random.
ambiguity,
The sequence was random. It occurred to me that Veckel might be watching, and I take every opportunity to jab at Veckel. My regular avatar is a raccoon and has been for 10 years. So when I go from my regular avatar to something else, it's because that crossed my mind to do that. You can assume a racial intent, but that is
I asked
clearly
a
an
question.
assumption. Did you not get it? Did you not get the answer?
I don't know. I really don't know, because
So ask me again, and I'll be
Again-
extraordinarily clear.
I don't. I heard you say words, but again, I don't.
It's honest.
What? It's not being
Wait,
dishonest.
I can draw you a
I'm
little
trying
picture
to.
if you need me to, but this
I
is
mean,
my
you have
avatar.
You have
It's,
a okay.
it's honest. This
It's
is
not
the
bad.
whole
Listen to
crux
me.
of the whole point.
Are you going to listen to me, or are you going to tell me how I feel?
I've been
Are you
listening
gonna
the whole
listen?
time.
Are you going to listen to me, or are you going to tell me how I feel? Okay, so if Veckel came in here and he was just like, "Oh no, I'm not trolling you," or Joe or G-Man or any of them, and they're like, "Oh no, I'm not trolling you," but like they have a history of trolling, like you're going to take it with a grain of salt,
Says
right?
you.
And then it's just like, no, okay, fine. I mean, maybe if you would take Veckel and G-Man and, Praise or whatever at face value when they say that they're not trolling you, even though they have a history of trolling the community, that, that's your prerogative. I take every single thing they say with a grain of salt. I know a lot of people that do. I don't think that it's like unheard of. I don't know Will. I don't trust Will, because of our introduction. First impressions mean a lot, and so to say, okay,
What
I've said
introduction
words.
was that?
An opportunity to ask me, you're just
What
avoiding me.
introduction?
Oh, on Girthstream, like that was the first time I saw
So
him.
this thing that we're talking about, that you don't understand, that we're trying to tell you you've completely misunderstood, is the thing that you're going to take as your first impression. That says,
it was my first
that says
impression.
more than I
That
could
is
try and say.
No, that was my first impression. That is objectively true. I can't
I
take
believe
that
you.
away
I
and have
believe
it be
you.
a different first impression. It just happened.
But you
that
have
way.
an opportunity to get to know me, and you refuse
No.
to.
I came
It
in here
seems
for
that you're
Sammy.
bigoted against me.
Came in here for Sammy. I don't like you.
See,
It's not being bigoted. There's
That's
no
bigoted.
fundamental thing about you. How is it bigoted? What aspect of him it like that he cannot control? Am I
his choice of
his choice of avatar? That's the thing about him that he cannot control. That I am.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know it had to be something he can't control.
You said I'm being bigoted. So that would be something about a person that they
That
cannot
means
control.
targeting someone for a specific thing about them. I didn't know it had to be specifically out of their control.
Out of their control, yeah. Bigots are people that like their own groups.
That they what? They like their own groups? So you said?
Whether it's all, if I'm a bigot, so I like
interesting.
all women, I like all Black people, I like all non-Christians or, whatever. I mean, because, we're in America and that's covered under Title VII. But, that's what a bigot is. It's, somebody who distrusts. I mean, xenophobia.
Well, then that's
I think it's
fine.
someone who disagrees with whatever you believe in. That seems to be
you can have that definition. To me, it is someone who judges something before they even understand the thing that they're judging them on.
That's an ignorant
and then
person.
refuses to move on that position. I'm saying that's my definition.
I mean, but that's
okay. Well, maybe you're being ignorant then.
I mean, a bigot is a person who obstinately or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, faction, especially one that is prejudiced against or antagonistic toward a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group. That is what I'm talking about. So I'm saying. And I don't care about raccoons. I never give a fuck about raccoons. What I care about is racial trolling because...
Yep. And you haven't established that that's happened. You've assumed that that's what's happening. You've assumed an awful lot about a man you do not know, which is my point from the beginning.
You did not. You didn't.
You
How
have
you're
to have
assuming?
assumed it, Maya,
No. Oh, I
to
have
make
to.
the
Oh, I have
statements
to.
to make
Okay.
the statements you made.
What?
Your
Wait. That.
statements have assumptions in them.
Okay. No.
That
No. No.
he's
No. No.
trolling. So you're assuming he's a troll. You're assuming that there was any intent of
I did
any
not. No. No.
negative
No. No.
kind
No. You're straw
behind
manning me.
his
Liar. You're lying.
avatars
You're
or the
lying because
sequence
I
he
keep
played
telling
them.
you that never happened.
I'm repeating your words. I don't
No,
understand
because
what you're saying, Maya.
what I said was that Jay accused him of trolling. Those were not my words. You
Yes.
are not
No,
listening to my
I'm speaking
words.
to your
I have
comments. I don't like Will and
that
I
is
don't
not.
trust him
I don't
because of
trust him.
these things.
Yeah, because when I asked him a
That's
question,
ignorant.
when I asked him a question, he dodged the question, inverted the question back on us. That is indicative of like being dishonest. And
I was there. I don't agree that's what happened,
I mean,
Maya.
you don't have to
Again,
agree, but that is
you
I
assumed these things.
did not assume. I asked him a question he did not answer.
No,
That is what happened.
no,
That is
you
a
were
dishonest.
asking Gurr to ask him questions. Hey, when he's on his phone, especially, he will not see the chat.
That's
So unless
fine.
Gurr stops and asks him the specific question,
Okay.
you have just seen something, you thought
And
you
I
knew
asked the
what you
question.
saw,
No,
and
I
made
did
an
not.
assumption. That was your first impression, and you've stuck with it ever since.
Okay. I have. Wait, how do you know this? Why do you
Because
believe
you're
this?
here now saying it
You
still, and it
asked.
was
I am
days
not.
ago.
I never said that. I never said that. I said I don't trust him because when I asked him a question about
Yep,
his motives, he did
yep.
not answer me. And I think that seems dishonest. You don't have to.
It
You do
seems
not have to.
dishonest.
Yeah, because when people are honest, they just answer the goddamn question.
So it's not dishonest. It just seems dishonest to you. And I'm trying to show you how you
Wait.
could have been mistaken, but
No,
you
I
are
mean that's
doubling
fine.
down.
I never
You're
said I couldn't
doubling
have. I
down
am
and
not
saying, I
doubling
didn't
down.
say this,
I
I
never
didn't say
said
that.
no, Sammy. You are conflating things. Do you want to
Okay.
know? Do you want to know what happened then, or do you want to know what's going on now?
I was there.
About.
You keep ignoring the fact I was there.
Okay, you being there
Watching and listening the whole thing.
You being there doesn't mean that you understand my perceptions of what happened at that time. You're asking about what happened
not
then.
the point.
And conflating that with what's going on now.
See, you've just
you're
assumed
also
I don't understand what you've told me. I do.
Okay,
I'm
well, no,
saying I
because you're telling me
disagree
that I
with you.
feel. You are
No,
telling me
I
that I
disagree
feel
with
how
you.
I told you I felt then.
So you've changed
that
your
is
stance
conflating.
then. So you don't.
Right. Well, right now, I don't trust him. He doesn't seem like an honest person to me. I am not calling him a bigot.
So you haven't changed your stance.
What are you talking about? Like I don't know him.
Well, that's an honest statement.
I said that the whole goddamn time. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's all I've ever said about him. That I don't know him. And I don't feel like I can trust him. These are true things. I am not attributing motives.
I'm not saying they're not true.
He has acted in ways that I have seen other people when they are dishonest. So I don't feel comfortable trusting him. It does not make me a bigot for not trusting, just blindly trusting him.
I agree.
You do.
By your definition, you're not a bigot for not trusting him.
Emotions to me is exactly what I had.
How did I tell you what your emotions?
See, you are assuming that he is a bigot. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? No.
How is that assuming emotions, Maya?
You're telling me that I'm assuming that he's a bigot. I'm saying he acted dishonestly and I don't trust him. You said I assumed that he was acting racially, and I think he's a bigot. These are two separate things, goddamn it.
Okay.
Have I mistreated you, Maya?
It's not about me. Again,
It should be.
no,
You're
it
making
should not.
you're making a lot of claims about me. Have I mistreated
Yeah.
you?
I'm not making a lot of claims about you.
You
I
did.
am.
You claimed I was a bigot.
I do not assert that.
So do
I
you
I
say that I'm
said
not a bigot?
I'm not asserting that. I'm not.
So you can be on the fence about this then.
I am on the fence about it. I don't know you.
Oh.
I mean,
Ah.
I don't. I mean, I don't know how to like make that more clear. I do not know you. I do not know if I can trust you. I do not trust you.
How will you
I
find that
don't
out?
know if I don't trust you. I have had a very contentious first impression of you.
Right, but you have a chance to talk to me, and
I
instead
don't
you're
want
talking
to
around
talk.
me.
I don't want to talk to you. I'm
Right,
talking to Sammy.
because you okay.
Look, and I'm not trying to be a bigot about it. I honestly am not prepared to talk to him right now. I don't know if I can trust him, and it makes it very difficult for me to have a conversation with someone when I don't know how to take their words. I don't want to straw man him.
So you don't believe in letting a person speak for themselves? You just want to go off your impressions and what other people have told you?
He said he likes raccoons. Everybody that knows him says he likes raccoons.
Yep.
I'm taking that at face value. I have said raccoons in and of themselves are not bigoted. I said I saw a sequence of avatars that looked concerning, and I wanted my question addressed.
Yep. He addressed it.
He addressed it.
Yep.
After, not
And so I'm wondering why.
I'm wondering why he didn't address it. I'm assuming if I'm going to be what's the word? Be nice about it. Oh, there's a word that I can't think of.
Yeah. Be civil.
Benefit of the doubt. He and Jay clearly have some bad interactions in the past, and
just
perhaps he didn't understand how when his interactions with Jay were felt by others. Because at that time, my perception is he was talking to all of us who was asking. And now knowing more, if I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, yeah, it's totally possible he was just talking to Jay and he was just fucking with Jay. I can be charitable. Yeah, I can be that charitable. But it still doesn't. I still don't know him.
Well, I would put it to you and hope that you would see the sense in this, that there's actually benefit for you to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's not this filthy human being, that it would make him, if he was the bigot that would do and display images in that order on purpose because of people's color, okay? I would not be friends with that person, okay? I'm saying I would not be friends with that person, right? But to give him the benefit of that he's someone who grew up in a place that doesn't clearly understand all of this new language, which I had to learn it.
You're not.
And he's asking a genuine question: how do I be an ally? And the response he gets is, if you ask that question, you're a bigot.
I'm sorry he got that answer. It wasn't for me. I
know it wasn't from you, but that is how this whole thing. That is what happened. Okay. And since then, he came into the next stream, and because of that original interaction, which was a misunderstanding on the person who attacked him's part, because they didn't bother to calmly ask him questions or ask him what the go is, they assumed things about him and reacted.
I don't know.
And when he came into the second stream,
I don't assume that they assumed. I don't know what the interaction was.
That's fine. And the second time he came in, It was about the avatars now, because this person was already looking and trying to find things that Will was doing wrong. So all of these things were put on to
It was a
Will
problematic
that I
sequence.
know are not Will.
It was a problematic sequence. I
agree. I said to him
knock that.
afterwards, I said, dude,
Right.
you don't understand how fucking unlucky you are that you put those things in that order. And he didn't even know at first. We had to tell him what the fucking issue was. Like,
Well, I mean, I
so
had
for
this whole,
people to just have come out, guns fucking blazing, Maya,
I mean, that was
without
okay.
knowing this dude. I'm not saying you. Like, this is the situation that me and you are talking about.
Mhm.
This is my take on it.
Okay.
And why I'm not standing with bigots, okay? I'm not standing with anyone. I stand with Sam. And if Will does something racist or bigoted, I'll fucking call him out or won't be his friend. But I'm going to stand up for what I see and what I believe, and I don't believe Will was racist or trying to troll racistly.
But he was trying to troll. He did admit that. That I heard.
No,
with my
I
own
saw
two
that,
ears.
and he did. You go back and watch it. People
Yeah,
were
no,
saying things
I was
all
right
at once.
there. I did
I
hear
don't
him
agree.
admit
He
to
said yes
trolling,
to that.
and I'm seeing Sammy. I'm not expecting you to understand the Black experience in America,
Oh,
but I
it's
mean,
not even
it
about
is deep.
that.
It is fucking about that, and the
I
fact that you can't understand that is part of the
Righto.
problem that we are having with you. It is the problem, and it is about
Okay.
that. And when people troll racially, this is what they're trying to get out of me. Are you fucking happy? Is this what you want, Will? Is this what you're trying to do? I'm asking you point blank. Is this what you're trying to do? I'm not going to cancel you. I won't be fucking around you. I just want to know, because I am so sick and tired of my friends telling me that I don't have, I should give people who admit to trolling and have problematic sequences in their avatars, I should give them the benefit of the doubt, and you can all fuck off with that shit. It's never going to happen.
Did you ask me a question that you wanted me to answer, or was that rhetorical?
You want to talk to me? What do you want to say? Are you fucking with me right now?
Didn't say anything. You started talking to me.
No, I mean the stream. In the stream. Are you trying to fuck with me?
No. Why would you assume that I'm trying to fuck with you?
asking a question. Am I not allowed to do
I
that?
answered you. Did I answer
All right,
you?
fine. Then I'm happy. I'm fucking happy. You happy? Everybody happy?
You sound happy.
I sound very happy. This is my 3 a.m. happy. I mean, I've had like the past few days to listen to the people that I care the most about. It's crying constantly. This isn't anything. I mean, I know this is funny to you guys, and it's just something that you can,
No,
go,
no one's
I can
laughing,
think about it
Maya.
and
I
not think
detest
about
that.
it,
I'm
and
sorry.
I'm hurting.
No
My
one's
friends are
laughing.
hurting, and like I don't know what to do. Like I mean, there's not even anything I can do. I can go to my friends and I can say, well, I'm your ally, but like they feel like there are people who legit don't feel comfortable going into streams because they feel like, well, everybody's been smiling in my face and telling me they're my friend. And now, like, they're telling me that I'm not entitled to my feelings, and I don't know who my friends are anymore. And I don't know if you know how scary a place that is. This position that people feel, and again, it is not about me. I'm not going to make this about me. I'll go into a goddamn stream and blow it fucking up. I will create all the socks. You can have fun banning all of them. I will burn down the goddamn building for my friends. It's not about me. But I'm just like, this is so much stress. And like to see people that I thought cared just like laugh and tell us that, we're being over emotional and we don't have a right to our feelings when like our whole lives we've been under attack. It's so fucking tone deaf and so disrespectful. And I'm not like just trying to be an over emotional girl. I'm a girl who's been dealing with a lot of emotions for the past 2 or 3 days. Not mine. Like we're talking like double digits number of people, like people that are hurting. And I hate to see my friends hurting. It actually matters to me.
Well, Maya, if you do decide you want to ask me any questions, I'll answer you. You might not always like what I have to say, but I will answer you.
Look, I'm comfortable with discomfort. I just want the truth.
Well, if you decide you want to ask me, you can ask me. But until I'm asked, I'm not going to
Yeah, I mean,
preemptively defend myself.
I'm not asking you to defend anything. You're a grown man. You're going to live life in your most authentic way. And whether I agree with that or I don't agree with that, you know, it's not really. I mean, people, you know, my friends do things I don't agree with. Okay. I don't have to agree with everything that everybody does. We don't have to be friends. I don't know you. There's nothing I want to ask you. What I wanted was the original conversation to go a very different way. And so that my friends wouldn't feel like they had to keep constantly looking over their shoulders for the following week.
I'm sorry that you have discomfort from all of this, and you're not the only one. I mean, I've regretted that my actions have caused some of my closer friends to come under scrutiny and have their integrity questioned just because they're friends with me. And I have regrets about that. And I'll admit that my attacks that were deemed transphobic were mean specifically towards Stephanie. Stephanie and I have some beef. All right, but anyone that wants to apply my statements to everyone, that's okay. They're welcome to do that. But if you ask me, I'll tell you who I'm talking about. I'm pretty clear normally when someone pisses me off and why. I have trans friends, but I don't have trans friends that ought, because they call me bigot because they make assumptions of things and try to dogpile on me as the boogeyman without ever talking to me. So those people I'm particularly rough and aggressive with. And yeah, I will hit you where it hurts, just like you would do me.
I mean, it's one thing if I love Stephanie. Talk to her, I think, every day. I don't know what your beef is with her. I don't think that I'm not going to require you to be friends with all my friends. You have beef with Stephanie. You have beef with Jay. Okay, fine. Take a number.
I don't know Jay. Jay assumes we have beef. So before you say that, I don't have beef.
I said if.
I just met him.
I said if. I said if you have beef with either of them.
Just hear the part. I just met him.
No, I said if.
I'm clearing something up. I just met him.
Okay. Cool. I'm saying you're beef with people. Okay. If there are a number of people asking you questions and you're only replying to one, if it's hypothetical, perhaps if I could offer a suggestion at all, you could tag said person or say their name followed by, mean remark. Lord knows no one in this community is required to be nice to any or everyone. But when a group is asking you something and you just respond, even if you think you're responding to, like, you see one question, you respond to one question, the group is going to think, if you're not saying a name, that you're talking to them, in which case, if it's on a racial matter or, a LGBT matter or, a sexual matter, it could come across as bigoted and targeting every member of said group. Because it's not, if a group of people are asking you a question and you're responding to a group that would fit a definition of bigotry, doesn't make you a bigot. I tell everybody, I've misgendered all of my friends in their streams. And, you know, I'm just like, oh God, I'm sorry. Or like, okay, we move on, you know. Don't do a 10-hour stream asking everybody else I know to come in and suck me off. Just move on, because it's not about me. If you have, let's just say it's somebody you've never met, you'll probably make more enemies in the future. Just maybe before you say whatever mean thing you're going to say, and you have a right to say that, and I will fight to the death your right to say the mean thing to the person you don't like, just say their name first. That's all I'm asking.
I'm sorry. I thought I was okay. Yeah. So you're not talking to me about this.
Talking in abstract concepts.
Okay. Yeah. So
I want to keep everything abstract because, again, if I'm telling Sammy, you did this, and then, you know, let's say Titan does something next week. It's like, well, I thought you were just talking to Sammy. I've seen this happen. And it's like, no, I disavow the behavior. It's not that I'm mad at Sammy.
Good, because Sammy's a great guy.
Sammy, go back years.
Cool. Well, all right. So I'm not the threat that you think I am. I'm really not.
You're not a threat to me.
I'm not a threat to anyone.
Okay. Some people don't agree with that.
Right. And people have loads of opinions about a multitude of things, but a lot of them are unfounded. And I don't mind teasing them about their presuppositions, just like I would Christians. Presuppositions are funny to me, and I will invite people to make lots of mistakes in their judgment of me because it's not important to me to be part of the group. It's more important to me that I figure out what people are about. That way I know whether they have the integrity or they're the kind of person that I can trust and really want to be around and be myself around. I don't want to be around people I have to pretend that I'm someone that I'm not just to hang out with them.
No one should ever have to do that.
Right. That considered trolling, to let people make false assumptions on their own and then tease them and ridicule them afterwards.
I disavow the behavior, but you're a grown man. You're going to do what you want to do the way you want to do it.
I'm asking a question. Is that being bigoted to do that? It seems like I'm baiting a bigot is kind of what I do sometimes.
It's really, oh God, when you get into behaviors, it's really hard to say what's bigoted. You know, yeah, I mean, this community, like, yeah, we could be like Christian bigots. Like, we could definitely, all of us, be that because, like, you know, you see somebody and it's just like, oh, you know, gotta attack. Okay, this person is in this group, must attack. Then, yeah, that's bigoted behavior.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. Can I share something that I just noticed? See, I'm new to the atheist community, and I'm not an atheist yet, but I left the Christian community because of the behaviors that I saw there and the attitudes. And then I went to the atheist community, and it took me 2 weeks to realize that it's the identical situation.
Yeah.
It is the exact same thing. There's no getting away from the nonsense. Nobody knows shit, and everybody's making claims and trying to find things to be offended about so they can have a boogeyman to attack. That's what I see on both sides.
Well, yeah, I mean, because it's not about the thing, it's about the concept. And I've been saying for years, gosh, like 5 or 6 years, that atheist have exchanged like one set of dogmatic behaviors for another. So yeah, I mean, people are people everywhere.
Well, yeah, people are people everywhere, but like we're pointing at each other and blaming everyone else for the things that we're guilty of ourselves. That's hypocrisy at its finest, isn't it?
It's human nature. We're really bad at being introspective. And we also don't take constructive criticism well. So, yeah, it's actually very common for people to not like something about themselves. And when they see that on other people, attack it.
Since I brought Saint Ronan in just now, Boki, because I did mention Christianity, and I wanted to make sure that Christianity gets a representation here.
Oh no, it's fine. Well, I mean, after I've seen the treatment that a particular ilk of people have given you, I mean, I would not blame you for exiting. I mean, I do hope you come back to the faith, but you weren't wrong. That wherever you go, you really can't escape the BS. So I'm just gonna sympathize with you, brother. And second of all, I don't have like the sufficiency to be able to answer this one. Don't worry about it, dude. I get this all the time. It's not new to me.
Appreciate that.
But in terms of Christian conduct, I think you were being misrepresented. I mean, sure, we say stupid things all the time, but whatever happened back there was, I'm gonna admit, it was a bit of a Down syndrome. You know what I'm saying?
It's a cluster.
Yeah, it's a giant clusterfuck, really.
But I did turn to the atheist community and oh Lord, okay, I gotta let Veckel in because he represents a certain group as well. Veckel, be nice.
It's everybody's favorite black person. Veckel, what's happening?
That's my black friend.
I'm sorry, I did. I'm sorry, I didn't. Sorry, I left the gravy. Is it okay if you have it plain? Get it?
Oh.
I had to mute him. Go ahead. Yeah, it's having lunch, breakfast, whatever. All right. Maya, you said that you've seen things from both sides. I didn't ask you, were you once in the faith or were you outside of any faith all your life?
Born and raised a Catholic.
Was that kind of traumatic? Nothing again. I don't want the Catholics coming after me too. But you could answer though. It was that traumatic. It's a serious question.
I mean, gosh, I was old school Catholic back when, if you were naughty, the nuns would like hit you on your butt with a ruler. I've been. I don't consider myself an atheist, but I have not worshipped the God for 10 years this year.
Okay. Sammy, you were a Christian. I was a Christian. Well, that's still debatable. Veckel, you're a Calvinist, and I never asked Ronan, are you what flavor of Christianity? I don't want to put you in a box though, but
well, I am particularly on Protestant orthodoxy because I reference and give credence to Orthodox sources and church father history, and basically I don't condemn necessarily Catholics. Not like today where you're supposed to condemn them and see their annihilation.
By the way, Veckel, I got you on here. You know that I troll you with this, right? That you acknowledge that I do that. I didn't dox you.
Yeah, I was sort of behind on the whole situation, but from what I gathered, you were being accused of being a bigot because you were
in my lineup
back and forth between my image and the image that you've always had for years.
Yeah, it was in the lineup. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Do you think that I meant that? Yeah. Do you think that I meant that knowing me? Do you think that I meant that you were a coon?
Hello?
You can't hear me, Bo?
Oh, okay. I don't know why I had you turned down. Okay.
Go ahead. I said, okay. So, but knowing me this long, do you think that meant that I was calling you a coon?
No. I didn't take that at all.
All right. Just
I
wanted to
don't
make
like
sure.
that you have my image up there, but
I'm taking it down.
No, it's all right. I can take it, but I do understand why people would be upset, but it's clearly a misunderstanding because I don't see you as that type of guy. But
just poking at you particularly because we have our little bit. I mean,
right.
It's not, I don't hate you. You know that.
Right. Yeah, I understand. So, in this world today, people are hypersensitive. They see the slight. I mean, you sneeze in the wrong direction and you're anti-Semite. So, can't please everybody.
I mean, it's not about pleasing everybody. I mean, if people are just asking a question, just answer it.
Can you say that again?
I said it's not necessarily about pleasing everyone. I mean, if you're being asked a question, you could just answer it.
Yeah. Yeah, that too.
That's all I personally was asking for. If other people were coming for you, I can't control anyone but myself.
Yeah.
I saw something problematic. Anytime, I mean, actually, you can talk to any one of these bastards in the chat. Maya sees something problematic, she addresses it.
Oh, we lost Sammy.
Yeah,
we can't lose Sammy.
He'll be back.
I can't tell you how many times I've been called a coon or Uncle Tom by people simply because of
Jay and I called you that last Friday.
I get called that a lot by mostly people on the left because their refusal to have an understanding of my position, whether it's religious or political.
I mean, are you accusing people of burning in hell forever because they don't believe in your God?
Well, that's the Christian doctrine. The doctrine is that whoever does not have the Son has not life. So,
okay, yeah, I've read it. Could you perhaps see why somebody might have an issue with that?
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
Do you understand that it might come across as maybe threatening?
Absolutely.
You're saying you're a Calvinist. I don't follow you. I've heard a lot about you. So if I'm assuming too much, let me know.
Yeah, I will.
But perhaps everyone holds to their beliefs as vehemently as you do. And that being said, they may not appreciate you telling them that their beliefs are invalid when in comparison to yours, which could cause animosity.
Yeah. No, I understand the, I agree with, I understand the sentiment, but that doesn't really change anything as far as the mission and the,
it all should Christians change how you engage.
It's not that we go out there with the intent to deliberately offend people arbitrarily, but however, that's just the nature of the message in and of itself. And this is one of the reasons why
Jesus acknowledge, though. Acknowledge what you just said, though, Veckel. The message of itself tends to be offensive.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So it's not the intent of the messenger to go out there and, God hates fags and stuff like that, because that's not our message. The message is simply that whoever does not have the Son has not life. So if you don't believe in Jesus Christ, if you die in that state of disbelief, then there's eternal
hellfire for eternity. That's great. However, being that when you piss people off, they are less likely to want to have charitable conversations with you.
Yeah, and that's with any subject. Yeah,
sure. So like me, for a living, I have to, my part of my job is communicating with employees, and there are things that are just, they're not going to like. It's my job to understand what they're going to like. I mean, what they're not going to like, and deliver it in a way that is going to be the least offensive or off-putting, or, things like that. If you believe in a Great Commission that, you have to win souls for Christ, or you just want to share the message, do you think that it could be beneficial to perhaps change your approach so that you
Yeah.
could.
Yeah, in 1 Corinthians 9, Paul talks about different methods of approach to different people. So you want to meet people at their levels, however, without compromising the truth of the message, though. So you can still be like, if I want to hang out with some atheists with the intent to bring the gospel to them, I don't have to go in there and say, "Hi, my name is Veckel. By the way, you're going to hell, because you're gay." You don't, that have to start off like that. However, you could earn people's ears by approaching them politely and meeting them at their level, speaking their language, so to speak, that kind of thing.
But let's be honest, you could start that way, right? Because it's the truth.
You could, but usually most people think I'm cool until they start asking me about my political or religious beliefs, and no matter how polite I am, that's when things start to get a little messy. And they'll say, "Oh, wait a minute, you one of those Christian dudes? Oh, you're conservative? Man, I thought you were one of the cool ones." And then usually it's not me. I'm not trying to toot my own horn or make me look like I'm some sort of saint in a temporal manner, but usually I'm the one who's getting attacked first.
Am I being trolled now? Punked, maybe.
Wait, did you ask if you were being trolled?
I feel like you give as good as you get, though, right?
What do you mean? As far as the Christians concerned?
No, you with non-Christians.
Not trolling.
That's it. Yeah.
Do you think I'm trolling?
Maybe a little facetiously asked. I hear you give as good as you get. That it's not, necessarily.
Are you talking about me personally or just in general?
When you are engaging with non-Christians.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm talking about me individually. Yeah, I find myself, going back and forth between William and some others, usually taking jabs at each other because of our differences and stuff. But that's separate from what my purpose in this world is. So, I mean, everything I'm saying to you right now about the Christian, tenets and our mission, that I'm being 100% truthful about that part.
You're being honest.
Yeah.
You don't know if you're being truthful.
No, I am being truthful.
That was a good. Okay, I was gonna say that was a pretty good point. I'll let y'all battle it out though. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, everybody talks about what they believe, right? Everybody has a book. Everyone believes it's divinely inspired. If you're talking about from your point of reference, though,
I want to I want to support what Veckel said about how Paul says that we could change our approach. And yeah, there is an instance where Paul tried a different approach when he argued against the Greeks, well, particularly the Athens at that time. And at that time, they were the prime of philosophy. These guys were experts. They were highly intelligent people. And Paul didn't start by saying, "You're going to hell because you're pagans." No, he didn't. Looking at, I mean, that's in Acts 17. So if you just follow along slowly, you will see that, like what Veckel said, Paul came to their level of their understanding of what they believe, and then in some way he works back towards the Christian faith. Now, I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with a lot of presuppositionalists who subscribe to some kind of Van Tillian methodology in which they presume or assert their worldview on the non-believer, which is not usually the way to go. So yeah, just to support what Veckel just said.
I'm sorry, can we get back to what Maya called in to talk about? Because there's a lot of pain going on in this community. And with all due respect, I think got shit to do with these different arguments for God.
I'll talk about Jay.
Yeah, because my name's been thrown around a whole lot in this whole shit. And so I think we should go ahead on and deal with the issues that have been on the table here in this community. What do y'all say about that?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, cool.
Do you need us to make the room smaller or what?
Yeah, I think maybe 420 should stay here. William, Veckel, Maya, and myself. Just my
Okay,
opinion.
guys, don't be offended, but I'm going to honor this request, Kelvy.
All right, go ahead. I got work to do
Saint
anyway.
Ronan.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all
go
right,
ahead.
guys.
Got work to do anyway. Thank you.
All right.
Veckel,
Begin.
do you understand why the racial implications of the raccoon imagery?
Yeah, I do.
Can I ask somebody in good faith to pull up a Google real quick, get a screen share, and can we just Google raccoon racism real quick? Because this is all I've asked for the chat for. I've been asking for this for weeks. We made this request repeatedly when this issue came up. So for the benefit of the audience, can we just Google real quick
I'm doing it right now.
racism and let's just show everybody what pops up real quick and go over that together.
What a Reddit, does Reddit count?
No,
I guess it
definitely
doesn't
does
count.
not count.
No, you type in.
Like I said, screen share and then Google and let's go.
Oh,
through what
okay.
pops
Just do
up
it from
together.
Google then.
Yeah,
All right.
screen share.
Yeah,
so we can
it'll
all
come
see
right
I
up.
got it. I got
It'll
it.
come right up immediately. You'll see it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is this the coon
Cool.
caricature?
Go with that. Yeah, go with that one.
Okay.
Go with that one. That's fine. Go ahead. Make sure we can see that and go ahead and read that from the top there for us.
No, you go. I mean, I'm not going to read it for you. You can read it.
William, it'd really help all this if you could read it actually. Thanks.
All right. Fine. I'll grant that request. The coon caricature is one of the most insulting of all anti-black caricatures. The name itself, an abbreviation of raccoon, is dehumanizing. As with Sambo, the coon was portrayed as a lazy, easily frightened, chronically idle, inarticulate buffoon. The coon differed from the Sambo in subtle but important ways. Sambo was depicted as a perpetual child, not capable of living as an independent adult. The coon acted childish, but he was an adult, albeit a good for little adult. Sambo was portrayed as a loyal and contented
That's
servant.
cool. That's cool. I think we've heard enough. No disrespect. I just don't want to overwhelm people with too much information. That's enough. So y'all can see from about, would it be fair to say, a minute or two of Googling, you could get a pretty clear idea of the problems with the racial history of the raccoon image. And again, why you keep going back to it. This is the problem. So
because that's my avatar,
okay,
Chief.
but here's the thing, Chief. It was brought to your attention that you putting it in sequence with a black man is problematic for black people.
For all black people?
Yes, as a group.
It's funny because the black people that were asked about it said they weren't offended by it.
No, but that's the problem. You don't ask the black people, and you said Veckel's the guy, so that's why I came on, because Veckel's here.
That's his picture.
Y'all
yeah,
said
go ahead.
all right, so Veckel, you said it's okay to juxtapose your image with that of a raccoon. You told them that was cool.
No, what I'm saying is that I think with if people knew William in the way that I do, and I don't.
I'm not asking about William.
Wait. Let me finish.
Okay,
let me
go
finish
ahead.
because this is where the misunderstanding comes, right?
I don't think there's a misunderstanding, and I take offense to that term. But
No,
go ahead.
I
I'm
understand.
gonna let you continue, but let's be very clear. I'm not going to concede the term misunderstanding here.
No, I understand.
Okay, can he talk?
That's why we're having this discussion, because there is a disagreement upon the perception of what's happening here. So I understand that, and that's why we're all here together. The problem is, if you're asking me personally, based off of what I know about William, I didn't see that. I saw it as pure coincidence, because this image that you have of a raccoon is something William has always had ever since I've known him, even though we've had vehement disagreements on theological levels. But then he just recently started downloading. He went to my channel, saw one of the videos with my face on it, and then as an act of poking fun at me, he doctored it up with eyelashes and put some.
But I don't use that one. I don't use that one.
And so it just happens to. So now one person sees him going back and forth between him switching back to the image he's always had for years and to my image. Now people are looking at that and say, "Oh, I see what he's trying to say. They're trying to make Veckel out to be a coon." And I've never gotten that impression from William at all. He's never addressed me.
I appreciate you, but let me stop you there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because that's not what happened. I don't know if you were there, and that's the problem. Is there's too many narratives going around, and a lot of these people who've been talking about this have been recreating history. That is not what happened. Nobody ever suggested that by juxtaposing your image with the raccoon, he was suggesting that you were a coon. Nobody ever said that.
Oh, okay.
Nobody ever said that he was doing something that should be offensive to you personally. Nobody ever said that. What we said was it is a problematic sequence to go from the coon image, which is a problematic racial image, to the image of a black man. I don't give a fuck what that black man said to you.
Why are you yelling? Why are you yelling?
I see what you're saying. You're speaking in general.
About racism. Now, you ain't gonna police my tone. I'm having this conversation with you.
So you're not gonna yell either.
Myself. You don't need to control me. I'm good to go.
But I will.
Did I upset anybody? I raised my voice.
I see what you're saying, Jay. So you're saying in general. So in general, it's offensive.
Of course.
Right. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
And here's the thing, Becca. I don't know if you knew this, but when we brought it up in the chat, they ignored it. He came in the stream a week before the stream where all this actually took place, and what was happening was somebody named Serb was being anti-trans, and they had our trans friends up here talking about what is a woman? A woman is a person who's given birth, telling our trans friends to their face, oh, y'all are like girls, but not really women because in my culture, this, that, and the third. Not recognizing, we ain't trying to have the what is a woman talk right now with the weaponization, everything that's going on with trans people. William Freeman got up there talking about running interference. Well, I don't see what all the issue is. And then he starts playing stupid. Well, do you really have to be pro-trans right now? What does it mean to be pro-trans? Playing dumb. And we like, whatever, because we're trying to deal with Serb at the time. But we noticing from the chat, like, what's up with some dudes here? And straight up, this person Serb was attacking our friends on the trans issues. So this is not game time. He comes up here defending that person. Then comes back a week later after we've called this person out for defending a trans person. Then comes back with the raccoon image again. Now, we've already called William Freeman out the week for defending an anti-trans person. Now he comes back and still has not acknowledged the issue with the raccoon image. So we bring it up again. And now more people in chat are like, yeah, what's up with this? And so instead of looking into it, because we had a lot of people look into it. Other people said they hadn't heard about it, but they all did what we asked. Google it, find out. They Googled it, they found out. These fools, instead of saying, oh, it was a misunderstanding, this has been my avatar for a long time, but I didn't realize I had used it in that problematic way. I'm very, very sorry. They doubled down. Oh, no, it's just my favorite animal. Well, and then other people, out of solidarity with them, start changing their avatars to raccoons. To this day, we have people who just out of solidarity with them have switched their avatars to fucking raccoons, and we're dealing with it every day. So it has an effect. More people start doing it. And that's the insensitive part. This conversation is not about whether Beckel told you it's okay for you to use his image. The issue is you did something racially insensitive, and when members of that race called you out for it, instead of validating their feelings, you invalidated their feelings by saying, no, I was just trying to agitate this one particular person. And so
what do you want, Jay? What do you want?
It's what you want. What you want is for everybody else to now say, we have to ignore the fact that you're using racially.
No, I don't care if you ignore it or not, Jay.
Okay, but that's the bigoted part. When you recognize something is insensitive and that is offensive to people and you do it anyway because you don't care, that way everybody else will have to go through this again. Anybody else that you pop in the stream with and you keep playing this game, they could be they're going to see just like I did. And they
might get triggered.
And we're going to do the whole thing all over again. And you're going to go, no, it's always been my thing. Bro, for 10 years, you've been being racially insensitive. Sorry nobody fucking called you on it, but that's
you did. You just did. Now you did. You just did.
So what did you not do about it?
What should I do about it?
Stop using it.
Oh no, you're asking me to change.
Yes, that's how
How do you
Because
think
of your perception, I'm supposed to change because you
Jay,
get offended.
Come
Jay,
on, y'all.
I
I
understand.
just wanted to make the point. I made the point. I know this fool's not going to change because he's a fucking troll. But this is what we're dealing with.
No, I'm not going to bow to you, dude. You're not.
Fuck you. So
You have no
bowing
authority to
me.
tell me to
You're
change
stepping in
anything.
the Shut up.
You don't get to tell me to shut up either.
Wait, Jay,
You're a petulant child.
I'm gonna say this, and I don't care who it offends. But Jay, I totally understand what you're saying. The problem is two things. Number one, you're dealing with people who hold no moral objectivity. So even if they're doing it with the intent of malice, you're not going to stop them. And I think the best way to win this fight is just to simply ignore them, or you could press charge and make their life a living hell and try to press charges and go the next step, which is to me a waste of time.
I'm actually here to talk to you, man.
Yeah.
Because your name, you were there.
Yeah.
You were their token, right? You were there. Oh nah, I'm just poking at my main man Veckel, and it's cool because the black people I talked to said it's cool.
Right.
And I'm like, I doubt that if I asked this black man, did he think this is a good idea if he wouldn't see the problem? And they trying to act like me and Maya can't see the problem because you don't see the problem. But I'm pretty sure you see the problem.
No, yeah, and after listening to you, I understand what you mean. You're talking about in a more wider perspective, not just me personally,
exactly. And I don't care if he loves right. I honestly don't. I'm a fucking biologist. I don't give a fuck if you love animals. Who cares? But the point is, you got to realize we're dealing with racism and trans.
That's your perception.
No. These are things that are happening in the world. And they got shit to do with
my avatar is your perception is that it's racist.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, you trying
No, you don't tell me to shut the fuck up, Jay.
Isn't going on in the world?
Jay, don't tell me to shut
happening.
Don't tell me to shut the fuck up.
Mind
your manners.
Are you telling me we're not dealing with racism?
I'm saying that you perceive it as racism, and that's your choice.
I'm not talking about you. Now, if you're going to mute me again, mute me for some shit I really said instead of misinterpreting what I'm saying. Can you listen? I said we're dealing with racism in the world. Now, you're going to tell me racism isn't a problem? Please do.
It's not really that big of a problem.
Okay. We're done here. Bye.
Are we good? Are we done here?
Yes, so.
All right. Well, gentlemen, it's been fun.
Okay. Honestly, though, racism is actually, it can be a problem, but I did say that because I wanted Jay to leave. So just for the record, he's obnoxious.
You've met him before?
Briefly, just recently. But here's the thing. I'll go ahead and for the record, if you think it's racist, that's fine, Jay. You don't speak for the black community. You don't get to speak for all black people because you're sensitive. Sorry, dude. You can get offended and you can wallow in it. You can freak out, but your outrage doesn't justify an action on my part. It doesn't make you right. It just makes you sensitive. So you can freak out and you can cry and you can throw a fit, but all that does is make me more inclined to deny your request because you're unreasonable and unthinking. So I know what you can potentially take this as. If you choose to do that, that is a choice, and that's how you want to live your life. But I don't bow to you. I'm done. $420s.
I think you were.
Peace and respect.
I think you could have handled that in worse ways.
Thanks.
Respect everybody.
I just that last part was just because I got frustrated with him trying to do the
what
dance.
I was trying to say to him is that the internet's a different world when you're dealing with this type of situation, man. If you're in a business call, that's one thing, but if you're in a room that's open, that's an open forum like this, it's harder to hold people accountable for certain things because there's a lot of nuance that's being overlooked. In my opinion, I understand where he's coming from, saying that the idea in and of itself, not the intent, but just the idea of putting a black person next to a picture of a coon is inherently racist. But at the same time, we have to look at the intent on the act itself. So is it doing it because you're poking fun at somebody who can take those kind of jokes, or are you doing it with the intent to insult an entire group of people? you know, uh, and I think that's he's saying he's looking at it in a more general sense, saying that
I would suggest at this point, because people want him to fucking take it down and change it, he's going to double down and be like, "Fuck you." It's not a race thing. It's I don't want to change my avatar.
And I don't like how I was approached about it. I don't like how they
Yeah.
approached me about it. It wasn't in, hey, can we talk to you in private? It was, let's grandstand and try to virtue signal off of your avatar so we can look more oppressed than we actually are. And that's nonsense. This avatar doesn't hurt anybody. It's your choice to be offended by a raccoon. It's crazy.
Well, it's now the image has got the Will Smith effect on it. So now every time you see a picture of Will Smith, the first thing you're going to think of is the 2022 Oscar.
It reminds you if somebody pronounces your name wrong, and then you can make a decision in your head. You can say, okay, did they pronounce my name wrong on purpose, or did they simply pronounce it wrong because they don't know how to say it? And then you go and you're saying, hey, you can escalate it from there. I mean, a lot of it depends upon how people. Well, you know what I mean. I think.
And you choose how you let things affect you. What's up,
Yeah,
Stephanie?
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Stephanie?
Probably listening to something else.
Hang on, I'm trying to figure. I've got too many. You guys have two streams. I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You got to work today, Veckel?
Nope.
Oh, good. I was about to say, how the hell could you get up this time of day, be on here, and then still go to work?
I'm up this early every day.
I got to
you a farmer?
And I don't mean in weight. This thing has affected my appetite.
I'm working on my project, and usually go to the gym too. So, I gotta work on my body so I can get all the white women.
I just want to be here in real time with you guys and shut everything else down for the minute.
Oh, that's cool.
So I can concentrate a little bit. As I said in the chat, I'm a 69-year-old trans woman who transitioned 25 years ago. I've seen a lot of this shit. I'm also, being 69 years old, familiar with the way George Lincoln Rockwell, the head of the American Nazi Party, used the word coon. And it wasn't friendly in addressing Martin Luther King, because he replaced the last name with, which has its own history. I realize that it may not be well known, broadly known. A lot of people, Gurr was surprised, didn't know that history. I grew up in as a parishioner. My father was, God rest his soul, being an atheist, I can say that, was a Methodist minister. And I went to an inner city church that was predominantly Black. I have a whole, I'm not saying I'm part of that community, but I had my sister was in Augusta, Georgia from 1960 to 63. She's 15 years older than I. She just passed away a couple of years ago. And her to-be husband was on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. And in that context, in that age, and long before, the term was used as a term of derision towards Black people. So, we can do a poll, perhaps, of communities here, there, everywhere. We can go by anecdote, but that's where I've heard the term used in a derisive and derogatory way towards Black people. And considering that history, I don't want to get into, I don't want to, as somebody was just saying on the stream earlier, get into a debate over that history. I think it's well documented. And I think that, you know, when Jay came in before the heat outdid the light, that was you know, that was a simple Google search, Coon racism.
Yeah, where are we going
You know,
here, Stephanie?
We read through that, right?
Yeah, we did.
So it seems like we're arguing about some people in the course of all of these streams have gone and said, well, it's virtue signaling.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, it's virtue signaling about a signal. And I'm
gonna just get right to the point with you, Stephanie.
Context.
Stephanie, I want to get right to.
Want to say something here because I've
been
talking a while, or is this okay?
Can you not hear me? Can you not hear me? Can you hear me, Stephanie? Stephanie.
Oh shit! Really? Let me try leaving and coming back in again.
Okay. Yeah. Good, because I kind of want to ask you what your point is. Where are you going with this? Okay, this is awkward. There we go.
I'm trying to find a delineation in the vernacular lexiconical terminology versus the animal, because I don't know how you've referred to your avatars.
Well, hold on. The point of this was Jay came in and wanted me to do a search for raccoon racism. So we're already trying to say that we have to search to find this link, because it's not automatically assumed. It's not in the actual definition of raccoon also meaning this. This is colloquial use or shit like that people have done in the past. That has nothing to do with me. All right. And it doesn't matter if you bring it up that it's been used in the past. A lot of things get used in the past, but you're asking me to change based on your perception of something that I've always done. And it's not asking, you're demanding and saying that I'm responsible, that I've done damage to a community. And that's just nonsense. So until someone gives me a reasonable argument, then it remains that's my avatar. So, all right, let's see if Stephanie's got can you hear us?
I can hear you. I'm
Fantastic.
sorry. I couldn't hear you.
Well, we heard you. We heard you.
Did you hear what I was saying?
Yes. Yes, I heard what you were saying. So to get to where you were going with that, you were talking about the imagery of the raccoon.
And I was saying it has a history, and I was describing what that history was.
Right.
I'm aware. A little bit of my history for like, are you white knighting for the African American community, Black people, etc., and so forth?
Yeah.
No, I'm not really. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm
so
just
I wanted to ask you.
This is a history that many people, including Jay, has lived with. Now, Veckel here may not have lived with that, and that's fine. But
no, I have.
I mean,
that was an assumption.
History. Well, no, Veckel here said, I don't see the issue. I think
no, but I have, but I did earlier say that I've been called a coon. So under that context, with the intent of malice and to offend me. So yeah,
right. So you have experienced that. So
yeah, of course.
Jay's not.
And guess by who?
I was about to say Jay's not out of his mind. You all would probably disagree because of the tone, because of the blah blah blah. But this really, the conversation doesn't need to be about that. It needs to be about hearing, or I think it should be about hearing through the tone to the motivation. And since we're talking about motivations, I just want to remind you, well, that was my interaction with you in Gur's stream was literally, well, I'm not sure what you're here for. Do you want to continue a conversation from earlier from Gur's stream with Cerberus, which I vaguely remember? Did you want to talk about, because what I was doing in that stream was making a plea.
Okay, we can talk about that, Stephanie. But
Okay.
I'm going back to the original question that caused all this accusation of bigotry. In reality, it was because I said, "What do you mean pro-trans?" Someone define what that means so that I know whether I belong on this panel or not. Jay made the statement, "If you're not pro-trans, get the F off the stage." So in order to find out if I need to be there or not, I asked, "What does it mean to be pro-trans?" And that outraged everyone. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to chime in before you respond, Steph, because I can see your mind's probably doing it right now, and this is the
You
point.
can see my mind doing things.
I
Quite
think
talented.
so, because it's ticking over. But you have to decide right now.
I do.
There's only two options, right? Is he honest or is he trolling? And the assumption on everyone's behalf was he was trolling, that was not a genuine question. And that to ask that, he was told to ask that question made him a transphobe. And that, for me, is the issue. Is I saw a person be shut down instead of engaged honestly.
Ebony, I think she froze. I think
Yeah,
she froze.
I
Oh man.
I thought she was thinking real hard, eh?
Oh, it does look like that, but I think she froze. That's why I had to zoom in. Yeah, I think she froze. Bugger. Well, I don't think she heard the last part of what Veckel said either, because I made this point to Oz the other day. Sorry, Ox, didn't mean to. Your names are anyway. I mentioned to Oz. Oh shit! Just forgot what I was. Oh yeah. The term
word
coon,
different now.
The term coon is predominantly now used within the Black community to describe Black people who are sympathetic to white things or whatever. Veckel, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know you said that you were called coon by another Black person. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Is it what was the attribute that made them call you that?
Yeah, I think you're on the right track. That's usually a Black person who, tries to defend or, all things white within, culturally.
But you don't
speaking.
do that.
Basically, Uncle Tom.
You're very proud of being Black.
Yeah. I have no problem with the way God has made me.
Right.
If I were white, I'd say the same thing. So.
Even if it was true, like that thing that you're talking about, like some character from, I would like to know what that was from, because did the entire country of America know about that character, that coon, like specific coon character that they're referring to? Now, I know for a fact that people called Black people that derogatory. People called Black people a lot of horrible things.
Yeah.
But nowadays, that word is used, just like Michael said, for a very specific reason, from Black people towards Black people. Now, I also know that there's some probably redneck somewhere in the backwoods, so that still use it for sure. But to try to just kind of arbitrarily claim that this is the reason why we're like, it's again, the reason I'm saying this is because it's not that the modern day, it's an anachronism. You're being accused of an anachronism, basically. It's kind of absurd.
I want to ask another honest question, and I hope it's taken seriously. I don't think anyone is really saying, sorry, you can't be offended. I think the question is, and I've tried to ask people and I get conflicting answers in the same sentence. I get, you you don't have to stop using raccoons altogether. And I say, so what does Will need to do? Well, he needs to take his avatar down. Okay, so just Will can't use raccoons. I need. Oh, you don't get it though. You're missing the point. It's the principle. Okay, if it's the principle, then Will can keep his raccoon. It's circular and it's
like
convoluted to me.
Like Christians in the Middle Ages, like slaughtering all the cats in the village because they were offended by it because they thought it was witchcraft. You know.
Shit, I'd never even heard of that. What are you talking about?
All the raccoons.
Where's that in scripture?
Holy shit! They killed all the cats and oh my god!
There were soon to be witches.
France was big on the cat slaughtering.
Oh really? Oh, man, that's bad.
But I'm just saying, if you become so offended by an animal for ultimately an ideological reason, like the snakes in Ireland, that sort of thing.
Snakes in Ireland.
I'll repost the link for you, Stephanie.
I think I just did on both streams. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to me, I'm just
chewing the cud. I'm not.
I understand both sides, what William is saying and what Jay is saying. So I'm a little torn.
I don't like the demands, dude. A lot of it is just that it's a demand, and I'm just not. If you come at me with force, I'm going to resist it just naturally.
Yeah,
I'm going to be rebellious against what you're trying to do.
Right, totally understand. Like if you're in a certain environment where you demand the environment itself demands a civil and serious conversation. You want to do everything in your power to not unnecessarily offend the person you're having a conversation with, but. I mean, this is StreamYard, YouTube, and this is an open forum. You shouldn't have somebody's, whining, change the way you, feel about things. And I don't know. I mean, because I do agree with you, William. You shouldn't cater to, what's the word I'm looking for?
But this is the thing, like, and thanks for having me back on. He's not being asked to cater.
But
here's what he's being asked to do. He's being asked to understand that there's the choice, and then there's a 5 minutes after.
Right.
And what I've been trying to communicate to y'all, and y'all keep dancing around this point. Nobody cares what you've been doing for 10 years. Nobody cares whether it's history or not history, whether you meant it, whether you knew. Nobody cares. It was brought to your attention that this is the issue. At that point, you can't play stupid. You looked it up.
I'm not stupid. I'm not ignorant of it.
Okay, now, once you do that and you choose to do it anyway, that is by definition insensitive. You may not.
Being insensitive.
Yes. Because you
I'll
are deciding.
I'm insensitive.
I'm not going to. Okay, now.
Yes, I am insensitive.
Now here are the consequences of that insensitivity.
What are they?
More people start doing it. So now, now there's other people doing it because they want to stand in solidarity. That hey, we're all going to. So now we're dealing with more and more people doing it. Mm-hmm. Which makes it more and more likely that more and more people of color are going to see it. Mm-hmm. And this whole thing starts all over again. Now, all I'm saying is, you got to understand that that's the problem. And you are, in fact, being insensitive.
I am insensitive.
And
I
the
agree.
easiest way to nip this whole thing in the butt would have simply have been say, hey, look, I love raccoons. I did not do this to offend people, but I recognize that it is offensive. And now that I recognize it's offensive, I'm not going to continue doing this because every single time, hang on, I'm just saying it's an option he had. All I'm saying it's an option that was on the table. He could have simply said, I still love raccoons. We're still going to do streams on my channel where we talk about raccoons. I'll get all in the raccoon bio, but I want to be a little bit more careful because I recognize that this is a thing that's a problem.
What you instead demanded
That
was
wasn't
that
Will, Murphy.
everybody else see this and then look the other way, assuming that you meant something else. And I'm just like, dude, that's just not how this works. And I want to make this other point, because here's something I think that gets lost in all of these conversations about marginalized people. And I need y'all to hear this and please think about this sincerely when you go to bed tonight. We all have incredibly different lived experiences. Some things are not about what you understand. There comes a time and a place where being understanding means understanding enough that you have to let the people who are living through it lead the dance. And when those people say, hey man, this hurts, we're having a real hard time right now, we need everybody who doesn't want to see harm come our way to do their part to help out. And the bare minimum we're asking is don't deliberately be racially insensitive right now, okay? And you might have to accept, after a lot of thoughts, maybe doing your own research, maybe having conversations with some of your Black friends, family, you may have to reach as far as you can reach, but then ultimately come to an understanding where you say, I may not get it, but I do get what's being asked of me, and I can do that. Just saying.
See, I totally agree with that. However, the other side is saying, well, wait, what about my freedom of speech? Am I going to walk on eggshells every time I want to express myself in a particular fashion?
Can I take that one, Jay?
Sure.
Yeah, and that's where things get a little tricky, because I agree with everything you just said, Jay, 100%. But at the same time, where do you draw that line between, having your personal freedoms violated and you making an attempt to not arbitrarily offend people? That's where it gets a little tricky. And my solution to that was, okay, in a particular environment, I guess, if you want a serious conversation with someone about a different topic, you're going to do everything in your power to not offend that person in an unnecessary fashion. However, in other environments, where it's just kind of open range and stuff like that, people have more freedom to express themselves. I think that's where, people who are offended by the things that, other people say, just need to avoid these people altogether. They could protest, maybe get other people attention to what this person is saying and, join in protest to what they're saying. But as far as, I don't know. That's my view. Go ahead.
So if you don't, I'm not answering for Jay. I'm just, you asked, Jay may have another take on this than I do, but you asked how do you work through the a potential conflict between somebody's freedom of speech and the results of that speech. Is that fair? Is that a question? I'm not strawmanning you here, am I? You want to clarify that at all, Beckel?
Who you asking?
Did
me
I
or
get that
Jay?
right? I'm asking you because it's your question. How do you balance between you said
Yeah.
to Jay, you agree
Yeah.
with everything he said, but my question is, the difficulty I have is, how do you balance somebody's freedom of speech with somebody's freedom of expression, with the possibility that speech or
Right.
expression may
I
convey
yeah.
to another person.
Yeah. Where do
Now
you
I'm
draw that
going
line?
off on what do you do in that circumstance? Is that a fair posing
Yeah.
of that
Yeah.
question?
Yeah, because again, this is a very, very nuanced situation here. Freedom of speech versus arbitrarily offending people. So
Well, it depends on how arbitrary we're talking here. So the balance of equities is, who will I offend and when. And you need to establish in this particular thing, which is a representational thing. It's an icon, if you will, or as Dawkins says, a meme, right? And the meme has been used. It has a history. It has a long history. You agree? It has a long history. You've been called a coon, with malicious intent. So it's not something out of the blue here. You need to balance the notion of when it's called to your attention. What do you do with that? And the answer is to learn that history and appreciate that history and think about what that representation means. And if you continue without indicating some sort of awareness there, and want to engage conversation rather than shut it off, do it quickly. Think about it. Do it quick. Ask the question. Find out how come these people are so upset. Figure that out.
Well, there's a difference between
engage it that way. That's my thing. Or you can just sit and blithely ignore the.
Well, yeah. I mean, well, this is
Richard,
under the assumption that everyone is aware and educated on the connection between the raccoon image and the black people. So, so the real question is, what's the intent behind the use of the connection?
Well, you already know that it has the potential of causing the
right.
Of
but
what it caused. I mean, people were upset.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
so you need to in your own through your own process, whatever that may be, process that information and take it as new information.
And I agree with that. Feckle, a couple things to add to that. One, I'm not opposed to them using it. I'm not opposed to them saying it. But
it's signaling.
It's signaling. And let's add a couple other pieces to this, right? He's got his thing he's built up because he's been using this forever. It's called the Coondom. Cool. Again, you like coons, y'all want to be the raccoon kingdom, have at it. But now you got another guy, William Kincaid.
Who has a coondom?
Who has William Kincaid, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
did I hear the word coondom?
Yeah, let's not confuse William
Freeman and William Kincaid, right? So William Kincaid comes along.
I have never been confused
with this whole thing called the
cult.
Right, now they're using KKK as their initials, and they got the coons going, right? So that's another piece.
But now, hold on, Jay. It's crucial to understand that they were using in the other stream, not Will Freeman here, Will Kincaid in the follow-up knockdown stream, where everybody shows up in solidarity. Oh, let's laugh at these ridiculous people. With someone using the imagery and even more imagery, so it's piling on. So it's I'm not saying, Will, that you're being deliberately provocative, but in Gerstream, people were provoked. I was asking in Gerstream, I was asking, what is your motivation here? Because I was sincerely curious. What the hell?
But I answered you twice, and you didn't take my answer either time.
Both times you said you didn't have one. You just.
I was there.
Basically, the answer was, I like raccoons, and then
it was never discussed. No, it was never discussed in Gerstreams about that. My reason from being there was you asked me the question, and
go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You asked me why I was there, and I told you I was there for the conversation because I was just leaving the Christian community and I was getting to know the atheist community.
Okay.
And I mean, I was there for the conversation to find out, what do you guys talk about?
Okay,
What
but
are you
I
guys?
asked you repeatedly, did you have anything to say or add to the conversation? Also, we're getting a bit sidetracked from what I was trying to say, and I want to stay on point here. So we're not talking about, let's be clear, y'all have always had the right to say all the fucking racist shit you want, and you do.
Yeah.
What you're participating in is what we
You
call
have the same right.
It's called dog whistling.
Yeah, you have the same right.
And it's brought out to dogs. And what we're saying is you can no longer play dumb
I've
as
never
to
played
why
dumb.
it is a problem and as to why people
I
have
haven't
now a
played dumb,
problem
Jay.
with. Okay, so then when Maya showed up saying that she was hurt because of the type of racial insensitivity she has witnessed, this is what she was talking about, which is why when I showed up, I said, let's talk about why Maya showed up to talk to y'all.
Mm-hmm.
And you never wanted to address the fact that Maya showed up to talk about some actual racial insensitivity, and y'all danced around it.
No,
with,
she didn't want to talk to me. She did not want to talk to me. She kept telling me she didn't want to talk to me. How did you miss that?
That was why. And she was trying to relay that this is what has been going on.
You can't resolve the problem if you don't hear the other side, Jay.
Because she was trying to explain it to you. And again, we don't need, and again, this is,
did you hear
that? Did you hear
I don't
that?
need to be
Did you
condescended
hear that? We don't need a both sides on this. We actually don't.
And I don't need to hear your side either.
No.
Then I don't need your side.
Again, we don't actually, I'm going to be very clear
then I
about
don't
this.
need your side.
When black people holler,
I don't
speak
need
up,
your side,
and we're
Jay.
like,
You just told me that.
this is what's up. No.
You just told me I don't need your side.
See, this is the issue. This is the issue.
We don't need both sides.
Do you not understand?
No, I don't need it now.
Me?
You just gave me permission to not hear you.
Why?
Because you said we don't need both sides. So I just will assume
because this isn't a both sides issue. I'm talking about racism. There's no both sides to talk about. There's racism, and we're going to deal with what it takes to take racism. So if you talk about, well, let's talk about.
No, it's my perspective and your perspective.
Oh,
and you're saying
it's not. It's not individual. I don't see it as individual.
There's not some mystical stream of racism that people are tapping into.
But this is the games we play. Do y'all really? Is that? I hate to. I'm asking a very serious question. Is that your real understanding of racism? Because I mean, like, you're right. We're not going to have Veckel. You're right. We're not going to have a seriously productive conversation if this is the type of stuff we're talking about, where people are going to look black people in the face and be like, yeah, I'm being insensitive. Yeah, well, I've chosen to be insensitive. Too bad. Deal with it. Veckel, do you see that? I'm talking to the black man in the room.
Appeal to minority.
Yes. That's the point. White boys going to have to learn to hush. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Okay.
Yes, I'm being very serious.
Yeah. You just sit backstage. You get in the back of the bus then. Since we're going to talk about race, we're going to talk about the white boys. You like being backstage?
That's
what?
This is not.
Did he not just say white boys need to hush?
This is not the way.
Yeah, and if he'd have come out here and said black people need to hush, he'd have been in backstage too. So I don't want to hear it. You're going to hear both sides. And if you're going to ask me to hear both sides, you're going to hear my side too. Don't talk down to me, Jay.
You're talking down to me, being condescending. Racial and racist is not the same. An observation of who's doing something is not the same as racial. Well, I got to watch. Do you hear how you talk to me? And you've been talking to me like this all.
You're a slow learner. Is that what it is? You're not going to come on here. No, Stephanie, do you need to go backstage too? I'm talking. Jay, listen, this is not Gur's stream. You can get mad, you can get upset, but if you keep trying to insist that you can be racist and no one else can, you're going to end up backstage. You sit in a corner until you recognize that you are no different than anyone else here. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand, Master. What else would you like me to do for my butter biscuits? Nigga, I got a double PhD.
All right, now that was racist.
Something better to do. That's right. You can find something better to do.
No,
move along.
No.
Go together.
This was
So he's got a right to be racist. That's cool.
So don't you think Jay should have recognized that what he was doing is sensitive to somebody and adjust?
I'm not going to yell, okay? May I speak?
You are. Go ahead. You can. Please go.
This is unfortunate. I don't think there was an awful lot of listening going on.
Okay. Oh, you
And
mean
I'm not.
obey?
I'm not gonna. This is what I mean about. Look, I processed all of this stuff. I'm trying to make. I'm trying to do the best I can with all of this. I think that it's just not useful to I don't know, deflect, I guess. I mean, it seems like we may be beyond. I think a lot of this had to do with tone. Everybody's so concerned with tone and taking the right tone. And I guess I just don't know where to go with this at this point in time. Everybody wants to think everybody else is a racist, and now we've got dueling racisms going on.
Yeah, we
here.
do. I guess so.
And Jay, please, just that I want to try to throw some dry ice on this. Got to get out of these habits if we're going to be kind to each other. Now, I tried to lay out, we were going in a relatively, I think, productive direction here. Where, all right, we recognize that the term, the imagery, and all of that has a long history. It's problematic. That's not racism. That's fact. It's part of the facts. It's associated with racist symbols. Where do you go with that? We talked about the freedom of speech issue. You're going to, you evaluate that. You evaluate it in context.
Mm-hmm. I've already admitted that I'm insensitive.
And the way you evaluate it is up to you.
Right,
You
and I've already said that I'm insensitive. Stephanie, you're just going on and on. Can you wrap this up at some point?
I tend to go on and on.
Be rude, but Jay's back in the room and he's fidgeting. Go ahead, Jay.
I just didn't know if I got enough lashings from my tone.
Say something else racist. Go on.
How is asking if I haven't got enough lashings from my tone racist when you've been doing
calling
nothing
me master
but
earlier?
Bro,
is there any acceptable solution to this?
Look, I was raising my voice, not having the right tone, yelling. But here's what you don't understand. Amongst the insensitive things that apparently you know but don't know, you're not sure about, but you really don't care, is that it's called tone policing. It's what happens when
you don't get to yell.
No, it's what happens when marginalized voices try to speak up.
Okay,
what happens is we start at. Let me finish.
Jay, I've
start at zero.
I've admitted that I'm insensitive. You're going to have to work around that.
But that's the point. You keep asking people to work around your insensitivity when the insensitivity of people like you is the problem.
You don't have to be
here,
Chief.
And then you're gonna stop being racist when I go away. That's gonna reform you. You're gonna start.
When have I been racist?
I go away. So how about this? I'll make you a deal. You never hear from me again. You stop using the avatar. I'll make you a deal right now. Well,
that's not going to happen. What's happening here is everybody's. What's happening here is everybody's.
Is there anything that could? What?
I said they have nothing to do with each other.
Jay, I tried to make that deal with you once before. Sorry.
Richard Madsen, I've asked you nicely to never speak to me again. I'll just reiterate.
Okay, well,
that to the
he's
public.
here. He's here. You don't have to talk to him, but he
Yeah,
can
I
talk
asked
to
you first, but did you do 3 more shows on me?
Richard
Is that my
Madsen, that's not what
imagination?
happened.
I
That's
asked
not
you
what
first.
happened. Do you want to revisit our history here? Because I'd love to.
Sure,
Do you want,
except I can show that it is.
No, it's not. So I got tapes too, Richard.
Sure, absolutely.
You're rude. You're rude. I tried to be nice to you for the longest time. I had you on Hot Program.
rude.
I've had you on my show a million times, and then you were rude to me, and then we had a beef because you tried to embarrass me on my own show.
I've never had to put him
What's
backstage.
my one black
Richard,
friend think of me?
Ryan, you never had to convene. Richard Madsen, my one black friend doesn't know you or care about you. He thinks you have-
But what's your one black friend think of me? Answer the question.
God, Feckle.
Is he really going there? This is the type of racist shit we deal with, and he won't even let me answer the question. I told you my one black friend doesn't know you. That's the name of my co-host. And why on earth would you reference my co-host opinion of you when I'm talking about my problems with you? My co-host doesn't have history with you. I do. And why do you keep putting up Veckel's picture? That is not who we're talking about. So I'm having a conversation with Richard. You keep pulling up Veckel because we are the same. We are
the subtitle of my one black friend.
Yeah, don't change the subject, Jay. Stay on what you're doing. Don't worry about what I'm doing.
Okay.
William, this whole thing has been about what you're doing.
Is it? Because you seem to be
yes,
talking
and
about
you were,
something
just
else.
like you were called out for that avatar you're using right now, being a character that people in the community found problematic. But
Yeah, is there one they don't find problematic?
Okay, so Veckel, I just want you to know this about your boy. This is the problem with him. It's not just the insensitivity, right? It's the fact that the insensitivity comes admittedly in the process of trolling. These are people who we
Come on,
have a
I'm
history
another
with.
black man. Veckel, support me.
Support
me, Veckel. You have to because you're another black man.
No, I'm informing Veckel because Veckel's name was thrown into this, and I want him to know what his name's being used for. But if you think I shouldn't inform him, and you'd rather talk over me, then.
So he's so stupid he can't see this, though he's in the talk.
He can't figure it out himself.
I'm pretty sure I have had a productive conversation with him, and I have filled him in on a couple things that have been going on. Veckel, tell me if I'm wrong.
No, I agree with everything you're saying. But I also agree with William too. I mean, what it really boils down to, Jay, is that whether you choose to be in this environment, this type of environment or not, I mean, because what's going to happen is even if,
Veckel, between me and you, I'm not out here.
William, like most of us here, we're strong advocates of freedom of speech, and we don't want. Right.
Veckel, please finish.
Finish.
No. Go ahead. I wanted to hear what happened. Did he lose his?
Okay,
so you can finish. Now I've unmuted him.
They acting like we can't have a grown conversation. Anyway, I'm trying to tell you because I think he's being genuine. I don't like. Stephanie is my friend. Maya is my friend. The rest of these people are not NPCs to me. And what's happened is they've made themselves pop up, on streams on my friend's channel. So that's the only relevance they have to me. I don't lose any sleep over these people. So I'm just telling you, I get that I don't have to participate. I don't care. People keep losing sight of this. I don't care what these fools do. To be honest with you, I don't think I'm dealing with good faith actors. I do think there's some good faith actors watching who have seen a lot of drama play out. And there's been a lot of people trying to recap that drama who are trying to rewrite history in the process. And I've just been here to be like, no. Let's be real clear about what the issues are, why the issue started, and what's going on. Now that that's happened, all I'm trying to bring to light is that these people are committed to this. So I'm with you, Veckel. They've got their freedom of speech. We were suggesting they might want to consider the social consequences. They clearly don't. I'm done wasting my time with it. I just wanted to be clear. This is why we're saying they're insensitive. This is why we're saying they're bigoted. Because when you do insensitive stuff using things that are clearly problematic to marginalized groups, and you say, yeah, I'm being insensitive, but they'll just have to deal with me being insensitive. Yeah, that's where accusations of bigotry come from.
And that's
thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
They'll have to deal with that
exactly.
As a consequence.
That's boom.
Yeah.
Me and you on the same page, bro. We on the same page.
Right.
Have fun with your raccoons.
I'm there too, actually.
Have fun with your raccoons.
Yeah, I mean, adore the freedom of speech, but I also recognize that there's consequences for what you
Oh
say.
yeah.
So-
Yeah, we do too, because we know who they are. Like you said, like you shouldn't be around here, right? So we know, like when we go to our huddle, we're gonna be like, yeah, any extra stress or headache we brought into our lives tonight dealing with them fools, we brought on ourselves. Let them have fun with they raccoons. Let's have our little nightcap and go to sleep. And we'll be up tomorrow fighting whatever bigots happen to be on the menu for that day.
So it doesn't bother you? You're creating a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, it's.
I'm telling you, bro, it's a self-fulfilling process. I will have to deal with some racism. I had to deal with racism yesterday, today, tomorrow. Yeah.
It's like
that's a
racism is
self-fulfilling
just
process.
everywhere you look, isn't it?
There you, my
Right.
man, you learned it.
Now you
learned it.
got it.
It's everywhere.
Everywhere. It's
I know.
everywhere.
But not everybody sees that. Is that a problem?
Man, it's almost like everybody isn't black people. It's almost like
Everybody isn't black people. I don't
you're
know.
getting it. You're getting it.
Every income, every age, every passion-plated rage
What?
grows up along a borderline. You're talking about, well, this silo over here and that silo over here. I came in here, to try to tear down the walls. Ain't happening, apparently.
When a boy's got a hammer, everything's a nail.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking.
I mean, you can hammer a screw, though. I've got
Cat.
Hello.
You sneaky.
What? I have never been sneaky.
Cats are always sneaky. Please.
This
I mean,
particular
you're
cat
not
is always
wrong.
honest.
Yeah, I never said I
This
was
particular
honest.
cat. This particular
All
cat,
right, folks.
always honest.
Appreciate you. Thanks for
Never
having me
tries
on.
to misrepresent people.
Thanks for coming, Jay.
Well, okay, that's a lie. Okay, no, you're right. I never try to. Sometimes I succeed in it without trying.
That's not the same thing. That's about intent.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'll give you that. Fair enough.
Look, there's also clearly personal histories here that I'm unaware of. So, I'm not gonna get into animosities past. I do want to say one thing
Oh, but
before
that's fine.
maybe I dip too. That's all right. From my observation, in Gur's stream and in the subsequent stream where the other William, and I want to be clear, this is not you. We were getting there earlier before all this stuff happened, but tonight. But in the other stream, the well was poisoned from the get, and the imagery became darker in a lot of ways, and turned to.
Did you say dark?
Well, I believe that.
Don't cry too much, Beckle.
I have a very long history with Will Kincaid. I 100% believe that shit got real dark real quick. Trust me, I know.
Come on, Sparkle. Why don't you laugh at what Kat just said too?
Sparkle's not here.
What are you doing?
That was Veckel. But I want to let Stephanie get back to a point because
I'm sorry, I misheard. My problem. My bad.
I agree with a lot of what you were just saying, Stephanie.
And what I want to point out is that didn't happen out of the blue. Those are the perhaps unintended consequences of all of this. Taking on the mantle of being enraged at the rage just hasn't helped the situation.
Would you say it's fair, Stephanie, then, that what would be asked of Will, what is being asked of Will, is to take on the responsibility of Will Kincaid and the filthy trolls over there, because
no, I'm not saying that. To answer your question, if you want to expound on that some more, go ahead.
I actually,
No,
can I say something quick, or is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. I, as much as I dislike Will, he did save
We're
me
talking
from
Kincaid, right?
Yes, Will Kincaid. Yes.
All right.
I like William Freeman.
Okay.
Will Kincaid, I have a very complex relationship with, and I don't think you know that. I don't think you've been around long
I
enough
don't
to
have
see.
history here. I really don't.
Yeah, yeah. Will and Knock, actually, weirdly enough, this was the crossover no one wanted, but everyone got, where Will Kincaid and Nacho Sushi fucking got me out of being homeless and living in a condemned house with a 4x6 foot hole in the roof and getting rained on in my bedroom and in my kitchen and shit like that. I mean,
that's good.
Will's a piece of shit, and he will.
But he's a nice piece of shit.
Well, no, he's not a nice piece of shit.
Take a look at that monkey.
Will Kincaid will push every button, and he pushed every button with me too.
Yeah.
He'll figure out what pisses you off and do it. I'm gonna really just don't take the bait. He's not evil. He's just he really
an
does
ultimate
like.
troll.
Yeah.
I mean, well, okay. Look, I wish I could be that good. I'm just saying, like, I cause shit, but this man causes shit.
With the emphasis.
But like, I mean, yeah, he used to have streams with me, my ex-boyfriend who is trans, Q, who is non-binary, and EMC, who is also non-binary, and we would be the only people on the stream half of the time with Von Helton. Mostly it was us shitting on Von Helton. And then there was Jorn, J-Dubs. But like, I don't know, like, I really don't think Will's transphobic. I just think he's a generalized asshole. Now, that doesn't excuse him for anything. I just think, just don't give him the reaction he wants. That's my point.
Can I talk to that? Because this may be part and parcel of what's going on here. The reaction that Kincaid got was exactly the action he was going after. And it was received within the context of all of that with great hilarity. And it achieved the desired result. I mean, at one point in that stream, when I brought up the KKK thing, it was like, oh my God, Sparkle, did you see that? You win the internet. That's how the whole thing went off. And every time I tried to steer the conversation back to having a conversation with it's late and I've forgotten Pixie. It was the well had already been poisoned. It was really difficult to get beyond that, and then Will decided to not just stick with that, but Bree came into the stream and wanted to take issue with Will's obvious provocation towards the trans community about trans women having their dicks locked off, and then double down on that, to go to comparing trans women's vaginas, if they have them, with
just to avoid confusion, can we say Kincaid and Freeman instead of Will and Will?
Yeah, I'm talking about. I
would
hope
say
everybody's
Kincaid.
following. I hope everybody's following the narrative here. I hope.
Kincaid.
I'm talking Kincaid here. I'm talking what happened in Sparkle Stream.
I know.
Will was in the audience, but was in the chat, in the side chat, but not. So what happened there was someone was clearly anxious to poison the well for yucks. But that shit ain't funny. I mean, it's a situation where someone's trying to get both a rise and a laugh out of something that already started around the issue of people mocking people. And I wasn't there to discuss that. I was there to discuss what Pixie took away from that had her so upset. And in the course of the discussion with Pixie, it's like, I wasn't really particularly upset with you. I was upset with the tone. I was upset with this. And I asked Pixie, well, did you follow the points I was trying to make? And yes, I did. I agree with them. I've got a very dear friend.
Could I speak to what happened to Pixie? Because it's the same thing that happened to me. Pixie was not participating in the stream. She was doing her work, her paid for work. I was doing some art when Kincaid said what Kincaid said. I missed it completely. Pixie missed it completely. Both of us got crucified by people we care about.
Pixie didn't actually miss it completely, and if you review that, you will see that when Kincaid doubled down and compared trans women's private parts to dogs' parts,
she got upset.
She said, actually, when Bree brought up the dicks being locked off, she jumped in and said, "Who said that? No one here said that." And Kincaid said, "I said that."
Well, hold up.
No, she didn't say no one said it.
Why would you say that?
Yes, she did.
She said, "Why would you say that?"
Say that? She said, "Why would you?"
She said, "Who said that?"
No, first,
and then why would you say that? I watched the stream
that at will
3 times.
She repeatedly said, "Why would you say that?" Like pissed off. I don't know why you're intentionally leaving that part out. Where she was clearly pissed off, saying, "Why would you say that?" Well, you did. You just specifically said one part of that without the other part.
I don't want to be argumentative, but if you do review the tape, you will hear her say, "Who said that?" And Kincaid go, "I said that." And then she said, "Why would you say that?"
Yes.
Yeah, because she wasn't paying attention. Were you not paying attention to all of this? Where we were just saying that, like, William was doing a thing and Pixie was doing a thing. Pixie has repeatedly said she doesn't know what she was doing then. She might have been cooking. She might have been talking to her kid. And then once she found out, she was like, well, hold the fuck up. Like, what? She said, "Who said that?" And then she was like, why did you say that? Why did you say that? Why did you say that? Like, you left out the end part where Pixie was very clearly upset that Will.
I didn't, though. I just said that that's what the way the exchange went, and actually,
okay,
we got that clear.
Okay, so we have it clear that Pixie was clearly upset by the fact that that was said. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So then I don't understand what Pixie did wrong. She wasn't paying attention for a second.
Pixie and I.
Do you think she ignored it?
No, I don't.
I mean, okay, so then what did she do wrong?
I didn't say she was wrong.
Okay, well then what should she have done while not paying attention?
My argument here is not with Pixie. As a matter of fact,
okay, well then why is Pixie being brought up?
Because I was saying why I went into the stream in the first place. and what I got in being there. And the argument wasn't with Pixie. The argument was with Kincaid. And Kincaid said, after the, around the whole KKK thing, this is what they always do. He says, you're going after the red herring in the room.
Well, she was right.
And who brought the dirt? Who brought the stinky fish? Kincaid. My beef was
please don't do that.
Yeah. Will Kincaid brings the stinky fish and is also the red herring. That's what he does.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's clearly you don't have the understanding of the community to know. Just don't give Will Kincaid the attention, and that's what you do, because if you give him the attention, he thrives on that. You're going to need to understand that if you're hanging around here, because Will find every button and press it.
That's great. Then he's an asshole, as you said. I'm not going off the reservation here, right? So he's an asshole.
Correct.
And he does this for yucks.
Yep.
And Hillary, I shouldn't get distracted by this. I had no idea, Hillary, who the fuck this guy is. He described himself in terms of being in the helping professions earlier in the stream, and I was, to be honest, shocked that he would use this sort of language. Don't know what fucking religion he grew up in. Never met him before from Adam. So I'm not attacking the Jewish guy as a person, except insofar as he did a fairly stupid thing. Does anyone on this panel disagree with that?
No.
In his own opinion, it wasn't stupid. In mine, it is.
No one is disagreeing with you. It's just everyone. Yeah, well, I am the official Will Kincaid mouthpiece. I am the owner of the official, non-official Will Kincaid shitposting Twitter. So
you've earned that, though. You really have.
Stick. I mean, just my butt in is his whole thing is being a human dumpster fire. He loves it. He gets off on it.
I mean, I do too.
Everyone in the room, no matter what.
So you all know him very well. Perhaps you don't know me at all.
No.
Treat it as if someone walks into that without any fucking knowledge of it, gets hit with a flamethrower, and has to and in the context of the whole conversation about perhaps questionable imagery.
Stephanie, can I speak some compassion?
Well, yeah, you're gonna get that here. That's no offense. I mean, I understand I have thicker skin than most people, and I really don't think
I have pretty thick skin.
Have thicker skin. Well, apparently less thick than mine. That's irrelevant. But like I'm used to that. I guess.
I think it's shitty. I just think it's shitty. I
didn't disagree.
I think we need to clarify for Stephanie's sake that we are 100% in agreement. Will Kincaid is a piece of shit human. I'll say it to his face.
I'm not going to go that far.
No,
I'm not going to go that far.
I don't care about nice things. Nice things don't equal you're a good person if you're a shit person.
Well, that's what I'm.
And he's a shit person. I've seen him do many shit things, but that's my opinion. I just wanted to clarify that we don't all I'm not here to defend Will Kincaid in any way.
I don't want to defend him, but I want to say.
And what he has done is just thrown fucking a heap on the fire that shouldn't have been a fire to begin with about Will Freeman. And so now Will Freeman's been put in the same fucking category as this cunt. And Will Freeman is worlds apart from Will fucking Kincaid.
I'd like to speak about the other side of that, please.
Fine. I think I'm gonna leave because I don't want to get into another freaking screaming match at 5 o'clock in the
Before
morning.
you do,
After
I'm not screaming yet.
Before you
No,
do,
I'm
if
not
I could extend a
screaming.
little bit of compassion, I'd like to point something out. Look, trans people, black people, everyone who have been oppressed by a larger community have every right to be very, very sensitive about this. But when you turn around and you bite the people that love you, who are trying to defend you, actually, because of those sensitivities and those prejudices, it can't be.
then you're going to get just
and
as mean as everybody else, right, Richard?
I'm
Where are you
being
going
mean.
with that? I'm not saying
being
that
mean.
right now. No, I should have kept my mouth shut and let you finish your sentence. I apologize.
Thank you. When you say that you wish these things were normalized, when you say things like we need the support of the larger community, and when that large community is on your side and you turn around and bite them, it's not wise. I'm trying to be an ally. I'm apparently not allowed to be an ally. Because I talk about logic and logical, not you particularly, Stephanie. I actually singled you out.
Then why are you yelling at me?
Who here thinks I'm yelling?
He's not yelling.
There's no yelling.
That's not
Okay, I'm not yelling.
That's just how
No,
different talk.
it's not yelling. I mean,
Tone
for God's
policing.
sake, we're not.
Well,
Okay, so I don't appreciate that
yell.
people I love have turned their back on me because they think I'm insensitive when I'm talking about people being illogical. By the way, when you speak about the negation of an argument, does not mean that you actually support the other side of the argument. It doesn't mean that. And I don't appreciate people biting me, especially people I love like yourself and Bree. Okay.
Have I asked you, have I bitten you? You said no. Apparently I have.
That's not what I just said. I said people on that side of the argument, like Bree and yourself, whom I'm trying to support, whom I love, some of those people are biting me. Not you, Stephanie. You said I would love to have a conversation. Richard, I think you need context. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, well, we can have a conversation, but it's not. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that I understand why you decided to pick up the symbolism in support particularly of
let's
guy
review
like
that.
Kincaid.
Let's review that. When did I make that symbol? Go ahead, tell me.
You've been using that avatar. You know, everybody's got a raccoon. I walk into the room.
Now, why
everybody
did I do
suddenly
that?
got a fucking raccoon.
No,
and
not
then I
suddenly.
get hit with
Stephanie,
storm
pause.
blast.
Stephanie, please pause.
Okay.
Please pause. You accused me of something. I have a right to defend myself.
Yeah.
Let me point out a little bit about this avatar. It's a space raccoon on a big red ball. This is me making fun of myself and no one else.
And you created it when?
Right after we started doing it to Gurr, I made one for William Stream too. I also have this one, which is to make fun of Gurr.
Okay. So you made that for okay. So the context here is that you made the raccoon for when you go on William's stream.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That would have been helpful if you had addressed it that way.
It would have been helpful if no one assumed I'd done something else and
Here's
asked me.
the
That would have been
thing,
helpful.
Stephanie. I have a raccoon avatar, but it was from and it was from when Will was having his deconversion from Christianity, and the Christians were going him. So in solidarity, a lot of us would go into the Christian streams with our raccoon avatars called the Coon Gang. I, in Australia, had no idea about the coon thing and the racial thing implied with it. But that's beside the point, really. I never heard any rhetoric or anyone speak anything about it racially. It was all, Will didn't even ask a single person. We all did it ourselves individually in support of him. This race thing, this is why I got triggered by it. And I hope you know from being around and seeing me in streams and things that I am a very big advocate for minorities, trans, colored people, any minority. And even Will and Kat and all that will tell you that. But this triggered me because I know Will, and I watched this wreck happen right in front of my eyes, where because of a silly choice of the order that he was putting his avatars up on the screen, people got triggered. And also the week before, and everyone uses this, the week before he was being a troll. No, the week before I watched again as my brother tried to ask a genuine question and got accused of bigotry for the question. Because, as everyone will happily say, oh, it was Serb. But where's Serb? Why is this about Will and his raccoon? People won't just take a breath and realize the reality of the situation, and that we are arguing over a picture of a raccoon that had no racial implications. Go, Kev.
Beck is in the room. I want to apologize, and I think there was a bit of tension there, and like, dude, like I totally respect you. I wasn't aware of some of the drama going on like for a while, and I just thought maybe people could hash it out. But like as far as that goes, like I'm sorry if I broke your trust. That I wasn't even trying to take sides. So I just wanted to fucking like I still love you, bro. Like regardless.
I love you too, man. In my experience, people don't listen to me about him. So everywhere I go, he attacks me and I defend myself. And that's where we end up. And as it goes, the longer it goes on, the more angry I become. I gave him my email address and told him to come to Santa Fe, and I talked to him with my fist. Like, that's how fed up I am with him. So
Who's that,
yeah,
Beck?
no, he's just he is toxic. He's horrible. He's threatened trans people. He has picked on autistic children. His own child is autistic. He's just a piece of shit. And I don't want anybody in the community related to him at all. And if anybody platforms him, I just stop following them because I don't want to see his face.
Ooh.
This would be Godless Sewing.
It's Godless Sewing. Yeah.
Okay.
I know who that is.
Oh,
good for you.
Only interacted vaguely once in a side chat.
He seems to become
piece of shit.
He became attached to me, and he actually, we had an altercation like on Twitter and in DMs, and it was ridiculous. And then I ended up just going out of my way to make peace with him and stuff. And like I see, there's the toxic behavior pattern that I'm hoping to try to break with him, but obviously I'm very little success. But like I feel like trying to work with people like that who are somewhat on the fence, like is still maybe beneficial. But I don't want to.
He's pretty far gone, man. I mean, if you can help him, good for you. But he is really two-faced, backstabbing. He's just a bad person. I hate to say it like that. And I'm not going to bullshit you because that's not my gig. He's just a bad person.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, and
back to bullshit.
behind the scenes. So I didn't
All
want
right.
to fucking conversation. It really irked me.
Yes,
So I
man.
just wanted to make sure you were clear on that. So I didn't mean to totally sidetrack, but yeah, dude, like I still have.
No, it's cool, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
You froze, Stephanie. Oh no, you didn't.
I'm
Go.
not frozen. I'm just stunned. I appreciate all of the backstory behind the stuff. I want to go back to the original point without adding any more heat to it. I'm not going to ask you to do anything about it aside from think about the fact that that association does get made. It did get made, and the follow up to it had of I don't want to argue with anybody about what KKK means, especially when it means something to people who do not know that Mr. Will Kincaid is Jewish, is in the helping professions. The details of his fucking life, and the only thing I know about the guy when I first meet him is that he tells me that I'm a person with their dick lopped off with a cunt that looks like a dog's cunt. Now,
Well,
if you're me and you walk into that,
Hang on, Kat. Hang on, Kat.
wait.
Okay.
If you're me and you walk into that in the context of symbols being waved that have made people upset, you might expect I would get upset and then do my level best. The first thing I said after that whole exchange was, so this is the tone of argument we're having here. And Pixie said, I think Stephanie came here in good faith. And we had a good conversation. But the takeaway from that, the follow-up to that is, oh, symbols really do mean something here.
An ice cream cone.
So that's all I'm saying.
Look, it
That
isn't the profile
that
picture
when you use
still an
the
ice cream
symbols,
cone? I mean, unless I'm mistaken, I don't know, because that's Smokey Saint's old channel, the fucking Kitty Diddler, which Will owns now. But I'm pretty sure that's still an ice cream cone symbol.
I don't have any idea what you're referring to, but there's yet another symbol. I didn't notice that.
The symbol, the ice cream cone for the channel, it's an ice cream cone as an icon. The symbol.
Yeah, what about it?
I'm sorry, I might be misunderstanding the part about the symbol.
Kat, I've heard Will say in streams that he chose the name he chose because it has KKK, and it will trigger people. He doesn't give a shit about it.
Okay, I'm lost on the symbol part. KKK.
All right, no.
Letters. I'm sorry. I legitimately might just be lost.
It's the Ku Klux Klan.
Okay, I know that part, but that's not a symbol. Those are words. I guess those could be symbols. I'm just
movement. It's
related to a joke from the
I know what the
comedian Gilbert
KKK
Gottfried.
is. I've fucking fought them.
It's symbolic of racism.
Yes, I know what the goddamn KKK is. I grew up in the area where the fucking goddamn Grandmaster, the goddamn fucking KKK, I'm sorry, the venerated Cyclops of the KKK was. Fucking, what's his name? Geraldo Rivera got arrested for punching a Nazi in the town I grew up in. Jesus Christ, I know what the goddamn KKK is. It's a fucking shit organization.
The three letters, and it doesn't matter what arrangement the three letters are in because everybody's.
I'm lost about the symbol part.
Whoa.
That's what I'm lost about.
Talking.
Can people please allow Kat to continue what it is she's trying to say?
Well, I'm lost about the symbol part. Is it the letters or the symbol? Because I legitimately, you said symbol. I'm a bit slow. I'm sorry. I got fucking brain trauma in the fucking head hole. If you mean the KKK as a symbol, then my apologies. I'm being a fucking asshole. I was just on the ice cream cone. Go ahead. Sorry.
The ice cream cone means nothing to me. The Ku Klux Klan, KKK, however you want to cut it, is symbolic and actually real as far as a long, long history of oppression, death, and destruction directed towards Black people.
Well, and Jewish people and trans people and gay people.
And
yes.
Catholic
Did you not
people.
hear the part about where I talked about how fucking Geraldo Rivera got arrested at a KKK rally in my goddamn hometown 3 blocks from where I
did.
fucking born? Yeah. I'm fully aware of what they are. I was worried about the symbology part. I know what the KKK is. I just want you to understand. I am aware of that. I was having an issue with terminology. I apologize for being aggressive.
Okay, so if I sound like shit, I'm sorry.
I just want to make this point and then I'll dip, okay? I'm really tired.
Don't dip. But yeah.
It's a 9-person room. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make my point without...
Go for it, Stephanie.
Make it, like, succinct, though.
All right. So in a situation where you walk in a room, coming from a conversation that obviously stirred passion over a symbol, over a concept that symbol represents, to walk into another room where another symbolic piece of American history related to racism, and followed by a declaration that trans women are men with their dicks cut off, and that trans women's cunts look like dogs' cunts. From a person I know from nowhere, I'm connecting the two. Maybe that's Kincaid. Maybe that was his. Maybe that was his goal. And I certainly can't say whether it was William Friedman's goal, and I don't think it was. I don't think anybody wanted it to get here. But when you use symbols in that way, even if you're kidding, and by the way, that symbology got a hell of a lot of laughs out of people on that stream. When you use them in that way, don't expect that people aren't going to walk away with a really questioning people's motives. And that's all I've got to say. Just think about that, okay? I mean, you're aware of the connections now, the history of the raccoon thing. I know it's near and dear, and it's all good. But be aware
now
that I'm talking to the group.
Yeah, but you said the raccoon thing, and that's me specifically.
I'm just saying.
Okay, listen.
I'm just saying it's sus.
Stephanie,
and all I'm saying is consider the history. I'm not asking you to do anything about it.
Good.
I'm not asking you to do anything. You do you.
And I ponder the history, then what? I know the history, so then what?
You do you.
Right, I am.
Consider it.
Okay.
If somebody says, hey, what's up with that? Either stick by it and do that, or acknowledge that you know the history, and this is my history, and work it out. But be aware, it's still gonna carry that implication.
Right,
no
I know,
what.
and I appreciate you working it out with me like this, and rather than just assuming it's racially motivated.
Well,
I just want to say one thing.
I'll be honest. I'll be totally blunt with you. When I saw it rotated with a picture of a black man, I took it that way because I do know the history.
And that's understandable.
It's the same in the same fucking way that walking in, then follow it up the next night.
Be so
later
hasty when
that
you judge people. Is
day.
all I'm saying.
It's not being very hasty. But you be careful with your symbols. Just be careful with
Thank
them.
you. I'm very careful with my symbols. I don't have a problem with the order that I put them in.
And be careful about people laughing about you know, people talking about lopping people's dicks off and then
Didn't say
following it
that.
up with and children's having their dicks cut off,
Not
which is
me,
a
didn't say it.
common
Yeah,
right-wing
it's
trope
highly
that is
uncalled
utter
for.
garbage. So
But
Sammy, can I say something real
my
quick?
example was going to be just that look at the Nazis. They used the swastika, which is still. Oh, Beck, go ahead. Sorry.
No. Finish your sentence. That's fine. I can let you finish. Go ahead.
Finish, Kev. You've been trying for a
They
bit.
used the swastika for a long time before the Nazis stole it, and we still use the swastika in religious practice today. But most people in Western culture see it as a symbol of hatred. That's not the way it's seen throughout the world. That's just the way that we see it because of our particular experience, right? So my perspective is we need to disenfranchise the people who would misuse those symbols for hatred and bigotry, and say, no, you don't get to have these letters. They do not belong to you. You do not get to have this symbol. It does not belong to you. And once we take it back, they are no longer serious to us. They are no longer a serious adversary.
I agree, Kevin.
Well said.
Those are absolutely key points.
I want to
Kevin.
ask.
And
I want to ask.
I think it's pretty.
Hang on. Just before you do, Heretic.
I'm gonna do.
Because she's gonna. Yeah. Can I ask you one question to take with you?
Sure.
Thank you. Because maybe you can talk to people and see what their thoughts are. Is there room in the conversation for Will to approach people that have had and have the discussion that I've heard them say themselves that he should have had?
I'm sorry, you
and
broke.
explain
You
that
broke
it's
up
been.
for me.
You broke up.
You
Did
broke
I?
up
You
for
glitched,
me.
Sammy. Yeah.
What was the last bit you heard? I'll try and be
Just say that whole thing
succinct.
over again. It was
The
right in the
question.
middle.
The question you wanted
Is
to think
there
about.
room? Yeah, is there room in the discussion for Will to approach people that have the issue with the image and have the conversation that they've themselves said he should have had, and explain that it's been my avatar for 10 years. I associate my personality with the raccoon. It's part of my channel and everything. I am in support of the Black community. I just want to express that this is not a racist thing. Or is there no room for that? Do we have to get rid of raccoons? That's my question with this whole thing.
Look, I think you need to be aware of that. I think there's room for discussion with that. I think that you may get pushback from people, but with that, I think that part of the issues that there's been a lot that's gone down. I don't remember who was saying it, but it's like I've been in a lot of discussions where people basically say, well, you take offense, but I'm not responsible for that, and therefore you're wrong and I'm right. It's like a whole it's like a Pee Wee Herman argument. I know I am. I know you are, but what am I? Or something like that. I forget how. It's an absurd thing.
Yeah.
And and that is again a conversation stopper. And there's been a lot of conversation stoppers going on here. I don't know how to untie this. Is the toothpaste out of the tube? I don't know.
Okay.
It's not. No. Do what you. It's not that if somebody offends anybody, it has to go. Just consider the fact that it may need to be explained.
Yeah, and
Thank you explaining
on
it.
that,
I'm sorry, Beck.
And
Christ.
on that, I'm going to go now because I've been patient. And on that, I also want to say, speaking of bad communication and being disappointed, there was accusations being thrown at my brother, and no one came to his trans brother and said, "What do you think about this?" And I'm really disappointed by that.
Beck,
Because
I was
everybody
gonna,
that
I was
knows
gonna,
me, hold on,
Beck,
hold
I was
on,
gonna.
hold on. Let me finish. Let
Okay,
me
you
finish,
go.
please. Everybody that knows me, which is at least half the people here, know I don't bullshit, and know I would sit down and have a serious conversation about it. And I can't believe that people like went off on my brother and did not speak to me, and these people are in my Twitter DMs. So that I'm appalled by that right now. I am extremely disappointed in this community. So that's all I have to say.
Beck, I didn't want to pull you in a discussion about trans issues.
It's my brother. It's trans issues. If I'm not pulled in, that's fucked up.
I didn't want to pull you in there's a lot going on here, and I didn't want to. First, I was trying to figure out, should I ask Beck what's going on here? Maybe you're probably right. I probably should have DM'd you and said, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah, that would have been fine. And I would have explained all of it. But let me just say real quick.
I just felt it was sensitive. I don't want to get into family matters, mate.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to debate you on. I'm just telling everybody how I feel about it. And I want to clear a couple things up real quick here. I'm going to give you guys a few statements, and I just want you to hold on to them. I had my top surgery. You know who was constantly bugging my friend Deb while I was in surgery? How's my brother doing? How's my brother doing? Do you know who came and saw me the day of my surgery, the day after my surgery? Do you know who took care of my cats during my surgery? Do you know who took me to my first follow-up appointment? And because I was in there for a little while and he wanted to stretch his legs, he came and walked up to the breast institute to check where I was and everything. You know who that was?
Yeah, that would have been Richard.
Yeah,
and
that
I
would have
knew
been my
that.
brother Richard.
And I knew that, and that's why I said when I first got over to, when I first got on Sparkle's channel, with an invitation to do so, before the whole thing exploded, and I said, Richard, I hope you heard this. As you were going out the door, I wish you would have stayed. But, wishes are horses. And when things get charged, whether they're over symbols, whether they're over reality, it's
well, the point is that
whether they're over assumptions.
We are in a skeptical community, and people jump to assumptions so quickly and say, I am skeptical. Well, my ass, you are. We all need to remember that we are skeptical. And even if it's an emotional situation or it's an emotional topic, we need to be skeptical and do our research and find out what's going on before we jump to anything. That's just fair.
Well, it works every which way back. It works every which way.
It's more fair for ourselves than to be that upset over something that might not be worth it or might not denote that much anger or frustration or resentment or whatever's going to come out of that.
Can I jump in on that?
So
can I jump in on that?
Yep. Go ahead, Richard.
I just want to ask one thing before I do leave. Do you appreciate where I'm coming from here?
Oh, I absolutely appreciate where you're coming from.
I mean,
100%.
Is it worth?
I know you're a good person, and what?
Is it worth giving anything I said some thought? Because I think the whole use of stuff is, we've gotten too used to waving signs and expecting everybody to understand exactly what they mean. And when someone says, this is what this sign means to me, maybe you could listen to that too, so that the discussions are
just
okay. And now I am leaving. I appreciate.
I feel
I'm
like
losing my.
in this
wait. Wait.
Me?
Good night, Stephanie. Have a great
I've
evening.
been attempting to get a message through. I want
Damn it.
Stephanie to hear it.
You have a sus avatar.
Who the
You
hell
know,
said that? I mean, I'm
what-
on full screen here. I have no idea who said that. Right. I
You're
want to
right.
reiterate.
I mean, I've just
hang
spent-
on,
I've just
hang on. Let me fucking speak. I want to reiterate a key point from Chaos about the swastika, because this is an absolutely key point. It's a symbol everybody knows has got a specific connotation, as does SS symbology, the Wolf's Angle, the Germanic cross on a tank, 1488, C18. Those symbols are really well known, as is KKK. And I'm absolutely with you on that. And I have mentioned that to Will Kincaid a couple of times. But where certain symbols are obscure and are not understood by everybody to be a specific dog whistle or whatever term you want to use, and other people assume that there's a link to those symbols that do not exist, that is someone trying to force an argument and to shame people incorrectly. Some symbols are bad. They are known to be bad. They should not be used. KKK is one of those. Others should not be assumed. We are within an objective community here where you need to ask questions rather than just make assumptions. Shame is not the first thing that you should jump to. And my avatar is nothing to do with a dog whistle. It is everything to do with a very specific raccoon that was from Kherson in what's now Russia.
I'm not
Oh,
sure
bro,
what this
my K
assaultive
avatar is
Well,
put that out there.
God damn you, Cat. Don't overtalk me.
I will overtalk you.
We've been over and over and over this
Stephanie,
for quite some time. I'm leaving. Good night. Thank you for having me. I don't know as anything I've said matters. Good night.
Of course it
It
matters.
does. You got through, Stephanie.
Important part of what I'm
Does
trying
to
to
me,
say is
but
I was I feel like
Go, Kev.
everything Stephanie said, and I know mustache it.
Oh yeah.
No. Fucking Stephanie, everybody in this room fucking fully supports you. And I think that's the most important thing. Like, there's nobody here who actually disagrees with you on the most fundamental points. And so that's what I keep gathering from this is like we get you, and nobody here is against you. And
Well,
that's what I feel like
I
we're
might be a little bit.
well, you might be a little bit, Cat, but you're against everything.
Yeah.
But seriously, like, we're talking to another group of people, but we're talking amongst each other as if that's the case, and I don't think that is the case here. So I just that was what all I was trying to say. I guess I totally lost it, but no, I think most of us agree with the fundamental points that Stephanie is making, and that that we're just trying to find more constructive ways to have the conversation.
Well, and also, like, hey, like, look into shit a little bit more. Well, okay, once again, my avatar is a K, right? And the channel banner, if you go to my channel, it's a raccoon. My name's Cat with a K. It's Catherine, right? And I like raccoons. I eat trash, right? Yes, literally, bugs.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not a joke. I eat food off the floor at work. People throw food on the floor and watch me eat it.
Oh.
But hey, it's great. It's free French fries and shit. They're usually still hot, or at least lukewarm. It's awesome. But like, I don't want to be impugned for being racist. I mean, And I actually could be, because I said a racial slur live on stream at one time. Apologized for it and have been doing better. But like, that's an actual thing I did. But that has nothing to do with the fact that I have a K or I have a raccoon as a channel banner. I guess, like, I don't know. I think there needs to be a bit of research
Is
done
Bugs
into
with
things
you right
before
now,
you.
Kat?
You what?
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I was just wondering if Bugs was with you right now.
Oh, yeah. We live in a motel. We
Okay,
have
well, I
one
didn't know
room,
'cause
so yes.
I didn't see Bugs in the side chat. So
Oh
anyway,
no,
that's fine.
he's fucking playing video games. No.
All right,
Hey,
my love.
Sammy, you mind if I say one more thing before I get out of here? Because I'm not going to hang out for a 5-hour philosophical conversation over here.
Go for it, brother.
So last thing I wanted to say is, if anybody wants to have a conversation, I am a open, honest, open book, trans dude. I have nothing to hide. As long as you come to me respectfully and you want to have a conversation, I will talk to you about anything you want. I don't care what the question is, literally.
Okay, well,
it
in
does not
response
bother
to
me.
that, like,
So in the future,
Same.
so in the future, if anybody has questions, just fucking ask me. Say, hey, Richard, how do I get a hold of your brother? He'll give me your information. I'll hit you back on an email or something, whatever. I'm on Twitter, I'm on Discord, I'm fucking everywhere. So, don't be afraid to ask, because most of the people in this community, like Stephanie and myself, we will talk about it with you guys. But you have to come.
Hey, I'm here.
You've got to come with respect and an open mind. As long as you do that, a willingness to learn and respect will be good. So,
And a
that is
fairly
all.
decent
Thank you so
educator.
much, you guys, for. I'm sorry. What's up, brother?
And a fairly decent educator.
I appreciate all you guys letting me bump in here and speak my mind and being respectful, and I appreciate your time.
Hey,
and love you,
Pat.
Sammy.
Love you,
and
brother.
and everybody, I don't know, go find you some peace. Everybody needs it. Later.
Much love. Yeah, you're absolutely never invited on the podcast. Don't come. No, I'm joking. Like, obviously, hopefully it's obvious. But
Hey,
like,
look,
I like how
I'm trans and I don't need respect.
like Beck's my first trans dude friend, so like I can't, but yeah. Okay.
I like that Beck is to the point.
Yeah. Kind of hot. I mean, no
Runs
hetero
in the
or
family.
anything.
Here you go again.
I mean, yeah, it does. Oof.
I love the bluntness. Like, that's what I love. Like, it's just it is so much to the point, and
So Aussie.
yeah.
We didn't come here to fuck spiders.
Didn't
No,
we?
maybe we did.
I did.
No, spider fucking.
Well, Cat did.
Yeah. I mean,
How many?
hey, I'm here to fuck anything.
Does anybody know offhand? Do they
How
just
many
have
what?
names like everybody else?
Bro, you sound like a bunch of bees are fucking inside your phone.
That makes this all the more interesting. Okay, let me see if I can do anything.
That's better. Whatever you just did.
Well, what
You
happened
You
then
did.
was what happened then with Chaos was that somebody else did not speak over the top of him, because as soon as somebody does that, if someone's on a mobile phone, they really drop. They really drop. And that's why it's important that there's only one person speaking at a time.
I'll mute and see if Kevin can fucking talkie.
Did that work?
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right.
This was an
Now you
interesting.
got to say
dream,
something.
Yeah,
It
there's
was.
like
Does
a
anyone
2 or
feel
3
like we
second delay
made
or
ground? I feel like we made ground. I know we probably didn't.
Where?
With ourselves,
I'm ready for
at
a party
least.
round of Kumbaya.
I feel like we did.
I
though.
feel like I grew. I grew from this.
Okay.
I worry that the people affected so much by this are just going to continue to be so affected by this.
Can anybody give me a 5-point executive summary conclusion of what's been going on the last 3.5 hours? Because I was asleep.
So certain people with post-traumatic stress disorder, we're just like, they're not going to get over it. We will have to accommodate them. That's my assessment. And there's just no way of getting around that. And everybody in this room is an ally to some extent or whatever, but we're all empathetic. That's the thing. And
I don't negotiate with terrorists.
and so we just have certain people that we have to work with on a deeper level, I guess, to make sure that they understand that we're allied with them, and also to make sure that people are getting over PTSD type traumas, things that have happened in their past that they're not experiencing now, but they're still reacting to.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Kev.
That was really well said, brother. Not just a pretty monkey.
I mean, yeah,
No, I'm
Kevin
an
is a
idiot.
real pretty monkey.
I mean,
No, hetero.
he's very,
monkey.
he's a
Have
very
you
pretty
seen that
monkey.
mustache?
But
Oh,
he's not just a pretty monkey.
yeah, that's better.
That's what I said.
Yeah, but
that-
it sounded
that's-
wrong the first time.
That's an interesting point, because having had the label monkey aimed at me all through my childhood because of how I look.
Your ears. Yeah.
Well, no.
Oh.
I think that's
Oh,
the,
well, then
I think that's
disregard
the
what I
raccoon
said.
avatar. I think that's the raccoon avatar rather than whatever. I mean, if somebody has a monkey as an avatar, I am not going to jump up and down and say it's a dog whistle. I fucking love monkeys.
God, I never even thought of that.
I
See?
had monkey
The
aimed at
race
me
part doesn't
all
enter my
through
mind.
my childhood. And
Yeah.
I do not associate pictures of monkeys or somebody with an avatar as a monkey as somebody doing a racist dog whistle. I do not associate it with it, even though it is a very
Isn't it
highly
interesting?
known one.
They do, though. And the eugenicists used to say, well, the inferior races must have been related to monkeys, but they knew full well about evolution. So it's like, no, you know that you came from the same common ancestor if you believe the whole theory. But no, we're just going to
That's not perfect, Kevin.
compartmentalize.
Kevin, that's not actually perfect. It's how far are you from the original?
Yeah, they had the whole fucking like genus Pongo or whatever that they had, where they had like a fucking. You remember all those old, creature feature flicks from like the 60s where they had like, ooh, great white Pongo, which was like the whole fucking like, it's non-white people as apes. They're hairy. Ooh, because
It reminds
they
me of that story. They
classified-
used to keep an African man in captivity in a circus, and he had a bone through his nose and all the stereotypical shit. And they were like, "This is the last descent of ancient Neanderthal," or some shit like that. You were like, "What?"
Yeah, they used to do that back in the day. That wasn't science. That was racism. That
Was it early 1900s World Fair, New York? They had people in cages. One guy killed himself. They took him from his family, took him from his children.
Yeah, and that's horrific, right? But the fact that so many people bought it,
Godspeed to
like
that man.
that is total. I mean,
That got dark.
the gullibility of masses, right? Like, if you can convince people of that, then you can convince people of anything.
Speaking of, no, never mind.
Oh, go on, man.
That's too off topic.
So
It was the same way we killed off. It was the same way we killed off the Aboriginal Australians and called that okay.
So can anybody actually quickly summarize what did happen? Because I've no idea what the
in
conversation.
this stream or the
Yeah.
subsequent ones.
Yeah.
Yep,
What
yep.
I mean,
So-
people were saying, I think we've come to a conclusion. I think we've made
Well,
some headway. And
I'd
I'm
like
just
to have a
wondering,
shot at
okay,
that.
what is that headway?
Okay.
I think I was given permission. Okay, so the headway is that I think there's going to be some of our closer knit community who's going to say, wait, okay, we jumped the gun a little bit. It ain't what we thought it was. Yes, there's this one person here and one person there that's absolutely trolling and whatever, but it's not this group. They're not doing that. Of course, there's still going to be some small amount of people who are they're going to play, that card of the deck, and they're going to go, yes, those people are that thing. But hopefully over time, they'll realize that's not who we are.
I mean,
Okay, I don't know if that does
no
that.
one's gonna do that for me.
Okay, Kat, you go first because that did not do it for me. My erection is not lit.
No,
Well,
I was just saying,
hang on,
no one's gonna do
just
that
before-
for me. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say,
That
just
was all I
before
was
you
saying.
do. Okay. So I don't forget, and because I think I might have been the one that said we made the headway, was mostly what Richard said, but I think I'd like to add, I actually feel like my position, and as I'm saying the words, I'm starting to change my mind, so I don't know.
Let's get back to
I felt like I'd made my point a bit clearer than in the past, and that maybe the people that were saying that I was not who they thought I was and this and that might have actually seen I haven't changed anything. But who knows? Maybe it's just I'm just hopeful.
Well, for what it's worth, I'm incredibly loud, and if I thought you were remotely any of the things someone said, I would say it. So there's that. For what it's worth, coming from me.
Thanks, Kat. It means more than you think.
I think we're speaking to Stephanie as much as she is speaking to us, and Kat and I were talking about earlier. Like, there's an aspect of this where yes, everything that Stephanie is saying is important, but in context and to whom. Like, many of the people in this stream are already aware of what we're talking about, and we're all on the same page. And it's like we're educating ourselves. It's like this message is really intended for other people. So to kind of monologue or diatribe to us doesn't actually fix the problem unless you account for other people who disagree kind of seeing this stream. But I think the important message is that I think everybody here, aside from, I don't know Kelvy, and I'm pretty sure I know who proper Gander is, but I'm not going to assume. But but the other the five of us, if I'm counting correctly, are on the same page, and so in that sense there is an alliance. But in the other sense, we're still like talking about the Will Kincaids of the world, and we still have to inform Stephanie that Will Kincaid is out there, and we might still interact with him, and that's not like negligent of our being aligned. We're like we understand that kink, and we're working with it to try and like facilitate this conversation in a different forum, right? And so not all spaces are safe spaces, and we have to accept that. So I think that's kind of the most important thing. Like legislation, if you're talking about transphobic legislation, no, it's not going to be safe. It's going to be a fucking extremely toxic and dangerous environment, and we need to adapt to that. Otherwise, we are a weak part of the species, and we might as well just accept defeat. And I don't know, that's the way I see it.
And I think there's some legislation. I think there's some legislation that there are really good arguments that the trans community and others could use, where recent arguments have just totally obliterated the ability of these people to actually live properly.
Yeah, I'm aware. I am painfully aware. Yes, that's why I fled to New York.
Yeah, but our somebody said our communities have come together, and this is the really interesting thing. This community, I've been within this community for the last 10 years, and it's the great debate community, so to speak.
Well, what's left over of it?
Not the Steve McRae great debate community.
No, pre that, yes.
Pre that, much pre that. So that community, we are a harsh bunch. We come from philosophical, religious discussions, freedom of speech angles. We force ourselves to argue and justify every position that we hold, absolutely everything. Even sometimes it goes down to how every single word is defined, because people are talking at opposite ends of a spectrum to each other because they've defined words differently, but they're using the same words. And we often feed off the same vibes that our interlocutor is giving off. We amend our arguments to meet their electricity, so to speak. And it's a flow thing, and it includes winding people up and putting them down in order to have a go at them if they're having a go at you, if you see what I mean. And we have to be aware of that, because that's a lot of where we have all come from. And it's if I was to get offended just because somebody held a different opinion to me on a political position, whichever position it is, if I was to get offended every time, rather than start discussing it with them and try to get them to understand why it's a problem area, if I was to just get offended and start shouting, it's like it wouldn't help within this community. And there's a hell of a lot of people that I have a lot of disagreements with. But because we can speak respectfully to each other, eventually we get over whatever it is that starts stuff. You then end up with them nearly every day, chatting away, and you get to actually know them. Even Sammy up in the corner, you know?
I love you too, heretic. Yo, prick.
And that's the other way. We banter and we abuse each other in that way. We use certain words. We call each other names as a form of endearment. It's like, this is just how
you are a bloviating cunt.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck
off. I think, okay, here's my theory. The biggest problem is Stephanie and what's his name? Pocket Locker. Not Pocket Pussy. I would never say Pocket Pussy.
I'm using it. I'm using that.
Package.
All right. Hey, hate me if you want. That's a Will Kincaidism.
Crotch rocker.
But yeah, they just haven't been around enough to know the whole decade-long history of all the nonsense and chicanery and all of the, like, you put it really well there, heretic, of we go in on each other, we do all this shit, we argue with each other, we, like, I was talking to Stephanie about fucking symbols. I'm like, look, clearly there's a misunderstanding. I'm defining symbols one way. I just think there's and it's not their fault for not having been around here for fucking ever. They're clearly not terminally online. Well, at least not in the same place we all are. But, like, I get it. I just think that might be an issue of them not understanding the whole everything. That's just my take. Also, Pocket Pussy needs to stop fucking drinking his own fermented piss and demanding everyone else drink it too. I really have no issue with Stephanie. Pocket pussy. He just calm down, man. Smoke a bowl. Talk to a therapist.
Like the racial shit he was saying. I mean, that was way uncalled for, especially telling all the white people to shut up. I was just like, that's how do you not see that that's the same thing that you're
calling your master?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That is my jam
I
right
mean,
there.
I'm really light skinned, but I'm mixed. So does that count? I mean, I'm not mixed with black. I'm Middle Eastern and Native American.
What
I
does it
don't
count
fucking
for?
know.
But when you
I
said
don't know.
Yeah, what is the prize you get?
I don't know. Fucking pocket pussy's praise. I don't know. I don't give a shit about it.
No, you get a free pass to be racist.
Oh shit. Cool. Really?
What I didn't like is he said I don't have to hear.
I don't know. I'm white apparently, so
Yeah, he said it was a
I don't know.
one-sided issue. We didn't need both sides. That's what he said. So as soon as he said that, I was done. That means he's imposing his view as the right one, and everyone else needs to fuck off. And so that I can't
Well,
work with that.
Yeah, he's drinking his own fermented piss and demanding everyone else do it. That's what it is. It's like, hey, drink my piss, motherfucker. I'm right. Drink my piss. No, shut up. Calm down.
Horrific.
No one
That
drinks piss
imagery is
here.
horrific. Oh, no, that's sexy though. That's sexy.
I do not want to see Pocket Pussy drinking his own fermented piss. If that's the thing you're into, hey, go on.
No, I was saying that Heretic's picture was sexy.
Oh.
That imagery that you just brought up a second time, third time. Please stop talking
Third
about
time.
that man drinking his urine. Please.
I
Now
can
every
make
time
it
he's gonna be
worse.
now every time he's on stream, I'll be like, I bet your breath smells like urine. And it's just it's wrong to do that. I don't want to do that.
I will.
I'm just kidding. You can bring it up again if you feel like you have to. I understand.
None of us are Will Kincaid. I know that's a conspiracy theory that I'm Will Kincaid with a voice changer, but we've proven it. We've been in the same room.
Well, I haven't seen that. So
I've had my suspicions.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll send you a picture of us and
that.
my
Do
ex-boyfriend.
Yeah,
Hey,
do
not
that so we
that
can
kind of
confirm it.
picture.
No, okay.
No,
I've got
that kind of picture.
Yeah, you've already sent me
Yeah.
all of those.
Well,
And I
yeah.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, anytime, boo.
All
Oh
right.
shit, I'm being something phobic probably.
All right. Well, it was fun, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and bow out. I've got some things to do before I go to bed. But thanks for having me on. Sam.
Well, we can end it.
And it's your stream, bro. Whatever you want to do.
Yours too. Yeah, we'll keep going if everyone wants to.
I mean, Richard's
Continue
here,
the
so I'll stay around.
conversation.
And Sammy's here.
I'm around, Sammy. I've only just got up. I've got
Oh,
15,
awesome.
15 to 18 hours to go.
All right, we're just getting started.
No, I'm joking. I'm going to get a coffee.
Hello, Knock. I see you in the chat. Hello, friend.
Come in, Knock.
Are we friends? I don't fucking know at this point. I don't know.
Weigh
what
in.
anything is. Oh, rip in pieces. Nice. Was that Kevin that just dropped out? Looks like it. Oh, okay. Well, that is fair. Hey. Christian Carpenter, fuck you. Stoker's is good. Good chewing tobacco, damn it. Hello. How's everyone else? This is gonna be me talking nonsensically. Because I will. Hello, it is the Catherine Cienfuegos show now.
I'm still here with you, Kat.
All right. Okay. How's it hanging, Richard?
Kind of down to the left.
Yeah. Well, you're well, not to retread old ground. I guess I will bring it up. Something. Yeah. I was shook by that. Oh, Kevin likes Beckel more than me. Wow. It's okay. I also like Beckel more than me. I don't know what other topics we got to talk about.
I don't know. When was the last time you restringed your guitar?
Shit. That's been a hot minute. I used to have a bass guitar and a mandolin, but I lost those back in 2017. So I guess 6 years.
Oh gosh, it's 4 a.m. I guess I'll heat up some coffee.
Kat,
Yeah.
Going to bed now.
Oh yeah. Okay, ask me whatever.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier on this stuff that was said about there's legislation and whatever. And one of the things that I have noticed that Stephanie always raises, and it interests me, is human rights.
Yep.
And one of the examples that she uses, and it feels like there's only 2 examples that she uses within that. And I don't understand the full gamut of what are the other things that are in there. And one of the examples is about medical care. And we know that there are places in America where the individual states are now introducing restrictions on gender affirming care. Now, whether that's a human right for the gender affirming care or whether that is a prevention of all medical care to anybody that is trans, I don't know if that's what she's meaning.
I can tell you it depends on the state. Some states, they can straight up, the ER can turn you away for being trans. In some states in the US. Yeah, they could be like, yeah, get the fuck out of here. I don't care that you got shot 3 times in the chest. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want your fucking tranny blood here.
Would it be correct to say, Kat, that the answer to any question regarding the United States is it depends on the state?
Yes, that is wholly correct.
Well, you have to look at the word state in the phrase United States as individual countries that agreed at some levels to work together.
Yeah.
So that's really, that actual aspect was one of the questions that we've sort of been grappling with. It's like, where does that, and that really clarifies it, Kat. Thank you for that, because that is a major issue. Well, an absolute fucking ridiculous thing to have happened.
There are places, like in certain states, I'm from Wisconsin, so I know this firsthand. If you're trans, it depends on the city or town you live in, whether or not you have rights. So you could live in one place, and it's fine. Like, they can't fire you for being trans. They can't evict you for being trans. But if you move 15 miles south, you can get evicted for the crime of being trans because they don't have to give you a house. And then no one has to rent to you. So you have to move, right? Shit like that.
So you're not human, basically, is what they're saying.
Well, I mean, that's one way of saying it. That's one way of saying it. I remember when I was growing up here in the UK, you'd occasionally walk past somewhere and it'd go, say it's a bed and breakfast house. no blacks, no Asians, no gypsies, no Irish. And those four, I think the Asians may have been much less, but definitely no blacks, no gypsies, no Irish. Whether it's dehumanization or it's just total hate, it wasn't a legislative thing, but it wasn't legislated against either.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Until later on.
What is that, like a private business thing?
Yeah, bed and breakfast, a hotel. It's a private hotel. It's somebody's home, and it was horrific, absolutely fucking horrific.
That's the thing. We have places in the U.S. where it's like, hey, you're trans. You're not a real person. Literally go anywhere else. We don't care. Go die or something in a ditch. And you're like, cool. Thanks. I guess this is technically a private business or whatever because it's not legislated that we actually have rights everywhere. So cool. I hate it. Thanks. Bye. Guess I'm gonna go move somewhere else.
Yeah,
Welcome back, Stephanie.
there are other connections. Hi, Stephanie. There are other
You're asking
connections.
questions that I have answers for.
Oh, brilliant. And
if you have,
there's a particular one. There's a particular one I'd like to discuss with you about bathrooms and
bathrooms
and spaces, because I think there's a very, very important legal argument that I've never heard anybody actually use, and it should be being trumped from the rooftop.
Gender neutral bathrooms for everyone.
No, it's not that. That's not the argument that I've got.
I mean,
but
it is. Pissing next to someone's a scam fed to you by the federal government. Just don't trust the government.
I've been working on developing his argument. His argument's really good. You guys should hear it.
All right, fine.
Because I really think this should be trumped. In the past, and I don't know whether this is as it is now. In the past, if you wanted to transition, if you wanted to change sex, you had to spend 2 years living in the community as the sex that you wanted to be, the gender you wanted to be. How is that possible to do that if you are denied access to those spaces for those sexes? It's not.
Oh, I make that argument all the time. Katie Montgomery makes that argument all the time, and it's still actually, it's not specifically part of standards of care, but you do, if you want surgery, you do have to. You have to if you if you want genital reconstructive surgery, things of that nature, you need to get a letter from 2 medical professionals attesting to the fact that you're sane. Back in the day, you needed to get a letter from your spouse, permission slip from your spouse, or be divorced, or
insane.
Be otherwise single. And those were the regulations in 2002. If you but the standards of care for in some jurisdictions, the places that are not that do not have informed consent as the model for medical transition, where you go and where you can go into a medical provider's office, a physician, somebody who can prescribe the necessary hormone blockers or hormones, and you have a consultation and do thus and such, and after serious consideration is given, here's a script. In some jurisdictions, that's not possible. In many jurisdictions now, there there are bills, for example, in Oklahoma, any gender affirming care is illegal for
Wrong.
children or adults.
It's just illegal. Like you can't put a kid on hormone blockers. It's fucking stupid.
Can't put a kid on. Well, you know, I'm a person of a certain age, had hormone blockers, and the knowledge around trans people being available to me when I was a child, I would have been saved a great deal of aggravation.
Yeah, it's Wisconsin gets around this by they have informed consent, but they send you to an endocrinologist, and they just write everything up as endocrinology. I know they do that in other like Midwest flyover states where it's like, yeah, you're getting an you have a hormone imbalance. This is an endocrinologic. And Jesus Christ, my words.
Can I highlight something? Can I highlight something that you said,
That's a great argument.
Yeah, sure.
That I think Heretic missed.
Yeah, sure.
Because you said, and I think this is the answer. It is a very simple answer to the toilet question. Unisex toilets. We've had them in Australia since I was a child, and we have never had an issue. We don't have problems of kids being molested in public toilets because parents go with their children to the public toilet, whether it's male, female, or unisex. You should not be letting a child that's vulnerable go into a public toilet by themselves anyway. So the argument that a man's in a woman's toilet is a useless argument because unisex toilets exist. And we don't have issues with it.
I don't think you're understanding my position, Sammy. What I'm saying is, if you need to spend 2 years.
Oh no, I do agree.
Hang on, Sammy. Hang on.
I did agree with your point.
Yeah,
I just felt that Kat's point was dismissed.
Just let me highlight this. It's not dismissed. I'm listening to every single thing everyone's saying, but the really, really big thing is how society is putting trans people into an impossible position. Yeah. Impossible. So if you demand that somebody must live as a person of the opposite sex in public for 2 years, and then you put legislation in place that prevents them from living as a person of the opposite sex in those 2 years, you are absolutely 100% putting every obstacle in the way, and you're being hypocritical. You are putting legislation in the way of these people from being able to say, I have lived my life for 2 years as a person of that sex, because they are not able to access those spaces that are there specifically for the gender stroke sex, that they are saying you must live by that gender or sex for 2 years. That's the point. It is somebody saying you must do this, and somebody else from the same society saying you're not allowed to do this. You are left. It is a binary in that respect. You must do this, but we're not going to let you do that. And
on the point of,
go on.
Yeah, I did get that
on
point.
the point of single sex facilities, every home in America has one. So on that, in that sense, they do exist.
Amen.
A lot of public spaces have unisex toilets. The whole toilet issue is we spoke about red herrings earlier, but it's a red herring. It's a total red herring, because trans people have been using the appropriate facilities since before you were alive, probably. It's never been an imposition. If there's no matter what legislation you put in place, and always, it's about the ladies,
Stephanie,
never
can I
about the
ask you?
gents.
Oh,
Can I ask you what do you mean by
so
red herring in that particular regard? Because I heard you use the argument when you were talking about trans people and human rights, and you actually brought it up as one of the things. And that, I don't know whether when you say it's a red herring, it's for a specific bit that's a red herring, or whether it's the whole argument's a red herring.
Laws against laws enforcing if you want to use women's facilities, laws specific to bathrooms.
The bathroom part
We
is the
already
red
have laws against lewd behavior. We have laws against assault.
Correct.
We have laws against a whole bunch of shit. And trans people have never been the problem. And if you do put laws in place to enforce that a person must go to the facility appropriate to their presentation, sex, gender, whatever, you're gonna be in for trouble, because there are people who are gender non-conforming. Most people who get harassed in the ladies' room by people who are concerned about people's looks
masculine women
are masculine appearing women, cis women, not trans women.
Yeah.
And one of the things that you all, and I'm not speaking for Kat here, I know you're trans, and I don't want to speak for you, but one of the hardest things in the world is especially in the early phases of transition, finding a way to walk in the world. It's really hard. It's going through puberty a second time.
I mean, I was already homeless, so I mean, I really didn't have anything to lose. So I was like, "Hey, man, fuck it, let's go."
I spoke with Megan Santanis on Oz's stream, who I know is persona non grata in this whole debate, and she was in your situation, or thrown in jail. And she transitioned quite young, and she's now studying for a college degree, and she's a real success story. She was a junkie. And she's really turned it around, and it's heartening to see. People's lives get better when they aren't faced with crushing crap.
That's
28.
a great story, no matter where they want to go.
I'm 28, and I've been homeless on and off for about. Well, I got kicked out at 14, so half my life. I'm almost 29. Like, I've been living in motels, or like staying with friends, or on the streets, or in cars, pretty much my entire adult life. And like, or living in condemned houses, shit like that. Like, it's fucking. I mean, coming to New York, no one wants to fucking rent to me because I ain't got no credit. But it's like, yeah, I came from Wisconsin as a fucking poor trans person. So like, what the fuck do you think I got? I got. Hey, here's the thing. I got a handful of cash. I got a job. That ain't good enough. Okay, go fuck yourself. Jeepers fucking Christ. Goddamn. You need to go fucking, Jeepers Christ. I got cash in hand, damn it. But, I got very Midwest. I apologize. That was off. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten Midwest.
No. Use that Midwest.
No.
You did get very Midwest. I will agree with that. You got extremely Midwest in your speech.
I grew up in a township of 25 people, and I was one of them.
You're making that up.
3 of the other ones were my relatives, and the rest were Mennonites. so I kind of got a bit of an accent if I don't fucking rein it in, there. But I'm just saying, it kind of gets fucking wild there, Okay, fucking boyfriend, don't you be laughing at me now there. Okay, I see how you are.
Yeah, you do that well.
He's from here. Yeah, no, the fucking world's fucked if you're trans. You're either lucky and you got decent parents, or you're fucked to hell. And,
Or you learn to hide it.
And
well,
that cat is exactly where we were, 20, 30 years ago with the gay community. The whole concept of coming out was massive, right? Absolutely massive. It's the same thing, I guess, for people leaving their religion and wanting to tell everybody I'm no longer religious or whatever. You're changing the way that everybody you've always known perceives you, and it's scary as fuck. So
I didn't have anyone that knew me.
Okay.
I mean,
but if I'm looking at it from a big perspective, if people are actually going to be telling their parents, or did you determine, Kat, that you actually left your 25-person enclave of Mennonites and
24
disappeared?
other people.
Yeah.
Well, plus me, yeah.
And disappeared. You actually walked away in order that you could, I don't know, live your life. What? I don't know. I don't know.
I got kicked out because my parents just didn't like me. It had nothing to do with me being trans. They're actually perfectly okay with that. My family history is a very strange. My parents hated each other. My dad is very not white, and I came out making sour cream look tan. So it was a whole thing. I'm genetically his. We've taken 3 tests, but he refuses to believe it's a whole thing. My parents got divorced. My sister's brown. Me being trans had nothing to do with it. Hey, that's life sometimes,
So your parents aren't really all that familiar.
I think
your
a
parents
lot of
aren't
us
all that familiar with actual genetics, I guess.
No, because my mom's whiter than me. I don't know entirely why that was a problem for him, but it was. So
yeah, I mean, genetically, I'm the darkest in my whole family, which gave me some problems growing up in a very white community here in the north of England.
I would imagine.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's no community accepts you, and you're basically on your own for your whole life. So, there is no community of what is termed half castes that you can rely on. So that's why I became a cunt, really. And I demand that people show their true colours. We've all actually. I mean, if I look, I'm Gen X, and I'm guessing a lot of Gen X and a lot of millennials have been brought up in families where there either weren't 2 parents, or the 2 parents really fucking hated each other a lot of the time. There was lots of arguments. They were beat with clogs and hands and golf clubs and belts, and determined either, this didn't do me any harm, so I'm going to do exactly the same to my kids, or they determined to revolt against it and say, no, I'm not doing any of that fucking shit. So all I'm trying to say is we've all got histories of that sort of stuff, but we don't necessarily have those extra things. I'm lucky to be cis. I'm lucky to be heterosexual. Not that I utilize that in any way, shape, or form, but that's my choice.
Sexuality is a scam fed to you by the government. Fuck whatever's pretty.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. I just have my own preferences. But I cannot imagine having gone through all of that and then have these other things on top, and then having governments actually legislate against me.
Well, that's the state of the art right now. In the UK and in states in the US, fortunately, I live in Maine. I'm safe for now, but we'll see. And you know, it's. I didn't ever used to talk about this shit. I quite happily lived you know, the passing closeted life for the better part of, well, from 2002-ish to you know, after the early stages of transition to 2018, when Trump was in office, he proposed a regulation at the federal level that would define sex as immutable and defined at birth.
Oh, that's wild. I'm intersex. What am I? That's my favorite. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. Yeah, that's exactly.
It's impossible. You can't legislate. I mean, literally, that didn't go through, did it?
No, it didn't, but it almost didn't. They kept trying to do it up until 2020 when Trump left office. And
That
there's a
doesn't even
story
make
behind.
sense.
There's a bit of a story behind that.
Well, I think what's really interesting.
But that's when
about it,
that's when I basically said, you know, I transitioned at the age of 44. So I had a career and all that happy horse shit and the consequences thereof, and I trying to figure out how to navigate the adjustment, family wise, et cetera, and so forth, and business wise, et cetera, and so forth, and all of that crap, which is one of the things one undertakes to do if you known all your life you were trans and then finally said, I can't take this anymore. I'll be dead if I don't do something. Where was I going? I'm so tired. But yeah, so I know there were a whole bunch of people that knew me with a different name and, you know, walking in a different way, literally and figuratively. And, but I had built up over the years since transition a number of people that had no idea I was trans. But in 2018, when that thing came down in October that they were going to try to do that, that's when I got on social media and told my story and told it to the people who didn't know I was trans, but who were cis, and said, look, you've got to help here. You know, I'm telling you the story, I want to, but I'm doing it because if this regulation goes through, it's going to screw a lot of people over really badly, including me, my friends. So if you say you have my back, do what you can do to stop this. One of the people that I cornered face to face, and I cornered him at a regatta that I was at. A man I'd known since 1979 when we raced sailboats up here against each other, and it was a regatta in Annapolis, Maryland. The fellow at the time was the finance chair of the Republican Party, and I said, Tony, can I have a word? The regulation never went through. But they kept trying. I don't know whether the word had anything to do with it, but he was like, what are you talking about? That's stupid. It's a stupid idea. I know who you are. I don't want you to be walking around with papers that identify you as someone you're not. That's dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I had, I guess, the benefit of growing up with a bunch of fucking gutter punks and street kids and train kids and shit like that. We always lived with the whole, hey, I got your back, you got mine, right? We stick to fucking together. So, I mean, yeah, a lot of my friends are dead. They either fucking ate lead for breakfast or, you know, had too much heroin for lunch or, you know, just were hitchhiking from Vermont to Mexico and, you know, got found in a ditch in Tennessee somewhere. I got like 4 friends, I think, total. I think that are still alive. But hey, we all got each other's backs, you know, so I always kind of had, you know, a fucking group, ride or die no matter what. And it was usually no matter what, let me tell you. But
yeah, it's tough.
I would much rather take what I had over versus, you know, having to deal with people. Fuck people. I hate civilized people. I prefer my degenerates. They're so much more welcoming. I don't know what it is. Civilized people are the worst. No offense, civilized people, but okay, a little bit of offense, Sammy. Why Sammy? I don't know.
I don't think we've ever claimed to be very, very civilized in this.
No, that's why I'm here.
Because we do like to argue the shit out of bloody everything. We like to really understand and develop our own understanding so that we can argue, I wouldn't say expertly, but at least coherently.
Better.
Better.
More cogently.
And over time, you get to just sit in hangouts just with people. And then instead of arguing about certain points you've always argued about, you start talking about the type of shit that you used to talk about with all your friends. I find it a really interesting community. I think having 4 friends, if I had that many, I would feel very lucky. I have a lot of acquaintances here on the internet, but in real life, nah.
See, this is what draws me to this community. It's like you got a fire down by the railroad tracks, and then you get random drifters and train kids and shit who just wander up, and it's like, hey, I got some whiskey, and another guy's like, hey, I got some weed, and you just wind up fucking sitting there talking about philosophy and politics for a couple hours. It's fucking great. I love it.
But is that because they don't often have access to things like this? Because I basically do that on here. I do that on here. I sit in my home, which I've been lucky enough to buy. I don't have to go anywhere. And I am essentially wandering the tracks, trying to find people to have a conversation with and argue about philosophy or religion or what bloody anything. It's just I'm not sat on the tracks.
Yeah, that's what I love about this community. It's the same goddamn thing. You'll get people, well, okay, it's a bit different because, well, gutter punks don't, well, if there's racism or homophobia or transphobia, there's a lot of boot smashing. I think the line for where those things are drawn differently, but if that happens, there's oh, you're a Nazi. Okay, well, you know, we're gonna American History X your ass, but reverse. I've seen a lot of people have bad things, but Yeah, it's more or less the same thing, just with less blood. Yeah, it's great. I love it.
But that also suggests that opening up to have conversations with people that may have a position that you don't agree with, that you may feel dehumanizes you. There's a lot of people that do that. There's a lot of atheists that feel that Christians or Muslims dehumanize them, and the other way around. The Christians feel the atheists dehumanize them. And it's like, okay, if both of us are feeling this way, then there has to be a way of opening up that conversation to understand that, to be able to learn to put things in different ways so that we can actually have the actual conversations rather than just the slagging each other off face to face and shouting at each other. And in some ways, it's the same with this conversation around.
I do think that is important. Once again, the lines are drawn differently if you're some dirty gutter punk homeless person, because it's like, oh, if you think that way, you might fucking kill me and steal my goddamn can of beans and my flask of whiskey, right? So I think there needs to be a bit more nuance. I still have real hardcore homeless brain. I'm trying to work on that. I don't have a therapist. I don't have money for that. But no, I really do think I try to have nuance. I fail miserably quite often, but I try. It doesn't work all the time. But I do really think in this community there does need to be a bit more nuance, just because some people don't know things or really don't have a fully informed opinion versus have a very strict opinion against. I don't know, maybe my whole shit's fucked. I'm not the person anyone should be asking about anything.
Let me ask, Kat, do you think there's a difference between somebody who sits at a computer or with a mobile phone talking in these environments than there is from somebody who's sat on the railway tracks with you drinking a bottle of whiskey or something? I don't think there's a difference myself. We're all humans, and I am just as intellectually degenerate as anybody that might be on the railway tracks.
Oh yeah,
I'll vouch for that.
I generally have found most people on the railroad tracks are more reasonable than people on the internet. And most people who act like people on the railroad tracks are more reasonable than the average person. However, in both situations, you gotta be on your toes because you never know. I mean,
exactly.
On the railroad tracks, it's a lot more visceral of a, you got your hand in your pocket on your fucking folding knife or your gun or whatever, just like, yeah, we're having a good conversation. I'm liking this. But also at the same time, you're like, yeah, if you fucking come at me though, I'm gonna fucking 45 straight through your chest. It's a different world, but it's the same thing, if that makes sense. It's a lot less physical.
It reminds me of when I was at school, and we'd go around the back at break or whatever for a cigarette, and there was always the hard guys. There was the hard lot from the year above, and whatever. And there was one time walking back from a cigarette, and I was in that bunch, and it was a big banter bunch. And this guy said something, and it was a big hard guy in the school. This guy said something. I just turned around and said, "You bastard." Back in the 1980s, the word bastard had a real meaning, and it turned out he was one. I didn't know that, and he punched me. And it's like, what the fuck's just happened? What's happened? What's happened? You don't know when you're going to say one word where somebody will take offense. And railroad tracks, they will do something for you. So
Well, I could tell you right now, gutter punks usually fine. Run into a train kid, that motherfucker will choke you out for playing the wrong album because it makes them remind them of someone that died. You know.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that's a good analogy to what I was just saying. There was previously there'd been no connection. I'd got on okay with this person, but it was a bit. I decided to respond to something that he said in what I thought was an appropriate way, given the community I was in, and I got punched in the head and ended up on the floor.
Been there.
And it's like, right, what the fuck happened there? But that stuck with me a lot. You have to be very careful about what words you say with whom and get to know them, or you don't care. And they can take offense all that they like, because on the internet, they can't punch me through the fucking screen.
I think it was Maya who earlier this evening said everybody comes to you with their own experience, and when they tell you of it, you know, it's probably wise to listen, and then that listening goes both ways. I don't disagree with that at all. And I think personally, I think that one of the things that we do as people is tell stories. And it's important to us. We sometimes write them. We sometimes write up stories that are meant to persuade, and sometimes we just do it to entertain. And it's fun to listen to people's stories. And it's valuable to listen to people's stories and to at least try to understand where they're coming from. And to the extent that I can do that, I try. But somewhere in everybody's story is a memory that can be painful to them, and when they express that pain, consider what's going on, because otherwise it turns in. That's what makes Kincaid an asshole. Because before you can tell your story, he's coming at you with a whole bunch of crap. That's not cool. And it makes situations like the one we've all lived through, I want to relive it, far, far worse, because a lot of people wind up with misconceptions and scarred. And let's stop it. So we're
I mean, well,
for what it's do that.
For what it's worth about Mr. Kincaid, I did do a stream on his channel about the importance of pride and, you know, why it's a riot and why it's important that kink is a part of pride, because they're the only people that stuck with the fucking trans community because everyone else goddamn abandoned us. I mean, he let me do that. I mean, he's a fucking piece of shit asshole, but like, he's not actually transphobic. Once again, very complicated relationship with this man.
I guess the way I feel about Will Kincaid is the way you feel about Pocket Lager. I have no desire to engage with that guy again, ever.
That's completely understandable.
Because I think he did more damage than anybody here or anybody I've seen throughout the entire conversation.
Well, I mean, Pocket Locker kind of started it.
That may be, but the damage he did, I mean, I would have come to a very, very different position in all of this, and to the extent that I contributed to any of Jay's rage or Maya's or Breeze, it came from that asshole. It came from that conversation. And you need to recognize that. He should too. And if you have any fucking influence, tell him.
I'm not Will Kincaid. I am not Will Kincaid.
I'm not saying you are.
Don't insinuate. No, don't do the thing where if you have any influence, fuck you. I'm not your goddamn errand boy. Don't tell me what the fuck to do. Okay? You tell him yourself. Okay?
I'm not gonna. I'm telling
Put
you,
on your big girl
if you want,
panties and
if
go
you feel
fucking
like
tell him
passing
yourself.
along, if you feel like passing along, you pass along. I'm not talking to the
No.
asshole. I
Okay,
don't
then
need the
don't
I don't
fucking
need the
tell me.
aggravation.
I don't. Do it yourself. I'm not gonna do it.
That's fine. Don't. I don't care.
Okay, well, don't.
I don't care. I'm just
I
saying.
don't control
I'm just
Will.
saying. If you, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Okay, and I'm just saying, I'm not Will.
Yeah,
I don't control
think we
Will. I don't know what
understand
the
each
fuck you
other.
want me to do.
I don't want you. Just saying.
Well, you just said if you have any influence, what do you want me to do?
I suppose you'd like me to tell Jay off, and I will.
No, I don't give a shit what the fuck you do. I never asked you to fucking tell Jay off. When I run into Jay, I'll fucking tell him off. I don't give a shit. I'll do it myself. I fight my own goddamn fights. What? I don't need other people to do it for me. I got my own two hands. I got my own voice. I don't. This has been a problem repeatedly. People have been like, hey, why don't you tell Will Kincaid something? Dude, I talk to him like twice a fucking month at best. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck do people want?
I have no expectations. I have no expectations.
Okay, well, I'm just saying. This has been a repeated problem. People have.
We're gonna probably spin around, and I'm just saying too, and then I'm gonna just saying,
Well,
I'm just saying. So let's drop it. But
I just would like to say I never insinuated remotely that I wanted you to tell Jay off. I never insinuated that, and I don't want you to. That was never anything I remotely insinuated or implied. There's a difference here, is all I'm saying.
Do what you will with your trash.
It's not my trash. I've distanced myself from Will. You don't even know enough to know the whole fucking situation.
That's right. I sure am ignorant about how people ought to behave in a community.
Well, no, that's not remotely what I said. You don't know enough about the situation with me and Will. It's not my trash. I've explained that.
It's part. He was part of this whole situation. I'm not holding you responsible for it. I'm not holding
you said your trash. That's not my trash. You understand that?
I was using it in the plural. You all seem to know him and know of his reputation. And I'm just saying,
knowing someone doesn't make them yours.
I'm just saying, Kat, that he didn't help the situation at all.
I didn't say a goddamn thing. I didn't say a goddamn thing throughout this fucking thing, other than me going on one stream to be like, yeah, man, I just wanted Stephanie to shut up and I wanted to start a fight that night. That's all I said about this whole fucking situation. I didn't take a stance either way. You're right. I didn't help, but I didn't hurt.
Now, kid?
What?
Gutter kid? You spoiling for a fight now, gutter kid?
Oh, always.
Because I'm a gutter kid too, in some ways.
In some ways? Okay.
Some ways.
I mean, okay.
Can we have a reset? This is going into a terrible place.
What does that mean? Was that a threat? Were you threatening me? Oh,
Matt's a terrorist.
Well, I am a terrorist. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, is there no better way to have this conversation than I'm a bigger badass than you?
I didn't threaten anyone. I was happy that someone actually threatened me. I was excited because there's a fight happening. I like fighting people.
Exactly. You said you came into that stream just to get me to shut up.
Yeah. That's
yeah. So there you go. Well, now we understand each other. Whenever I see you, you're going to be trying to shut me up.
No.
As long as I see you, I guess I'll try to shut you up.
That was just one particular instance.
Tit for tat.
Well, okay, fair enough. I have no ill will. I have no ill will.
Bear you any ill will either.
Hey man, like
this. I'm actually laughing at this right now.
Okay, Hey man, fucking live your own life. Follow your dreams. You're good. I'm
You
good.
too. That's hey, more power to you.
Now I'm confused. I feel like this has gone down a different rabbit hole than I meant it to. But hey, I'm here for it either way. Whatever happens, happens. You know what I mean? Eh?
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Can I bring
know.
it back
I
to
don't
a-
care. That's why I came back into the stream, because somebody was asking me questions. I figured you actually want to listen, but that's okay. I'll shut up.
You can answer questions, whatever questions you want. I'll shut up. You're fine. I'm not.
Hey, let's all shut up and go to sleep. How's that?
Oh, I'm
Actually,
in
it's
the UK.
too-
I've only just woken up.
I know, and
I work
you
nights,
know,
so
and
I'm here.
I've been up all night and I work all day, so it's all good.
Well,
Sewing, by
I'm
the way.
I'm lucky enough to be on annual leave at the moment. My last day off work before returning on Monday.
Well, my condolences.
So it's been a good fun week, but it'll be good to get back to work. There's an interesting thing about people like Will Kincaid. He says he's autistic.
He is. I've met him in person.
So he's Jewish. He's got whatever background he has. He has whatever life he has, and he works with learning disabilities people.
Well, no, he works with people who have like no sensory apparatus whatsoever.
Okay.
But yes.
So, as part of, I don't know anything other about his background. I sometimes find him really grating. I find that he comes on streams and he just jumps in on top of everybody and thinks, I've got to say this right now, and it really fucks up your conversation or your train of thought. And he happily admits to being an asshole. If not a cunt, which is what I generally admit to being. And it seems to me that there have been things within his life where he just has his experience, and this is the persona he wants to be in the internet. And then on real life, he's living his life as a normal standard human being and delivering.
Yeah.
And
There seems to be a disagreement in the room.
This is the diversity of people that we have in this world, and that you either like somebody or you dislike them, or you've got no comment whatsoever. And it's like, okay, and they might have some ideas that they've picked up from other areas because other people have persuaded them of X, Y, and Z. And I am as guilty as anybody else as having been indoctrinated and in certain ideas. But that's why I like this community, because people challenge my ideas and I can fight back and fight back and fight back as much as I like. But if I'm actually completely wrong, and coming from an extremist perspective because I've been persuaded of something being reasonable when it's actually not, then I eventually end up getting twisted back to a reasonable position. And this is what this community is about. If you kick out people who have those positions you disagree with, they will never come round to having a set of objective conversations over time to bring them to a much better perspective. I use better in a subjective term, not an objective one. So that's where I'm coming at with Will Kincaid. I don't particularly like him. I'm starting to dislike him less the more that I speak to him and get him to move in some certain things.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Trust me. Trust me, it goes down a bad pipeline.
No, but Heretic's right on a lot of the things he said. Here's the truth of it. If you can't handle the argument, stay out of the argument. But if you can have influence. And maybe over time, with enough patience for people who are ignorant on whatever topic, at least you have an influence and you may change their mind over time. This is why I still go into praises streams.
Good for you, Richard. I find arguments over number of angels on the head of a pin to be boring. And I find whether in jest or not, cruelty and cruel behavior to be abhorrent. So I'll stay away from that.
You missed the point completely then. You missed the point of what I'd said then, Stephanie. Look, you're an excellent advocate.
What was your point? Angels on the head of a pin. The point of a
you're an excellent advocate, Stephanie. You have personal experience and a good bit of it to share with others, and you can be influential or you can other them, whichever you like.
I don't care to, I don't care to influence Mr. Kincaid in the slightest.
I'm not specifically talking about Mr. Kincaid, but the entirety of the overarching conversation we've been having for the last couple of days. All of us.
Well, I've made my points. I hope I made them clearly enough.
I think you have. I wish everyone would put in the effort that you have.
And I appreciate that, Richard.
Man,
I don't want to blow smoke up your butt and say you're a shining example, because
that's okay.
None of us are a perfect but
I do
when I see things like,
or did once upon a time.
When I see people like Jay Bundy and how he's poorly being an advocate and being discooperative and being impatient, I don't think that's progressive. I don't think that's support of the trans community. I think he should shut up and stay out of it if that's the best he can do.
I'll improve, Richard.
Well, that's the little bit where I would disagree with you, Richard.
Go ahead.
Because everybody in their diversity, their own way, has to show who they are and then be challenged to be better than what they currently are, so that tomorrow they can influence in a better way.
Well, that's why I haven't disengaged with them.
No, exactly. That's why I dislike shame, insults, guilt against people rather than objective conversations that get to the bottom. It's a bit like street epistemology, although I am not a street epistemologist. I cannot do it. I don't know anything about it, but I like asking questions and I like people to clarify their positions and I like to justify my positions. I like them to justify theirs in their way. And then you can have a conversation about how to tweak things a bit to move people slowly. And it is slowly. You will never move somebody by shaming them, insulting them, or guilting them. And the fact is, we want them to
I
move.
agree, and so in the instance, what happened? You can point at Jay, I can point at Will, and we're here talking like this, which is great. And I don't want to be white knighting for Jay. I appreciate your perspective on Will.
He's an ass. Don't get it twisted.
But
he is an ass. He's a complete ass. I'm not saying he isn't. My perspective on Will is he is movable. If you speak to him in the way
I tried that. I speak the way he understands.
I understand he does good things, and he does good things. He's not a transphobe. You tell me he's not a transphobe, but what he said was extremely transphobic.
Yeah, he does that. I'm not excusing it.
And so I'm left with a colored impression at the very least of where he sits, and regardless of his real life benefaction to trans people individually, what he did there is it stinks of this kind of crap that I hear from Matt Walsh, and that kind of stuff is what's driving the politics, and it hurts. It's not helpful.
Here's a wild opinion on Kincaid. I think he might be a bit of he likes being punished, whatever the word for that is.
Masochist. So he enjoys it. Yes.
So he actually wants to provoke people so they smash him.
I understand that.
It's just a perception I have. I can't confirm it.
I understand that. In this particular circumstance, with the particular circumstances in society today, it's not helpful. Even if he gets a kick out of it, it's not helpful.
No one's saying it's helpful.
Yeah, well,
I don't.
I've never said Will is helpful.
Let that sit where it will. That's all I'm saying.
Will Kincaid isn't looking to help. Will Kincaid is looking for somebody that he can
piss off,
turn into an emotional wreck and start shouting. He is looking for drama.
He's looking for his next knock.
Yes, I mean that, and some people are like that. And
he got it at the end of the stream, and I had exactly everything to say that I want to say to him. I basically said, "Look, I said what you just said, Kat. He's a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit." I mean, thank Sparkle for having me on the stream. Pixie and I had a good conversation. Came to like, I understand where she's coming from. But not you stupid fucking asshole. You tried to derail the entire point of my being here. So fuck you.
Me?
No, not you. Kincaid.
Oh. I was like, what?
At the time in that stream.
Christ. Everybody's
no.
Everybody's got a hair across their ass at this point.
Well, okay, I've been blamed for a lot of things that I didn't do, so I just didn't know.
No,
but there was a whole thing you missed.
And I'm not at this point. Although you want to bring it, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. That wasn't at you. That was a Nakasuchi reference, I guess.
And just because I don't think there's enough on this
Your
side of the
microphone's
argument.
really bad, Sammy.
Is it?
Sammy, you should refresh, bro.
Look, if angels were a bunch of rings with eyes on them, but instead of eyes they were mouths, that's what you sound like.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, I'm gonna split, drink some coffee, and so.
All right, hail Satan. Take her easy, Stephanie. I really do not have anything against you personally. No hard feelings on my end, for what it's worth.
Cool.
You can have hard feelings. It's okay.
Nice.
Right.
I don't. Not directed towards you.
All right. Good shit. Take her easy then.
Cheers.
Take care, Steph.
Testing.
Wow, that Stephanie person. Okay, I'm just kidding, guys. That's a joke. Maybe does sound better.
Well, she's gone now, but I just wanted to reiterate, I heard what he said and it was disgusting, and there is no excuse. I don't care that being an asshole is his shtick. He
it was
says
awful.
Purposely hurtful things and that to me makes an asshole. And he knows what
I'm
he's
gonna have
doing.
to go back
so
and rewatch this.
he was saying
direct it
trans
at
people's
anyone.
vaginas look like dogs' vaginas, and
I mean, they do kind of look a little bit horrific
What
sometimes.
is this?
That's
Is
not
this like talking
excusing
about
him.
like? Is this like talking post surgery to female? Is that what this is talking about?
Yeah.
Oh,
There's a reason I'm not having that done. Is all I'm saying.
well,
Hey, look, I
Kat,
can pee in
you
a
would
sink.
be amazed what they can do.
Yeah, amazed in the bad way.
No,
Oh man,
I've
I would
seen
need.
some that you couldn't tell. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, some. I ain't got that kind of money.
Well,
What the
I
fuck?
haven't seen a bad one. I guess it depends on your healthcare system.
I have in person. Is all I'm saying.
Do you think Will's
that doesn't
position,
make what Will said okay? I
No,
just want to
that's the
point that out.
Does it make Will's position an opinion?
yes.
And the opinion
Yes.
is invalid in your view because you don't like it? Or does it make Will's position merely a slur that was done? I mean, there's a judgment being made here.
Sorry,
There's two things there. There's two things there, Heretic, actually. So one thing is assuming that Will Kincaid meant that all must look that way. That's a logical fallacy. He did not say that. Or that what Will Kincaid is a thorough consensus. He also didn't say that. Now, it is opinion, and it is a horrible opinion, and it should never have been spoken public, even if he genuinely holds the opinion. But to say that Will Kincaid said that about every trans female everywhere is just not the case.
That is true. Will has talked about my dick before, and he didn't insult it too much. So I'm sorry, that was a joke that went sideways.
See, you're meaning because he said trans vaginas look like dogs' vaginas.
No, it's actually not what I heard.
The all qualified. No, well that's specifically what he said.
I mean, that's what he told me.
What I understand, and my memory is not perfect. He said, out of his own curiosity, he went and looked up, and in his opinion, of the ones he saw online, etc.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, that is actually what he said. That is the physical words he said. That I will agree with you. That is more or less the gist of the physical words he used. Yeah.
I mean, I'll go watch it again, but
I'm agreeing with you that is in fact what he verbally said.
now, if I didn't grab all the nuance, please tell me. Did he mean that to be a generalization, pejorative?
Yes.
Did he mean it that way?
That's implied by it.
He said it. He said it specifically to piss off Stephanie.
Well, yeah.
I think that's the point.
Exactly.
He wanted to go in there to piss people off. Hey, there's a lot of people in this community who will purposefully go into rooms just to piss people off.
Look, I don't expect everyone to be super thick-skinned, like rhino skin. But the reason that Will doesn't mess with me at all is because one of the first things I did with him in interactions with him was to say, look, I know you're full of crap. I know you're just trying to trigger people. Good luck triggering me.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't want to go after people who have thick skin. Like, he said it on Will's stream earlier today.
Makes him even more pathetic.
Will Freeman was talking to Will Kincaid, and it's like, yeah, it's like a filter to get the people you can interact with versus the ones you can't. Like, and he likes people who can take the ribbing, and then he also likes people who can't. So he's a very interesting creature. I'll give him that much. He is a strange individual, which is probably rich coming from me. I'm incredibly odd. But yeah, he did that just to be a fucking dick. I am fully aware of that. He said he was. He said he was going to do that before he did it. Like, I think on a stream publicly. He every time he does some shit like that, he says he's going to do it before he does. Like, yeah, I'm going to lay the bait, and they're going to take it.
If that's worse or not.
I don't know. I'm just giving you the information. I'm just telling you.
It's kind of worse in my opinion. I mean, he's not accidentally harming people.
Sarcastic.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're right. It's definitely worse, Richard. Yeah, I agree.
That suggests trolling is objectively bad because all he's doing is a particularly incisive, nasty bit of trolling, is what you're saying.
There you go. See, you just added the qualifiers.
Yeah, he's being incisive. So
it doesn't imply that trolling is objectively bad. It implies that the trolling that he's doing, because you yourself just had to add all the qualifiers. It's nasty. It's hurtful. That's
I mean,
when there's fun and gentle or friendly trolling. So, can you say it's all objectively bad?
Well, there's clearly therefore a spectrum, is there? Trolling is now a spectrum, of which one end of it
everything's a spectrum.
is what Will Kincaid did. And
well, he's definitely up that end.
And
I don't know if it's the extreme.
We're defining Will on the basis of his trolling rather than focusing on the trolling itself, which leads to concepts of dehumanization against people like Will Kincaid, which puts us in a very difficult position when you're talking about principles.
Hang on.
Well, I mean, I'm constantly dehumanized. I mean, a lot of people will just talk absolute heinous shit about me, and a lot of the people who will defend other people for things don't give a shit if it's me, because...
Yeah, but if the semi-humans could stop interrupting, though.
Okay, fair enough. You win. You win this round. Good on you. Got me. You got me.
I can't even remember, Richard.
I was just kidding anyway. I didn't think it was that bad.
I'm sorry. I interrupted. I do that. I apologize.
Get straight, Cat.
I love this
tried getting
concept of
straight.
semi-humans.
You know, I tried getting straight just like my dad said, and it never really worked.
That's one of Beck's favorite jokes. Like if I'm riding with Beck and I know where we're going and Beck doesn't know. And if I happen to say, hey, go straight here, it'd be like, I can't go straight. Don't you get it?
Oh, I make that joke at work all the time. If I can't get something lined up completely straight, I'll go to my boss and I'm like, hey, man, I'm having problems. You know, I'm gay.
So I can't.
And he knows what I mean. And he's just like, ugh, can you not do this in front of people? No. No, I cannot. I have to do this in front of God and everyone. I'm not going to tell you I can't get this straight. I'm just going to walk up and tell you I'm gay, and you know what I mean.
It's actually
okay. Let me convert that. Let me convert that to Will Kincaid, right? I can't do anything about it. I need to go up to people and act like a bastard, right?
That's not quite it.
Well, you can change the words, you can define it better, but is it the same bloody thing?
On a super basic level, Freeman is trolling, okay? but I do have to respect what the motivation is and what he hopes to gain by the trolling. Because what he's ultimately trying to do. What's that?
You mentioned Will Freeman. I'm specifically talking about Will Kincaid.
Oh, sorry, my mistake.
And I was connecting it to what Kat said about she has to go up to people and say, I'm gay. And friends keep saying, don't do that, don't do that. But she has to do it. It's like, and it's like, okay.
But see,
connect that with Kincaid.
So you're saying there's no way you could ever stop doing that, Kat, if you genuinely wanted to.
No, I totally could not do that. It's entirely possible for me. Fundamentally, at the very basic level, I'm not really that different from Will. That's why we got along initially, right? We're both misanthropic, loner weirdos. You know, that's we're. I'm just less hurtful. I hope.
It's more of an apathy, would you say? You don't care what people think, rather than.
Oh no, I don't give a shit.
Can't control any sort of thing.
Well, I mean, every time people have looked at me, it's like, oh yeah, it's that weird bum, or oh yeah, it's the fucking weird trans person, or whatever. So I'm just like, yeah, man, I'm just gonna like do what I want. I don't fucking care, man. Which is probably a problem on my part. I don't know what Will's motivation is. I'm just like, I'm a cause chaos. I mean, I think, you know, I've had perfectly reasonable, you know, interactions with, you know, you, Sammy, and you, Richard, before. I'm perfectly capable of being a normal human being. I just don't always choose to be. It's a choice thing for me. I don't know if it's a compulsion for Will. I'm not in his head.
I think it's a choice thing for Will because that's the persona he wishes to put forward on the internet.
Yeah.
I really hope he's not like that in real life, but on the internet, he's just being a really at the far end level of troll purposefully. And it's like, okay, well,
you know, I think anyone can have great conversations with Kincaid if they call him out on his shit and just don't put up with it, act like he never did it. He is intelligent.
Don't give him the attention.
He is considerate. He is very learned about a lot of interesting topics.
Hey, I feel like I'm being called out.
I get what you mean. It's like when boys get together at school and they have to outdo each other, and it just gets ridiculous.
Absolutely.
You might be doing some of that.
And Kat, we're not calling you out at all.
No,
I know that was a joke about Richard describing Will. That was a joke. I'm making jokes. That's what I do.
I think we're all like that. I mean, what Richard? We are all like what you said and what Richard said. We're all like that. We just show it differently, or sometimes we just don't open our mouths, but we're thinking it.
Yeah, I've had to learn to just not open my mouth sometimes. That's harder to do than you'd think sometimes.
And it's really tough on your sex life.
No, it's not tough on my sex life. No, that's you know what I mean? Hey.
It was a joke. You know?
Magic fingers.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah. I speak sign language. All right. My boyfriend really wants to go to the grocery store. If you're still going, I'll be back in a bit.
If not, it's good to see you, Kat.
All right, hey man, always good to see you,
Kat. Yeah. So you're going for a family outing to the grocery store?
Yeah, we're gonna grab caffeine and shit. Chicken nuggets.
That's good. That's good. You're actually going to a cafe and you're going to go and sit there and whatever. But it reminds me of if I go to the supermarket and then I see a whole family of 6 people all wandering around the supermarket, trailing behind a trolley. And I go, why the fuck are they all in here? Just let one of the adults do that stuff, and the others could be doing something they enjoy. I always find it funny. And that's
Maybe
why
they actually love each other.
Oh, the kids.
Nah,
Kids never,
okay.
ever enjoy
I
going
will be
to
back.
the supermarket. Ever.
Hey, I got a question for Jill. Is
Where is
I
he?
mean, this is just my opinion, and I've never been a black person, but isn't coon such an outdated insult that it's kind of nobody gives a crap anymore? Because that's
No,
what I thought
not
it
to me.
was.
No.
Well, it's brand new to you, apparently. It's brand new to Sammy. But I mean, in
there's
the
definitely
United States.
no. Hold on, Richard. Hold on. Coon along with monkey were and the N word. They were the words
Well,
that we used.
there's a reason
against
you
me
just said the
throughout my
N word.
childhood.
There was a reason why you just said the N word instead of the actual word, but you did say coon and you did say monkey. It's because somehow it doesn't have the same effect, which is my point.
No, it does have the same effect. It has exactly.
No, it
the same
doesn't, or you
effect.
wouldn't have said it. You would have said the M word instead of monkey, and you would have said the C word instead of coon.
No. The difference is, I think it's not new to me. It was something that is British culture going back to way before I was born.
Oh, okay.
And
it's about the same
and
for us.
it is the word, one of the key words that was used against me while I was growing up, which is why I have a major problem with the word. What I won't do is connect it to an animal called a raccoon. That's my sole issue. The word coon connected to raccoon is valid.
No, it's not.
Using it as a racist term is not valid in my eyes.
Okay, you're using valid but I'm
Sorry,
accepting it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm accepting your new definition of valid. I'm going to work
I
with that.
apologize.
It's fine.
I apologize for being incorrect in my English.
I caught on to it. Okay, so actually the derogatory anti-black term coon comes from the word barakun, which is in a different language, which was a pejorative
Portuguese.
for black people in that area. It does not mean a raccoon at all.
Exactly.
That is
Baraka. Baraka from Portuguese means a sex slave or not a sex slave, a slave place. It's a depot where
well, you know more about this than I do.
Where black people were held in Africa by other black people, of course. Different tribes captured different people, and then they sold it to the white man who came along on their ship. Sold to people. And that's where Baraka comes from.
So my point is, it's a misunderstanding of language that it was ever associated to the wild animal, a raccoon.
Some people are claiming that there is the use of raccoon as a racial terminology that may have been used at times in America.
I need to look it up, but could Doubting Thomas be correct about this? The baracoon is the cage itself.
Yeah. So baraka is the is the Portuguese, baracoon is the cage itself. So that's as far as I know. So raccoon may have been used occasionally, but it's not well known. And I think people are just choosing nowadays to go raccoon shortens to coon. Coon is a bad word that has been used in history. Therefore, coon must have come from raccoon.
Right.
And it's
now,
like,
I have to admit, I did consider when I made that icon for myself as part of the thing we were doing when we went on different streams. You made a special one for that stream, and I did think about the term coon as a pejorative against black people. And I did say in my mind, I said, is this going to be offensive? And I went, nah, it's too old, it's outdated, nobody gives a crap anymore, it's not going to be a problem. I was wrong.
No, the word coon used in that context is utterly, completely, thoroughly offensive to me. It is the word that was mostly used against me when I was younger.
Gotcha.
But that's because most of the people that I grew up with were like albino, white, fucking Northern English people who, if you were not exactly like them, then you were the other.
Oh, here we go. Pope's Socks did some research for us. Thank you so much. Baracun, a corruption of the Portuguese baracó, an augmentative form of Catalan loanword baraca or hut through Spanish barracón. It's a type of barracks used historically for the internment of enslaved or criminals. I see. So then the cage became the barracks, the barracón, baracó. Okay, I see where it came from now and how it evolved. Thank you. That was lovely.
Yeah, it's a slave depot. Now, whether somebody at some point then connected raccoon to the same word and then used a raccoon symbol as a racist pejorative against black people, I have no idea. We don't have raccoons in fucking England. That's not
right.
There is no way anybody from England would ever connect raccoon with the pejorative at all. There's no context to it. And if you search for it on the internet, there's no bloody context to it there either in terms of America, other than very recently, some people have made the claim that that's where the word came from. It came from raccoon, and we know it didn't. And that's the difficulty.
Right.
Poor bloody raccoons.
I mean, I regret using it, especially since I did consider whether or not but I did consider it and thought it wouldn't be, you know? So and besides, the icon I made was actually making light of myself, you know, not making light of anyone else, you know. But I don't need to say that again.
This is why I mentioned earlier on that some symbology is bang, you know it immediately. They're doing that for offense.
Yeah, like if someone was wearing blackface makeup, they're obviously, you know.
If you're showing off a Nazi flag, a swastika, the SS symbol, a waltz angle, C18, 1488,
okay, that one I don't know.
KKK.
Waltz angle.
The waltz angle is one of the SS.
Which one?
Aspects. It's like a lightning strike with a spear through the middle of it.
Got it. Thanks.
There are lots of different bits. Some people may not understand 1488 at all.
I didn't.
Well, the 88 stands for Heil Hitler. The 14 is the 14 words of some white supremacist from, I think, America a while back. And a lot of the ultra right-wing Nazi groups will use 1488 as code. They'll use 14 as code. They'll use 88 as code. If you ever go onto a website and you find a T-shirt at the price of $14.88, that's an indication these are white supremacist, Nazi, fascist bastards that are selling this stuff.
Thanks for the heads up. I would have never gleaned to that without stumbling into something I didn't want.
Yeah. It's a massive area. C18, that's short for Combat 18. A is for Adolf. The 8 is for H. A and H, Adolf Hitler. There's a lot of stuff where they're using code, and a lot of people don't know it, and a lot of people do know it. And if somebody doesn't know it, you can't really blame them for not knowing it. They just, it's like, it's really fucking tough. And you cannot just turn around in a stream and go, oh my God, this person's arrived with this looking avatar and therefore they're a racist bastard because they must know about it and must. It's like, no.
Not necessarily. I mean, Sammy was completely innocent of the reference.
Yeah. This is the point.
Well, they're not
things
using,
everyone knows.
They're not using Black Horse code. Are you familiar with tic-tac-toe code for numericals? Do you know this code?
No.
You make a tic-tac-toe board, and then you start in the upper left, going right, down a line, going right, down a line, going right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So a backwards capital L that is equal in height and in width would represent the number 1. A box with an open top or 3 equal sides would be the number 2. A correct facing L that's equal in height and length would be the number 3, etc., etc. And then for the number 0, you just put a line through a box instead of a 4 square box, which would represent 5 normally.
Richard. So when I was young, me and my best mate, whose name was also Samuel, we had a thing that was obviously a tic-tac-toe code, but each letter of the alphabet was one of 3 dots in each segment. So A was a dot on the far
like a
left.
telephone keypad.
Exactly. And so depending on the shape you were given and where the dot was inside the shape, you knew what letter it was.
Lovely. And you guys know Black Horse? Black Horse is U.S. military standard.
No, never even heard of it.
You write out the word Black Horse as all one word. You number above it 0 through 9. If you're trying to give a code of words, you use the numbers. If you're trying to get a code of numbers, you use the letters.
Okay, but you've only got 9 letters to work with.
You can use them more than once.
I've just had to look up tic-tac-toe because I think tic-tac-toe to me means something different.
Noughts and crosses.
The game.
Noughts and crosses. Noughts and crosses is noughts and crosses. Tic-tac-toe, I think, that's a different game in the UK.
No.
Well, I was obviously talking about noughts and crosses.
What that?
Noughts and crosses.
Noughts and crosses.
Noughts and crosses is not known as tic-tac-toe in the UK, as far as I know.
Well, you're wrong. It's
I'm not.
It's called
in the
tic-tac-toe.
UK. In the UK, it's not.
No, I mean the whole UK is wrong.
Well, maybe, but I've got the feeling there is something else called tic-tac-toe in the UK.
Could be, I don't know.
And I think it's a little kids game where you have to throw you put a board up of a certain shape, in chalk on the floor, and then you have to throw a pebble onto a certain square and then jump to it using hop and then 2 feet and then hop and then 2. It's like,
we call that hopscotch.
That's called hopscotch.
Yeah, sort of hopscotch. So it's the tic-tac-toe that I don't get, because we didn't really use it where I came from to connect to noughts and crosses. In my view,
okay,
I could be completely wrong about it. It's just
translate everything I just said to the idea of noughts and crosses, and you'll get what I said.
But the idea of a code,
yeah,
would never come to me.
Did you want me to explain it again, just for fun? Not that it matters. Like the premium spot in noughts and crosses is, of course, the center spot, right? Yeah. In the code I'm describing, that would be either the number 0 or the number 5. It's the number 5 if you don't put a line through it. If you do put a line through it, then it's the number 0. In the upper left is 1, top center 2, top right 3, etc.
Yeah.
So you draw the shape of that section, and that represents the number. And it just looks like a bunch of, when you write it down, I mean, it might look like backward L, box with a line through it, C. What the hell does that mean? I mean, to most people, it means nothing. But if you know what code you're looking at, of course.
Yeah, okay. And the code was used to, it was a cryptic code that's used.
Yeah.
So that
Super
other
simple.
people wouldn't know what you're actually saying. Okay. I don't know how we got onto this, but all right.
It's because you were talking about the neo-Nazis and the ways they disguise, and you have to be part of it to understand. That's how we got on. It was your fault, actually.
Yeah, it's my fault. I apologize.
But I was asking for clarity, and that part's my fault.
Okay.
I actually love learning new things, and I'm kind of a freak about it. Actually, anything I hear about, I want to know. Sammy, it sounds like you're playing drums on your microphone with your fingertips very lightly.
Does it?
Yeah.
I'm actually just drawing something up.
You going to share it with us?
Yep.
Great.
So, I mean, I have learned something. So this concept, tic-tac-toe equals noughts and crosses. But it's just come up, tic-tac-toe, brackets, American English, noughts and crosses, brackets, British English, X's and O's is an option that apparently some people say, or crosses and zeros is a paper and pencil game for 2 players. So, I mean, I guess some people may well have been using the term tic-tac-toe in England to mean this, but I have clearly never heard it before in connection to noughts and crosses. That doesn't mean that a lot of English people don't know it as tic-tac-toe as well. It's just, it's never been done for me.
Let me see if I can read the message on the right, according to the code breakdown.
I have to do it this way.
Okay, so we have... Okay, so included in your decoding, it doesn't include where the dots belong. So I can't decode this. I could maybe figure it out that it's either A, B, C. The next one's either D, E, or F. The next one is P, G, or R.
No.
How does where the dot indicate?
See, the first one is G, H, or I. Which one is it?
And so
sorry, GHI, yeah.
If you look, this dot is not close to the line and it's not close to the edge. It's in the middle.
Okay.
Same as that
Okay.
one.
Oh, now I
H.
see it.
So that's an H.
So you look at this one's very close to the line. So we have a H.
We have H E G E.
Nope. Try again.
No, it's P Q Q R. Is it R?
Yep. H A R. Yep.
Okay. HARE.
Yep.
T probably and
Yep.
I. I'm thinking maybe I and
yep.
Then we have a C.
Correct.
Okay.
Hello,
What?
Sammy.
Cool.
Hello.
Did I come back into?
We're talking codes. We're
So that was
Oh.
heretic in my Tic Tac code.
Yeah.
So I would just send my mate this, and we'd learn this off by heart. We didn't need to draw it because we just
Right.
knew where each letter was.
Yeah, I've got it now. I could use that code now.
Very
It's pretty
good.
simple, isn't it?
I've never seen that. I've never perceived it as a crypto code either. It's like that's brilliant. I love it.
I guess I'd have to work on memorizing which letter goes in which shape, which set of letters goes in which outline shape.
Yeah.
That I'd have to work on.
It's 3 at a time, except for the last 2.
Yeah.
Back in a bit.
No worries. And what I didn't tell you is that instead of a hard dot, a little circle in any of the shapes, generally in the middle, but it didn't matter, was a number because you've got the 9 squares. So you had 1 to 9. And then a circle with no shape for 0.
So did you guys, I mean, obviously things occur simultaneously in different minds all over the planet throughout time. That's evidently true. Did you guys invent that, quote unquote, invent that?
Yeah. Yep.
It's pretty damn smart.
How old would we have been? Probably 12, because I'd say we were still primary school.
Right. Now, would you recall what triggered it?
Yeah. Nothing really specific, but me and my friend, because he was a Jehovah's Witness too, so there was only so many things were allowed to be interested in, and we'd gotten into codes and code breaking. Not for anything really specific. We just thought it was cool, and it wasn't a topic that we could get in trouble for. So,
right.
And yeah, so we thought we were pretty special for coming up with that. But
What makes it not special?
well, the fact we came up with it was pretty cool.
It is. Still today, it's pretty cool.
I think we did a pretty good job.
I'm pretty proud of myself that there's like a family of adults who still repeat jokes I told when I was a kid. That is my grown-up siblings' family. You know, that it actually it was good enough it carried on. You know, and it's still interesting.
Oh God, I have an adult sibling. Oh,
Weird. Did you just realize that?
Yeah, I just realized she's 23.
Uh-huh. Well, that whole chronology, chronological forward in a theory of time thing, it works.
God, no, she's like 12. No, this is wrong.
No, she not anymore, right?
Adult is subjective.
Oh, she's almost 24. I'm closing in on 29. That means she's almost 24. Fuck me, I'm old. What happened?
Time happened.
Bullshit.
I'm old, said the spring chicken.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, I guess. But
wait, the first scary one, well, for me anyway, was 35.
Oh my gosh, you're kidding me.
I don't even
Possibly
think I'm
30.
that.
I think I might have had a little one at 30. In fact,
little one
did.
What?
Midlife crisis.
Seriously? You're in your prime of your life when you're 30.
Yeah,
like, it don't get better
was
than
also
that.
deep into a miserable relationship and
oh, I'm sorry.
Continuing to pump out spawn.
Well, be thankful for the spawn anyway.
I'm very grateful for the spawn.
I know that. I think you're probably a fantastic dad.
Yeah, well, I'm not a bad dad. I'll say that much.
You know the difference between a good dad and a bad dad? A good dad says, am I a good dad? A bad dad never asks the question.
Yeah.
I really think that's true.
Yeah. And, when you said, do you know what makes a good dad? I knew what you were going to say.
Yeah.
But that's why you're the Christ. Because you deny it. Maybe you have to start admitting it, then we'll leave you alone.
Well, being a Christ follower, I decline lying. So I also decline.
But by not denying it, you're claiming it.
See, but what if I said I'd have to lie to deny it? What does that mean?
It means
it'd be a regular lie. If you were lying to deny it, that's a normal lie.
And what would it mean if I did deny it? See, it's a catch-22. You see?
Yeah. See, that's why you're the Christ.
Like I can't win
You're
this argument
starting
with
to
you
get
guys. No, you get it. No matter what I say, it doesn't matter. You know that, right?
Oh, I get it. I get it. It's the beauty of it. You can't deny it. You're stuck.
I don't know. I will definitely say there is truth to the whole a bad dad won't ask the question. Because my dad was just straight up like, yeah, I'm a terrible father. So like, yeah, that's true in both ways, weirdly enough.
Well, he gets admission points, see?
Yeah, no, I gotta give him some credit. Because he'll just straight up admit to it and be like, yeah, I was fucked. There's no apology. There's no, I shouldn't have done that. Just, yeah, I did that. It was fucked.
That was something my dad used to say. Don't bother to apologize when it's done. Because it doesn't really fix anything.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I thought it was a bad thing, but now you've said that. I've said that to my own children. Too late to apologize now. Try not to do the thing in the first place, but that is not helpful.
Well, try not to repeat it. After all, we always ever learned from no. We never did learn from yes. When you do a yes, congratulations, move on with it. And when you do a no, treat it the same way. Congratulations, move on with it, learn.
Well, now I know how to summon Skyworks.
How's that?
Call
you
Richard
accuse
the
me of being
Christ.
Jesus?
Yeah.
Now, I appreciated the first comment there, Skyworks, but then the second one, I don't know if I appreciate that. I mean, if you want to make an assertion like fool, that's fine, but I'm going to need you to actually give evidence to that effect.
Room is always open for you, my friend.
Sean! I gave Sean kind of a hard time the other day.
Oh. Maybe it's not who I thought.
That's my darkened understanding, who said that their proper name was Sean. At least that's what they told me.
Is it a new friend?
Most often on James Apperson, to my experience. But of course, that's only my experience.
So new to me. I don't know why I thought it was Ed.
No. Ed isn't my darkened understanding. Ed is something son. Something about the sun.
Right.
Ed Romanian or whatever he is, Eastern European, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, but we're trying to remember the screen name. Help us with that.
Oh, he keeps changing it. I don't know.
Does he?
Yeah.
That's probably why I thought it was him. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
It'll work for now.
Yeah. Our dying son.
That's it.
See, my darkened understanding, our dying
nice
son. That's a fair mistake. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I can definitely see a human brain putting those things together.
Links in the Linky Doo is in the.
Oh, it looks like Hillary's awake again.
Good morning, Hillary's.
Where I am, it's 5:46 a.m. and I'm left of center on the United States map. So somebody on the New York coast, it could be 7:47 a.m. for them.
And on the west,
In the west, it's
3 a.m.
4:47, almost 5 o'clock. Yeah, continental United States is only 4 time zones. Of course, I guess compared to like Great Britain,
It is
huge.
7:47 here. You're right.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I forgot how time worked. Look, I've been awake since
my paw.
10 a.m. yesterday.
Bond is correct. It is 6:47 Alamo time.
Alamo time. I don't even know what that means.
We're in Texas. He and I both are.
Well, you missed an interesting stream, Hillary.
No, I was here the whole time.
You have been?
Yeah, I even wrote that
Excellent.
I couldn't because my mom was asleep at 3 a.m. But yeah, I took about an hour break just now, because I had a headache, so I took some naproxen.
Good.
But I'm back now.
How's your headache?
Well,
it's doing better.
Awesome.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You're sorry that it's doing better?
Destroyed. Yeah, I wish it would get destroyed for you.
Yeah, I'm glad. Headaches build character.
We went 2 different ways with the same joke. That was great.
Yeah. That's my job.
You said your headache was doing better. And now what is success for a headache?
You're right. I'm still have enough that I'm just going to skip over it. I'm not going to engage.
Wait, you can skip over a headache?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I learned how to stop my hiccups. Is that about the same thing?
It's nowhere near the same, though.
Okay.
Oh, I would take headaches over hiccups.
Oh, not me. I take hiccups.
Oh,
I mean, migraines. Now that's a question. Regular headache.
Yes.
Yeah, no, fuck that. Way better than
I've outgrown migraines, but I still get tension headaches, especially from like eye strain.
Huh.
I hear you, brother. So do I. But I've had hiccups that lasted days, and I'm telling you, I would take a migraine over that. Days of hiccuping, your stomach muscles
Eat,
and
can't sleep, hurts.
yeah,
Wow.
smoke. Try and take a draw of a smoke, and
Can't.
oh god, I don't know who that is out the back.
Can't drink beer.
Before, oh yeah, it's Will. Okay,
It's the insane guy.
Yes. Now we're all going to get cancelled if I let you in, sir. So just
Let
you've
the
all
canceling begin.
Just try to be nice.
Oh shit,
Hello
Will.
there.
Oh,
I was
God.
notified by Catherine Simpletran, aka Ayahuasca Banana Hammock, that
What did I
Bond had
do?
a very interesting video that I'm sure you've already played.
What the hell did you just say?
There's
okay. My
Cat
legal
goes by
name is
many names.
Ayahuasca
She's-
Banana Hammock. It's a whole
Yeah,
thing.
it's a whole
Okay.
thing. There's like deep lore in our little pocket of fucking oblivion or whatever.
Okay, in all fairness, Mr. Kincaid, Sean, my darkened understanding came in and hadn't had a chance to speak yet.
Oh,
if you would allow it.
Thanks, Richard. I wasn't. I was just
Oh,
listening
wow.
to the father. Our conversation was interesting to me, and honestly, I found 420 and Freeman stream this morning. I'm supposed to be taking a break from the YouTube for a few days for work, but I found you guys talking in 420. I didn't know you had a stream. I should have assumed. I guess we've interacted on Richard's channel before, but I just fell into this, and me not being on YouTube for a week has turned into back in a stream. Anyway, that's it. Hello.
Hello.
You're very welcome, sir. Anytime.
On the hiccup note, working in restaurants, there's the simple fact is taking your mind away from the hiccups in my experience, but they used to do a trick with a rocks glass and a dessert spoon. So you take a small spoon and a small glass and you fill it a third of the way with water. You balance you put the spoon in with the bowl of the spoon in the glass, and you balance the heel of the spoon on your nose, and then you drink the water. And over the course of the 2 minutes that it takes you to like concentrate and focus and drink the water, most people it would cure most people's hiccups. But it would let them focus on something else for long enough for the hiccups to stop. And then where I really resonate as an ex-smoker was you can smoke a fucking cigarette through a hiccup if you were just, and I was that dumb to keep trying, but it just doesn't work. Oh, well, this drag's not gonna fucking, ruin my lungs.
So did you play Bond's video? I literally just woke up.
No, Bond's video was not brought up. I've been here a couple hours. Bond's video was not brought up.
Should I go get it?
That's up to you, man. I'm not you. I'm not in charge of you. I'm not in charge of what you do.
I mean, it kind of does make everyone involved on their side look like a bunch of fucking hypocrites, and it does make us right into infinity, basically.
I neither support nor
I'm gonna go get the
dissupport.
link. Hold on. I'll be right back.
I mean, it's certainly a video. I'll say that much. Look, I just got breakfast, man. We just eating soup. I'm sorry, that's more deep lore.
Yep, there it is. Anyway.
So we have a video that proves something, Will, or that's an
Oh
opinion?
yes, I think. Well, if it doesn't prove something, at least infers heavily something, I guess.
Okay.
It infers something.
That's cool. We can show this. It's nothing.
Well, according to them, it's something.
Yeah, according to it's them saying something they told us that we couldn't even joke about.
Research? Have you done any type of studying into like coon, raccoon?
Yeah, if you're,
okay, I have too. I've me personally.
You're not in South Carolina.
I've never heard a one black person call another black person a coon.
All right, so Andrew wants to know, how does Candace Owens fit into the framework? Candace Owens is an actual coon.
Candace Owens is an actual coon. Candace Owens is an actual coon.
Who is helping the oligarchs play their game, pitting us against one another. And
you tried to spin it to where it's actually more shared within the black community than the white community, which
Candace Owens is an actual coon.
Well, and it turns out that that's true.
Uh-oh.
Dun dun dun.
the vibrato, the reverb, dude. Oh my god. Got me.
I played polite knowing that. I just want to put that out there.
It only takes 5 minutes of Googling on the internet to know that black people have used it against other black people as a pejorative, sort of like calling somebody a coconut.
But isn't that
Black on the outside, white on the inside? You know, it's like, So the issue that has actually been highlighted is that Oz doesn't know a fucking thing. Oz doesn't know a fucking thing about anything. Is the issue?
Well, the grand irony is, isn't that Oz's girlfriend or whatever?
Yeah, didn't agree with him. I enjoyed that.
Apparently he lied by omission, because he does indeed know one black person who called another black person.
Well,
was it the K word or the C
Stephanie in the
word?
bottom laughing at the whole thing?
Yes,
wasn't
that also.
Stephanie laughing at a racial slur, calling
And that proves exactly
Will
what I
a
said
piece
on
of
the
shit for
video.
saying something intentionally hurtful? Isn't that kind of? Did I see that wrong?
What's that word
knew
when
she didn't really
someone feels a certain way in one situation, but on the same topic in a different situation they react completely different? Seems like there's a word for that.
Human.
Well, the other thing.
No.
that-
It's not just human. It's more particular than that. I think. I remember now. Hypocrite. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Yeah.
see,
Yeah,
it was
you're right.
okay. See, this is even worse, because they said the word and Stephanie laughed, and all Will did was change his profile pic to Veckel and then back to his every single fucking day for the past several years raccoon photo, and that was enough to start a 7-day long campaign in the trenches over a fucking raccoon that everyone had lost their minds about. So actually, I think now we're done. I think now we're done. We're done when I say we're done. God damn it. I can't, if it wasn't so common, I almost wouldn't believe it. That, in my wildest dreams, yes, I would have guessed that this was as public as it was. But not on a normal day.
I mean, that's just, look, it happens. Here's the thing. I've said and done some fucking heinous shit, but I own up to it. And I'm like, hey, you know what? I shouldn't have done that. I'm going to try and do better. It just really pisses me off when people do heinous shit and don't own up to it and then get mad at other people for doing less heinous things. Like, you don't own up to it. Yeah, you own up to it.
Yeah, and I will apologize accordingly. I don't generally apologize, but like Oz the other day, he was like, "Hey man, it hurt my feelings or whatever when you made fun of Native Americans," and I explained, "Oh, that was for Knox specifically. I didn't mean to catch you in the crossfire." And now we're doing the kumbaya thing. And then last night he's like, "Hey man, can you not do the KKK thing?" And I was like, "You know what, Ox, for you, I'll change over to Maine if that makes you happy." But for normal people who can't be, I will do that. But for people like Oz and Stephanie and all the rest of them, I don't negotiate with terrorists. So if you could be a reasonable human being that can negotiate with me on basic terms of humanity and not be a total stooge about it, So that is
Pocket Rocket is completely unreasonable. I don't know how anyone can engage with that guy.
I've never met him in person, so I can't negotiate with him.
Well, I don't think any creature alive can negotiate with whatever the fuck Jay is. I don't rightly know.
Pickle
You have to
plucker.
drink his fermented piss. God, that's what I've been saying all night.
I've also made
Will, I'm interested in your concept of negotiating with anyone. Have you ever done that?
Oh yeah, I've negotiated with people all the time. I generally speaking, I attempt the diplomatic approach before I, start arming my trans death squads.
Does anybody have any experience of Will doing stuff diplomatically?
Well, he did it with
I
Hawks.
heard about it once.
Once, okay.
Well, Knock and I are on speaking terms, so
that is true.
And that
That
one
told
time
me that she heard about it once.
Yeah, I hit someone with a KYS, and I apologized for it like immediately because I said it because I was mad and I didn't mean it. So that happened. Sassy. When things went nuclear with the Antichrist and all that. Speaking of, my Jello is here. Hi.
Oh yeah, that time Sassy fucking doxed.
Yeah, and now we're friends.
Child.
We've exchanged docs. So
she is my sworn enemy.
Yeah.
She's shoot on sight for me. I don't fucking care. She fucking lied to me repeatedly and made me interrogate my fucking friends. So it's
the nation.
Fucking bitch. I hope she chokes to death on a fucking Go-Gurt. Jesus Christ. Fucking bitch.
See?
Like Von Helton.
See?
Oh, I'm a super respectable person or something. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, Kat is a member of society. She just demonstrated.
We've established already that I'm not normal.
Let's be honest, Kat, you're completely ungovernable. You are literally a fucking raccoon. There's nothing, once you just have them, it's just, you gotta deal with it a certain type of way. Just
See,
the
some
crawling.
more Bond gold.
Hey, Jamie, your mom's a joke. How do you like that, faggot? Suck my dick.
And now he's talking about Kevin's mother. I'm telling you, Lord, I'm being
Look at that.
tempted. So help me,
Kevin's
Jesus.
mother
I'm
is
being
trash.
tempted.
Hey, Jamie, your mom's a joke. How do you like that, faggot? Suck my dick.
Wow. I'm being tempted.
you
You better
better
be
not even
blocked. You do not talk about someone's mother.
Hey, Jamie, your mom's a joke. How do you like that, faggot? Suck my dick.
That's a slander. That's what Satan calls a slander.
He's banned.
No, that's what the name Satan means. Yeah, he's
Oh,
Wow, I'm sure Jesus is quite proud of you for saying that.
he needs to go milk himself and have a cup of coffee. I'm serious.
Oh, Bond, Brilliant work, my friend.
You know, Bond's actually almost as good as Basement Dweller with that shit. I love BD. He's my favorite.
Well,
is that racist because his avatar is a fucking chimpanzee? Can I say Basement Dweller, or am I going to get canceled? Jesus
we went
Christ.
over that.
Oh, okay,
Ask
you did.
fucking heretic here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Like I said, I just woke up. I've yet to make coffee, so my.
Is that to do with chaos? Yeah.
No,
we went.
no.
No.
Basement Dweller has.
Oh,
Basement Dweller has a monkey as his avatar, a chimpanzee or something.
Yeah,
I think
Kevin Chaos.
It's an animal. It's an animal, and it's not being used as a. I'm coming in here to be racist by having this avatar as an animal on my. It's like what? Why anybody would think that? It just goes beyond my comprehension. There are certain things that you can actually go, yes, that symbol is fascist, Nazi, degrading, dehumanizing, whatever. Other symbols, hey, suck it
Do you
up,
see
suck me.
why I said to Stephanie before she left, I said, I just want one last question, even if you just take it with you. What is Will supposed to do about his avatar? Because the trans community is saying, on one hand, they're not telling him to take it down. They're saying that he should understand. And so when I say so he can leave it up, then they say no, he should take it down. So, and if so, is it just Will or is it all raccoons now? So I cannot use my raccoon avatar anymore?
Well, I'm trans and a raccoon. What do I do? Just kill myself?
You're screwed. You just have to go and top yourself.
I've got a very posh. Yeah, when all that happened on Praise's channel a couple months ago, I made one with a really cute one with a tuxedo. So is that not allowed either?
I don't have Will Freeman on Discord for some reason, and I should. I have
I
made
don't
him.
know that he's actually on it.
I've made him a wonderful raccoon avatar, a better one, I think, perhaps.
I've got the feeling, Hillary's, that a tuxedo is upper class white privilege.
Oh man, you're probably right.
Oh, now you've got the derogatory term Oreo.
Oh no,
man, you hit it on both sides there. Oh my
are
god!
You saying...
And I just thought it was high class. That just shows how backward I am.
Now Oreo's a racist?
Oh yeah, that's an American term for a black person who's white inside.
No,
Yeah,
actually, it's
we had our first.
Jill.
Well, that's incorrect.
Well, when we had our Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, a whole bunch of leftists decided to throw Oreos at him to do that racial.
That's not altogether correct. Oreo came about for mixed race. So early, like in goodness, I guess. Anyway, so if mom or dad was white and black, but if it was a mixed race child, like I think mulatto or Oreo, or there were
mulatto is
pejoratives.
1/4 and octoroon is 1/8. God, get your slurs right.
Right, it doesn't apply to all people of color. Like, for example, Asians have banana instead of Oreo.
No, I'm just saying, like when Richard said that it's a black person that's white on inside, I think it was predominantly used as a mixed, like when a black and white couple had a child, it was a pejorative used to the child. Oreo was what
I'll adopt that as.
That's just simply, Richard. I'm just simply trying to say that was the pejorative. So that's the slur is to the child. You're an Oreo, right? Like, and that was the slur.
I'll adopt the etymology of the slur. Thank you.
So so if you're gonna slur, but I wonder if there is.
Do it properly. No, I'm kidding.
I think it's evolved to be like you're black on the outside and white on the inside, or also a weird interracial spit roast, possibly.
So regardless, I mean, it's used as a slur, right? Like, so we can all agree
Like-
that. And if you
like
want to
if
use a
I said-
slur to troll people, then you definitely take the risk of being called a racist. But the simple fact of the matter is,
Sammy, do you mind if I share my screen for a moment?
if you're in the company of a
Be my
mixed
guest.
race person and you want to adopt an Oreo as an avatar to troll them with, I mean, I think it's obvious what you're doing in the game that you want to play. And
Well,
if
there is
if
a
that
game
per-
being
if that-
played.
of course there's a game being played. Obviously, that's the whole, and that's the thing, right? Some people have a problem with the game, some people don't. Some people like to play the game, and then some people play the game like Praise plays that fucking game all day long. Well,
And then
I go
pisses
between.
himself when
Hold
someone
on
else
one second.
plays it.
I'm so sorry. Give me just 1 second. Praise plays the game, and I'm not sure if he's aware he plays the game because I do think Praise is just not intelligent. So there's this mix of like,
Wait.
is he playing the game or is he? So, but point being is when someone comes in and plays the game with him, he draws that line in the sand, right? And says, oh, well, wait a minute, you can't talk about someone's mother. Which to me, like, if you're involved in that game, everything's free. For me, I just don't play that game anymore.
Yeah, that was my fault. You don't have to get into it, but that's the reason he's mad about that specifically. I've, you know what? I don't even know what those cat. What am I? Help me here. I don't.
An ass.
Yeah, well, no,
You're
that's
an
too
ass.
simple. That's too simple.
You're an incorrigible ass.
Okay,
You're incorrigible. You're unfixable in your assholery, much like myself. However, you have a much more active approach.
Sean, did you happen to read the screen?
No, I don't, because in my experience, I don't use the word Oreo because when I was growing
No,
up,
it directly
was used, it was-
refutes what you said and agrees with Richard. So I just thought I'd
So Hillary, look, I don't care about this particular definition of Oreo. What bothers me is when someone's using it as a slur, right? So we could do this all day with
Absolutely.
So we could do this all day. We could do this all day with definitions. I just don't care about you being able to find a definition that fits into allowing you to keep using it in a way that you want to use
Hold
it.
it, allowing
I don't
me.
care.
Hold on,
also,
no. No false accusations. Don't say allowed me to use it. I've never used it.
Okay,
So that's
well
you,
then,
buddy. That's you.
No. Hold on. I'm not using it unless you're talking about the cookies that I eat. All I'm simply implying is that if you're giving another definition, we could do this all day long. I'm uninterested in defining things like this. If you're using Oreo as a slur, right, I'm going to have a problem with it. If you're referring to a cookie, I'm not. If you're going to pull up this definition, I don't give a shit. It doesn't, right? Because it's not for me.
Well, you had mentioned before about doing.
I'm uninterested in
Was it you or someone else that said something about a few minutes of research?
I don't think I said few minutes of research because honestly, I'm not like, and I've told Richard this before, when we've had conversations about Jesus, that a lot of the time I'm not interested in the literal like language game that people play so that they can define things how they want to. So
Why do you keep talking about playing games? I noticed that on the other channel. You kept talking about playing. You're playing
Hillary,
the game.
there is such a thing as a language game. And by that, like the way that we use language, the way that we define language, the way that language evolves, if you want to talk about that, when I talk about game otherwise, I might be talking about trolling, I might be talking about a board game, I might be talking about several different things. So my literal point in this is we use words differently depending on the situation that we're in. And if someone's using a word as a slur, I'm going to have a problem with it, regardless of the reason they're using that word, right? It's that simple for me. And if you bring up, like you did, hey, look, Sean, this is what it really means, I'm going to say that's one instance, and I don't care about that instance because what I care about is the slur when it's being used.
Question.
Okay, can we be reasonable about that? It was your experience that it meant something in some community. My experience was different. That's all.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. That's literally what I just got finished saying, Richard. Right.
I think there's an
we've all had
interesting
different
aspect.
experiences of using language. And for me, I draw a line in the sand when someone's throwing either racial slurs, bigoted slurs, anything like that, regardless of why they're doing it, right? That's me, right? Like, and so
Well,
if
since you're referring to a
I have a
conversation,
question.
yeah, sure, Kat. I don't know if it's a question
Okay.
for me. Sorry.
What if I'm using a slur about myself because I've reclaimed it?
You mean if you're talking shit about yourself? I could care less, to be honest with you. I mean, I could probably care less if you're out there slurring other people because I'm not, right? Like, I have no idea if
You
you're out there
could
slurring a
care
person.
less?
But again,
I mean,
I said it
yeah,
wouldn't
anyone
bother me
could care
because
less about anything.
I went right, but that's right now we're playing another game, which I don't.
Did you mean couldn't?
Well, right, so it doesn't bother me if
Okay.
you're out there in the day-to-day slurring people. And if I keep using,
Well, myself.
What's the one that my wife corrects me all the time on? Irregardless. I used to say that a lot, right? Because
thank you
most
for not
Americans
saying that earlier.
Most there are a lot of us, or a lot of people are out there saying irregardless and they're using it wrong, right? Like, and she always is like,
that's
no, you
worse
mean
than a slur,
regardless.
in my opinion. I'd rather have someone call me every slur in the book than say irregardless to my face.
You know what? I hate non-inflammable. That's mine.
Non-inflammable.
What the fuck? It either flams or it doesn't fucking flam.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah. Can't defy that. logic.
Library is the worst.
Also, one that I fucked up on and I still fuck up on is accessory. It's not accessory, it's accessory. And I think that sounds fucking stupid. But that
It
is.
is. It's accessory, surely.
No, I thought that, but no, as it turns out, the internet has corrected me many times. And I've had to just concede. I still say the wrong thing because, again, I don't negotiate with terrorists, but it is true at the very least.
That's not one of those
Okay,
potato things, is it?
So Sean, you referred back to a prior conversation a couple times, and it didn't go beyond my noticing it. Did you ever think about what I'd actually said to you about what Will was trying to accomplish, how he was using the word trans, and did you ever maybe pivot from your position you did hold that he was being transphobic at the time?
I'm literally uninterested in beating that dead horse. I did it for a while.
Well, why'd you bring it up 2 times so far?
If I didn't mean to, right? Like, so if I brought it up and
Okay.
and or if you caught a little bit of reference that Richard, you're like, oh, there you go. Now I can reintroduce that into conversation. If that's something that you want to talk about, man, just say you want to talk about that. Say, hey, Sean, I didn't get a chance to finish the conversation that we had the other day. Like, let's have that. I even thought of reaching out to you personally and saying, hey, look, let's just do a little, like, we could talk about that and have that, right? Because for me,
I'd like to.
the part of the conversation that seems to bother you is that. And not that it's a bothersome to me, but because of our shared experience, whether it be in the military, whether it be some of the things that we may agree on, and just like a general like approach to life, I assume that your skin is a little thicker, or that I can say or react how I want to. And if that's slightly more emotional than I do with other people, then I'm sorry that I was not as let's see, if I was not as careful with you as I am with some other people, because I
don't need you to be. It's fine.
Well, in that stream, if you want to go back to that particular stream, Richard, you were like, hey, dude, calm down. A little bit less emotional. Like, let's chill. And this is what I'm literally saying. I thought with you, I didn't have to be as careful with some of the others that I do have to be careful with because of our shared history, because of
it's
been in the like.
It's fine.
I mean, look,
it's fine. I just want to talk about what's reasonable.
Anybody that served in the military can stand next to another person and have a conversation, and if it gets heated, it's not a big deal, right? Because we're fucking emotional people. That's just the simple fact of the matter, right? Well, it seems that you made it a big deal.
You can tell it's not a big deal because I still want to talk to you.
Well, right, but I'm just saying, like, that's the particular thing about that stream. I was like, really, man, That was odd to me. But if you want to talk about that, we can talk about that.
Okay,
I mean, we
so
don't have to do it
so
here.
did you ever
I didn't come on today
did
to
you ever
start this fucking
possibly
conversation over. And no is the short answer. And I'm really not interested in it because it's going to be the beating of the same horse. But I'll say this, Richard,
no?
because I've thought about this. I've thought about this a lot, and it does answer the question or the general that stream. Where I sit on all of this, right, is it's the conservatism probably that bothers me, right? Like, do I care what avatar you have? Probably not, to be completely honest with you. If I go into a room and my avatar offends somebody, I'm probably going to change it. If they say, hey, look, dude, like this is offensive to me, I'm going to change it. And that's just me. Because someone that doesn't change it is doing a multitude of different things. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's just, fucking inconsiderate in my opinion, right? Like, have a little common goddamn courtesy. If someone says, hey, look, that's offensive to me, then change it if you want to say, or fuck off, right? I mean, that's the way that I look at the world. But there's this idea out there with conservatives of like the thicker skin, right? Like of like we should be able to say anything, and like depending on the intentions or this, it's a game in my opinion, right? And I'll say this, I used to say I lean conservative, but I no longer say that because conservative means something much different that it does today than it used to. The same reason that I no longer say that I'm a patriot, because at one point in time I said I was a patriot, but now a patriot is that asshole next door that's running around in a fucking flak jacket, a helmet, with his version of a fucking AR-15 on a four-wheeler, like playing literally like
swing. It's true.
Playing
I'm a patriot,
playing civil fucking war, right? Like this dude really thinks that there's going to be a civil war, and he's preparing for it, and so I know
I
use
wish.
the word
You
patriot.
don't know there won't be. Stop ruining my dreams. Stop shitting on my dreams. It's very hurtful.
I'm gonna shit on your dreams.
Kincaid.
I'm gonna go to your house and shit on them.
I'm very excited for the impending civil war. Please, just stop.
So people understand. I'm an anarchist. I'm a very left-leaning anarchist. I'm not right-wing by any measure, despite what some people may tell you.
Well,
I just want to watch it burn.
I'd have to say I'm both left and right wing because I'm an eagle and I like to fly. But you need two wings in order to fly. And
You said ring.
Yeah, we got
right
it.
ring.
It wasn't that hard. Yeah, we got it.
Or I mean, a couple of propeller blades. I mean, you don't need wings.
Someone could carry me. That is true. I could perch on someone's arm.
A propeller is called a rotary wing.
Okay, yeah, but I said propeller blades. You only need the blades.
Okay,
You just gotta blast
so
the
obviously,
blades real
Sean,
fast.
you're right. We're gonna have to talk about this some other time. And I'm wanting to do
Richard,
that. Not because I'm sorry. You went on a diatribe for 5 minutes while I sat here perfectly quiet. Could you let me finish a thought? I'd really appreciate it.
I'm
if you
sorry.
would, Sean.
I'm sorry if I'm offensive.
So
I was just going to say that I'm happy to, because this doesn't.
No, could you
seem to
just
be
shut up
stream.
for a minute, though?
This doesn't seem to be a stream where they're interested in an actual conversation rather than just the Tom.
I noticed,
and that's fine. So right, there's a much better
but
time for you and I to have
want
a
to invite
real
you to an actual conversation on this. I'd love
You
to
got my
invite
info,
you
dude.
to that
Shoot me a
conversation
fucking
sometime.
message. Shoot me a message. You got my info.
Yeah.
Shoot me a message.
Okay,
I'd love
so
to
if
do
I
that.
could finish the thought, that'd be awesome.
Problem solved.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is I want to give you a teaser, because I don't think that you think properly about my position and what I'm trying to say, because you've never actually addressed it. So what I'm actually
Must be
talking about
nice.
is the logic of the situation, not whatever people had whatever prejudices.
You done?
Yeah.
Shoot me a message. Let's talk about it.
I will.
That's it. And that's what I mean. If you want, like, you asked for my position, so I gave it to you. And if it's a diatribe, my apologies, but if you haven't had enough experience with me to know that I am slightly emotional, that's just who I am as a person. If that makes me a lesser person than some people, then go fuck themselves. I don't care. Right?
Aw.
What did Pine Creek Doug tell me? Oh, well, you're just rambling. Yeah, dude, I fucking ramble. Deal with it. The man of like the thickest skin in the world is telling me, hey, suck it up, Buttercup. Don't ramble so much. Go fuck yourself. You suck it up. I
What
ramble.
the hell did I miss? I've been away for far too long.
A lot.
Yeah, there was a war. What happened? War were declared. Things happened. Yeah.
No, this is just me talking about issues that have nothing to do with this stream or even really the stream that I was on a couple days ago. To be honest with you, everything that I've said.
I think you're new to me. I don't even think I know who you are, or is. Is it are or is? Is. I don't know who you is.
Depends on where you're
I don't know who you is.
It's ah.
It's
Definitely are.
It is. I don't know who you is.
You mean in proper English, or do you mean like in the South? Where do you mean?
In the South, yeah. I was thinking in
Which
the
one
South.
should
I'm
it
coming
be?
from the South.
In the South, it's is. Yeah.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just out there. Yeah, no, then you don't know
Thought you
who
were
they
from
is.
Illinois.
Yeah, no. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Right. I don't
Just a
know
bit
who
of clarification. Just a bit of clarification for my darkened understanding. Richard wasn't getting at you for rambling on. Richard was saying he was respectful enough to allow you to complete whatever it was you were saying. But as soon as he started speaking, you started interrupting him. And that was his complaint. It was not that you go on for a long time, because he was happy to listen to you going on for however long you needed to get your point out. He was interested in actually getting his own point out. And that's the differentiation between your understanding and his understanding. He was listening. You weren't.
The propaganda, exactly. My response to Richard was, I don't give a fuck what you're saying. Shoot me an email or shoot me a message and let's talk about it.
Okay, if you don't care what other people say, why should anyone care about what you say?
No. Okay, so I misphrased that. If we're gonna get like into the word,
No, don't pull any. Don't pull any
words that you say out of your mouth.
It's not a word game.
I'm not trying to be.
Yeah,
combative.
this is
What
not
I
a word
meant-
game. You were very clear. And
what
you
I
know
meant-
what? You have zero value. You to me.
What I meant-
I don't care anything that you have to say. You're full of shit. You're a bigot. You're everything under the sun. I don't care.
propaganda. What I simply was trying to convey to Richard was like, regardless of what you want to talk about, I'm happy to come on your stream. Just shoot me a message. We don't have to do this here.
No,
I'd much rather have a.
I accept that. I accept that eventually. But you also started talking about other stuff. What you didn't do was allow Richard to complete his offer and to say the bit of context he wanted to put around it. And that's where the problem is. People jump in straight away and start talking over each other all the bloody time. And then, because they haven't heard what has been said, because they had an emotional reaction to something that somebody started saying.
Wait, talking over each other.
Cat, not funny, Cat.
Very funny, Cat.
Okay, it was a little funny.
No, I vote funny. As
I'm
well.
sorry.
That was funny.
I'm sorry. I had to. I
would.
I was gonna do it, but
You're
it's
right, I
actually
would.
better that you did it, Kat. So yeah, you did it what I wanted to do.
I had
Thank
the
you,
thought
Kat. You are.
too. Don't worry.
I'm actually sorry. Sometimes I just
did
can't help
what we
myself.
all wanted
You
to
both
do.
had big,
Yeah.
Kat, you both had big pee and boing boing. So enjoy the rest of your day on
Sometimes
that
you should wait to say maybe it's up your ass. You know, you got to wait for the right moment here.
Yeah, but I blew my load early. I'm sorry.
Well said.
It's okay. I enjoyed it. You know what? I finished. Good.
I'm gonna pop out real quick, but I might come back. I gotta take the kids to school.
Was there a connection in that of blowing your load?
Thanks
at
for your
somebody's
dad
ass?
work. It's an Australian thing.
Okay.
What? Blowing
you're a
food
bit
load on
fucker.
me? What?
No, not blowing loads. Checking
Blowing your
butt
load up somebody's ass.
Yeah.
They were too-
Yeah.
You made it about
my
a
friend-
load.
When my friend is obviously looking for his car keys and he's getting late for work. Oh, you're just gonna play it, okay?
When my roommate comes into the room looking for his car keys, I don't say it yet. When he gets me off the couch to check underneath the couch cushions, I don't say it yet. No. And then when he says out loud, I wonder where my car keys are, I still don't say it. I still don't say it yet. But then he asks me, do you know where my car keys are? I look at him in his face and I say, have you checked your butthole? Yeah, butthole. I have not seen your keys, but since you're asking me, you better check up that butthole. Because I'm not serious, I don't think it's up inside your big brown business. But a funny thing to say to someone who's lost their shit and is stressed out visibly. When I see the best man start to sweat, I don't say it yet. When I see that little ring bearer cunt getting yelled at by his mum, oh, I still don't say it. When I see the groom asking the vicar if they can wait just another 15 minutes, I do not say it. And when the father of the bride starts organising an ad hoc emu bob of the courtyard area, I want to, but I do not say it. It's the 11th hour with 300 congregants under God's roof. The vicar approaches the mic and suddenly all of the chatter goes mute. He says that they've misplaced the rings. Could anyone possibly know where they are? I know it's my time, and all heads turn as I stand and say, Vicar, have you checked your butthole? Yeah, butthole. I have not seen your ring, but have you checked your ring? My ring, I mean butthole. Love is patient, love is kind, but if you ask me where you can find literally anything you've lost before, I'm gonna suggest that it's up your butthole. Where's my phone? Is it up your butthole? I lost my loan. Have you checked up your butthole? I'm losing my patience. Where is your class? Think you stuck up your ass. I just lost my grandma. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Are you capable of not saying she's up my arsehole? Of course. My condolences. I'm not looking for a silly joke right now. Yeah. What are you looking for? Honestly, just like a shoulder to cry. Have you checked your butthole? Yeah, butthole. Maybe you found your dead grandma up there too. I fucking got you, butthole. My family hate me. This might be the reason that I've got no close friends. Fucking worth it, baby.
Well,
maybe that's the
video.
reason my parents hate it.
Yeah, that was certainly a thing that happened.
Maybe that's what I did to them.
It's something to consider.
Sammy,
Yeah.
Sammy, thank you very much. I'm gonna go out for a run. I might be back later if you're still on. Otherwise,
Have a good run.
see y'all soon. Ta-ra.
Hail Satan.
Oh boy. You know, God bless him for keeping healthy through these trying times. You know, because sometimes, you know, you just don't want to get out of bed. You just want to stay there. But
He just told me he's going for a run and I'm tired.
Wait,
I actually have to go.
Kincaid, was that like a cry for help, man? You need to talk about that.
No, I fucked my goddamn leg. It was listen, 2 weeks ago in upstate New York,
yes.
we had 2 weeks ago in upstate New York, we had several feet. We had several feet of snow on the ground. Yesterday, it was 88 degrees out because upstate New York. So, Dad, in his infinite wisdom, did not actually foresee this. I saw 82 on the weather report, and I went, "Oh, that's fine. We'll just open windows and use fans. I don't have to go downstairs and get the air conditioners." Yeah. So when my son started getting the spins because he's a year and a half old, my wife and son evacuated while Dad put in all fucking 6 or 7 of these goddamn air conditioners, and I fucked my leg. Today I had planned to go down to camp and begin fucking repairing the goddamn roof on the cabin that I built, and my leg is fucked. So I'm just all kinds of high this morning. And also ibuprofen. And yes, I'm usually a little more physically active, and the idea of going for a run right now hurts. So yes, it is a cry for help.
I'm sorry things are difficult right now. Keep after it. It'll get better.
Thank you, Richard.
Or it won't. I mean, it can
No, it
always get
will.
worse.
No, we defeat entropy
usually
all
does.
the time.
Not all of us, Richard.
Well,
right? Like this literally could be this literally could be the start of fucking his to your death.
Well, not
Keep
that
after
things
it.
happen
You
in
run a
this
better
life.
chance of success. Yeah.
There you go.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I quit smoking, so that's. I mean, hopefully, I don't die prematurely. I smoked for 10 years or something. I started smoking, like actually smoking, not like a cigarette to look cool every once in a while in front of people that are way out of my league. I mean, like I actually started smoking when I was 19 and I quit when I was 29. So a whole 10 years of smoking. So hopefully I've only taken a few years off my life and not, hopefully I don't die at 68 or 5 or something. But also, speaking of camps, Kat, are you and
What did
Bud
I
still
do?
available tomorrow, or?
We'll see. I haven't slept. I woke up at 10 or 11 a.m. yesterday, and I haven't slept, and it's 8:30, and I have an 8-hour shift today.
Right. I figured that. That's why I asked. Because Bugs was
We'll
like,
see
when are
how
we going to
awake I
camp?
am.
Bugs kept asking me the other day, when are we going to camp? When are we going to camp? Is camp open yet? Can we go to camp now? Can we go to camp? And I was like, I mean, we can go to camp. She's like, Kat said it was okay. She wanted to go to camp too. And I was like, okay. And I was, that's why I'm asking you now if we're going to camp.
I don't know. We'll find out. I have to go to the food pantry at like the ass crack of dawn tomorrow.
Ah, right.
So
Well, I can't. I would offer to help you, but I have to wait for my mother-in-law to get here to take my son for the day. Otherwise,
yeah,
I
that'll
would
happen.
Otherwise, I would just volunteer my car, and I know how that works. You kind of have to be there early, or
Do you guys not have phones?
I get that reference, but
I don't know. This is just.
Can we talk about
everything
something more
works.
menial, please? Just anything more menial than this, please.
Tuesday. No,
how
yesterday.
menial?
Wait, no, that was Wednesday. Yeah, that was pretty menial, right?
Yeah.
Funny days, like about them Steelers, am I right?
Ooh, sexy fella.
I don't know about
I'll
that.
be right back. I have to go.
And in case anybody's not, if anybody's not catching it, I was being totally sarcastic.
That's
Catherine,
the great white hope.
Catherine, I will be right back. I have to attend to Jello, as you said.
Yeah, whatever the fuck you said. Sure.
Sammy, can you send that? Can you link that picture to me? I've got a neighbor that's kind of a dickhead, and I need to block his floodlights that he refuses to like literally take out of my window. And he flies a Trump 24 flag, and it'd be kind of nice to just block that floodlight with that particular picture. I wonder if Kinko's would blow it up for me.
Yes, they will.
If they're getting paid, I bet they will. Yeah.
That'd be great, because I thought of like just a 20 by 40 fucking tarp of drag queens, or maybe the Ford Rainbow truck, or a bunch of Bud Light or something like that, just to kind of piss him off a little bit, because I actually
Anything
had
he wouldn't want to light up.
Just a big cardboard cutout of Dylan Mulvaney.
Richard, this fucking asshole, I've asked him twice. And the last time I went down there and I showed him the pictures of the lights in our bedroom. And I mean, he's literally down there. I mean, it's like fucking high beam card lights. Anyway, long story short, I said, look, let me ask you one simple question. If this were me and my lights were in your house, how would you react? Because my reaction is always going to be, I'm so sorry, let me fix that, right? Like, that's your property, whether it be my lights or my whatever.
Right.
And he said, oh, well, I've got curtains, so it wouldn't bother me. And so you get your response. And that is just, one of the examples of what I deal with living here. But
my 1,000 Q bulbs are your problem. Gotcha.
Yeah, he is one of those people though that literally is like, I'm gonna do what I want, when I want, how I want, and it's a problem that I have with just ignorance and in the sense. But down here, that goes hand in hand with anybody that takes the label, and that dude does take the label patriot, conservative, fucking whatever he wants.
Oh boy,
like huge Trump fan, and that's what I have a problem with, because they're not having. He's so fucking like, I don't think he could think his way out of a wet paper bag as far as like what he actually believes, whether it be the Jesus bullshit or whether it be the political side that he thinks he's on.
But have you ever tried to get out of a wet paper bag? It just turns into a bunch of wet paper and you're covered in it. The bag is one.
Try to send him a high res picture so you can have it blown up, Sammy.
This is inappropriate times for jokes again, isn't it?
No, Cat, that's funny. It's just I'm anyway.
All right, fair enough. I'll take that. I'll take what wins I can get.
But there are all of us that are different, right? And that's a point that's hard to come across to a lot of people, is that certain people are. When I was, again, this goes back to maybe something that you can resonate with, Richard, because in the military you've got a substantial amount of guys that literally kick back and fuck off all day long. Once the shit hits the fan, they're awesome, but they're uninterested in anything. When we've got downtime, when we're learning, when we're doing anything, they're uninterested in anything but fucking off. And maybe I was like that in kitchens at one point or this, but I don't know. Maybe at some point, just, you know, at some point I probably would have found the video you guys said funny. At this point, it's just something I scroll past in YouTube because it doesn't interest me. But I'm also trying to figure out what about
which video
YouTube
might have been
actually
funny.
does interest. I shouldn't say might have been funny to me. The butthole video. The dude with grandmother in his ass. You know, I used to like, I mean, you know, anyway. Maybe it's just as I get older, it's less enticing to me to.
That was really just me trolling Cat about Cat's timing, which was actually pretty darn good.
I understood the. We here at the Kink Inc. have a motto, and it's big money, big women, big fun, and we try to stick by that as we can.
You know, it's funny, and as a friend said to me when I was in a kitchen a long time ago, talking about big women, he said, "Look, I put mine out to graze a long time ago. You probably should too."
Like cannibalism? You want to get them nice and fat to eat them? I mean, like, yeah, I'm down for it. Hell yeah, cannibalism.
I'm currently on a campaign right now in my house.
Cannibalism?
Bastards. No, these fucking ants. There was no ants, and then there was ants. There was just all of the ants, and now I have to go to fucking Home Depot or something and get fucking ant spray. Like big fuck off carpenter ants, like the kind that you come home and they're fucking your mom. Like these fucking.
Wait, your mom's sisters are fucking your mom, and they're also carpenters?
Like the ants that are the size of a 22. Those fucking things. I think they're carpenter ants.
Oh. Those kind of bugs.
I had ice cream last night on the couch with my wife, and now there's just ants everywhere because I must have dripped a little bit of the ice cream on the fucking floor, and now my house is just infested with ants. You know what? I need to bring in spiders. That way I don't have to deal with the ants, the spiders.
Mr. Kincaid, Bugs in the side chat asked to ride with you to Home Depot. I'm not making that up.
Yes, I'm aware that Bugs would like very much to hang out with me today. I probably tomorrow, and I don't know for how long because I do work at 10 o'clock at night on Saturday, so I have to. I gotta do something about these fucking ants.
Fire.
Hey, yeah, actually, I was just thinking I got some styrofoam around here somewhere. I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah,
napalm my
mix it
own.
with some like diesel additive.
I'm gonna napalm my
Like
own
fire
house to
paste.
prove a point to these ants.
I mean,
you gotta
well,
tell them that you really mean business, or they keep coming
you
back.
already kind of do that on the internet, so.
Yeah. I will burn my own house down to get rid of these insects.
Sounds like a bad decision.
Well, hey, listen. The burning smell is quite delightful.
Norwegian wood.
I mean, isn't it good?
No, just gonna double check. Cheshire cats aren't racist.
I think you're asking the wrong group of people.
You know what? I don't know.
Okay. Maybe I just shouldn't use it just to be on the safe side.
I think the
Cat is a-
Cheshire mice would be very, very offended.
Cat is the kind of person when you can't say a slur because of how offensive it is, you just refer to it as a cat word. That's
I mean,
cat.
yeah. That's generally how that works, yeah.
Hey,
Sean,
Saint
what
Ronan,
was
do
your
you argue for theistic views?
Particularly, yes, under the Christian faith, yes.
Ronan is
But
both,
I
by the
don't,
way.
I don't have the means to hold a debate or really be proficient as an apologist. I could only support or give my takes on in tiny bits of discussions, or at least I could just contribute.
And would you please, so I can be considerate, understand why you just said what you said?
What do you? Oh, what I mean by that is because I'm basically still getting into. I'm still like getting into the extra biblical sources. I'm still understanding. I'm still in the basics, understanding hermeneutics and exegesis. I'm still in the BibleHub.com and Catena Bible situations. I'm still in looking into the literature, and I'm still like looking through the heresies before I could make my way to church history, because I heard church history is really broad.
Mm-hmm. So you
In
became
short,
a
I'm
Christian
still
as an
learning.
adult.
No,
You became a Christian as an adult then, or?
No, I was born and raised a Christian, but I decided to take it a step further. I'm not just going to take advantage of, oh, wait, I'm born and raised a Christian, nothing's going to happen to me. And I'm like, no, I decided to take it upon myself and, bring God along and, have me guide him. I know, have him guide me in whatever means that is available. Study Bibles, commentaries, sermons, my elders. I mean, heck, even from different voices that don't share my opinion, don't share my worldview. I mean, I just learn. And yeah.
Are you familiar
as
that
long as
I'm
I
a
seek his
huge
kingdom first.
heretic? Are you
I'm
familiar
not
that I'm a
familiar with
huge
that.
heretic?
Well,
You know what the
depends
term
who
heretic
called you a
means,
heretic.
right?
I know what a heretic is. Yeah, it's heresy. It's
Yeah.
Well, to me, it's basically a fancy word for false doctrine. It's a coined by the Catholics, but yeah.
Right. That's correct. Of course, it raises the question: what's correct doctrine?
Yes.
Well, I mean, it was
I
coined
believe
by
so.
the Eastern Orthodox. Get it? Coined Greek.
Yeah, the Eastern Orthodox. I'm not sure. I mean, it was actually Saint Irenaeus that coined the term heresy, or was it Clement? I'm not quite sure.
Not
and
a historian.
I was making a joke about coined Greek, like CLINE Greek, the Greek Orthodox. It was a whole thing, and it was.
But to answer your question, you must be Richard Manson, Mr. Manson. Yeah, I'm still.
That was very close. Thank you for the effort.
Thanks. I'm now taking.
It was wrong,
I'm still.
I'm
sorry
not
about
related to Charles.
Okay.
It's Madsen.
Well, Richard Manson, no relation.
Well, for me, well, basically to answer your question, I'm still taking my, I'm still the beginner on taking the meat. I'm still in the medium rare. I'm still in the medium well situation. I'm not even nearly at the medium
Gotcha.
rare just yet. Yeah,
Gotcha.
I'm a learner. And then I don't discriminate. I get opinions from skeptics. I get opinions from atheists. I mean, it's fine. It's part of growing.
Right. To answer directly to Veckel, my darkened understanding, who calls himself also Sean, is an independent woodworker and fine finish carpenter whom you can find on a regular basis on channel James Apperson. And where else, I don't know. But
I gotta ask Will Kincaid a
I would-
question.
I would say, I'm sorry to interrupt, just for a second. One,
Go
I've
ahead, go
talked
ahead.
to Beckel at least 2 or 3 times. 2, fine finish is a stretch, and 3, I've been on your channel many more times than I've been on James's channel.
I did not know that.
Can I get to my question now? Because I'm just basically here for the lulz. So Kincaid, did you get pink eye for a month after getting some diarrhea hurled at you?
Oh God! Reference. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. Thank you. I can't speak for Tom. He's he's resting.
Okay, well, let's not push his buttons anymore. I have tried eating corn
I
through a
didn't
picket
bring it. You
fence.
just fucking brought it up.
To be
I
fair,
know.
I gave Will pink eye from slapping him in the eye with my fucking diseased fingernail.
That is actually true. She fucking hit me in the eye with her talon, and I did get pink eye for what felt like a month. It was probably like a week and a half to 2 weeks.
Holy
but
crap! When would you do that, Cat? Oh, by the way,
Because I'm a menace.
You're actually
I am
You're actually
ungovernable.
one of the rock stars in the. You're actually one of the rock stars in the King King files, and one of them also had your epic gamer moment in that one.
Oh yeah, Ronan. So
Oh,
Ronan
yeah.
is actually one of those guys who like archives clips and stuff from the King Ink, among other things, but that among them, obviously. So
I mean, yeah, I did that. I've never shied away from the fact I did it. It's not. I mean, I shouldn't have, but I did, so I can't undo it. Yeah, that is the thing I in fact did. I had a gamer moment.
Cat is a fan of gamer words, as I've said earlier.
Yeah, just say something. I mean, you can't say these slurs. So to be safe, you just say you're a freaking cat word. That's it.
That's what we
You get
say.
that reference.
That's what I was just saying.
Yeah.
You're a cat
Sorry,
word.
dude. I got. Sorry, I wasn't here to hear this. I went to go grab a beer. I went to go grab a beer after work. It's always nice to have a beer after work. But do not drink too much, ladies and gentlemen.
What do you?
Don't be like some
Warren. What do you?
Me?
No,
Yeah.
Ronan, I'm
Drink as
gonna
much as
have
me.
a beer.
Yeah. See? Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Cheers, mates.
To be fair, Will, you can only
makes
have
like a
like
bud.
2.
That is true. I mean, I have not been able to hold my liquor since the drinking contest with Knock.
That is something I got to clip. That is definitely something I got to clip if it's there.
Oh, you mean the time that I almost fucking died on a live stream, like for real, no cap? Yeah,
Oh,
that was great.
never mind. You almost died
No,
there.
I'm not offended. By all means, do it. I shame him. Shame. I just want to point out that the guy who went to prison for a DUI let me get blood alcohol poisoning, and it was literally his job to keep track of how much we were drinking. I just want to point that out.
All right.
Okay,
guys.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Then I'll get to my thing.
No, that was fucking. So, quick story about that. After the thing, I woke up in my own vomit because the last thing that my senses could think to do was, if we're going to black out, do not black out on our back. So I kindly blacked out on my side. and I woke up in a puddle of my own vomit. I then drunkenly, hours later, got a mop and a bucket and dealt with the vomit situation. And then,
goodness me.
And then I smelled the vomit, so I was at my father-in-law's house because they were supposed to be watching me because I intended to get blackout drunk because I was intent not to lose this drinking contest. It was for charity. It wasn't for vanity. And
I see.
So I got in the shower at my wife's father's house, and I just completely passed out in the shower, and there was cold water running on me. And so not only did I almost die of blood alcohol poisoning, as the math indicates, I also almost died of hypothermia because I'm a fucking dum-dum. And my father-in-law, God rest his soul, walked in on me butt-ass naked, sleeping like a baby in cold-ass shower water. And yeah, so, he had to take that to his grave. My balls. So that's a thing.
Jesus Christ, redeem you, fucking kid. I mean, we gotta freaking clip that
not
out.
Only that, but the real kicker was I almost died on Easter. It went into Easter Sunday, and I blacked out right on Easter.
If you're going to die that weekend, you definitely want to do it 2 days earlier.
Yeah, I know.
I was
right?
about to point that out. Yeah.
There's a window.
Okay,
There's
so
a massive resurrection spell that's.
Would you like a spell card? I'm back from the grave, Yu-Gi-Oh. That's what I'm gonna put, because you almost died. I'm gonna get that Yu-Gi-Oh spell card as a thumbnail where it just resurrects from the grave.
So about the Stephanie video. So this morning I woke up to a very interesting email from YouTube that somebody had filed a complaint about, and this would be a Will Freeman thing, to be honest with you, because it didn't happen on my channel. Somebody had filed a complaint that I was using their content without their consent, right? Their visage, not their actual copyright stuff. So I went, what the fuck is this? And anyway, I appealed it, and I was like, hey, if this isn't Will Freeman, they don't own this stuff. And I have the email. I have a copy of the email. And I kicked it back to them, and the video was up right away. But it was that video, which was a clip of, or was it? No, it was, no, actually it would be, oh fuck, I fucked up. It would be actually Midnight Sparkle. So unless Midnight Sparkle filed a takedown request for privacy complaint, I don't know who else it would do. I can't think of anyone who would do that. Who would possibly, I don't know. It's a mystery. I'll never know.
I gotta go get another beer. This is freaking fantastic. Oh, and by the way, could somebody highlight Vecco's comment mentioning me? This is something I gotta answer humbly. All right. Vecco, to tell you the truth, she fucking flaked on me, man. 3 times. She damn flaked on me 3 times, and it didn't feel right. I mean, I don't know, man. It was a busy day at work, and when I got the 3rd time where she says, "Oh, I'm gonna be busy," and the funny thing is that at that same day, she tells me I'm busy. Then she's on Facebook with My Day having 2 freaking glasses of margarita or some shit, and she says, "Margaritas to cope off my Monday," and what went into my head bitterly was like, "Oh, too busy from work, huh? But never too busy to stop by the bar and have a margarita. That's fine. I'll head right over."
You know what? Fuck her. She ain't worth it. Move on.
Yeah, probably I dodged the bullet there for all I know. So yeah.
You can't fucking.
I guess
Don't
when you
waste
say it
your
like
time.
that, it just sounds like in a sense of busy, because in the sense, if you're, I don't know, okay, you could
I'm
busy in the
busy
sense
now
with other
hanging out with
people,
you.
I don't know. Maybe it's.
I mean,
reaching.
Todd, I gave her so much consideration intrinsically, but when it was the 3rd time and the damning proof was the margaritas, I'm like, okay, man. I mean, she be leading me on.
Well, she was busy in that sense.
Telltale margarita.
Prior engagements, if she didn't have anything asked and you just happened to ask on the day she had prior arrangements, well then
What are
yeah,
you
she's
talk-
busy. She already has prior arrangements. That's all I'm saying. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
well,
forgot
she
the
does-
situation. Yeah.
I mean, dude, I kept asking her if she was free next week, and then she keeps saying not sure. Like, did she even bother to check her schedule? So, I mean, I'm not saying that she owes this to me. I'm not
No,
saying
no,
that she
no. Say
owes
no
this
more.
to me.
What you say right there, that's all you need to say. So that's again, that's all I need to hear. That's enough to yeah. Okay, I agree with you then. That detail
All
just
right.
sums it all up. Yeah, it just clears it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You dodged the bullet.
Still, man. I mean, it's like looking through like freaking 2012 Tinders with the moments segment. I mean, kind of going like, like exhibit, too cold to go downstairs, but never too cold to post a pointless selfie. Oh, that's right. I'll head right over to punch you in the face. You should have a chat with this dick right here because it's cold. Wow. Okay, I'm having this. I'm having the case of the bitters. I need to go grab me another beer, which is also my last.
Make it my first.
Oh, hey, Kincaid, did I hear you saying you were having an ant problem?
Yes.
If you're still there.
Yeah, sorry. I'm actually filling up my water canisters in for camp. Sorry. Yes, I do that. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, there's I've got one too. They're these. What do they look like? What do the ants look like?
They're maybe I want to say three centimeters long, maybe less, like a half an inch or some shit like that. They're black.
Have they got wings?
No, their heads. They're definitely females. Their heads are proportional to the rest of their body, so they're not like the big leaf cutter sort of heads. They're not soldiers.
Okay, and you've got little kids, right?
What's that?
Guys,
You got little kids, right?
Yeah, I've got one.
Okay.
Guys,
Well, you don't want to use ant spray. There's these things that Raid makes. They're called ant baits.
Yeah,
and they come in a full
these are definitely too big for the little ones. Do they have bigger ones, like a box or something?
They might, but the ones that I have.
They definitely won't fit in the little white ones with the little sort of flower design.
You can cut them open a little bit.
What you
and
should
they take
start
it back
doing-
to the queen and feed it to the queen, and it kills the queen and the whole colony.
Right, yeah.
But I
those
mean-
bait trap things, yeah. That's
Yeah,
just what
they
we're
would be
talking about.
better
Yeah,
than
okay,
using like
yeah.
spray. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have a carpenter bee problem on my front deck as well that I have to deal with. Every year I think I've got them, and every year they crawl out of their little fucking hole in my deck. They must be laying eggs, but before they fucking die or something. I don't know what the deal is, but every year.
Does it come in pints?
What's that?
It's a pint. It's
Does
a
it come
pint,
in
all right.
pints?
It's a half liter, dude. It's a half liter. We gotta. I mean, it's basically an advanced birthday gift for me. It's a chiller filled with this thing, dude.
Nice.
Yeah. So apparently, I think I know how to pour a freaking beer now. I mean, don't tell John Spot that I've been pouring it this way. He's gonna school me with this one.
Usually when you pour a beer, you don't pour it in a mug, but that you grab the can and you shove that in your mouth. That's usually how you drink the beer. Or you stab
Yeah.
like a hole in the metal can, and then this way it adds a airflow. So you get your beer a lot quicker if you stab the can with in a hole, just like with a pen or a knife, and then you drink the shit out of it.
No, you guys are from the West. You guys can
You take a whole keg in one hand and a funnel in the other.
I would take a keg in.
My
I
three
could take a
alcoholic
keg.
beverages of choice are Guinness, and I usually have that in a mug, kind of as a draught, and so you have to hard pour it. Or I'll have Corona with lime, and I'll usually do
Oh,
that.
that's good. That's delicious, man. That's
Sometimes I'll
freaking
just
delicious.
throw the lime in the bottle, and I'll just drink it like that. And then my third thing is a Jack and Coke on ice.
But what I really like to have is dark beer or dark ale. I mean, for me, that's the malty goodness. It's a bit charred,
I
but
really do enjoy Guinness. I didn't discover Guinness until later in life because somebody told me one time that it tastes like diesel fuel, and I disagree.
dude, to me, it tastes like coffee or chocolate put together. I mean, I
It
was
does
at
have
New York.
it does have a lot of chocolatey, sort of nutty overtones.
Yeah, like I had that. I mean, during my trip in New York, yeah, I was in New York, and I did have the Cat's Deli goodness. So yeah, Jews know how to make good food, man. Props to you guys. So basically,
Well,
I
we
found
also
a
know how to
small.
make bad food.
Well,
You
I'm
ever
gonna
had
stick to
gefilte fish?
Gefilte fish. Yes,
not
That's
yet,
what I was just thinking. Have you ever had gefilte fish?
not yet. But I will tell you this: I had po' boys in my trip to New Orleans. It was a graduation gift.
Back
So
in my
I had,
non-practicing days, I have also had a po' boy, and yes, they are delicious.
but hey, the fried chicken kills, especially with the Cajun recipe. But prominently, I was staying in Houston, and I had some of the best barbecues ever. The only thing I missed was the one in Houston, which was really famous for it.
You should come back to the States somewhere that I can travel to. Like it's
Yeah, you know what? I am
Well, you
planning
gonna
to
have
work
some gay
abroad
butt
there as a
loving?
start. So I'm planning to work there as a starter. So yeah, I'll let you know if I'm around, and then if you're like in the vicinity, I might be able to
New
visit
York
you. Or
City
you
for
can.
me is like a 5-hour bus ride, and it costs like fucking to go to the city now from where I live. It costs like $50. It's like nothing. You just take a nap, and then you wake up and you're in fucking.
I hate New York because like the city, it's because like a regular sandwich that costs like $2.50 down here is like
Yeah, you kinda-
$25 up there. It's like that's insane.
You have to really, like pack your own lunch and just.
I mean, there is one thing good about New York, and it's that if you have a job, you can even eat like a rich person. And I know this because I did get like, I mean, I did help out a dude. He gave me like $50. I don't know, maybe he was like a small business owner. It was like a small deed, and he gave me $50, and he told me, "Wait, you like steak? Yeah, okay. Head over to Peter Luger, get yourself a tomahawk." He gave me $200 more because he really wanted me to taste. And he's like, "Where are you from?" "I'm from the Philippines." "Okay, now is your time to taste really good steak." And I'm like, "Geez, it's nice to be a good. It's nice to be a good Christian Asian around here. You help out some folk, and they give you money for food."
Okay, hold up. What New York did you go to?
Right.
Queens. Then I made my way to Manhattan. Then I was in Staten Island, and then Long Island.
Okay,
And that's where I had my share. Go. Sorry. Go ahead.
You want to know what happened to me in fucking upstate New York?
Oh yes, go yes. Tell this story. This is it. The steak story.
Oh, you gotta tell me this, Cat. You gotta tell me this.
No. This was just the other day. Some rat fuck motherfucker. I just got a new bike, and some rat fuck motherfucker loosened my handlebars.
Oh,
just because.
Oh, jeez. Why would they do that?
So I'm biking down the road, and suddenly I'm going into the middle of the road in front of a truck because my handlebars fucking fell the fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the kind of shit that happens. Some motherfucker threw a Gatorade bottle full of rocks at me. I had a hot Eggo waffle thrown at me out a window of a car at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. New York fucking sucks. Where are you finding nice people in New York? What the fuck?
I don't know, man.
I don't. It's because of
I don't know
specifically where you live. I don't have mean neighbors. I've never had. I did have a bottle thrown at me while I was walking home from school when I lived in.
Do you remember that time your neighbors were fighting over who was a pedophile and who was a racist?
What the hell?
Why not to be both?
That's right. No, you're right. I mean, they don't bother anybody anymore. That guy fucking stays inside. And Tex moved out of the neighborhood. You know what's funny? Tex moved into the neighborhood from Texas because he wasn't liberal enough where he was from. So instead of moving to Austin because it was too expensive, he moved to upstate New York, and he didn't last long. He lasted all of a year and a half. So, and Mary's okay now. She doesn't bother anyone. I helped her bury a dead cat one time. That's a true story. And I forget what her name is. My one black neighbor. She's nice.
You said the magic word.
The not pedophile one.
I have
the pedophile one is at the end of the street in the White House with the 5 pillars or 6 pillars rather.
I think I need a shave.
Yeah, I know. I was excited. I wanted to see him fight, and they didn't.
Yeah, I shaved
Very
my shit
disappointed.
recently. I gotta do that too. I gotta get into that again. But something, okay, so something happened to me, and I don't know if it was a racist thought or not. So I need help because my brain's having conflicting thoughts because, you know, I have social awareness. So I was just driving, right? Dropping my kids off from school, and then I'm behind this school bus of like these high schoolers getting on the school bus, right? And then this about he's about, what is it, maybe 5'9" to 6 foot fat black kid. He's vaping on his way to the school bus, right? And as he's vaping, he takes a long drag. I don't know what it is, you know, just a long drag of the vape, and he puffs it out, and the smoke of it just kind of goes out in front of him and illuminates, and he's just walking slowly, you know, making their way to the bus. My brain's like, because of the way the sunrise was, right, and the way he was just walking in the forecast, I'm like, my brain went to like gorilla in the mist, and now my brain, like what I'm saying. I don't know if that's racist because my brain's like, are you being racist? Like, you saying that just because he's a black kid, right? And I'm like, I don't think that's just it because gorilla in the mist is a saying, but I don't know if that's like a racist saying. So I'm conflicted if whether like my brain made a racist
I've never
joke
heard
or
it
not. I'm
before,
like, so
but
fuck.
Kat would be the expert on this one. Kat, is that racist?
I'm gonna say it because Gorillas in the Mist is a movie about silverback gorillas. Was the vape silver? Because then you're
That's
racist
actually a
against
pretty good
vape
movie.
too.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good movie.
Because I remember
Wasn't
it from
that
like
Sigourney
an
Weaver?
Old Spice
Yeah,
commercial
she
too.
plays Jane Goodall in that movie.
Oh,
yeah.
Sigourney Weaver. I'd like to Sigourney her Weaver back in the day. Not now, but you know, back
Oh,
in the
my
day.
favorite part of Alien. My favorite part of Alien is when she's in like the little shuttle thing, and she's gotta put that suit on and takes off the rest of her clothes. I was like, yeah, there we
Samus
go.
Aran vibe. Zero Suit Samus. Yes, very much. Matter of fact, that's where they got that from. I reckon.
Probably.
So,
Nintendo saw Sigourney Weaver in that movie and was like, you know what? Samus is a woman now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I beat the game and found out that Samus was actually a chick, and like on the old NES. I was like, really? That's pretty cool.
Yeah. See, back in the day when you made a character that we thought was a man, a woman, nobody cared. In fact, everyone got their dicks out and were like, this is great.
Oh yeah. When I beat the game, she was standing there at the end in like a bikini. She had like took her suit off and just had on a bikini.
Yeah,
and I
they
was
call
like,
that the hero suit of all.
yeah.
Guys, what if Zelda was a girl?
Well, they did that with in Ocarina of Time. And they were like, who is the Sheik character? And then it turned out it was Zelda the whole time. We were like, oh, that's cool. She can do a backflip. Neat.
Right.
Oh, and Kat, to answer your question on where am I finding nice people, hell, I don't know, because the story I get from my dad when he was working there as a laundromat dude, he says all of the people there are rude as fuck. But okay, in my experience, I actually found really decent people.
Okay.
Well,
Don't put it down to the Holy Spirit. Don't put it down to the Holy Spirit, or I'll kick you.
In New York, here's the deal. In New York, unlike here's a good analogy.
Wait,
in California, if you're on the side of the road with a flat tire, people will come up to you and say, "Oh, you've got a flat tire, man. That sucks. I hope you have a better day." But they won't help you change the tire. In New York, that guy will come up to you and call you a racial slur, but they'll help you change the tire the whole time he's roasting you for being insufficient.
No, that is a lie, and you fucking know it, William. My house, my air conditioner.
I'm learning from this culture.
My air conditioner got in a car accident, William. My air conditioner got in a fucking car accident.
I'm aware. I know.
Have you ever had your air conditioner in your motel room get hit by a fucking car?
Yeah, I don't want to like dox where you live, but it's literally where you live.
Yeah.
Do you know that you live in the suicide capital of the Tri-County area? Do you understand that?
I heard the Bronx had more crime rates. Is that true?
Okay, someone ran into my fucking air conditioner, started shouting about black kids, and then yelled about the police not arresting pedophiles. At me, apparently.
Well, again,
Like-
that is where you live. There are. I don't know if it's true anymore or not, but they told us not to go where you're at because pedophiles when we were children. I
Damn.
grew up in that.
Yeah.
I grew up in that neighborhood, generally speaking.
I'm just saying, man. No one's gonna fucking help. They will throw. They'll throw bottles at you. They'll.
I'm sorry, your microphone quality got better. You must have breached for air. You're no longer in a fucking.
That sounds better. Yeah, like the last time.
Your German U-boat has breached.
Oh, well, my headphones died, so I guess that's what it was.
Turn your audio off.
I'm gonna
Nice
sound
meme.
later. By the way, I will.
I can't fucking go. I'll kill something. Wanna fucking cut a hugger's head up on the Vanguard side.
I just want to say I ain't fitting to read all of that there. It was a lovely novel, I'm sure. All I'm gonna say is if something happened, I'm sorry that happened to you. And if something good happened, then I'm happy for you. And I guess
What
so.
happened?
He wrote this big man.
That certainly was an opinion.
He wrote a manifesto about the current events of the cooning, the raccoon situation. And he wrote this big long fucking diatribe, like he was in a German jail writing it on a napkin or something schizophrenically. And he wrote out this whole fucking thing. And Midnight's reading the whole thing, and the whole time all I can hear is like, have you ever fired a gun in an air vent before? All I heard was ringing when Midnight was talking, so I didn't catch any of it.
Well, that's expected because it's midnight, though.
I mean, well,
I've never fired a gun in an air vent, but I did have someone crash their car into my fucking air conditioner. It was a lot of ringing.
Well, you remember that scene from Breaking Bad when they were telling Walter White that he had cancer? Yeah, that sound. That's all I heard when.
I've never seen Breaking Bad.
Oh my god, you uncultured swine.
Okay, I've seen the Mexican version of it, and I enjoyed that. They had a whole different cast of actors and everything. It was great. I loved it.
I found an ant crawling on my son today, and now for the past 3 hours, I've been genociding every fucking ant I see. My cat is helping, which is good, but my son keeps trying to eat them, so that's bad.
What? He's
just getting ready. He's just getting ready for the future. You should just let him have it. We're gonna be eating bugs anyway. Might as well just let
I mean, ants are kosher, right?
I don't know. Crickets are for sure. Grasshoppers and locusts, but I don't know if ants are.
And maggots that are in fish.
I'm gonna call the rabbi on that one, but
yeah, I got a question. We were talking about on somebody else's stream the woolly mammoth meatballs that they're trying to clone and make. Is that kosher?
right.
I don't know, but it's hypothetically possible. You can just clone meat if you have a.
Well, he was asking if it's kosher. I'm pretty sure that would be kosher.
You would have to. It just has no. Actually, I don't know. It has to be like a deer or a goat or a cow. A cloven hoof, choose its own cud. What's the third thing?
I don't know.
It can't be like a bottom feeder or a scavenger.
Right. So.
Oh, so y'all can't eat like crab and lobster and shit like that?
Yeah, and it has to have fins and scales too. So no shark.
I physically can. I'll just shit for 3 days straight.
I mean,
they didn't want us eating whales, so instead of just saying that, they were like, it has to have fins and scales, but they forgot sharks.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Folks, I do need your help here. I know you guys like know how to pour a beer, so am I supposed to tilt this thing, or am I just supposed to like
tilt
pour
it?
Well, I mean, if you don't want a massive head on the beer, yeah, tilt the glass a little bit.
Tilt the glass this way? Then
Yeah.
this
Just
angle?
tilt it right into your mouth.
Yes.
Get a
I
funnel.
or up your ass if you're feeling adventurous.
Listen, I'm a big fan of head, so I wouldn't.
Oh, hey, you guys are right. Look at all that dissipation right there. Oh
There you
man.
go.
Okay, yeah, there you go. There you go.
Okay,
so
he
you just gotta
comes to America. See,
You
this
gotta just
American
pour it like
moment.
you're in a bit of a hurry.
Real
You just-
man of genius. Now he just
You gotta-
learned how to pour his first beer like an American.
Usually, when people say something that starts with dis, it ends with appointment. At least in my experience, so I was very pleased.
Yeah.
What? I'm not gonna lie. Look at all that dissipation right there. See, and the crown is maintained. Like, look at that. Look at this beautiful crown right here. It's maintained, dude.
God.
So this is actually genius. So yeah, John Spot's not gonna be angry at me in day.
Saint Ronan.
But
thank God for that.
Are you a foam guy? Do you like the foam at the top or no?
Do I like the what?
The foam at top of your
actually,
beer.
I do love foam because that's how I know that I poured it right.
Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where I'm saying, because if you don't like the foam, there's a trick you can do where you rub your finger on the tip of your nose and then spin it around in your drink. The oils from your nose will dissipate the bubbles.
Really?
Just
And then
put
you
a
have
little
no
salt in the bottom
I mean,
of it first.
you could do the same thing with the head of your dick too.
That came out of nowhere. Thanks, Cap.
Well, he was talking about rubbing the oils off your nose into it. You could just do it with your dick. I'm not wrong. Don't ask how I know that.
Pro gamer tips from ayahuasca banana.
We all know how you know that.
It's pro
Come on.
strats, man. You got one hand on your dick, one hand on the beer. It's just more efficient. You have to take your hand off your dick to put it on your nose to put it in the beer. Just straight up put your dick in the beer. It's just that easy.
It's like saying you get cream beer, but you do it like the bees do, because basically, honey is bee cum. So, yeah.
No. Honey is flower cum that bees eat and vomit
Yeah. It's
on their
BP.
babies.
Yeah.
I see. This is gonna go to the Will Kincaid archives. A bunch of Westerners teaching a freaking Asian how to pour a beer. This is actually.
Yeah, it's very important to use your dick. Trust me.
Well, yeah. I mean, you don't want it to like lose its strength. So, I mean, yeah, you got to use it every once in a while.
Well.
Well,
there's the case
I
of the
haven't
blue
used
ball.
mine for that in a long time.
There's actually the case of the blue ball, so maybe at some point you really got to release it. And I'm not condoning masturbation here, everyone. Let's just say if you don't want blue balls, you gotta.
I am condoning masturbation. It is healthy and normal.
The
What are you doing to that poor bee?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Jostling
shaking
the
it?
fuck out of it.
I'm trying to dissipate the carbon dioxide. If I don't, it's gonna go on my belly.
You want a flat bee? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I already made it clear to Tog already. I love me the foam. All right, that's how I know that the carbon dioxide dissipated. It's not gonna go in my belly.
Sounds like a flat, stale beer to me. I'm just saying.
Well, actually, I've noticed
geez.
that he hasn't been belching because the last shit he did, he chugged down. I'm like, he hasn't been burping. I'm like, where's the fucking burp? Because usually people burp when they just pound it down, but no.
No,
See,
because this is my
there's
third-
one.
Really? They do?
This is my third one already. I mean, I usually don't stop at two. I mean, you know what? This is. I mean, I'm going to give you a little bit of Filipino culture here, and it's a bit
time is
toxic.
it?
So basically, we have this kind of.
I got to run for work, everyone. You guys take care.
All right. So
Have a good
basically,
See you
we
later, Todd.
kind of have this.
See you,
We kind of
Todd.
had this culture where it's like we don't keep our word when it comes to drinking, or we're just lying out of our asses. But I know this to be a lie. If somebody says, "Let's just have one drink," that's usually a freaking lie. Because let's say, "Hey, let's just have a beer," which is only one. That's a freaking lie, dude. Because, well, I mean, look at this malty goodness right here. You're not just gonna stop at one. Eventually, you'll end up having two. Then you end up having three. Then you end up having four. Hell, I just told you guys that I'm just gonna have 2 pints, and now I'm gonna have my 4th pint later on after this one. So
It's just like the Midwest. You go to have one beer and then you wind up having 2, 3, 6. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, maybe it's because I don't like beer, but I only feel that way about liquor.
Pixie.
Hey, Pixie, how you doing? Hey, Pixie, how you doing?
No, I'll do the liquor and I'll do the mixed drinks. Well, some mixed drinks. Some of them are too sweet and fruit, and I don't know what the fuck's going on with that shit.
But this is gonna trigger you guys. This is gonna trigger you guys. In the Philippines, we put ice cubes on beer. I'm not joking.
I thought it was weird that somebody put ice
No.
in their wine.
No. You put the beer into the ice so it's cold, and then you take the beer out of the ice and then drink it. You don't put the beer in the ice. You've got your order of operations mixed up. It's like,
That's
please
what they
excuse
do,
my
yeah.
dear Aunt Sally.
That's
Man?
what they do around here. That's what they do around here. If the beer
Do they
ain't
put-
cold, just put ice cubes on it. And I'm like,
Do they
oh my
put
goodness.
Do they put ice in their wine too? Because I've seen people do that, and I think
No.
that's
That would be too much now. But in the beer, yeah, you're doing a disservice. Don't put the freaking ice on the beer. Put it in the cooler or something. You're ruining the multi goodness of that thing.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
Well, welcome to the
refrigerator
Philippines. It's
shit
the
off.
tropics down here, dude. So it's
All right.
it's like a
Oh, y'all don't
whopping
have refrigerators?
35
Okay, fair enough.
I got a jet. I got to get like 2 hours of sleep.
All right,
Because-
Cat, you go.
See you, Cat.
later days, cat.
Yeah, hail Satan. Will fucked my dog or something. Bye.
All right, bye, cat.
There's
Bye,
only
Cat.
there's only one beer I've ever had that I thought was halfway decent, and I still didn't finish it, and I still went straight for the liquor. But the only beer that I've ever had that I thought was halfway decent was Polliner Oktoberfest.
Oh, I love Polliner. Even the Weissheimer and the Weissheimer Dunkel, which is the dark one. Absolutely tasty. Absolutely malty goodness. dude.
Oktoberfest was a dark ale too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, dark ale is actually best drank if it's a bit warm, not too cold. I guess. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how that works. I mean, I haven't been really exposed to ale. The only exposure I had with ale was when I had Blue Moon. Then I had Shack Top in Long Island.
Blue
But I
Moon.
was more familiar with beer, so.
Blue Moon's
I know.
okay. Have you ever had
Mhm.
Fat Tire?
No. I only had Shack Top and
Really?
Blue Moon, as far as I remember.
Fat
I had.
Tire is pretty interesting.
All right. I mean, I knew how beer was supposed to taste like after one good trip to the States, and you know what? They were right. But I want to try beer in Ireland and in freaking Germany because I heard they got the sweet tasting beer. All right, it's something that I'm looking for. I'm looking for the maltiness and the taste of it, basically. I mean, this thing
Well,
is
are
for
you
happy
talking about beer or are you talking about mead?
Beer.
Because mead is made with honey.
Mead. Okay, now
Mead.
that I haven't tasted yet. I haven't tasted mead yet.
No, that's a sickly sweet though. That's a different kind of sweet, in my opinion.
I've had
But,
mead. I don't think it's sickly.
Really?
But
Or,
you
okay,
gotta
maybe
give
it's
it to the-
because I'll put it this
Go
way
ahead,
though.
then.
Like I don't like things that are overly like sweet and super in your face and powerful. Like for example, I don't like licorice, but also you can take one of my favorite things and you can give me a strong version of it and I will not like it. Right? Like I like chocolate ice cream. Or I don't like chocolate ice cream, but I do like Dutch chocolate ice cream because it's more subtle, right? So if something's very like it has an overpowering taste to me and it's sweet, that is something I consider sickly sweet. Because not because it's I guess because it makes me sick to my stomach. But I don't know.
All right.
Well, I mean, I get that. I like dark chocolate better than I like milk chocolate. So I get that.
Me too.
By the way, what does cream beer looks like?
I don't know. Again, my favorite drink is an Old Manhattan. So.
Well, I got the American standard right here. I got the FIFA version. I heard Bud Light's getting a rainbow version of the cans, and I got this one too. I mean, this is my favorite design of the can, but this one we managed to catch the FIFA version of this one. But I love this better. It's got a charming look to it. That hey, this I got a drink. That's the kind of look it gives. That's the vibe of it.
Wait, you're drinking Budweiser?
I love Budweiser, dude. It's the king of beers.
That fucking shit is disgusting.
Well, at least it's not Bud
I'm
Light,
just
which is
saying.
masquerading as beer.
No,
Well,
it's
at least
all,
it ain't Bud
it's
Light.
all Anheuser-Busch product. Get the fuck out of here.
It's all
Well,
we
it's
got,
the way
dude.
they
Welcome
brew
to the Philippines,
Budweiser.
the third
It's
world
like
country
brewed with
over here.
rice or some shit like that, and it always gives me a headache. So I just don't drink it.
Well, at least I'm not having Bud Light, which is masquerading as beer. Basically, what you
Well,
have.
any light beer masquerades as a beer. So I mean, you know.
Oh, dude, wait till you taste San Miguel Light, dude. I promise you, you're gonna think that you. Oh, I thought Bud Light was worse. What? Wait till you taste
Well,
that, dude. I promise you.
I drank a Coors Light once, and I was
Listen.
like, "What? This is water. What is this?" Yeah.
Listen, Boki, if
Yeah.
you want to make your own light beer at home, it's very easy to do. I'm gonna tell you. All right, go get a regular
Right.
beer, and then pour half
Mhm.
of it out, and then go out to your fucking back garden, grab a hose, and fill the rest of it with the fucking garden hose water. There you go. You can put a light fucking beer.
Yeah, I do not disagree with that, Kincaid. I do not disagree with that at all.
I'm gonna get me a fourth can. I'll be right back.
See, no, I don't know. I'm still
It
gonna
tastes
stick
so
with the mixed
freaking
drink.
good. This is how I know I'm an uncle now. Gosh darn it! Now I need some peanuts. I'll be
Boki,
right
you
back.
wonder why you get stood up on dates all the time. You get no bitches because you drink light beer. That's a fact.
Dude, I don't drink like beer. Well, at least not anymore. I mean, dude, if the beer has less smoke, you get drunk with it easily. You're basically drinking alcoholic water.
Yeah,
If
very
that's
nice.
anything.
You know what? Because of you and your shitty taste in alcohol, that lady gets
Oh,
no
come
bitch.
on, dude. Come on.
You know what though? You know what? I will go straight for the mixed drinks or the shots every single time, and I'll still need less than you, so I'm good.
Well, if it's
Well,
any
you
if it's
weigh
a-
like
you know,
nothing.
You
So
white women,
If
they
it's
go, "Oh, I'll take a shot. Ha ha ha! I'm having so much
I'll
fun.
take a shot.
One more.
That's a lie.
I
That's
said
a
shots
freaking lie.
plural. I do not get wasted off of one or two shots, guys. You stop.
That's a lie, dude. I mean, for all I know,
That's
after
what
I had a
that's what
decent
white girls
chicken
do at
dinner,
parties. They take a
But
shot.
by the
And they're
time
like, "Ha ha! I'm so wasted."
I'm not wasted, but I will
I'm
be
gonna
like
get
by
a
the
beer.
time
I'll
you
be
give
right
me my if you give me my third mixed drink, by the time I'm on my third mixed drink, I am all smiles and we are having a blast and everything amazes me. But like other than that,
How tall are you and how much do you weigh?
I'm 5'1.5" and I weigh about 106.
How do you not get wasted on one shot? Jesus Christ! No wonder you go by Pixie. You're the same fucking height. Jesus Christ, Tinkerbell! You can kick Tinkerbell in the crotch. Jesus, holy! I can have 3 shots. Well, it's a wonder your blood alcohol is at 50%. Holy shit!
I've got a little
I'm
blood in my
5'1" and I
alcohol.
weigh as
Yeah.
much as a wet
Back-
towel. Great.
I can drink more than 3 mixed drinks. I'm just saying by the time I get to number 3, I'm definitely buzzing and feeling good. Okay.
Oh well, I mean, I get that. I have a bottle of Fireball, and I add that to my coffee when I drink it before I go to work. Just so I'll have a good day.
But old fashions
This is
and
like-
old Manhattans are still my favorite. Although if I had to choose between an old fashioned and an old Manhattan, I'd take an old Manhattan.
It is
I
9:30 in the morning. Why is everyone drinking already? Is it
I'm not
really
drinking.
No,
Friday, man.
well, for me, it's let me see. It's basically
Saturday.
9:34. It's 9:34 p.m. and where I live right now, so it's evening for me. Just got out of jiu-jitsu class, and yeah, I told myself absolutely no food at 6 p.m. So this doesn't do anything to me. Actually, I mean, I had like about 5 of these, and nothing happened to my belly. It was just the same way as there's a belching. It's the same way as I did. So I'm like, hey, this is a happy diet drink. I get to drink beer with my diet, like absolutely no food until 6. But I can have
I
this.
thought
so
you were
that
like
happy-
Muslim or something. So yeah.
Nah, I'm a
okay.
Christian dude. I'm a Christian dude. Proverbs 23. It doesn't condemn alcohol, but drink too much and you end up looking like an idiot. So
You
yeah,
know,
you better be careful.
I got
Water
an idea.
is
I can
fine.
get you made. Go
Yeah.
get a bunch of tattoos and start telling everybody that you're fucking Maori, like that one guy from Aquaman.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, every time you show up to the beer, you and the boys do a haka or something. That usually, in my experience, that way.
Dang, this thing.
Oh God! Oh, yeah!
Oh, have you ever seen the traditional way that they do those tattoos? With like the stick
No.
and the little hammer and shit? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
these
That
things
hurts.
getting a tattoo
That
is bad.
hurts. Yeah, that
Yeah.
looks like that don't look
Hey, listen, I saw Moana that one time. Don't ask why.
Okay.
Oh goodness! Look at this beautiful film, man. Multi goodness. I don't know, man. I mean, am I turning out to be Bill right now? I don't drink in every stream. You know that.
Oh, don't pick on Bill Cuthbert. We're
I mean, I already done him enough in one of my archives in the Smoky Saint
yeah,
situation.
me
So
too.
forget about it.
Hashtag me too, my dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna hashtag you there too. I mean, you should see the freaking intro. And the thing is, I didn't write a script or anything. I did that on the fly. So you gotta look that up, dude.
The fucking urn. Jesus Christ.
Well, everybody around here who knows me knows I'm usually drunk most of the time. So don't feel bad.
Really? Really,
Yeah.
not Mr. Rex. Dang.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I actually didn't know that, Rex. But
I'm
that's
usually
okay,
drunk most of the time.
because I would say anybody who knows me knows I'm probably stoned most of the time, but then there are plenty of people in my life like who are like, really? Like, what are the
Oh,
chances
yeah.
that I have seen you? People tell me, what are the chances that I have seen you not stoned? And I'll think about it, and I'm like, I've known you for 3 years, right, at work? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, maybe twice.
Yeah, there's a 0.5% chance that Pixie is not stoned right now.
Precisely.
The one person that sounds high all the time. I'm actually never high on stream anyway. Usually.
Well,
Oh my God, could you imagine me not high? I'd be like, ah.
You know, I'm gonna tell you right now, this stream has been helpful because I have never been this tolerant with alcohol. Like, when I get to my 4th pint, I usually just fall asleep. I wonder if I can hit 5 or 6 and I'm still like this.
Oh, wait, it comes in pints?
Listen,
Oh,
she won't
shit.
tell-
I
I'm
want
learning,
one.
dude. I'm learning. I'm learning. I'm learning. I'm
Pixie
learning,
won't
dude. I'm
tell you,
learning.
but she gets really racist when she's sober, so she's gonna smoke a lot.
What?
That's 100%
Okay.
Oh.
fact I just made
Oh
up.
man, dude.
Pixie will snap on you in a heartbeat. Yeah, if she's not stoned. Yeah.
Is she
She
gonna
will
call
just
me
go
all
the
different
hell
kinds
off.
of
Yeah.
cat words?
All
Is
the
she gonna call
slurs.
me all different kinds of cat words? All
Can't
right.
stop her from slurring.
I mean, she could start calling me 300-year slave by the Spanish. That works.
Well,
I'm sure there's got to be a clever Tagalog word for it.
I only go off on someone who gives me a reason to, and I will do that whether I'm stoned or not. So
Well,
Just
that
saying.
is fair. I saw that stream where you went the hell off. And
You
I
have to
don't
go
know if
grab
you were
some
stoned or
something right
straight,
back.
but you just, you snapped.
I'm sick of their hypocritical bullshit. I'm sick of it. It's Oh, it's so gross. They act like a pack of fucking kindergartners. What? You made me want to throw books at them. Shut the fuck up. Go read something.
Throw books at them.
Yes, they need to shut the fuck up and keep reading.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
Is that how one deals with a kindergartner? Because in a couple of years, I'm going to need some suggestions.
No, that's how one deals with an adult acting like a kindergartner.
Ah, okay. Thank you for the distinction. I might have tried it had you not said that.
I'm heading out. I'll see y'all later.
See y'all later. Bye.
See you later.
See you, Hillary's.
Yeah, take care.
All right. Well, I got my jar of nuts right here. Might as
Wait,
well
your
take a bit.
your nuts are in a jar? Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's a nuts.
You're
Well,
not
it's
married.
not entirely.
Don't crunch.
At least it ain't.
I'll mute him. Yeah, there are people who are very adverse to the sounds of eating in the panel right now.
I'm really sorry about that.
Myself included. That's all right. You didn't know.
Well, Kincaid's gone. Aww.
Well, the
My
only
bad.
thing I'm adverse to is if you've got a mouth full of food and you try to fucking talk.
Yeah, that's
I was
actually
raised better than that. You don't talk with your mouth full.
Yeah, you
I
don't.
think that's what 420 is talking about, right? There are people on stream that literally talk while they eat. If you've ever listened to, like, I mean, P-Town would come into Madsen's stream constantly eating, and I think I accused him of something or whatever. But anyway, long story short, there are people that just don't.
How do people find like those mukbang videos very relaxing? Like you're basically
don't.
hearing
I
you
don't.
basically hear like food getting smashed in your mouth. Like no, I mean it's really weird if you chew so hard that they can hear it. Now they have a mic with it or something.
Okay,
I
I
don't
know you don't know this about me, but I'm one of those people. All right, the sound of chewing makes me irrationally fucking angry. Like I don't say that lightly. When I say I get irrationally angry, I mean I get irrationally angry. You can be somebody I adore, but I assure you, if you are sitting 2 feet, 3 feet away from me and you are smacking, inside my head, I'm daydreaming about stabbing you in the hand with a fork. Right? Like I get irrationally angry. I cannot stand that sound. When I'm with family, there's loud conversation. We don't eat together in the house unless we're watching a movie or we're playing loud music. Like I am one of those people. I cannot stand the sound of eating.
Oh, yeah. People who smack their lips when they eat. Oh, man. I want to punch them in the throat. I'm like, choke on this. Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
to Ronan's point, there's an ASMR video for everything under the sun that people actually enjoy. But I mean,
to me, it irritates
beaten as a
me,
child for, anyway. Hey,
To me, it
420, Sammy, do you mind if will you throw that link back up? I'm going to switch devices.
Yep, sure can.
I've listened to ASMR and it fucking creeps me out.
You know why people like it though? I said, what is AMR supposed to do? Right, because I wanted to know. Everybody kept saying, you don't get that feeling, and I was like, what feeling? No, I don't get any feelings. I just feel weirded out, right? So
Yeah, I'm creeped the fuck out. Yeah.
Right. So finally I Googled it, and I was like, what is this feeling ASMR is supposed to give me? And apparently in a certain percentage of people, not everybody, but in a certain percentage of people, it will get like, it does this weird thing where it's almost like, it's almost like getting the chills, but it's not. And it's like this feeling that starts in your head and like goes down your spine. And they'll get this sensation that I don't, this physical sensation that I don't get.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I have no fucking idea why that's so attractive. If I need to go to sleep, I will listen to some people play Dungeons and Dragons, and that will put me right out.
Well, for me, it's the old traditional one. I just let the TV play, and then if I wake up to turn it off, then yeah, that's a bonus.
Well, yeah, I'll either listen to music or listen to some people play Dungeons and Dragons, and I will go right to sleep.
See, I am jealous of all of you because I have no trick to go to sleep, right? I will just lay there and toss a turn and toss a turn, and then I'll listen to something, and like I can't go to sleep because then that's captivating my attention, and then I get up and read, and occasionally it helps, but more often than not, 4 chapters later, I'm like, oh, what happens next? You know, like it just, I don't sleep well.
Well, the trick is
me,
you've got to train yourself to stop thinking. And it'll take a while. It's not an easy thing to do, but just stop thinking about anything.
I don't know that I can. I mean, I've tried really, really hard. You know that meme that goes around that is totally me. I guess it's a joke, but it's me. And it's like, I hate people who can like fall asleep when their head hits the pillow, because for me, that takes like 3 hours tossing and turning, cursing this, that, and a sacrifice to the gods.
I guess being in the Army, I was able to teach myself that, because if I didn't get any sleep, I wasn't worth a fuck. Right.
Oh, see, now if I don't get any sleep, I do this thing where obviously after a while it'll start getting to me, but if it's just like the first day or the second day or something, it's really weird because I will get like super, super exhausted, like where I feel like I have to sleep. And if I can't go to sleep, and I get back up, it's like I hit a second wall. Like I just get like this second wave of energy, and then I'm good all day again. And I don't know why. It just happens that way.
It's because you're young.
Clockwork.
I'm not that young.
Clockwork, is it cold where you're at right now?
It's rainy and nasty, and not really cold, but it's cool. Yeah.
All right, so I now know the trick to actually drink a few more cans. All I gotta do is drink in a cold weather, and yeah, I don't get tipsy easily with the cold weather. I can still go, man. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe I did gain a bit of alcohol tolerance. Like, I mean, here's the thing, man. I mean, I'm impressed by Koreans, dude. They have massive alcohol intolerance. I mean, they got that iron liver or something like that. They can drink soju for days, man, and beer's like nothing to them. It's like Coca-Cola or something, and they guzzle it like a Ford guzzles gas or something. I mean, dude, these people can party for days, man. I mean, I just like to do like chill drinking, like happy chill drinking, but those guys, dang, iron livers, dude.
Just to be clear, 422s in 40 minutes is easy day for you.
What do you mean? 422s is easy what?
So since you've been on, you're on your 4th or 5th?
I'm on my 4th. I think I'm going to get my 5th afterwards. I'm still
Awesome.
fine, actually.
Sure. 5 in less than an hour is an easy day for you, is all I was trying to clarify.
It's an easy day. All right. Oh, Bond wants me to go for 7 pints. Okay. Let's see if I don't actually pass out.
No, Ryan.
Yeah.
It was a question. He was asking, is that an easy day for you to smash that many?
No, because I usually stop at 4, and that's it.
Well, I mean, I usually drink.
Do you normally do it that fast?
Well, yeah, I usually drink between 3 and 6, but you know, it's American beer, so it's piss poor beer.
American beer. I mean, I don't know how long I last with dark beer, but so far the Budweisers are like, you know, they're like training me for something. I don't know. I mean, for all I know, I could end up in Ireland or freaking Monaco or something, and then they would have me drinking
who knows?
beer or something. I mean, who knows, man? Who knows? I mean, for all I know, like they'd be making me drink the darkest beer, and goodness me, it's gonna be a lot to getting used to. But at least it's not like Scotch where it's like 47% alcohol. This one is just, beer is like for me, beer is meant for happy drinking. Like you get out of work and then to cut off the stress, just go get yourself just get yourself a beer, man, just for a lift or something. I mean, it keeps you from thinking about knowing what you got to do next week. But I will be feeling this in the morning, not gonna lie. Unless if I eat something, I don't know. Maybe I'll make myself a sandwich later on.
What kind of sandwich?
I'm thinking of like the standard ham sandwich with cheese, but not just cheese. I'm talking about Monterey Jack. Then I add a little bit of that mozzarella, that melted mozzarella, and then I'm gonna double layer the thing with more ham. It's freaking good. Oh wait, I'm Filipino. I can just basically open a can of food and then cook me some rice, and I'm good. Basically. I mean that's how we do. That's how we do it.
You know the best food in the Philippines, man, and it's one that everyone makes. You talk to a Filipino and say, "What's your signature dish?" And they'll
Adobo.
say, "You got it."
Adobo. We love adobo.
Adobo.
Yeah, adobo doesn't
beautiful.
necessarily adobo doesn't expire, and the longer it stays or the longer it ferments, the tastier it
Better
gets.
it
Man.
tastes. Absolutely, brother.
Wait, is that kind of like kimchi?
Yeah, but it's meat.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
You can have like pork adobo or chicken adobo, whatever protein you want, really.
The adobo.
The
Yeah, I'm
adobo
out.
part's more about the salty liquid.
Yeah, that would.
Wait,
I'm gonna go.
I'm not
go
saying
for
I would
Miss
hate it, but that would
Esmeralda.
probably be the last thing in the house I ate. I'm not a big meat eater, though. I have to.
It's like the equivalent to with the Western stew.
Right, but I don't like
So it'll
stew.
often have a lot of
I don't like stew with meat in it.
random
all the stew,
things
all the
thrown
stew
into it.
all the stew I eat is vegetable stew or like potato soup or something. Like I don't eat stew with meat in it. Like I have a really hard time with meat. I have to be careful what kind of meat I eat, how much I eat, when I eat. Like I have to be careful. Like I have a lot of food issues that I have to be very, very careful of because my body hates me. So, but yeah, and I'm just not a big meat eater. Even without the food issues, I'm not a big meat eater. And so that would probably be the last thing I ate. You know.
Well, I think it's generally a vegetarian dish, but then so you have the adobo, but then you can add protein and make it a pork adobo or chicken adobo. So you can have it vegetarian, but
I think the adobo just refers to the spices that are in the dish.
exactly.
Like the method of cooking and the spices, but I don't think it's pickled. If I'm correct, where kimchi is pickled.
No, it's not pickled at all.
Well,
it's
right, but
just
Rex asked
salty.
if it was.
There's just
Rex
lots of
asked
salt.
if it was like kimchi.
Number 5,
and,
Bond. Number
and
5.
someone said yes. I was just trying to. Right, it's much different than kimchi because kimchi is a pickled dish, or a fermented as
Right.
well, if I'm not mistaken. So they're wildly different. I don't think
Yeah,
kimchi's
absolutely.
cooked either. Or kimchi's not like cooked in an oven. It's fermented, which is cooking with vinegar.
Yeah, it's buried in the
with
ground.
acid.
Yeah.
Well, that's different too, but- And my simple point, Ronan, was you're so enamored by like the Asian drinking culture, but you seem to be doing a good job yourself, dude. Like you got 5 in under an hour. And when I said 22, Ronan, what I'm referring to is the ounces in the can.
Well, I've been trained to drink like pints now because usually
Sure.
the beers we get is like 330 ml, but I was trained to do like pints. So yeah, I mean basically, if I had to buy a liter of beer, this is basically 2 liters and a half because we go by liters or 330 ml. So I guess when it comes to beer, I think I can drink. I mean, I don't know how I'm doing impressive right now, dude. I mean, I don't know how my alcohol tolerance just increased until now. Maybe it's because I'm talking. Because usually when I'm silent, it just gets to you in a way. I don't know. Sorry about that.
Damn foreigners and their metric system and shit. Damn it.
I have tried sake, dude. It's sake, like Japanese rice wine. It's
Oh
goopy in
yeah,
a
that gave me a headache too. Yeah.
It's goopy in a way. I actually like this conversation. I mean, speaking of alcohol, right? But you know what? I'm more of a gin guy. I love gin. Like if you had me choose between scotch, whiskey, or wine, or freaking tequila, I'd go for the gin. I mean, gin has that spice. Gin has that spice combination with it. And I think when foreigners come here, especially the Caucasians, usually look for Ghibli's, and they look for that island mixer, the green thing. Makes the gin a bit sweeter, but I have tried drinking gin by itself, and dude, I mean, why not just drink the gin by itself? I mean, you wanted the pure stuff, so forget the island mixer. Just have all that spicy goodness or something. I don't know.
Well, you
But
just
right now,
reminded me of an.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
No,
No,
I'm
no.
sorry. Go ahead.
rock paper scissors. Who gets to talk first? Rock paper scissors.
Well, no,
Anyway,
that
go
just
ahead.
reminded me of an episode of Star Trek where Scotty got this bottle of whatever, and dude asked him what it was, and he said, "It's green." So okay, that was my joke. Okay.
I think it depends on what the gin is made of, right? Because apparently, all right, because of a person I went to high school with, I have realized that you can have the same kind of alcohol made from God knows what. Because I'm flipping through the channels one day, and Trey Nichols comes on, and I'm like, he was a couple of years ahead of me in school, What's he up to? And he's pushing something called Trademark Vodka, which I have tried. It's only in certain places in the U.S. right now, but I have tried it. And I kept seeing this image go around that said Trademark Vodka on it, and it had the bottle, and it said it was around New Year's, and it said, "Have you had your black-eyed peas?" And I thought, that's weird. What the fuck does black-eyed peas have to do with vodka? No. Dear Trey is going through a divorce, and he decides, fuck it. I am going to make vodka from black-eyed peas. His family owns a farm, by the way. I guess that was their surplus crop. I'm not really sure. But he did. He made a vodka out of black-eyed peas, and apparently he's doing great with that shit. He's got his distillery, whatever.
Oh, if it's got enough sugar content in it, you can make alcohol out of it. Yeah.
I just gotta tell you guys right now, like we have a particular dark beer, but it tastes good. But when I read the contents, I was disappointed to figure out that there was actually sugar on the thing. They called it cerveza, dark cerveza, or cerveza negra. And okay, yeah, the dark beer, yeah, it tastes
Oh,
good.
wait a minute.
but-
Was that racist? Hang on.
No, it wasn't racist.
I have to re-listen to that.
I'm just telling you that. Oh my gosh, did they actually added sugar in dark beer? Who adds freaking sugar in beer, man? Come on, this isn't beer anymore. You basically have like, I don't know, freaking sweet bread.
Are
or
you
something.
kidding?
Flavored bread.
We're American. We add sugar to everything, and we deep fry everything.
Well,
Exactly.
That's probably
Exactly right, Casey. Yeah.
The simple fact
I
of the
don't know,
matter
man.
is most.
I don't think beer should have sugar in it. I don't know about you guys, but to me, I don't think beer should have sugar.
It's a part of the process of how it's.
You know
it's a
that
part-
they
it's a-
need sugar to
it's-
make the. Yeah, sorry, you go.
It's a part of the process of how it's made. It all has sugar in it. When you put sugar in something afterwards, that's called fortification. So when you fortify an alcohol with sugar, that's after the fact. But any alcohol you're drinking, sugar's added to
Increase the alcohol.
well, it's added to help with the process but I forget what the float is called. But so like when the mash maybe it's the mash, and that's the thing that like floats in the water that you're like, if you're making corn mash, right, that's what leads to moonshine. Or if you're making a potato mash, like you're taking potatoes. If you're making a gin, right, like you're adding herbs and spices. Juniper is the big spice in most gins. And the mash is what we're talking about, fermenting. And if some mashes have trouble getting fermented because they lack sugar, or just that particular batch of potatoes doesn't have enough sugar
to kick it off, they'll add sugar to it. So they're adding sugar to most anything to help the fermentation process, to help sweeten things a little bit,
Okay.
to help bring out certain flavors. So
So
don't
it's
be
not a sin. So sugar's not a sin to beer.
well, it's essential. It would be an essence if you want to get into the theist language.
All right. Okay then. Well, I'm not gonna condemn Cerveza Negra anymore. So.
Sammy.
Oh, Will
is Sammy
Kincaid,
still around?
if you're Will
I'm
Kincaid, if
here.
you're still watching, yeah, me and Smokey better have some scotch. I wanna, me and Smokey better have some
Ah.
scotch once sometime.
Fuck that person.
I know you don't like him, but
No,
hey, he
I
drinks.
don't. No. Let's be clear. I
Right.
don't know him. I don't want to know him. The only thing I know about him is he's a piece of shit I don't want to fucking know. All right. Now,
Okay.
Sammy, are you still here?
Yes.
Have you seen Bond's video? Because you should see it.
Bond's video.
Yes. I played it.
I like it.
I like it a lot too. Actually, ended up playing two of his videos because I like the first one so much.
Oh.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Is that not Maya in the video?
I was wondering the same thing. They didn't have their names on screen. And did you notice the people that were there that didn't have a thing to say about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting now, right? Now I'm feeling a little less guilty
Same.
about the guilt trip they tried to put me on, because
Yeah.
you want me to do something you didn't even do. I didn't see you speak up against anything. Just saying. I feel a little less guilty today. So thank you for that, Bond. Sincerely.
There must be a way to actually play the video. I mean, for 20 atheists, could you freaking play Bond's video via StreamYard?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can play it again. It's only a minute or two.
I mean, for the audience sake, I don't know, but if you want to do it, it's fine. If you don't want to, it's okay.
Oh, okay. Not only was it Maya, it was on Maya's channel. It's Maya's stream.
Maya to me had a lot of backpedaling, and he's talking around. He's talking around or talking past William Freeman. Like he's doubling down that William is supposed to be some kind of piece of shit. But
I think you're talking about Pocket Locker. Maya's a she.
I said she. Sorry. So
okay.
basically, there's a lot of backpedaling from. I mean, I saw that. I was at work, and Maya had a lot of backpedaling right there. I mean, I didn't say he's this, but to me, it was just this, and I'm like, okay, I mean, no matter how he puts it, I mean, she's basically making the assertion that William's a piece of shit. So
I think right here is what proves why Maya and Pocket Locker and people like that saw it so quickly. It's not because we use it. It's apparently because she does.
Have you done any research? Have you done any type of studying into coon, raccoon?
Yeah, if you're,
okay, I have too. I've me personally.
You're not in South Carolina.
I've never heard a one black person call another black person a coon.
All right, so Andrew wants to know, how does Candace Owens fit into the framework? Candace Owens is an actual coon.
Candace Owens is an actual coon. Candace Owens is an actual coon.
Who is helping the oligarchs play their game, pitting us against one another, and
you tried to spin it to where it's actually more shared within the black community than the white community. Which
Candace Owens is an actual coon.
Well, and it turns out that that's true.
Thank you.
Wow.
Still feeling a little less guilty.
So why is the? I'm just slightly confused. So Maya's saying that. So if we talk about the different uses of the word coon, right? So the black community has used the word.
No,
coon,
I'm saying the people that.
Just
I'm saying.
Let me just finish 1 second because it's important to my question. So, coon like Uncle Tom, right? Like if someone in the black community, they see, so Maya sees Candace Owens
as not being in line with the black community and values as she holds them, right? So she would call her a coon or Uncle Tom in that regard, because that's the way within the black community the terms are used.
Okay, A, I don't care. B, that's what Will said it was when everybody called him a liar. And C, if you're going to run around throwing that word and using that word, and then you're going to come to somebody else's panel and cry about a raccoon being racist because it could mean the word that you just used, I'm going to find you laughable. Period.
So
the end.
Pixie, so I gave you one way that word's used within the black community. I don't think when they're referencing their beef with the Avatar that they're talking about it being within the black community. So if I, as a white person,
I don't care. It's a picture of a raccoon.
Pixie, I'm not Pixie.
They chose, I'm not going to have this stupid argument again. It was a picture of a raccoon they chose to be insulted by. And they chose to be insulted by it because they chose to perceive it as the racial slur that they themselves used. And did they ask questions? No. They ran their fucking mouth like they always do, and I don't feel bad, and I'm not okay with these people, and I don't want anything to do with their sick goddamn echo chamber, and I won't listen to you justify that bullshit to me right now.
So just a couple of things. I'm not justifying anything, and you've obviously got a lot of emotion behind that from your interactions with them. But what I'm pointing at is simply like Maya's used, like that particular video, Maya used the word coon. She used it within the black community, the way that it's been used for years in the black community. If I, as a white person, were to go up to a black person and call them a coon, that would be problematic because I'm not using the word like Maya used it. I'm using the word in a much different manner. Would you agree?
No, not in any way, shape, or form, though. Other than that, she's black, but it's still derogatory. She's still being derogatory to another black person, but that's okay. Let's turn away and just put a blind eye to that. Bullshit.
So Sammy,
Not just turn a blind eye to it. Not just turn a blind eye to it. Turn a blind eye to it while she's accusing your picture of a fucking forest animal of being the racial slur that she's using.
So Sammy, like outside, I don't really care about the Avatar thing. For me, like what the video you just played was. So if I called a black person an Uncle Tom, it wouldn't make any sense, right?
I'm Australian, dude, so I'm not even sure what Uncle Tom means.
The same thing that they mean by coon. It's a black person. So within the black community, if a black person calls another, like in slavery times, an Uncle Tom, it's because that black person was siding with the whites during the slavery. And I think that's like one of the ways they use it. And then they call somebody like Candace Owens an Uncle Tom.
So in times of no slavery, like right now, how's it being used?
I'm so sorry. I was literally getting to that. So now when someone like Candace Owens is on the conservative side, and she, like I said earlier, is for lack of a better word right now, preaching against the black community or what some of the black community considers their values. They don't consider Candace Owens aligned with them, but aligned with conservative white nationalism, so to speak, right? Like they see her much differently. They would call her a coon or an Uncle Tom.
Yeah,
that's the way.
Based on their.
Hold on, Pixie, one second. And that's the difference in the way that she's, and this video. This is all I'm saying. So she's essentially calling her Uncle Tom or coon in that sense. Versus myself, if I use the word coon, it's a much different meaning to it because I'm not running around calling Candace Owens an Uncle Tom because I'm not in the black community. I'm not a black person, right? And also, we could argue that I could use that, but that's not the same. And again, this goes back to what I said earlier about if you Google word language, language game, something pops up. It's not like a board game or something, but it's the way we use words differently in communities, in context, and in all of this. And this is my sole point, is that with that particular usage of the word coon Maya was using was like Uncle Tom within the black community. When I use it as a white person, it's much different. It's very similar to me using the N word, if not exactly similar.
So this is where we fundamentally disagree, because you're saying being black makes it okay. That's your only argument. I fundamentally disagree. If you're being derogatory, you're being derogatory. And if calling this Candace person a coon is negative or derogatory, how is it okay now because Maya's in the black community, so it's different? And how is it different? Maya's in the black community.
The point is not that she said it.
So
The point is not that she said it, though. The point I feel less bad about, right, is talking about Oz making all his assumptions and being the viper that he is. Because the thing he said to Will was, Will said, yeah, I know how that word's used. It's primarily used in the black community against other black people when they're too white or whatever, basically. And Oz basically told him that that was a lie. And he suggested that the black community used it. And as far as he knows, no black person has ever called another black person that word and blah, blah, blah.
So
with all their BS yet again.
So
That's
I
the
think,
point.
so I think Pixie, like, I think I understand what you get at and why you're upset and all this. And that's a much different conversation than the points that I'm trying to get at. And that's, it's just that I understand it. Sammy, what you said is let's change coon for the N-word, right? And you, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I didn't say that.
Hold on. No. I'm saying, just listen, and I'm sorry if I don't communicate this well, but what I meant to say was let's change the word coon. Let's substitute the N-word for it. And what I think you're saying is just because a black uses the N-word doesn't make it like that's not okay either. And I'm saying that's a discussion that you're more than willing to have with the black community, right? The usage of that word, I'm not sure what side of the fence I land on when one black person calls another black person the N-word, because it's used so wildly different and within that community. But I'll tell you one thing, when I use the word, give me one more second, Pixie. I know it's tough, but give me one more second. When I use the N-word, that's a much different story than another black person, right? And that's all I'm saying, because if you want to go on a black person's channel and talk about them using the N-word and saying, well, hold on a minute, you're pissed at me for using the N-word, but you use it, that's a conversation that you can have with that community.
My problem with equating those two, right, is that the N-word is not always an insult. People will say my N-word or whatever, right? And this means that they're friends, that they're good, right? That's their people. And there is no circumstance in which you can use the slur that she called Candace Owens in a way that is positive. Anytime you hear that word directed at you, be it from somebody in your own group or somebody outside of your group, it is 100% of the time a derogatory slur, no matter who it's coming from.
It's already the sixth.
Okay, so
it's the sixth beer.
so Pixie, so what's upsetting to you in the sense? So if Maya uses the word coon within her community, what difference does it make? Because for me, it still doesn't make it.
I didn't say that. I said your defense of it made no sense, and you used a very poor analogy that doesn't work for several reasons. I also said the point of it was Oz. Did I not?
So right, I'm not interested in Oz. I'm interested in the point that you were making by showing that video. You're saying, hey, look, they're using the word too.
Exactly.
No, that was not the point of the video. The video started with Oz. If you paid attention to the sequence of the video, it started with Oz asking Will what the word meant. Will provides a definition, to which Oz responds, I've done my research and I've never seen this. And you're suggesting it's used in the black community against black people, but I've never seen this and I've done my research. So I suggest you do yours. And not only is it a black person using it, but it's a black person in his community using it. And that's the fucking point.
So I'd have to go back and watch the Oz part,
And for me,
I'd have to have a conversation with Oz. But what I'm seeing is like the way what I was touching on, and I guess I was mistaken about, is I thought you
We're saying since Maya used the word, you're like, ha, look, she's using the word as a
No,
pejorative.
I feel less bad for calling Oz the Viper
what
he
the-
is, because clearly he just keeps doing it.
What the
Oh
issue
yeah, I'm sorry. I was
is
interested in talking about the actual like words, what they meant within various communities.
the
whether
no
or not
one's
the-
used it. This is the point, right? It was about an image of a raccoon, not a coon, not the word coon. No one used the word coon. Will Kincaid did at a later point, whole different thing, not related. But the image that Will Freeman has had for 10 years is a raccoon putting his beady little fingers together, right? Because Will relates to that kind of personality of a raccoon. And that's it. Not coon, not the word coon or the racial word coon, but for someone to happily use coon derogatorily to their own minority group and then come in and attack a man for having a raccoon image just spews hypocrisy to me.
Sammy, awesome.
Whether
Pause
she's
right there.
black or not.
Pause right there. I literally said that a few minutes ago when I said your problem seems to be with us using a word and then they turn around and use that word. And my simple point
No.
was, if they
No
want to
one
use
used
that
it.
word, hold on. If they want to, Maya used it, did she not? I'm so confused because
Yeah,
I didn't
I'm
hear
not-
them
no,
address
we're
like
not
the
saying
raccoon.
you've
They're
missed the
talking about
whole
the
point.
right. What's
You
the
think
point?
that we're pissed off because she said it? No, we're pissed
No,
off
no, no, no.
because
I
she
think you
said
feel
it but attacked us when no one said it.
Hold on. I think Pixie said she felt better because Maya used that pejorative within her own
No,
community, so she felt less bad
because
about having the arguments with the people. Did she not? Isn't that
about
what you meant,
calling
Pixie?
someone a viper.
Right, because Maya's out there being pejorative herself, using the
No,
word.
not because Maya. See, you did it again. I said very, very many times that it wasn't about Maya. I said I do not feel bad about calling Oz a viper because again he acted like one, and he does it over and over again. He gets mad at his assumptions. He justifies being mad at his assumptions. He gets all pissed off. He talks behind people's back. He makes up a bunch of bullshit. He says he's researched, accuses the other person of not being researched, insinuates they're a liar and a bigot, and clearly that person's definition was clearly accurate. What I don't feel bad about for the 100th time is I don't feel bad about calling Oz the viper I see him as.
Yes.
Sure,
and we
but that
don't
doesn't-
care that
that's-
she's used the word. Get this through. We don't care she used the word. Her using the word just showed he had not done his research. He was full of shit and he was looking to go Will. That's the point. Forget fucking Maya. It's not about Maya. You keep taking it back there.
Sammy, you're absolutely right, and I do, and I'm sorry because I said earlier that
okay.
Pixie was emotional about her interaction with that particular community. But what interested me was when we're talking about the various different, and that's why I brought up language game and that. But if you're just pissed about Oz, that seems like you should just go on his channel and be like, Oz, I'm pissed because I think you're a fucking hypocrite.
No, fuck him and
he
his
blocked
channel.
us all.
Well, I mean, because that seems to be the problem for me. What interests me, right, and this just interests me in my life, is less about like the uproar in the community about this, but is about the way that certain words are used, the way that we use language, the connotations that come with it, the responsibility that comes with it. And by responsibility, I just mean like there are repercussions for using certain words from where I'm from, and that's it. And that interests me. And I'm sorry, you guys are just simply talking about a beef between what your gang and their gang, and that is not something that.
No,
really,
I don't have a gang. I'm tired of people. I'm tired of
well, you keep
people
saying
from his
them
group.
and
No,
you keep
what I'm
saying
tired
them
of.
and us.
No, well,
We return
word
because
in,
about
I'm
like
talking about the
sometime.
situation, not because I'm talking about a group I'm in. I go to different channels. I talk to people who don't even talk to each other, and that's fine. My problem is I see the same people going from chat to chat to chat, talking about you can't talk to this person. How dare you talk to that person? We should cancel you because you're talking to somebody I don't like. When you do this, you're platforming them. It doesn't matter if you're pushing back. You didn't push back hard enough. We should all cancel you because now you're a horrible person. That person's horrible because I didn't like their image. That is disgusting. That is
Yeah,
my
but
problem.
that's a much different conversation than what we were talking about 30 seconds ago, right? Like, because
No,
now
it's not.
we're
It's part of it.
hold
It's
on,
all
hold
part
on,
of it.
Sammy, hold on 1 second. Just let me finish. Because that particular beef with Oz, because now we're talking about something that I
No,
think
that's
is
part
worth.
of it.
Hold
That is
on,
part of
Pixie,
it.
for fuck's sake. Right, but we were talking about one part of it, and now you're bringing another one, and I think they're very different things. Because for me, we can have a conversation about the way certain groups or communities react to the way that I'm sitting in this stream having a conversation with you. So there are certain friends that I have that are going to be like, this is awesome that you're having a stream with people that are on maybe the opposite side of the table with you. But there are also people out there that are going to say, set fire to those motherfuckers. And how I feel about that, we can have a conversation about, but that's something different than what we were talking about 30 seconds ago.
Okay, that's something different, but I think it's part of it. And the reason I think it's part of it is because while doing these actions and virtue signaling the way he has been with his clear lack of research he said he did, while he's been doing that, he's been in there with the echo chambers. He's been defending them. He's been leading the charge. He brought it from the comments to the panel. Yeah, it's all part of it.
Yeah, and I'm totally confused. You were clearly having a different conversation. I've only been having one conversation for 3 fucking days now, brother. So I don't know what conversation you had 30 seconds ago, but I haven't changed the conversation.
No, Sammy. Sammy, I meant that. Right, and I get that. That's why. Thank you for clarifying that. But I'm talking about when Pixie's talking about Oz and what she just said about Oz. That's one conversation. When you talk about the way communities react to, I hate that fucking word, canceling, but with the way some communities react within that community, and correct me if I'm wrong, Pixie, but you're pissed that there are people out there telling other people out who to be friends with. Like, you can't be friends with them if they think a certain way.
Well,
You've got to hold on. You've got to cancel them if they're a certain way. Now, that's a different conversation. And I get that it's a part of the whole thing that's got you emotional, because I guarantee there are other parts of that. But when we talk about things, you can't talk about this thing as a whole the same way that when you say they, and this is where I do assume something. When you say they, I assume that you're talking about a certain group of people that you're not a part of.
I am. I'm talking
Right.
about the group of people who go around demanding that everybody be canceled, who go around labeling everybody a bigot because they don't have the exact same line in the sand that they do. Right?
Awesome.
I have
So
a problem.
let's focus on that then. Let's focus on that particular
Wow.
point. So we're
Okay.
what, Rex, I'm sorry, is that instead of like being all over it, or like
You keep asking me
my
to let you
apologies.
finish. No, my problem is you keep asking me to let you finish and not talk over you. And the reason I keep
shut
getting
up and
loud
let
is because
everybody else talk.
the reason I keep getting loud is because you don't show me the same respect.
Well, I don't
I got no
mind
problem.
nitpicking, but this dude will not shut the fuck up and let anybody else talk.
Go, Rex.
Now, I
Hey,
have said from
Bonds.
day one. I
See?
have said from day one where my problem was, and I'm sorry, Rex. Go.
Hey, Bond, I'm on my 7th. I just beat you. I beat your challenge, Bond. It's my 7th. Oh, my
I
goodness.
gotta drink it yet. Go, Rex.
Yeah. I mean, now at
Has
least I can
anybody
get.
Mo-
I won't be
movie
the first one to get
Clerks
drunk, at least.
II? Jesus
Have I seen the
fucking
movie?
Christ.
What?
I'm
Ronan,
muting
hold on a
everybody, Rex.
Has
Go,
anybody ever seen the movie Clerks 2?
No, I haven't.
I believe so, yes, but years ago.
Well, yeah, it's been a while since I saw it too. But you know where they work at now instead of the convenience store? A place called Movies. And it's like a burger joint. It's like McDonald's. And you know what their symbol is? A golden calf. And then the blind guy who always wears his hat around backwards said, let's take the phrase porch monkeys back. on the back of his shirt. Was that racist?
Well, it's certainly that this whole discussion is basically about there's a whole branch of study called semiotics. It's the study
look,
the
see,
study
you
of
just fucking dodged and not answered my question.
It is actually, yeah. I mean, it has racist implications, yeah.
Lots of things have racist implications. The
In
phrase
which case, perhaps you should be aware of them.
And cracker ass cracker has racist implications. Do I get offended when somebody calls me that? No.
I don't know, man. That's up to you.
I just said
some
no.
people might, it's it's a question of sensitivities here, really. I think maybe being polite is no longer a feature of culture, but
Do you think people were polite to me when I was in the Army?
Is the Army popular culture?
The Army is part of culture.
It's part of culture. Is it popular culture?
Well, I mean, if you want to say pop culture, then okay, fair enough. But pop culture does not concern me.
Well, that's where we are right now. We're not in the Army.
Is it?
Are we in the Army?
Prove it.
I'm a little too old for service, to be honest.
You're a little too old.
I'm not saying you have to be offended, Sandy, for anything. But I'm saying I think we should at least recognize people's edges. And I think one thing I've learned from this conversation that has been going on and on and on and on is that it pays to listen to other people's edges and try to see where they're coming from. Just try that. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot about Williams and all of the folks who bear the raccoon monikers history with it. And I understand it a little bit better. And I feel like I've learned something in the interaction, right? I also have been consistent throughout in saying that imagery has other implications that perhaps people haven't considered. I am not saying
it's a fucking raccoon. You know what I do to raccoons who get in my garbage? I fucking shoot them.
You shoot them. Yeah. Okay. I do the same. I know the difference.
Does that mean I hate all black people?
I know the difference between, no, of course not. I know the difference between the animal and the phrasing. And I also know that the animal doesn't necessarily go there. But the imagery does have the semiotics, the signs.
There's always
have that association in some circles, not all. Perhaps it was more common in my youth, but it was very common in my youth as being a derogatory term. And it doesn't come from raccoon per se, but it's become associated with the image. And I think that it bears patience rather than becoming inflamed.
Who inflamed it?
On the
Who
side,
inflamed it? Who inflamed it first?
If someone points out that,
you're not going to answer that question. Who
trying
inflamed it
to
first? Who inflamed it first?
The person who was first inflamed and took it, I viewed it as sus. I was basically asking William, what, I'm curious what the fuck's up. What's your motivation here, was my exact words. Because to me, as someone who grew up knowing that implication and the fact it wasn't just the raccoon, it was the fact that it alternated with a black man's face, who I didn't know. I'd never met William before, except in passing here and there. So it seems like I'm supposed to know all internet traditions, and maybe I was assuming that you're supposed to know all the semiotics associated with the image of a raccoon juxtaposed with a black man's face. But it's clear as day to some people. One person, Jay Bundy, got very upset about it, came in and said that. Not everybody has a complete I don't. I think I have a bit more of an understanding. I did understand, unlike Oz, that it is commonly used within the black community with reference to a black person who is overly deferential to white people, and as a matter of fact, it comes from not coon, but it comes, not the phrase coon, but the Uncle Tom. It's synonym. Uncle Tom comes
Have
from
you
Uncle
ever
Tom's.
read Uncle Tom's Cabin?
I have.
That book.
I have. As a matter of fact,
Then
Uncle
you know
Tom
it's
is the
not
hero
racist.
of the book. So,
It's not racist.
Harriet Beecher Stowe wrote it in the next town over from me.
So, I this is the thing that's kind of frustrating me, is I agree with everything you've said, Stephanie, and the one thing that I've not seen you do yet, or anyone, is acknowledge that you almost did. You stopped yourself. You almost admitted that Pocket Locker saw what he saw and came in and blew the fuck up. There was no discussion. There was no questions. There was no understanding. He blew the fuck up. And okay, if he's one of those people where he is overly sensitive about that stuff, I agree with whoever said earlier tonight he should be staying the fuck out of the conversation. Because all of this, I blame him, okay? I don't blame Will with the images. I blame Pocket Locker, who lost his shit and did not have the decency to have a discussion. That's the point that I want someone to acknowledge. Then I think we can move forwards, because that's where this all started.
Well, and with Oz, because he keeps doing the same thing. He says, "All I want is a conversation," and then he waits till he's gone to go on some self-righteous tirade about a bunch of assumptions he's made, and then he does it again and again and again, and then he blocks them. And they had already made up their mind. It was clear in the chat when they were screaming about canceled this and terrible person that, and anybody who talks to them is also a terrible person. Like, it was clear they had already made up their mind. It's not going to change now.
Well, I guess.
Hey, Steph, let me interrupt for just 1 second. Hi, Steph. And this goes back to what I was trying to clarify, and my apologies if I offended anyone for over talking or hurt anyone's feelings or whatever that has. I have when we have these conversations, it doesn't bother me if you get a little heated or you over talk me or whatever. That's just a conversation in my book, right? Like, but if you're saying, hey, I would like you to be more respectful because whatever, like Madsen did the other day. That's fine. Awesome. I will try better. So here's the thing is, when you showed the video, I interpreted it a certain way and I focused on what Maya was actually saying, the context of all that stuff. What you guys are talking about is, and I think at its core is what you just said, Sammy. Like Jay starting this whole feud, and forgive me, I wasn't honing in on the feud on YouTube that was going on within different people. And Pixie, I'm trying not to say communities because I don't want to put you in anything you may not be a part of.
I think it's more personalities, to be honest. I hate to interrupt, but it's more personalities.
No, I think I think you're right, and I think that was worthy discussion when Rex came on and was pissed about me hogging stream time. What I was trying to get at was, I think that there are a few things on the table right now, right? Like if we're all sitting around the table, there are a few things on it, and one worth discussing is how communities react to others interacting within different communities. Because Pixie, that's what we're talking about with the canceling, right? Like that was one of the things you said pisses you off, because
Yes.
I think
it's childish, and I think it's gross, and I think they're putting a lot on the creators that they say they care about, and I think that's a form of gaslighting those creators. I've heard many of them express feeling that pressure and having to cave all the time and not being able to have the difficult conversations they want to have because it's going to offend somebody. And to me, if that's the creator you care about, you wouldn't be doing that to them. I think all of it is bad.
Sammy, what do you think? You're an actual creator. I mean, Stephanie's a creator. You're a creator. I'm not. I don't know if anyone else on the panel is,
What I missed what's the connection to creators?
I said I think it's childish, and I think it's gross, and they don't just do this to people that are in the community with them. They do this to the creators that they follow. And I've heard creators express how they couldn't have the difficult conversations that they wanted to have. They had to tiptoe around their guest list and be super careful because they felt so much pressure from their audience and offending their audience, and have their audience scream about how dare you, and we should cancel you, and you're not who I thought you were, you're platforming the wrong thing, or you weren't hard enough, or you didn't ask hard enough questions. And they say this is all constructive criticism because we care. And to me, I'm like, you know what, having that conversation once, maybe twice, is constructive criticism. But when you flood the chat and you do this over and over and over again, this isn't constructive criticism. And I think it's gaslighting to tell people that you're doing that because you care about the creator.
Yeah. So I've definitely, in the last couple of weeks especially, had people from a certain political leaning, and I won't say which one, leaving my streams and essentially saying I can't be your friend because you have allowed this person on your platform. Someone who I will even very openly say I disagree with what they say, but I want to expose them. I want to platform them so that whatever it is, their bigotry, or depending on who it is, if you ignore these people, then they can have more influence. I like to let them have their say and then point out the problems. But all of a sudden, I'm platforming. I'm doing this thing called platforming because I won't shut down certain opinions that I don't agree with. Or I automatically agree with those opinions. And I don't understand what point we stopped wanting to have the discussion and say things like Pocket Locker said today, oh, there's no two sides to this discussion. You need to shut up and listen. And I don't care what minority you are, or if you are in the minority or not, everyone's opinion is as valid to me as anyone else's, no matter what I think of you as a person. That's my prerogative, I thought, on my channel. But if anything, it's just pointed out that a lot of people's friendships are very conditional on that you agree with their not even their position, because I don't think anyone is even in a different position than anyone else. I think we agree on the fundamentals of everything that's being discussed, and the differences that are being pointed out are so, it's minutia. We're discussing coons, right, and the meaning of all that, and that's a great discussion. It should never have come about because of Will Freeman, or it should have quickly ended if anyone had bothered to say to him and clarify what's going on. That can be really racist. Are you a racist prick? Let the man actually answer, believe his answer. And if you don't want to believe his answer, then don't go to his channel. Don't engage with him. Go,
May I?
Stephanie.
Has everyone read Gur's note in his in Gur streams?
Yes.
I think it hit the right tone, because he said essentially what you said, that he wants to talk with people who disagree with him.
Yep.
And I think that is one valuable function, because that does give the opportunity to call people out. Now, there's a difference between someone who platforms somebody and lets them speak without challenge. I mean, I do criticize Dave for knowing Steve McRae's positions going in when he hosted Steve McRae on his channel, and some of them are quite troublesome. And he's said things to people I know and love in this community on Twitter that are quite hurtful. And to not challenge him on that is basically inviting somebody on to just go, oh, that's troublesome. Gur didn't do that with William. Kicked everybody out of the room and tried to get at where that was coming from, right?
So I didn't see the interview with Dave that everyone is referencing. So my question is, the thing that he should have pushed back against, did it come up in the conversation at all?
It was Dave asked one question. Gur was in the chat providing quote after quote after quote, and other people were as well, of Steve's positions.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, did it come up in the interview that they were having?
No.
Okay. Had it come up in the interview that they were having, do you think he would have pushed back against it?
I would hope so, but I'll never know.
All right, and see,
and he didn't. And my criticism of Dave.
I understand that, but see,
no,
that's where
my criticism of Dave is when the awful bullying people in chat pretty much forced his hand. He asked a question and then didn't push back at all.
Right, but here's then he asked the question and it came up, and I don't know, I wasn't there, but here's my thing, like, my problem with that is so the whole, because before that it made it sound like it was solely in the chat, and my problem with that again is it goes back to the assumptions, right? And Lena said it best in the chat the other day, right? Love you, Super Munchkin. She said it best in the chat the other day when she came up and she said something about, like, when I was talking to Bree, and she said, I'm sorry for being so hard on you before. This is the first time I've seen you be an ally. And granted, I admitted that I take for granted a lot of people.
Stream?
Yeah. And granted, I take for granted that a lot of people know where I stand because I've had these conversations with them before, because we've had these arguments before. And I push back a lot, but I don't do it every single time, right? So, but my problem is, it's those assumptions, right? You want to cancel me because you assume I'm a terrible person because I have not gone out of my way to bend over backwards to prove to you otherwise. And that doesn't seem to be my problem. You never approached me.
You're not, well, just to be clear, you're not, when you say you're not talking to me, or are
No.
you?
No. That's what I was saying. Lena. In the example, Lena brought that up, right? She never came and spoke to me. She never came and asked me anything. She never said hello. She never said, where do you stand on this? Because I had not proven something to her. I was this terrible thing and I should be canceled. And that's another one of my problems.
Does somebody else want to speak? Because I'd like to address that at some point, but I don't want to make it a thing. Because as you all know, I can go on and on and on.
Well, I would like to say something that I found in Gur's community post when he said he doesn't call himself an ally because using that term on himself is self gratification or whatever he used. And I'm like, well, yeah, like, calling yourself an ally when you don't, it just, I agree with Gur when it comes to, using that label on yourself, right? You don't have to call yourself an ally, to stand with trans people or, okay, I'll shut up now.
No, Karaya put it best better in saying, allyship is something conferred, not taken on as a mantle.
And we've got to forgive some people for not wanting to jump in, because I'm sorry, but I have seen it go both ways on the internet. I've seen people get mad at people for not jumping in, and then I've seen people get mad at people who do jump in, and you're not trans, and why are you even having this conversation? So some people may not be comfortable jumping in. Some people may not know when they're expected to and when they're not expected to. And I'm not saying that that's everybody's fault, right? I'm just saying, like, not everybody agrees on what the role of those that are friends with the community but not in the community. Not everybody agrees on what that role looks like.
And to your point, Pixie, there are even people out there that are equipped in a sense to jump in, right? Because not everybody is not, and I'm not sure. I mean, Lena's had interactions on stream before, but few. But having interacted with Lena, like she, apart from, I don't watch the chat, but however she came across in the chat, it might be different if Lena may be one of those people that just has, it's better for her to have a conversation one-on-one with someone that she disagrees with rather than watching a stream with 8 people having a conversation on opposite sides of the table and then looking at a chat full of 30 to 40 people, some people in flaming chat, some people trying to have a good conversation. And I mean, and I just think, to reiterate your point, we're not all equipped to sit in the same room and do what we are. And for me, right, like I'm ill equipped because apparently I overtalk, but I'm also one of those people that the party of like be less offended, I'm often just offending, right? Like, which is problematic for me. So maybe I need to work on my interactions with conservative Christians more, because they're like, don't be offended, but you're offending me constantly. That being said, what if we could, before you go too far down this road, it's, Stephanie, how do you feel about the content creator? Because it's not just content creators. There's a theme that's going on that that people are saying, hey, you can't interact with that person. And that's a case in point, right? Like, we can't be friends. And I agree with that. So dip, right? Like, if someone says to me, hey, don't interact with them or we can't be friends, I'm going to simply say, yeah, go fuck yourself, right? I love you. I want to be your friend. But if you're going to tell me what I can and can't do, go fuck yourself, right? And if that offends you, go fuck yourself. Because that's ultimately what we're getting at. I think what you're talking about with the cancel culture is people telling content creators what they should create, who they should have on their channel, the way that they should interact with this person, what they should and shouldn't say, what they should affirm and disaffirm, the way that they should push back, all of this. And the last thing I'll say is, when I watch Dave's stream, and I don't know how I've landed on this, but that particular stream, all I could think was, maybe this guy doesn't have the ability to push back against someone that may outbox him, right? Like, maybe he's just scared to get in the ring at this particular point with them. That doesn't necessarily mean Dave is not a part or an ally of a certain particular community. It just may be that Dave feels ill-equipped, or he's a little nervous to get in the ring with somebody that he sees as a legitimate boxer.
I feel called out.
Dave knows what will happen, which is what's happening to me right now when my friends are turning against me because I didn't stand up against Will for something I don't know what I'm supposed to have stood up against, because I didn't call him out for not being racist.
That's a brilliant point. And that's, hold on, I'm sorry, Stephanie, one last thing. Sammy, that's a brilliant point, because the person because my reaction, if I was a creator, would, again, go fuck yourself. If you don't like the way that I'm interacting on my channel. Sorry, no, I'm sorry. I wasn't saying that to you.
William's in the chat saying, I'd like a word when y'all can afford it. So if you need another seat.
Oh,
So I'm
no,
talking
it's
about William Freeman.
it occurred to me the other day that I believe I met Stephanie in real life no less than 3 times.
Really?
Oh God.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you're in one of our family photos. Not like not like obviously part of it. I mean, you're like in the background. And we go every year. We do sail in Maine. We
I gotta get out of here.
We vacation in Wells, Kennebunkport, Ogunquit, that whole area, all the way up. This year we're gonna sail to Bar Harbor, and I think if I remember, I've been going to that area doing that for 30 years. So I've
been here for longer than that.
Well, I know, but I figured you were born there, and I figured you're not 30. So no offense, but yeah.
No, I'm not.
No,
30.
As I remember, if I remember this correctly, and I was discussing this with my wife last night as we were going through vacation photos, I'm pretty sure that you and I had a cordial discussion about something trivial like the weather, if I remember correctly. And then I bumped into you one other time.
Sail?
Yes. I don't captain. I don't know how to do the whole thing. My father-in-law did.
Okay. I won't ask you to. Do you know what kind of boat you sail?
Well, we don't. We ride with other people now because we had to sell the boat because my father-in-law died and they were expensive, so the boat had to be sold. Sure. Unfortunately. But
well,
no,
we probably did run across
it was
each
a
other.
sailboat. It wasn't like a single prop situation or some kind of yacht, or it's just there was a cabin, probably fit 6 people comfortably. I don't know precisely what model it was, but the second time I met you was in a Hannaford, and you had remembered me from the last time when we had I eat all over. It could have been the Orweed, or it could have even been like I don't know. There's some place in you'll know what I'm talking about. Ogunquit. There's the rainbow section, I think is what they call it.
Yeah, I don't get down to Ogunquit much. But
okay, yeah, there's a huge pride section. I don't know. I see. It's,
Well,
it's kind of
Agunquit is like Provincetown. It's a
yeah.
it's a destination spot for LGBTQ people.
Well, we go there because we're from upstate New York, and that's just where we go. That's where
Yeah.
everyone around here goes. You'll see the Lake George stickers in the back of people's cars. We're not hard to
I might have met you at Lake George.
Oh, okay. That's right around where I live.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Maynard's come here to Lake George all the time for the summer too.
It's been years since I've been over to the changing of the colors forgot at the Lake George Club.
Right. Yeah.
So it might have
William
been.
Henry's right there,
I
so.
doubt it was. Actually, I doubt it was there. But my nephew had a parish right around Lake George. He's a Methodist pastor.
Well, the reason I brought it up was
Whatever.
because if I'm remembering correctly, you and I were cordial in real life, but for some reason on the internet it becomes something different.
The internet is different.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I'll be honest. The interaction we had on Sparkle Stream was just abysmal, and
Yeah.
I don't. It was my first introduction to you. and
It was
wasn't-
actually I think your third. One was on a different stream. I don't think it was Gers because I think I'm banned over there because every time I show up something happens. I think it could have been Praise. He was doing an LGBTQ thing.
I've never been on Praise's stream. I've interacted with Praise.
We were if you remember, our first discussion was about autogynephilia. Do you remember that?
I remember having that discussion, yeah, but I don't.
Yeah, that was
recall
our
it
first
being with
time.
you.
But anyway, what I'm trying to get at is, you know what? That thought struck me, and I kind of realized that this is kind of dumb. So I'm willing to put down the sword, at least. What's the word? Contingent on no other further altercations. I'm willing to just fucking let the whole thing go. And
Well, I appreciate that, and it was just a bad look, and it's a very sensitive topic for a trans person to get involved with, and especially with the graphic comparisons used. Just
I know, and I get a little touchy
Bad
about it
look.
too when somebody calls me transphobic when I've housed several indigent homeless people now at this point and helped them get on with their lives from places that were not trans friendly. So that kind of
my
pissed me
issue.
off.
Well, if I could, my issue with that is that a lot of this stuff done. This is all semiotics again. A lot of this stuff done, even in jest, feeds into a narrative that's being done IRL by people who actually hold those views and are featured on these are views that come out of the mouths of folks like Matt Walsh and the guy who talked at CPAC this year about how trans people should be, or transgenderism should be erased entirely. And what that means, IRL, is scary as fuck. So when it's used, it's almost like you're giving permission to use it, and people will clip it, use it, etc.
I think my problem is that this is how me and my trans friends talk, and I guess I'm used to them just maybe it's Will, he's not serious, they know me personally.
That's what they've told me. It's Will, he's not serious. As a matter of fact, one of your trans friends said, no, he's a complete asshole on this stream earlier.
Right.
So
Yeah,
it's which is fine, but again, we don't know each other, and so
That's true. Yeah, I know.
When we go into a place like this, especially coming off of the discussions that where this all started. I know it started, the The heat got turned up by the raccoon stuff, which I think is also problematic, and it wasn't properly addressed. I think Gurr tried in that stream to properly address it. And it was just basically, I think offense was given, offense was taken, offense was given back, offense was taken, and it just got defensive, and got to the point where Will actually couldn't tell the story of the club, which is why the semiotics, again, the signs were all wrong, and the follow-up stream when I came in started off on a very bad foot.
Why is Judy being blocked? Anyways, doesn't matter.
Yeah. So anyway, what happened was you came at the
What happened? What happened?
Right. Well, you came
The
at me in some
toothpaste is
type
out
of
of the
way
tube.
because I
Which
said
I'm
something.
trying to fix it.
Yeah. Let's just fucking call the whole thing off. I'm all right
I
with
think
that.
we should. I think we should dial the whole fucking
I
thing
don't
down.
see why we
If
can't
there are
get
private
along.
conversations, if there are private offline conversations, I mean, I'm not hard to find. I think that if somebody was determined to solve this, it's better solved offline. And at the moment, we need to cool this off.
Well, that's the other thing. I will be there in that general area that I described in August. If you would like to have, I don't know, coffee or whatever, and or just whatever, I'm okay with that. If you want to like talk or just fucking, I don't know, surf or whatever the hell, it doesn't matter to me. I'm open to it.
Well, my link tree's on my channel.
Oh, okay. Cool.
You can find me. I don't hide a lot. I should hide more.
So,
and I'll be honest. The other person that was in the stream with the main militia thing was pretty scary to me.
Well, anyway, my wife got said dead fetuses that one time by a psychopath from Canada, so I'm trying not to put too much on the internet in terms of where I live. But I
understand, and people can do that. That's fine. I mean, when you talk to talk to 420's point, I do the Transatlantic Call-In show enough. I've done it 4 times so far. I may do some more.
Is that a pun or is that just?
It is a pun. It's Katie Montgomery and Arden Hart are the 2 things.
Yeah,
so it's like England.
Well, I gotta head out, but I wanted to pop in and kind of just let bygones be bygones with that situation.
Yeah, well,
I gotta go down to camp and plant potatoes today. So.
Good work.
Thank you. Have yourselves a wonderful day, and remember, big money, big women, big fun. King's out.
Bye. Well.
You did leave that way after all that.
Big money,
but
big women, big
Stephanie,
fun.
thank you, and also thank you the other night because you didn't have to speak up for me even a little. So thank you.
I said the same thing in James's stream that it was a situation where please learn more about the situation before continuing. I mean, it's good that we got to the point where it was Bree and me and you. But the tensions run high. The tensions are still high. And I think that we'd all be better served if we took this offline and had these conversations because they're important. I mean, I have some perspectives about, we're getting into that conversation about what platforming is. And the reason I mentioned Takis is because, that's the purpose of that show. all of the shows on the line are theists call in. Transphobes, in the case of Takis, transphobes, people that don't understand us, talk to real trans people, call in. And, you know, there's this guy from England who calls, his name's Wes, he calls in all the time, and he's got some horrible ideas that we just try to speak through. And sometimes it's polite, and sometimes it's very abrupt.
So Stephanie, why not do why offline? I mean, you seem to be an advocate for, and I'm a fan of the transatlantic call-in show. And so what you're saying to me, like, why not tell them to do it offline? Like, hey guys, because these conversations to me, when they're, I'm sorry, answer that. That's what interests me. Why offline?
Because it's more personal. Because if you're having a one-on-one conversation, and not, you know, I think one of the big problems with Gerstream was that there are 500,000 people in the fucking room and nobody could shut up, me included. So everybody's sort of shouting to be heard, over talking, and all of this other stuff. And the purpose for Takis is it's a purpose-driven show. To, you know, I'm going to the whole other thing about what's the media for? What are your goals here? If you're, you know, it's in the case of the line and all the shows on the line, it's eyeballs on screens and asses in seats, and you know, and shit sells. And stirring the pot sells. Which is why you want to have that controversy. You know, it's part of the drill. You're doing it for the live chat. I mod the live chat on the line shows a lot, and there's a lot of garbage that comes in there.
Where do we have?
And it's just, you know, it's a whole nother thing. Like James Apperson and I had a 6-hour conversation offline about why it would have been better to just let the passions in the chat cool before people got drummed up to this stage. And the other problem with the media is we've been trained by Roger Ailes-ism and Fox News to have that edgy take, and keep it simple and short little phrases and punchy things that will own the opposition.
Yeah, but we're not the media. Like, this is, to me,
We
I
are
look
the
at this
media.
as, well,
We
maybe
are.
you as
No matter
sure, like,
how you slice it, this is
I'm
the media.
in in the sense of like we're not news. So forgive me. So maybe the better point for me, what's important to me is this is just an open forum for conversation, right? And we can all meet in person down at the local pub, down at the local restaurant, outside in my backyard, and at whatever venue that we can have, right? This is for a lot of us, this is a wonderful chance for us to communicate with others that are alike. We have different communities we can go into, whether it be woodworking, whether it be the gather community, whether it be this particular community, because make no mistake, in my opinion, this is a community. Even though all of us are coming at this from different angles, we're part of a community of people that seem to think that interaction is good and we need to have these conversations because they're important, right? And for me, I can understand why you may want to have them offline or someone else would have them offline, but to tell others that we should have them offline is the same thing that telling a content creator what they should or shouldn't do. And if you don't want to have this conversation online, not you particularly, but as a person, then don't have it online, right? The beauty of YouTube, all these people screaming bloody fucking murder, like, shut it off, turn it off then. I told this to James, if it's toxic for you, turn the fucking TV off, but don't tell the TV you're toxic, like, go away. Maybe I'm not putting that as best as I should, but my point being is that's on you or the people that turn it fucking off. But I'm not going to tell Sammy to have who you on, and nor am I going to. Now, look, I may very well criticize you on whether who you interact with and how you had that interaction. But how beautiful is that I can come on Sammy's stream and be like, look, you were an asshole for this, or this. Or I can say, hey, great job, man. This. But what I'm never gonna do is tell Sammy, turn your fucking TV show off, because the response in the way that I'm built is to don't tell me what the fuck to do. If you don't like it, walk away. If you don't want to have the conversation, walk away. If you're upset or you're offended because I overtalk a little, or I offend you because I tell you to go fuck yourself because I don't think you're something, walk away, because I do that same thing, right? I have the ability to walk away. Now, it's not all that easy, and that's another conversation in itself, why we're drawn to toxic shit. But I don't agree with is when people start screaming, turn it off, right? I think Fox News is awesome that it's on the TV, because it turns off so many motherfuckers to their terrible rhetoric. But
Okay,
that's just,
so I'm
that's
not. First of all, I'm not saying. I'm not insisting that it get taken offline. I'm suggesting that some things are better done one-on-one.
Where do we draw the line?
I think you draw the line when okay. Let me see if I can do an IRL thing. You wouldn't go down to the bar to start a bar fight, would you? I mean, just for yucks. And there's no danger of a bar fight here, but the functional equivalent of one is when people are
Oh yeah, you're streaming to 2 streams.
Going crazy. And that, you know, that's what I'm saying right now. And I think that it's not. I think
So
that
you would say
I think it
close
would be
the bar?
better at this point with all of the topics that got raised around this issue to try to solve those problems rather than creating a Jerry Springer show that goes on for 2 weeks.
Well, right. So, but you would say close the bar rather than have a chance of a bar fight.
No, I didn't say that. I said,
Well, that's what you're, to me, that's what you're saying when you say, let's have it offline. It's like, hey, this has gotten way too heated. Turn it off. And I'm saying if it's too heated, sometimes those are what we should be having. These are the conversations we should be having, right? And if it does get too heated and someone's like, let's say somebody starts screaming just racist rhetoric or something, then the content creator, in my opinion, better turn it off. Otherwise, I'm never going back to that stream again, and nor are we going to be friends, because I'm going to consider them just as much of a racist for the other dude. If that's who they're platforming, you can't be an ally to a black friend that I have if you're allowing someone to just scream racist rhetoric for whatever reason, or an Asian friend that I have for that matter. But this notion of like certain conversations are best behind closed doors never just it doesn't sit well with me.
If you want to solve this problem, I'm not suggesting that all conversations go this way or anything else. It's just that I'm tired. And I can walk away. The problem for me, though, is that very often, and this is my own thing, very often conversations about something very, very critical to the marginalized community I belong to take place in an atmosphere of ignorance that you know, it's being as we're, the estimates vary, but you know, US 6.6%, 0.6%, 0.5%, you know, older estimates are lower, but you know, the survey techniques are getting better, and the society had been becoming more open to trans people. It's closing down now, and there's you know, and that's a problem. And part of the reason it's closing down now is that people are remarkably ill-informed about what it is to be trans, and a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, most people will cite anything but actual medical literature. And nobody can cite the experience. Nobody that is willing to cite it will cite the experience. So, there are shows like Takis where that's the focus and all of this sort of thing. But very often there's just this colloquial stuff going on that that's it's hard to wrap people. It's hard for people to wrap their minds around it, but yet they want to have a conversation about it anyway, without knowing where to look for actual facts besides Google.
And isn't it wonderful that, like, for me, one of the most wonderful things is, especially about like people like you, are the wealth of knowledge that you bring, the even whatever the life lived as a trans person for so long. And for me, it would like, it's sad to think that this hurts enough to you that you want to bail. I understand it, and if it's toxic,
it's exhausting. It's just fucking exhausting.
And I feel that, and I'm empathetic towards you for that, and that hurts. Like, just knowing you, right? Like, I feel bad. Like, that sucks. But
and the problem is that
hold on.
It's incumbent upon us to do it. That's just
people. That's correct. People like you are the reason that I think this is so wonderful, is that someone like you that's lived as a trans person for so long, has this wealth of knowledge, can actually, and that is actually a wonderful conversationist, right? Like, literally can walk in, and we all get heated, we all blow up, we all do this, but how many times have you been on streams where trans may be addressed differently, but because you're there, they have a trans person to talk to, they have a wealth of knowledge, a life experience, and you can have that conversation online. And that, for me, Stephanie, is important, to have people like you in a conversation like that, right? That's what's important. Not for people to say, hey, this is ridiculous, turn it off. Like, this hurts me, turn it off. Because to them, I say that doesn't further anything, because who are you having that conversation with online? How are you going to have that conversation? Like, let's say Sammy and I are at each other's throats. Well, yeah, but how the fuck am I going to get Sammy over to my house? He doesn't live anywhere near me. He and I aren't going to talk offline, or he and I could have a one-on-one. Sure. But Sammy and I can do that right now, with the benefit of someone like you, someone like Pixie, and what little Spackle brings to the table.
Wait, did you say Sparkle or Spackle? I didn't hear you.
I can't go over and visit school and Math Pig.
Well, screw you. I'm not Spackle. Okay.
Spackle. Yeah, you
hello.
are Spackle.
Well, I'm Sparkle, because I sparkle in the sun like a vampire. Oh God, I feel sick for bringing that reference. Saying
that's okay. I just really would like to see the temperature wind down on this, and actually the curtain not the curtain come down, but necessarily, but
yes,
the temperature come way the fuck down, because this isn't helping anybody's mental health.
No, it isn't. It really, 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 really isn't. And that wasn't me stuttering. That was that was emphasizing. But that's. I understand.
And I'd love to have the conversation about platforming, because I think that's equally important. Like, what are the choices that you make? But I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead, Midnight.
That's fine. Literally everyone in here does it, so you might as well do it.
Literally everyone on YouTube does it to you, Midnight.
Yep. But what I was trying to say is that I understand that topics like these are important and they should be discussed. My entire point is that too much emotion blinds us. Blinds us to the realities, to the realities that these topics are supposed to expose. Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, kill me. I mean, not kill me, but
I think, I processed all of this stuff through my own, and address my issues with, particularly Will, in going through. this stuff. And of course, any author is going to paint them. Any author of an autobiography is going to paint themselves in the best possible light. I mean, I know I've made mistakes throughout this whole thing. And mea culpa. And I won't say but if. I know I have. And for those, I definitely apologize.
Can I?
I mean, I did take
really
Kat's,
appreciate that,
I did
Tiffany.
take Kat's advice and call Will a fucking asshole at the end.
I mean, he is an asshole. He won't deny that, right?
But here's, yeah, I know. But here's the thing, and as I pointed out to Will when he was here, the problem is that even when you signify even in jest, you around, especially around this issue, especially at this point in time in history, you're parroting talking points that are a real danger that we see in real life every day. And it's hard to separate the jest from the fact. And the fact,
I get that, but I think it's something that you should understand is that people use dark humor as a way to process events, right? Like it's just the way that I mean, I know there are people out there who actually believe this stuff, right? And yeah, maybe joking about them may cause someone else to believe it, but at the same time, when you joke about these things, you show how silly some of these views can be. Some of these views that these transphobes has, or Nazis or racists, like, you know what I mean? It's dark. Like I love dark humor. Right, it's one of those things to where because it shows the absurdity of the universe. Now, just because it shows the absurdity of the universe doesn't mean those topics that we talk about aren't important. They are important to us, yes. But as far as the universe is concerned,
well, yeah, as far as the universe is concerned, none of this matters. But setting that aside, that we need to be concerned, I think, about the world we live in, and we also need to be sensitive to, if we're going to have any sort of decent discussion, asking me, people were making comments in that side chat. Why does Stephanie hate Jews? I mean, maybe Will Kincaid and I have met in some yacht club in and around Kennebunkport, or at some thing in their sailing ventures. But I really didn't know Will from Adam. Y'all have interacted with the guy for 10 years, and I don't know him from Adam.
Well,
I have
me
no
5,
idea
but
that
yeah.
the fucking guy's Jewish. So, it's like there's a presumption there that I should know all of your internet.
Oh, don't worry. There are people who doubt Will is Jewish.
It's not that we're blind to some of the more provocative things on this side, right? And it's not that we don't have these conversations. I maybe because we're friends, it doesn't. Sometimes it happens here. Sometimes it happens in Google Hang. Sometimes it happens somewhere else, right? Like anyone else does. But we do have these conversations. Will extended his version of an olive branch for whatever that's worth, and William Freeman.
We've concluded that we're gonna, maybe have a cup of coffee, okay? We don't need to beat that dead horse anymore.
No. I'm saying,
beat that dead dog, or kick that dead dog into what.
And William Freeman, for his part, has resumed calling you she and Stephanie properly.
That was the
which,
goal.
which
let's
I am
establish some
grateful for.
fucking civility around this
So
fucking dump.
yes, which which I am grateful for. So like it's I think there's this feeling that I'm mad at the other side and that like I don't have any issues with anything being said over here, and that's not the case. We have these discussions amongst ourselves too.
I can confirm that there's many times she's like, I don't approve of this, guys. I don't approve of this. And she will push back. She will push back. Like I've seen Pixie do that on this side as well. If you want to call it a side,
I don't
whatever.
think there's anything wrong with emotion per se, but I think it's
no, there isn't. There
important to examine if it gets really heated. Where's the pain?
Yeah,
because especially if it's anger, where's the pain? What's fueling this? And try to get to the bottom of that.
There are people who think out there. There are people out there who think it's either pure emotion or pure logic. No, they don't. No,
that's not how I roll.
Well, if you give me a chance to.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I'm just here. What did Kat tell me? I'm just here to have a fight.
Yeah, I'm trying to get this. That emotion and logic are intertwined, right? You need one and the other, right? You can feel emotion towards. Okay, you know what? Kids. Wow, I've gotten better at talking, but I still stutter. But okay, let me try again. Okay, emotionally, you could be like, okay, kids. Kids are out there suffering. What can I do to help? Then, based on that emotion, you use logic to figure out ways to help the kids. Am I wrong here?
No, you're not.
Okay, because I feel like everything I say is wrong. Life experiences. That's all.
Not in this particular case.
I think there's also a really big, or it seems to be like this huge influence on what the chat is saying, right? Like it's what the fucking peanut gallery is going on about while people are actually having a conversation, regardless of how heated it gets, regardless of the topic, regardless of this. But it seems there's a significant amount of people that are concerned about what the chat has to say, right? And for me, trying not to be one that watches chat, because quite simply, if the five of us are in this room and we're talking, the peanut gallery, in my opinion, if you've got something to say, come in. If you're pissed off about something, come in. If you have something to contribute, come in. But if you've got 40 people in the chat and the chat is just going nuts and burning itself down,
I mean, unfortunately, you can't really have everybody in chat come in. You'd be streaming all day.
Well, midnight, but there are voices in chats that they're voices in chats that are the loudest voice in the room.
No, I get that.
Right? And the problem to me is, like, even when you're on stream, people will pay more attention to the chat than they'll pay to the people in their stream. And I discount them for this, right? Because fucking raggedy ass bitch Rebecca will sit and watch her chat and get the dopamine points going on in the chat. Like, yeah, that's where I get my feels, and not pay attention to who's talking to her or who she's interacting with or who she's got on her channel. But then there are people in the chat making good points, right? So you've got somebody that's inflaming chat who I'm all about. Bring your fucking ass in here. If you're so smart and you've got all these points because I'm typically the dumbest guy in the room, let's talk about it, right? Then you've got people in the chat that have legitimate points of view that they're offering that I think would be much better than sitting in the chat making these points or getting pissed that they're not being heard or their points aren't being addressed. It's like, there's a fucking link in the chat. Maybe instead of doing that, click it, right? Because there's valuable people in chat that won't come in. And to Pixie's point, for a multitude of different reasons. And for me, you got the chance to have like a seat at the table, to have the conversation. And you're definitely not getting those people into an offline conversation either. But I'm sorry, that's my long-winded way of saying it infuriates me that we focus on all these assholes in the chat.
if I had just one critique, is that you should never call yourself stupid. Okay, you say you're the dumbest person in the room. No. Okay,
Only I
that's
can call
why.
myself stupid.
All right, that's a valid point, especially when you're in the room, Spackle. It's good. I'll take note.
You see what you've done? Never be Spackle. Never be
right.
Spackle from now on.
You can't
No, I
be
think-
Spackle.
I think the
Because
wonderful
Holy Spackle
lady-
is Spackle.
I think the wonderful lady sitting next to you coined you Spackle. But the point
I did, and I apologize for that, by the way.
We actually have somebody in the community called Holy Spackle. So it's like, well, wait a minute, I'm not her.
Midnight. My simple point is, there's so many people out there that think that they have the answer, or they'll blow up chat with "I'm right" like this. We all know people that always think they're right. It's unfortunate that we can't have those people in the conversation. Like, it's like, come into the conversation already, or just shut the fuck up.
You know, I'll just. I know it's a different format, but on Jimmy Snow's shows, you know, like Dillahunty and all that shit, we'll have like 2,500 people watching the fucking show, chat full of stuff. And one of the things we do is somebody wants to start talking religion and being a dick in chat. We tell them, call the show. Don't start stirring up.
Wait, have you been on those shows before?
And we'll have 3 moderators.
She's a host, Midnight.
We'll have 3
Of the
moderators there, and
transatlantic.
that's all we're doing.
Oh, all right then. I think I missed that part. I know she talked about the transatlantic show.
I'm talking about the hang up with Matt Dillahunty or
but
any of Jimmy
Have you
Snow's
been on
shows,
there?
any of the shows on the line. I moderate because of this horse shit. I missed a week of doing that, but
Oh, you moderated in the chat. You're saying?
yeah.
All right. Well,
I've been on Takis, but I'm modding rather constantly, and you know, we'll get huge viewership and huge things, and the whole thing is chats for watching the show. You want to pay attention to the screen, talk about the show. You want to stir shit up in chat. Don't. Kind of a thing. It's not that you can't be, you know, it's not that you can't have opposing views or have conversations, but if you want to have a conversation about your agenda, like somebody comes in and starts doing a Jill thing there, then
Sorry, I was laughing at
just call
Satan.
the show.
Dillahunty has real hangups. Yeah.
He does.
Well,
No, you're done.
No, you're done. Like, he's so aggressive. I love it. But it's just like I would not want to be at the tail end of that.
But that's just an observation. I think that, you know, good moderation is hard to find, and it's really good. And if everybody, you know, unless it's a fairly lighthearted thing like Neil the 604 Atheist after shows, where Neil doesn't give a fuck, he gives everybody a fucking wrench, and it's all good because everybody who's in there generally has a very lighthearted attitude towards what's going on. People are here to listen to in the show, in the interview, listen to the deconversion story with Mikey and the guest and Neil. And in the after show, it's just a big fucking joke. You know, everybody's, you know, Ollie's there smoking his PEI weed and
smoke weed every day. Where's Brojo when you need him?
You know.
Oh
So,
wait, we have
you know,
you,
it's
Tony.
different strokes, but it's we can all do better, I think.
Yep. Let's see. The stream and the chat are 2 different worlds. That is why there are mods. I called My Darkness Understanding out the side chat nonsense the other day. I have heard Maya say she lives in the side chat. Stay in your lane, bro. Then stay in your fucking lane. No one on the panel is gonna understand this reference, and I don't care.
Well, I don't think the side chat. I wouldn't reference them as the peanut gallery, right? I think a lot of people are regulars. A lot of people have great contributions, and a lot of people are not up on panel because they are modding chat, right? It's not very easy to do both. So, I wouldn't call them the peanut gallery. I would just. I don't have any issue with them contributing to the conversation. I just don't like it when it becomes like some mob rule and gets very totalitarian, if that makes sense.
Nobody can keep up with Ollie. Speaking of the side chat, nobody can keep up with Ollie in terms of sheer volume.
Lung capacity.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's got the hot knives going for the hash, and it's the whole program. It's amazing.
Do you mean Dan?
No, I'm talking about.
You said Ollie.
Canadian Ollie, man.
So I do agree that it is its own entity, right? There are people that show up just to be the chat. There are people for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because they're too, for whatever reason, they don't want to come on stream, but they want to interact. So that's great. There are people there just to troll the chat, to get their kicks off out of triggering the chat and blowing it up and wanting to see
that's
the
when
chat
you
turn
kick 'em.
into a dumpster fire. So that's why you do have mods. As far as Peanut Gallery, they're literally just they're in the audience. And if you have to mute the audience, right? Like I just mean, Pixie, they're insignificant until they come on the show, because a lot of the times the chat will be a dumpster fire that has absolutely nothing to go on with the show. And that's why I quit watching it, because people literally come into troll chats and they start dumpster fires. And then you're sitting trying to follow two conversations at once. And I couldn't follow the conversation going onto the screen. So I was like, well, this is just stupid. Don't watch the chat so you can focus more. And then I used to watch Dillahunty for a while, and he would always say, look, if you're in the chat, you want to come in, call the show. Otherwise, shut the fuck up already. And then move on. Like and for me, that's what it's about. And
both Matt
you're
and
focused on
Jimmy
the
are
chat-
really good at paying attention to what's going on in chat.
Right, and especially when there's a caller that's not bringing much to the table, then they really engage with the chat, right? They watch the chat more. Matt will play a game of chess or whatever it is. But all that aside,
Matt's
the
brother
simple,
comes in.
the beauty of YouTube is anyone can come in and voice their opinion, right? Like, there you go.
Yeah.
Anyway, this stream has been going on like for 29 years.
Well, it's 9
9
hours and
hours.
9 hours and 29 minutes, and actually no, 9 hours and 30 minutes. There you go. Now it's 9 hours and 30 minutes.
I'm going to smoke. I came on
You
to
just
say
got in.
I came on to leave, go have a cigarette because I can't smoke in the house.
So basically, you do what I do.
I'll be back.
Yeah, I'll be back.
I want to genuinely thank Stephanie for coming in and having this discussion. And I know how hair-pullingly frustrating it must be for you. I do genuinely see that. But I know how important this discussion is. What the people don't see out there that are turning on me is I'm helping you right now. I am making people's positions change that would normally be staunchly unwilling to shift. And I hope in time you'll see people coming around. And that's all I ever wanted. I'm not supporting anybody. I support me. And I am a big advocate of trans, colored people, whatever minority. I will support it. I will go out there and march, and I will send letters to my local politicians, and I do all of that.
Well, you've
But
got your
I
hands full if you're in the UK right now, as far as trans people are concerned, and a whole bunch of other
Australia.
stuff.
We've got a lot
Australia,
of bullshit going on as well.
Yeah. Well,
disgusting.
good on you for taking care of Posey Parker for us. We appreciate that.
You're welcome. But yeah, it's. I know it's divisive, but if we don't force ourselves to have these discussions, we're never going to move forwards. We're just going to get more and more polarized. And that's the worst thing that can ever happen to a society, is polarizing.
Yeah, I urge
thank you.
everybody who does do this sort of thing, listen to what even the people you think are your fiercest opponents have to say. Listen carefully. They're trying to make a point. They may be doing it inartfully. I know I have in the past. They may be doing it inartfully, but if they're vehement about something, they probably have a reason to be. And whatever that motivation is, you can take the time to listen. You can take the time to push back. You can take the time to, if you're interested in allyship, listen and speak with, not for, the person you're speaking to. I mean, I think too many assumptions make for bad understanding. And I think I think I made too many assumptions about William Friedman.
I really appreciate
and
that.
I still think, but in saying that, I'm sincere, because I think I understand a little bit more about your 10-year history and all of this stuff. I also think and I hope that you've taken my point about semiotics, about the nature of media, about how we have learned our current approach to discussion from what used to be shock media. I mean, somebody made reference to Will Kincaid as being in shock jock mode, which is exactly what it was. But it was very inappropriate at the time, given the state of tension.
Yeah.
And
I don't know that what a lot of Will says is ever.
if you're not I don't know, if you're not Howard Stern, you might get it wrong.
Yeah.
There's a big part of American culture with men, at least some particular, but there's a big, like the dick jokes, just to dumb it down to one particular thing. And my wife loves the dick jokes, right? Like you say something remotely dirty, and I know halfway through saying whatever it is, that's what she said is going to come out, or better yet, like something about meat, and then she's going to reference my meat in some fashion or another. And she loves the dick jokes. That's just never been my cup of tea to make the dick jokes. Like, does it make me chuckle sometimes? Sure. But there's like, even being in the military, being on sports teams, being in kitchens my whole life, there are just a lot of dudes out there that like to talk shit. So for 2 hours that I sat on the stream silent and just listened to see like what was really going on, because Pixie was like, well, y'all never been in my fucking stream and blah, blah, blah. So I came in and sat in this stream. And that's all it is just an extreme version of dick jokes, wanting to offend each other, being offensive, who can offend
That's
the
not
most.
all it is. That's not all it is.
No,
There's
Pixie,
hold on.
Pixie,
No,
let me finish. So when it comes to that, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion, right? Like, if people want to sit around and shoot the shit and fucking make jokes and just like make dick jokes to encompass like a much more nuanced topic, that's all good. Never been my cup of tea. When that starts to like come into the world of, if you're making a dick joke from somebody that's either lost a dick or has a problem with it, right? Like it may be offensive. That's where the kind of line in the sand seems to be recently, of like, hey, there is a level that does offend certain peoples, and maybe tone it down. And that's what Will basically came in and said through us being in conversation. Why it's so important to have these conversations is because Will comes in and says, hey, Stephanie, I'm sorry for the joke I made. I realize it's offensive. I am sorry for that. And that's it. And that's a reason I'll always advocate for this being in the public sphere.
Right, but it's not a bunch of people just joking. Sometimes is that the stream? Yeah. Sometimes it's the stream, a bunch of karaoke.
That's what I said, Pixie,
Hold on,
for just 2 hours.
Wait,
That's it.
Wait.
That's all I said.
Sometimes it's not that. If you go watch one of the streams we had, we did talk about the very topics you asked us to talk about. And people who are usually on the other side of that topic started saying very surprising things. This happens over there too. That's what I'm saying. Just because it's not every time, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. As a matter of fact, one of them said,
God damn it, I never said it didn't happen. My simple point was today.
Let Pixie finish.
That's it.
She let you
Hold on,
finish.
she's defending, hold on. And this is fine, Pixie. If you want to make this point, great. But don't put it on me like this is what I was saying, that this never happens and this never does. I was simply talking about my experience today, and that's it. Right?
Okay,
Don't defend something that I never said.
I don't know. All I know is you said it's
Exactly.
just, and I wasn't even there today. This is the
Today,
first-
right? That's right. You're defending something that's not
But
pertaining
no,
to
what
me.
I'm not even doing. No, I was reminded though because it made me defensive. I was reminded that. Well, never mind. I'll let them speak for themselves later. Somebody said pass a message to them that I think this would be a great argument for their side, but I think they said that because they were under the impression that they were banned. So I'll let them speak for themselves later. Never mind.
Was it as regards bathrooms? Because I was here for that.
Oh, so you were there? Yes. Okay. So you.
Yeah, and I agreed with the argument. Of course, it's a good argument.
Okay.
Not the non-gendered bathrooms argument. I didn't think was if they're around, they're available. It's just like the argument about the 2-year real life test, but you exclude people from facilities. Yeah, that's a powerful argument. How is one supposed to do that in a society that does have gendered areas if they can't live in, you're expecting them to live in their target gender, and they can't access such spaces?
What I think is totally backwards and just bigoted of society, that we don't make someone wait 2 years or walk around with a pretend face on for 2 years before we let them get facial reconstructions or false boobs or whatnot. But a trans person needs to pretend
it's homegrown. It's all great.
A trans person has to be a trans for 2 years before. What is that? That's a UK thing.
Oh, the UK is worse because you can't even access gender affirming care without waiting for. There's almost a 5-year wait for a gender clinic in the UK under the National Health Service. So a lot of people go private, and which is like, that's the way that works.
Well, Sammy, that's what a lot of people in the U.S., why it's so sensitive, is because even albeit a small population in the U.S., it's put at the forefront to do a multitude of different things, right?
In the U.S., they're actually trying to ban us. So
right, it's how broken it is over here, Sammy, and why so many people get, whether we have a member of the LGBTQ in our family or we're friends with part of that community, or that like our politics are just so fucking awful over here. And Stephanie was the one that clued me into this. I never thought about it before. But what is it, Steph? There's like 0.00 something percent of the U.S. population
It's
is trans.
between the estimate for years, the most recent surveys are saying like 0.5-0.6% of the population is trans. You know, the problem is my problem is do you want the used car salesman that's sitting in the state legislature to be making medical decisions for you, whether you're trans, whether you're with regard to pregnancy and contraception, and do you want, you know, we're on the verge of having judges make decisions about contraception at this point in time, and it's stupid. I mean, in terms of you can't access medically proven procedures that belong to you, you know, should belong to you and your family and your doctor. I don't want a used car salesman telling people what kind of healthcare to get. And you can use whatever fucking analogy you want. I mean, maybe the broken arm thing isn't correct. Maybe it is PTSD, but that's still treatment. Maybe it's just name it. You name it. Do you want a used car salesman to say this is the proper Medicare you require, and this particular medical care that you require, you can't have it, and if you get it, your doctor goes to jail. And so does the Uber guy that drove you to get that treatment, and so does anybody who aids you in getting that treatment. The treatment is illegal. You go to jail, even though it's proven medical effectiveness.
And they extend it beyond the trans community with
yes, it does.
Alabama put on.
Yeah, it does.
Alabama had on the docket like interracial couples. Like, wait a minute, why would this even be a thing, right?
Because
and our problem is I'm sorry, Pixie, one last thing. My problem, at least, is when someone comes out with conservative rhetoric at this point, right? It's so problematic in the U.S. of what's going of what's like a bigger picture is of like taking rights away from everybody possible. And it's no longer about less government. It's about more government in things that they're opinionated with. And it's so tied into, at least in my state of Georgia, Christian nationalism, religion, and just these terrible ideas that are being impressed on all of us.
I agree with that. I one of my arguments is actually that when they remove some federal protection
other stuff
under the guise of when they remove federal protection under the guise of less government interference, it's laughable, right? Because you actually get more government interference. It just comes from the state, right? You get five laws instead of one. And it gets really crazy. And none of this shocks me because they are talking about things like removing access to contraceptives, insurance not having to cover contraceptives. You had a Republican talking about not changing child marriage laws because do you know how many 12-year-olds have been married? Because I do, and they're still happily married, right? Like, this doesn't shock me. They're fucking lunatics.
And what did you want to say, Gia? Or is it too far past the point of the conversation?
I actually forgot what I was going to say, but yeah, just keep going. I had a point something I was going to say, but
well, I gotta go. I gotta get something done today somehow or another, and you know, I just again let's all turn it down some.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Good
Always
night,
good to see you, Stephanie.
Later days.
But I think Stephanie's right. The point I wanted to say earlier was about the car salesman thing. I mean, I think that's the nature of politics by itself, because they have limited platforms. They have to present to everybody, and it's all car salesman like, no matter how you suss it out. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to suss out what the fuck is going on here. you know, and I think it's great that we're able to just talk about it, at least.
Me too.
Absolutely.
Right?
As far as politics, I don't trust either side. I don't trust either side.
No,
But you meant here the way we're talking it out. Yeah.
So, and I think everybody, I mean, I can only speak for myself, right? But I would like to think that the people I involve myself with do care about Stephanie's situation. What's going on? What I want to know, you know, I want to know. And of course, I'm part of a marginalized group now. I'm an old man, you know, I'm becoming invisible. Soon no one will be able to see me, you know, because society wants to get rid of me. And I never realized that until I had to get there first. I got there and boy, it doesn't feel good. But so I know what it's like to be marginalized now. I lived a life of privilege. My whole life was a white cis man privilege. It was the whole thing, you know, the whole 9 yards, you know, so. And I have no excuses, and I support Stephanie. I really do. And I just want others to support what's going on. And not to, like, what was going on is like, I've known Will always, I've never made the connection between Coon and Will's avatar until it was brought up by Oz. I never ever made that connection because it wasn't presented in that fashion. It was just not.
Right.
And I didn't even think about it until it was brought up that day by Oz. And I was like, holy shit, there is a connection. I said, yeah, there's a connection for sure. But that's not what it was about, man. That's not what the icon didn't represent anything about what was being said. And it should have not have gone any further after Will explained what the fuck the icon was, man. I have icons of a crow. I have one of a crow. I have one of a Black Panther. What am I supposed to do with those icons? I love those animals. Am I supposed to just forget it? Forget about it? No, I'm going to use them. You know, I mean, I don't get it, but.
And that's what I tried to get someone to answer me clearly. What is Will supposed to do? Right? And if the answer is take his icon down, then the answer is everybody has to stop using raccoons in any way, shape, or form because of the connection.
So how far do we
and if
take
it's
that?
not everyone, and
How
their answer
fucking
is
far
no,
do we take that?
everyone
And-
doesn't have to do that. You just have to understand the principle, right?
Hey,
and
but
I
how-
would say, so Will doesn't need to take it down.
I looked
Which
up the
is it?
guidelines. The guidelines are set by YouTube, not by fucking Oz or any other community that I'm aware of.
But my thing is, I'm with Gio. How far do you take that, right? Nobody could use monkeys or crows or Black Panthers. I should change mine from the pixie because somebody jokingly referred to my short petite status as being a dwarf, and therefore I am offensive to little people, right? Like, how far are we going to take this?
Well, wait, I can't wear my glasses now because somehow that does something.
Yeah, well, good luck.
It makes
Also,
fun of nerdy people.
Also, good luck trying to
don't
get
know.
everybody on board. Like, okay, do they want to
Come on,
extend this to
man.
the entire world? Okay, nobody in the world is ever allowed to use these animals. Like, oh my god, it's just dumb.
Come on, man. That's a valid point. Now, Oz brings up a valid point. Yeah, fine. Yeah, we all know that. But there are other aspects to the whole thing that they're not even considering. Oz has not.
Yeah, I know. I get
considered.
confused too, but the Oz, it's just it's
Why,
like
why were all the other examples not considered? Why? Because they didn't want to think that way? I don't know. They
If
didn't
you're a
want to
minority
consider.
now, Gio,
their
does that mean I
words were-
can't do this anymore?
no, I'm a minority. I'm an
Their-
albino.
Their
Is
words
that
were
making fun of a minority?
their words were his excuse was it's his favorite animal.
Oh, I see. It's an excuse. So if Midnight Sparkle somehow becomes racist tomorrow, I can't use it anymore.
Yeah, but you see,
mean,
that's not.
It means
it's
you were
not, though.
always racist.
yeah, oh yeah,
according
right.
to
Yeah, I guess
Package
you were
Locker.
always being racist, Midnight, right?
Yep.
What kind of logic is that?
I don't know.
I think maybe it would be a good conversation if it could be had for maybe Pixie and Oz to have, or maybe Sammy and Oz to have, and you guys could actually get
Yeah, I
in
don't think
and
Oz
talk.
is
I know
interested in
there's
having a conversation.
I understand that, and that's a problem I have with certain pieces of different communities that I run in, that they're unwilling to have a conversation, or they consider maybe if I'm on a channel interacting with people that they don't agree with, they don't want to be. But again, hey, that's part of life, right? And it's hard for a lot of people to realize, like, let's say if somebody comes out, for me, it's hard to realize that I have a lot of friends that are actually racist, and they're no longer friends because they're racist. Now, for some people, they want to sit and they want to try and change and they want to do this. Some people want to blow up and scream at the fucking racist, whatever it is, but that's just a fact of the matter of the life we live in. With the Freeman incident, I think what happened was for a couple of days, there was some conservative rhetoric, there was a little bit of trolling, and then for whatever, for someone, with like the rhetoric and the trolling, the imagery, they latched onto the imagery, and then it just blew up from there, right? Because as far as like what we're allowed to use as imagery, what we perceive to be a certain way may not be a certain
No,
way.
you know
like
what
at
did it? You know what you know what caused him to focus on that, and he really shouldn't have done it. But he switched from the raccoon to a picture of Beckel, right? That's I think that's when they made the connection in their brain. I could be wrong though. They thought about it before, but
sure.
That's what I think. That's what
Yeah,
I think.
but-
With the go ahead.
And I'm not saying Jill and Beckel are allies of
It
Will
was
at all. They're
probably-
they're frenemies at best, right? But that part of it should have stopped when Beckel himself was like laughing at this and said that there was no racist intent. Like he was definitely trolling him with his picture, but he didn't see any racist intent in going from his regular avatar to his picture.
Yeah, but Jay Bundy didn't see it that way, and as we all know, he's the king of this community. I shouldn't joke like that. But that's the thing, right? Like yeah, Jay thought it was racist. Beckel, a black man, thought it wasn't racist. I mean, I'm pretty sure even Odin doesn't think, doesn't think Raccoon is racist because he's known William, right? I mean, there's only one person Odin can't stand, and I'm not gonna bring his name up, but you know who he is, Pixie.
Is it the one I say I have zero self-respect for, but I will still sit in a stream with?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
I think that guy is racist, but I don't know.
I don't know if he's that. He's definitely some other things.
Yep.
But he comes across that way, yeah.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to visit you again.
Who comes across how?
What?
There's a particular person. I hate, again. I don't want to say in the community because I don't belong to a community. There's in the stream sphere, who I have zero self-respect for, who happens to end up on some of the same panels that I end up on. And I don't immediately attack him. I push back when he says shit I don't like, but I don't immediately attack him, right? Like if he's going to be civil, I'll be civil. But I have zero self-respect for this person, and I think that they are a lot of isms, to put it lightly. and they probably come across as more than they are, but I don't like them. And they know that I don't like them. I would say that to their face. I have, more than once.
Yeah, Pixie, that's hard too, especially if you run in circles where you have people that you're in complete opposition with, right? Especially if you have friends. Well, I mean, it's hard for me in the sense of like people lighting you on fire for having an interaction or being in the same stream with someone, right? Like there are
Yes.
friends that I have in this community that just by me being on this stream, if you guys didn't resolve everything that needed to be resolved the other day, that right, like now I'm seen as an enemy because they let me in for being on a stream with you. Even though you and I may agree on some things, we're not going to agree on everything. But the fact of the matter is nobody in this stream's screaming bigotry or racism at the particular moment. And it's just this like guilt by association. And there's a lot of people out there, and this is on both sides of the fence. I don't know, Sammy, are you just talking about your liberal friends when you talk about people trying to like people unsubscribing from you?
Oh, that aspect, yes. It has only been that side of the fence, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I think it's a shame. I mean, now look, if anybody dips because they don't like you, then they dip because they don't like you. No, I don't think any of us can agree with that, right? Like if they see your values not align with theirs, why would we ever punish somebody for that?
Yeah.
Well, that's correct. And Sammy, that's what's so fucking difficult, right? Like when you have this friend for a few years, and because of the environment that America's in right now and Georgia the way that it is, they make like some off-color racist comment, and I just literally at this point I don't deal with any of it. And for me, it's not an angry reaction when this particular person made the comment that they did, but what it was just like this sadness again of like, oh fuck, another one bites the dust. Really, like I'm just losing friends left and right. Whether it's because they think the earth is 6,000 years old or because they think black people are lesser. And sometimes those beliefs coincide together, right? Like the young earth creationists, the evangelical Christians have a lot of terrible conservative, what I would call conservative rhetoric at this point, right? Bigotry, racism, elitism, like just where I live, it's tough.
I really hate losing friends. I've lost my fair share over the years, and it's still annoying as fuck.
I will say that part of it is hard, and I think that they don't understand. I don't think that they understand that I like talking to people I disagree with. Right? It's like I said the other day. Part of the reason I like going to that community and or those channels and being with talking to those group of people is because we will go there. Right? We will not only rib each other. Like Heretic said it best. He said, "If you're talking bullshit, I will stab you." Right? He's like, I don't care that you're my friend. I will stab you because as my friend, like I'm there to challenge you. Right? And so we will go there. We will scream at each other. We will have it out. And then 5 minutes later, everybody's laughing and everybody's fine and everybody's friends. Right? Like it's the ability to understand that we can be okay and not have to agree on every single thing, and we can influence each other in some areas and not in other areas, and that's okay too. And I don't understand why that makes people evil. I don't get it. Or bad or toxic or whatever label they want to throw at it.
No, man, I want to be called out on any bullshit that comes out of my mouth.
Okay, that's bullshit, Gio.
Oh yeah.
But Pixie, what you just said just sounds like you have a conversation with a group of friends. Maybe somebody has some bad ideas. You work it out. They do better. That's different than what a lot of people are struggling with, or losing friends that they can't work it out with, that there's no changing. When you find that someone is inherently racist or bigoted, and this differs for all of us, right? But to me, it's sad because I'm not willing to try and change them. I'm no longer willing to sit in the same room or have that conversation with someone that was once a friend of mine. And all of my other friends are saying, no, man, you got to stay in that fight. You got to have that conversation. And for me, it's happened so many times now that you see it coming. Sometimes you don't. It doesn't hurt less. But there are a lot of people out there that struggle with that are seeing this for the first time. And you see this happen in communities, right? They want to set fire to a room because they realize that this happened with Pine Creek, right? There are so many people that are not that for years followed Doug, and then his political views. Actually, a better example would be Dr. Price, right? Like, look how many people found out his political views and just were so hurt by, like, shit, I've looked up to this guy. I've read all of his books. I've listened to everything he says, and then he comes out with like some pretty, you know, far right conservative viewpoints. And the big thing about that wasn't necessarily the viewpoints, but the people that were just at home like, fuck, right? So sad that
Wait, who was this?
A huge part of the community, Midnight, like Dr.
No,
Bob
I
Price.
don't. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just generalizing. When that happens to you, when you find out someone's inherently racist, there are some people out there, myself included, that it's really sad because I can no longer interact with that person.
You said Dr. Bob Price.
Yeah, you didn't, all the drama with Bob Price. I mean, he's literally been thrown off of Myth Vision, Gnostic Informant.
No, I wasn't even.
Who's the guy that recently, like Jacob Ehrman, History Valley, threw his fucking ass off just the other day?
Wow, if I could get a fucking word in.
No.
Oh, pardon me. I didn't realize you were trying to.
Well, I mean, there was no break in the conversation that I could step in to. So,
oh, step in, brother. What's up?
Okay, you're talking about losing friends on YouTube or online. Do you know how many in real life friends that I have lost to death that I grew up with?
Lots.
No, you don't, because I do not talk about it.
No, that was a
losing
guess.
friends on
I'm
YouTube-
guessing lots.
Well, yeah, losing friends on YouTube ain't shit.
Well, thank you
know
for
how
your
many
opinion,
people
Rex.
I came up with in the army that actually
That
died
makes
in
me
combat?
feel like real warm and snuggly inside. Rex.
Actually,
Thanks.
no. I take exception to that. My daughter's godmother has been my best friend for more years than I have even known a person in real life. She was my daughter's godmother before we met in person, and the first time I met her was because I was a bridesmaid in her wedding. That is my ride or
But you met
die,
her.
agree
You
or
met
disagree, once, ever, at her wedding. And she was my daughter's godmother before that ever occurred. That girl is my friend, she is my ride or die, and I don't care if geography separates us. And that doesn't change because most of our all but one of our interactions has been online or the phone.
At
or
least I
whatever.
know not to expect a deep relationship with Rex because it's online, so
I
it's not
mean-
real.
Well, I mean,
okay,
we
okay,
can.
hold on.
Hold on,
Losing-
Midnight, let me interrupt for 1 second. Rex, I was actually speaking
Sure, why not?
of my real life.
Jesus Christ. Here we go.
Rex, it was directed at me, I think. So just
No,
to
it was
clarify,
directed at everybody.
Oh,
Because
okay.
Pixie answered and Sammy was trying to answer, and then Sparkle cut in, and now you're cutting in.
Yeah, I'm going to cut in to
Can
say
you
my
let Sammy
experiences.
say what he was going to say? Because this is his fucking stream.
Yep, my experiences were in real life. That's all I wanted to say.
And I actually don't have any in real life friends, and the ones I did were shared friends with my ex, which kind of makes them her friends, not mine. And for the last
Well, I
2
get that.
years, all my
Yeah.
friends have been online. So what am I supposed to? Am I supposed to not think that they're my friends because they're simply online and we haven't touched skin or something?
No, but I think Rex's point goes beyond that, right? Because people can lose friends in real life as well. And what I mean lose in the sense that that they stop talking to each other, right? Now Rex comes in saying, "Oh, I've lost people to death." Okay, I'm not trying to diminish that, but the human brain doesn't really know the difference between between losing a friend to death and losing losing a friend to, I don't know, an argument, right? The feelings are the same.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I've looked into this more than you have.
Not quite.
Because
Are
I've
you
been dealing.
sure?
Hold on.
Not quite
because
the
I've-
same. Not
Go
quite the
ahead,
same.
Trixie.
There's a not quite the same because I've lost friends in both ways, right? And I will say when they're gone, in the way Doubting Thomas is talking about, and I've known more than my fair share of them, sadly. When they are gone, it's a whole different thing. It's more than nuking a bridge. You can nuke a bridge and you can build another one. It's painstaking and it's slow, but you can do it.
Well,
right?
Trixie,
But
grief-
when they're gone, when they're like everything's gone. Possibilities are gone.
No, I get
Hope
that, but
is
I'm
like
saying
everything's
grief.
gone.
I'm saying grief is grief, right? Like I get that there's differences, but to the human body, grief is grief.
Midnight,
Right?
do you think there's a difference in one of your friends dying versus Rex maybe watching a friend shot and killed, maybe holding one of those friends while they died, maybe seeing whole truckloads of his friends being blown up, maybe literally smelling the blood of his friends on the ground that he's standing next to? Do you think there's a difference in that? Because to me, that was what Rex was saying, or part of
Is-
what you were getting at.
with somebody. Is there a difference between having an argument with somebody and you don't speak to them anymore, or watching a friend die of a fucking heroin overdose? Yeah, exactly. There's a big goddamn difference.
No, I would answer, but I don't think it's worth it. I agree 100% with Sparkle that all you're talking about is levels. One's more extreme than the other. Grief is grief.
Grief
And just
is
because this act is less grievous, what? I don't need to worry about it? What is this argument?
Sammy, what about the
You've
trauma?
had people die, so I should just suck it up that I've lost friends? Cool, thanks for that. I'll be sure to come to you next time I need advice. I'm not sure what your fucking argument is.
Well, what can you do except suck it up when somebody's dead? When somebody gets shot, what can you do?
I really don't understand how it got to that. Why that's where you went with it.
Sammy, maybe there's a difference between, or at least when I'm hearing you guys talk, what Sparkle's saying is grief, and I don't think there's any difference in grieving or grief or the after effects, but there can be a difference in the way that people die in your life, like the difference in the trauma, right? Like how traumatic something is. Like, the way that my father died versus the way that my grandmother died versus the way that another friend died. They're all going to have different levels of trauma, either before death, during death, or even after death. But the way we grieve for them, is pretty much, I think, the same way depending on who that person was to you and the various levels of grief that you have to go through. But I think Rex Rex, maybe that's what you're talking about, is like, because I mean,
Look, there's somebody there's somebody they're still alive, so let me add that little that disclaimer. But there's somebody that I've been friends that I was friends with for, I don't know, 5-6 years, right? Around 2020, something happened that caused us to not talk anymore. And the way it happened was so goddamn painful. I was dealing with so much shit at the time that I it was painful. Let me just put it
Well, I'm not saying it's not painful. I did not say that. I've said there's a difference between stop talking to somebody and somebody actually not being there. So you can't talk to them anymore.
Well, there's a
I get
finality.
that.
I do agree with that. It is very different.
Well, hold on. I get that, right? I get that there's a difference between somebody dying, and somebody just simply stopped talking to you. But to your mind, it feels like.
To your mind, it might feel like that.
To everybody's mind,
No,
Rex. That's how the mind works.
It's about everybody.
Oh my god.
Well, I think there's
You
a
just
sense
don't.
I think there's a sense of finality in someone just they're deceased, they're dead, they're not no longer living, they're not part of the living. There's a finality in that, isn't there? I mean, if you just say, "Oh, someone said A," and now they're dead to me. That's not really the same to me.
Yeah, that's not dead. Like gone.
No, it's not that you say somebody's dead to you, right? Is that somebody was in your life and now they're not in your life anymore? Yeah,
Well, hey, I have plenty of ex-girlfriends
it,
that
Rex!
aren't in my life anymore. I
There's a
have
lag.
plenty of ex-girlfriends that aren't in my life anymore.
Forget it. I'm wrong. I'll just accept it. Fuck you.
There's a lag. There's a lag. So don't get so angry when you get talked over, because there is a lag. So you have to contend with the lag. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's not like people are doing it intentionally. I don't think. Just saying. So be
Well, I might be, but
be respectful of the lag, if anything, because there is lag. There's a delay between when people talk, so but remember that. Don't get so angry.
Midnight, I don't think you're wrong. I think you guys just view things differently to the point that it's hard to talk about, because what you're talking about is the way that our brains function, right? Which is, I think, is correct, right? Like the way that we process certain things aren't going to be different in that sense, but the way that we are emotional about certain things, the same way that death is different for me than it is to you, to where it is to Rex. But it also seems like Rex differs, at least from me, and I agree with Pixie and Sammy, that I don't put less value in a good friend that I have online versus a friend that I have in offline, right? Because I do think they're the same. I think it's how we approach friendship.
Did I say that?
Well, there was some tension there because Pixie gave the reference to her godmother, and then Sammy said something about why offline. And when you said, I forget what exactly you said, but I literally thought, well, I feel differently, because I feel my online friends are just as valuable as some of the friends I have in life.
But you forgot exactly what I said. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so Sammy, I'm sorry if I was mistaken. So please tell us what you said and what you meant.
No, you pretty much got what I was saying, right? I thought Rex was disagreeing that that's not what he was saying.
Just because Sammy lives on the other side of the world from me, on an island with everything that wants to kill you, doesn't mean I don't think of him as a friend. Just because Sam lives in Arizona and everything there wants to kill him too, including the fucking weather, don't think I don't think of him as a friend.
Yeah, but you mentioned something about people dying, and I mean that's like a real final thing, right?
Were you trying to say that if they're willing to leave over something like this, they're not friends, they're acquaintances, or something like that? I'm just wondering. I have no idea.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, if we have a good conversation a few times, and then all of a sudden you get pissed off at me because I said something you don't agree with, then, fuck you.
Okay, so you were trying to say that they're not real friends.
No.
Well, I think
I
it's
had to go along to get along in the army, and me and Geo know that.
Well, I think it's a healthy thing to be able to say "fuck you" and then come back and go, "Hey, listen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I said fuck you, but fuck you anyway,
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, come on, I wanna make friends with people. I wanna connect with human beings on that level. I don't care about all this other crap, man. People want to know, where do they go to piss? I say in a toilet, preferably. I don't care what toilet it is. Some people want to piss in the sink, like Kat wants to piss in the sink. Fine, piss in the sink, piss in the
Cat
toilet.
said that.
Yes, Cat likes to piss in the sink.
He wants to,
Well, she is a cat.
whatever Cat wants.
It's a thing.
You gotta
Well, I
piss
piss
somewhere,
in the
right?
bathtub when I'm taking a shower. So
Well, okay,
I mean,
piss-
I get it.
It's not really. It doesn't matter to me where people piss. It's just having the availability is the thing. I would not want to be shut out, having to piss, not being able to go somewhere, and not being able to do that. Now, to me, that's a moot point, because I don't go in public and worry about having to go to the bathroom, because I know these things exist. So I try to steer away from going to the bathroom in public. That's just me, though.
Well, sometimes I go outside and piss. I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, there's a risk involved with that too.
Well, not if I go around the side of the house and nobody can
But
see me.
I mean, that's just me. I'm talking about myself. I'm not
Well,
saying-
fair enough.
I never understood the bathroom arguments. They were like predators. I'm like, the predators that want to do that are already doing that. And they're
Yeah,
like,
but-
well, you wouldn't be offended if you took your child in and then they had a penis. And I'm like, why would my child see their penis? Have you ever been in a girl's bathroom? They're just stalls. They're stalls. Do you normally go around looking in stalls?
Yeah, but people want it. There are factions out there that want to make this an issue for some reason, and I don't get it either. It's a
Oh,
non-issue.
me neither. No, I don't. Well,
It's a
see, this is
non-issue.
this is why I like talking with Pixie and Sam and Midnight and Sammy, because we don't agree on everything, and we can fucking fight and we'll still get along afterwards.
But you got to be able to come back, and say, "Hey, listen, I may have said some things. Let's mend the differences and come together as human beings again, because we can do that."
Oh, sure. I say
we may
fucked
have
up things
differences.
all the
Let's-
time. Yeah, I say fucked up things all the time. I get it.
Let's suss out the differences and say, hey, we can agree here, and this is where we agree. So let's build on that at least. Come on, instead of shutting fucking people out. I don't want to shut anybody out. We need everyone's voice. Everyone's voice counts. Everyone's voice counts.
Yes and no. Like, yes, like, okay, I'll put it
Hey,
this
I
way.
believe everyone has the right to say what they
No,
want.
no, I mean, I agree with you, but I also won't shame people for for having boundaries, right? Like for example, the person that I have zero respect for, that everybody knows who we're talking about. I don't shut them out in the sense that, like, I'll be on a stream with them. I will still talk to them. I am in chats that they are also in, but did I invite them to my chat? No, because I think it's okay to have a space away from them too.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about, Pixie. And yes, I've told them to shut the fuck up several times.
Okay, now I wonder if it's the same person or someone else. Because somebody put it in private.
I think I know who Pixie's talking about.
Well,
And
yeah, just
yes,
put
I
it-
have told them to shut the fuck up. I
Well,
really
just put it
have.
in private. I want to know. I won't say who it is.
Well, there's a couple of people.
Okay, list them.
You're right.
No.
There were a couple of opportunities. I mean, there are a couple
Just
of
tell
different
them to
options.
shut the fuck up. Yeah.
There's a couple of different options there, and I was trying not to be too specific. So
Well, I get it. I get it. Well, I mean, if Midnight wants to know, then let him know. But yeah, I've told several people to shut the fuck up. Because what they were saying was horseshit.
Every time, every time somebody says someone else is saying horseshit or bullshit, I just imagine the other person trying to talk and just shit coming out of their mouth. Like,
Well, horseshit is called road apples for a reason. I'm just putting that
I
out
didn't know that. Rolled apples. Okay, that fits.
that's oh. At least around here, that's what they're called.
I mean, I'm going to be offended by something somewhere down the line. It's inevitable. Yeah, it's how I react to it. That's
You're
the most
offended by
important.
me, Gio. Admit it.
Well,
my very presence offends you.
Your albino magic bones offends me.
Yeah, well, you
No,
offend me.
Very little offends me. Very little offends me. I mean, I don't know. It's not worth it to me.
I mean, religion seems to offend you.
No, I get more. It's more of my own emotions that offend me.
Yeah,
It's not
I get
you.
that.
It's not you that's offending me. It's my own emotions.
Yeah, but I'm saying religion.
Me.
Religion seems to offend you.
It's me who's offending me. I'm offended. Get it? You get that?
Shocker.
You get that?
Shocker. Yes, shocker.
Yeah.
I was the offendee all along. Or
Yeah,
the offender.
I
I was the offender all along.
I am offended.
Well, I mean, as far as I know, Geo Sam, he has had religion shoved down his throat all his life.
Well,
From what I understand of what you said.
I was raised a cradle atheist and was born in a nation that thinks they're Christian. This nation thinks it's Christian. You know, the majority of the people are just
Midnight
Christian.
Boys offends me. Okay,
They're just
sure.
everywhere I go, it's Christian this and Christian that. It makes me sick. It's like, get the fuck out of here already.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I can't get away from it
I
because
totally fucking get that.
it's the country I live in. It's where I was born. But I'm glad I wasn't shoved into it by my parents, you know. I'm just so grateful. You know what? Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about this, and I've seen a lot of this in people who have converted or whatever that word is from being a theist, and they say, "Oh, I don't believe in that any longer." So now they're like an agnostic, atheist, or atheist, or whatever they want. They no longer believe, right? But I see a lot of the same thinking carries on into the non-belief area. Does anyone recognize that? Where some of some of the same beliefs, like the bigotry and the ostracizing of people and the polarization and the othering is still present in people who believe, yet they don't believe, but they still hold on to some of those destructive forms of theology that are just things that are claptrapped in the brain. They're just like there. You have to kind of really get rid of them. I mean, I don't know how that's done, but this is something I see looking from the outside in. I don't see that too often with people who are raised without a religion. I don't see that kind of thinking. But
Sam,
I could be wrong.
No, I think you're spot on. And I think there are people out there that when you call it out, that'll say no, or at least in my experience, they've said no, because to say that your politics or your views on life aren't influenced by something you've been indoctrinated in and bought into your whole life, and then at some point come out of. There's also this thing that the atheist community struggles with, right? Because a lot of atheists are empathetic. When they come out of this, they see no reason to be racist or bigoted or any of these things, so they become humanist in a sense. That's not everybody, and this has happened to me and a few friends, but we immediately think, and it's just the way we're fucking built, that like, oh, all atheists are like me. But unfortunately, atheism just answers one particular question. And to assume that they're going to side with you on anything other than that particular question, or even how they may answer that particular question.
Well,
I
it's
think,
not an answer to the question; it's a response to the question.
Right.
Sure,
Well, and I
whatever
think
that is. I'm just saying, like,
I
to
think
assume we're on the same team otherwise would be a little naive. And I came to that through a few years of experience of assuming these people were on my team when they clearly weren't. So to
well,
differentiate.
I think we have to remember too that deconversion isn't an overnight thing, right? And I don't mean just deconversion from religion. I mean like deconstructing one's beliefs, examining one's beliefs, and rebuilding new beliefs. This is a process. And sure, it's a process that is intuitive and comes quickly for a lot of people, but for a lot of people it's not. And I don't know anyone who says, I don't know a single person in my entire life who has ever said, you know what? I don't think I can call myself a Christian today. And that means I changed my stance on everything I have ever believed in, right? It's a process and it's a progression and it's a series of conversations. So when someone shows themselves an honest person who is willing to reason about their own beliefs, who is willing to question their own beliefs, I am not going to be the person who writes them off because all of their beliefs don't match mine right now. Or ever, because I don't know a single person in the entire universe that I agree with 100% on everything. Not one.
Well, and that's kind of a wonderful place to be. And I'm happy there are people like you out there that don't write people off or that think people can change. Because when you're raised conservative Christian and you come out of the Christian belief but hold on to the conservative beliefs and maybe change those a little bit, for me, that just seems natural, right? Like if you're a liberal Christian, you come out of Christianity and you're kind of you have some liberal or lean liberal political beliefs. We see that. But for me, where I live, and this is not the proper position and it's problematic in many ways, but I no longer engage with the young earth creationists that live next door. I no longer engage with the Trumper that lives across the street. I no longer engage with the racist that lives down the road that way, or the heroin addict that lives in the trailer up the street, right? Like these are just,
I'm not gonna say that there aren't people I refuse to give my energy to, right? There are definitely people I refuse to give my energy to. But it's not because we disagree. It's because we both disagree and they have shown themselves incapable of considering their own beliefs, stepping outside of their own beliefs, or even being open-minded. If you can't be open-minded, then there's nothing we can offer each other, right? And I won't waste my energy on you. I think that's a very different thing. But some people are going to still try, and good for them, because there are people I have written off that other people have helped, and all that meant was my energy was not the energy they needed, right? Good for them. That doesn't make them irredeemable. It just means I can't help you.
Well,
you can't help me.
I think there are healthier ways to engage with those that we find, contradictory to our position. I think that there are healthy ways to interact with those people, those kind of individuals. Like you said, like the drug addict under the bridge, or that person, those three people you mentioned that you don't interact with, now that you're limiting yourself. That's something you've imposed. That's a self-imposed thing you've done to yourself. Now, there are other ways, healthier ways that you can interact with those individuals. That doesn't involve you losing your boundaries or them losing their boundaries, and you still being a human being and treating them like human beings. Maybe that's something you could think about.
We treat each other like human beings. We just
you're still limiting your interaction with them, and there are other ways to interact with people. There are different ways to interact with those who you find have contradictory beliefs. Or are
100%.
So you got to think about that. I think about that all the time. Why I interact with people and why I don't, and it always points back to me. Always.
That's correct. It's because of me that I no longer interact with these people. It's because I've interacted with young Earth creationists for
Yeah. So
years. Hold
have
on
to,
1 second. For
so
years
we,
now that I no longer care to interact. So I'm glad that there are people like you and people like Pixie that
well,
will interact with them, because it's no longer something I desire or give a shit about.
well,
Right?
you
I no
have to
longer
be
want to have that
you have to
conversation.
be vulnerable, and that's tough for people to
Why?
do. You have to be
Hold on.
vulnerable.
This goes back to the content creator. Why do I have to do anything that I don't desire to do? Especially if it's engage with someone that I think is
No,
absolutely
he was saying
delusional.
if you choose to engage
Right,
with these
but
people,
I
you
keep
have to be
saying I'm
vulnerable.
choosing not to, because I no longer desire, I no longer care to, and because I've literally banged my head against that particular wall so long. Now I can come into this room and you and I are going to disagree on certain things. Pixie and I disagree on certain things, but we're having an interaction. Sammy and I disagree. Rex and I disagree, but we're all interacting together because I'm choosing to do that. I just choose no longer to interact with friends that I've had in the past that make racist comments. I just drop them because I don't care to even try and figure out whether they're changeable or not, whether they desire to change, whether they ever cared about being changed or anything. I've just drawn that line in the sand. That's me. That's my choice.
Right. So that's on you. I mean,
That's correct. I said it's on me and it's problematic,
so
but it's a choice that I've made. That's it. I'm happy there are people like you out there fighting that fight because I'm no longer willing to.
Do you at least make sure they are actually being racist before you do drop them, or you just see something you suspect is racist? That's it.
No, I mean, so like a friend. Yes is the short answer, Sammy. And no, I'm not going to go into examples, but I've lived in.
That's
I was born in Georgia. I was raised all over the Southeast. I was raised in Europe, part of a military family, in the military, in kitchens out of my whole life. I'm almost 50. I can spot racism pretty well at this point. And so when one of my friends says something, yeah, absolutely. I'm no longer interested in that relationship. And it's unfortunate, and I've stood in the fight for a little while, tried to fight, and I have friends, like I said earlier, friends that are like, dude, you got to stay in this fight because this is how we make change. This is how we change people. And I've said, I'm so happy that there are people like you out there to do it, because I'm no longer that person. It doesn't help me. James Apperson said, dude, this is a toxic place for me to be. And I said, James, get the fuck off of it. That's the beauty of the world we live in. You can choose to no longer do this if it's toxic for you. And for me, Sammy, those young Earth creation conversations, 3 years of it, it's toxic because they all ultimately are taking a position that
I'm sorry,
that,
dude.
Yeah.
My condolences.
Sammy, I had a youth pastor friend that I absolutely adored, right? Like he was just an awesome dude. We ran together for so long. And I liked the conversations at first, but man, it's so hard to do that. And if you're a young Earth creationist, it feeds into so many, you have to stand on so much bullshit, in my opinion, to hold that worldview. And at the end of the day, you're gonna come out thinking people are less than you, right? Because of your Jesus belief. And for me, I just, it keep me up at night. The conversations would keep me up at night. We've all had these conversations on YouTube, I'm sure, where you can't sleep the rest of the night because you're like, I should have said this, or he was an asshole for saying this, or I was an asshole to him. So whatever. And that's
Fuck,
just,
I sleep fine.
and that was
Sometimes,
more,
yeah.
That's
Not
the
all the
beer,
time,
Rex.
but it still bothered me.
I'm sorry, not all of us then, Rex. So sure. And I I wish I were more like you, or maybe I'm just lesser human or whatever. And that doesn't bother me. But for me,
I didn't say you were lesser than me. I just
well,
said
Rex
I'm
just drinks. Rex just drinks till he passes out.
So for
yeah,
me,
fair enough. Fair enough, Sammy.
That was toxic. Look, dude, I had to quit that too because it was toxic for me. But we all have different levels of toxicity, right? So some of us can stand in a fire longer than others. And for me, that particular fire, I was just no longer willing to lose any more sleep with.
Well,
one of my neighbors flew a Trump flag forever. I think he still flies it. Does that mean he and I don't get along? No. Do I believe Trump was fucking the second coming? Hell no. But my neighbor and I get along.
Well, you know what I object to mostly about what I see from religious people is the rose-colored glasses that they all wear.
Well, that's fair.
And everything is so wonderful and beautiful until we point out the not so wonderful and beautiful. That's when the rose-colored glasses go on. And don't
Yeah, the
tell
whole
me you
look
don't.
at the trees and the sky.
Come on,
and
come
the,
on,
yeah,
come on,
all that
theists.
shit.
Yeah, come on, theists. Don't tell me you throw those glasses on whenever somebody throws out a contradictory. When someone throws out a contradiction, you claim they aren't contradictions. That's a rose-colored glasses, if you ask me. Isn't
No,
it?
it's the circular reasoning, right? Like, okay, there are contradictions, so they made explanations. But because there are explanations, there are no contradictions.
Well, of course that's circular, but then why do we? What circular arguments is a defeater.
No, that's what they do. That's what I'm saying.
Circular arguments are defeaters for argumentation, aren't they?
It's a paradox.
Well, if you use circular argumentation to make a point, it's not, you're just bypassing the point. It's just going in circles. You're not.
And have you guys ever had this particular conversation outside of like YouTube? Because YouTube you can talk about, like, or at least in the circles we all seem to run in, you can talk about what a circular argument is. You can talk about how they're being illogical, or you can take a different conversation. But there's no logic in the neighbor. There's no logic at the local coffee house when these motherfuckers are sitting around bolstering their confirmation bias day in and day out. They simply think that they're fighting a spiritual warfare. You're less than them because, hell, some of them come out and say it, like, well, you're just not the elect. Sorry, dude. Tough shit. Others say you are elect because they think you are. Whatever that is. But there's no like logic or reasoning. You're talking about someone that thinks the earth is 6,000 years old. Right? Like this, and that you literally
I quit talking to young Earth and flat earthers a long time ago because that's just horseshit.
See, I'm just that person. I don't go seek people out, but if you seek me out, I'm not gonna automatically turn you away, right? Like the Mormons, the Jehovah's Witnesses, it doesn't matter who's showing up at my door. They will keep showing up until they don't want to show up anymore. And I will have the refreshments ready, and I will have the chalk for them to draw their little pictures in my driveway and in my garage and what the fuck ever. But we will sit there and we will go through that, right? And they will ask me, did you read this? And I will say yes. And they will say, what did you think? And I will say, I think he's kind of a self-righteous, unrelatable prick, but you explain to me why he's so great. Let's do this. Right? Like,
I'm actually an old earther. I think the earth is probably 20 to 30,000 years old.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. It's 4.5 billion years old.
I think 20 to 30,000 qualifies me as old earth. Gee, the heck's wrong with people?
I'd say slightly not so young earth.
I could be a troll.
You are. Don't say could be. You are.
I'm just causing trouble.
I don't think it really matters how old it is.
I don't really much care.
Gio, that is the best point ever because it's not about the conversation about the young earth. It's what Pixie's talking about. The JWs drove up for the first, we lived here 8 years. They drove up our driveway. Which is not a thing that most people are willing to do where we live because it's just not smart. But that being said, they drove up and we had a wonderful conversation. And at the end of it, I said, look, next time you shoot me a text and I'll make a pot of coffee and I'll put the dogs up so we don't, have that nonsense for 10 minutes. And then we can talk in the driveway. And
but
that's
if you told the same thing to a Mormon, what would the outcome of that be?
Oh, I like Mormons as well.
Yeah, I know,
Because-
but they can't drink coffee though. You can't.
So the Mormons, we would drink like just soda water. When we interacted, we had a store and we would give them like soda out. but we were a reprieve for them, right? Like literally, like, hey, look, if you're having a rough day, like if too many shotguns are pulled on you, or too many dogs are set loose, or people are just like where we live. Could you imagine being a Mormon or a JW going up to an evangelical fundamentalist Christian's house, knocking on the door? That's worse than me, the atheist. But point being said, Pixie, what you said, you can have these like wonderful interactions with them. With a lot of fundamentalist Christians, you can't, because they're just dicks. They're condescending. They're just dicks, and it's
yeah, and those people usually don't want to come back. They don't want to come back. They don't want to answer my questions. They don't want to run and grab their elders who also cannot answer my questions. Those people don't want to come back. I'm good with
Wouldn't
that.
you say though that it's I think it's difficult when Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons go to Christians. So at times, I mean you can be pretty accepting and pretty friendly with them, but I do think it's tough on them mentally and such. I think it can be. But
I don't try to be like, I understand that the people who come to my door have not chosen to jump into a debate arena, right? I get that. And I don't treat them as if they have. I try to treat them honestly. I answer their questions. If they ask me to do some reading, I will do it. We will go through it together. They will explain their things and I will ask more questions, right? Sometimes the questions make them uncomfortable because they can't answer them. Sometimes they bring back an elder who also does not answer it, right? But at no point am I trying to be like deconvert someone or like throw them in a debate ring.
Well,
right? When they come to my door, that's not what's happening.
I think it's different in the sense that when a Jehovah's Witness or Mormon is going to, like, let's say a non-believer or such, I think they're when they meet a Christian, though, I mean, I've noticed that particularly Jehovah's Witnesses, I think their goal is to convert you to their point of view, you know. So I think it gets tougher that way. It can be, you know. You see more emotion, at least it appears to me. They can get pretty emotional when you get into Bible verses and that kind of thing, you know.
Sam, I think anybody, that's just a human, right? Part of the human condition. We're emotional creatures at the end of the day. Like, so at some point we're all going to be offended. At some point we're all going to get emotional. At some point and for those guys, look, dude, when you start rubbing on the tensions of what they really believe, and you're talking like, so most of my friends say that I have a God-sized hole in my heart. And why I think it's much more problematic when we talk about religion, and why at the end of the day, I've had several friends, fuck you, you're an asshole, whatever it is. It's because they look at someone that they've been friends with, that they respect, that has a wonderful, charitable conversation with them. But when you start pulling on those heartstrings of their Jesus belief, and you give them something that, like, the cognitive dissonance creeps in, and they're like, holy shit, man, they can't help but be emotional. I mean, who wouldn't be? Deconverting is, when Sarah went through her deconversion, it was miserable. But, you know, luckily she did.
What do you think, like, with people that have you know, like basic Christian beliefs, and they're not just you know, like, you can see that they actually do care about people, that they're not just trying to win debates, and you know, that maybe they actually follow the idea of not claiming this myself, but they would actually care more about others than themselves. You know what I mean? That idea, you know, you're supposed to esteem others above yourself, that kind of thing. And if you actually see that in people,
then I think that they're actually following Jesus, right? Versus the religion of Paul that most people where I live are, right? Like most fundamentalists, like, it's one side of their mouth, they're saying like love, like follow Jesus, but they're bigoted, they're racist, they want to take away human rights, they just, and they believe that God wants this, and they're doing the good thing. Like, I live in a sorry, go ahead.
No. You got me thinking, though, because I never really looked at Paul's writings in that manner. I'm just kind of wondering what, because it's interesting, because a lot of people that tend to go more towards Paul's writings, they tend to be more, what I'd say, free grace, generally speaking, and they often are they can be loving and caring. Of course, they can be obnoxious, like any group of people. Anybody could be. But I'm wondering where's. Well, Calvin. Well, yeah, in Calvinism, I think I heard you earlier talking about the who's predestined and not. The chosen, the ones that were. Yeah, that can get pretty bizarre at times, depending on the Calvinist, of course. Westboro Baptist was a strange form of Calvinism, that's for sure. But yeah, some people are just cruel and mean, I think.
Well, I wanted to ask, define Christian ideals. Oh, was that too hard?
What's
Okay.
that? Define what?
Define Christian ideals.
Define Christian ideals. What are they, you mean?
Define Christian ideals.
Oh,
Simple
define.
question.
Okay, define. Well, I don't know. I kind of look at it. Jesus said to love God and love your neighbor. I mean, I think to me it's pretty much like that. When you see people in need, you try to help them. I mean,
Those ideals didn't exist before Christianity.
Oh yeah, I think they did.
Exactly. So they're not Christian ideals.
Well, nevertheless, it is. If you're a Christian, you would expect that if somebody's actually trying to follow that, you think that they would at least be attempting to do that. Like within any religion that had those ideas or still do. It's like if you were to picture the Dalai Lama going around punching people and stuff, you'd be like, "Oh, that's pretty bizarre," So
That's right, Sam.
I think it looks weird when you see Christians being obnoxious to people and getting a high from it.
Hey Rex, the problem is with those guys, man, is that if I'm not mistaken, we agree that those aren't like everything that the Christians spout came before Christianity, right? Like, I mean, the Golden Rule, the Code of Hammurabi, all that stuff, just long before anybody started writing the Torah, the Tanakh, or the fucking New Testament, right? Do we agree on that?
I think you're in the sense that the Code of
So I think-
Hammurabi does appear to be pretty old. Best I can tell.
So honest. So the three of us can agree that like these Christian ideals have been taken from somewhere else. The problem is most of the people I've interacted with in person here say it's just foreshadowing, right? They literally, and that's what's so problematic, because you beat your head against the wall because they've made it infallible. They've simply said like, whatever you say, oh, well, that's just Jesus. They didn't know it was Jesus. Well, what do you think? Allah fucking shot through the moon, and they're like, or broke the moon in half, and they're like, oh, of course I don't. That's just literally misinterpreting who Jesus is. Jesus has come to them and they've misinterpreted, or they're following, like, of course we don't think there are any other gods outside of ours. They're just they're mistaken. Quotations is what most Christians around here like to say. Oh, well, you're just mistaken. Bless your heart.
Some people enjoy that kind of behavior, I guess. I mean, it seems common enough on YouTube. That's no doubt. But I tend to think that a lot of the people that are generally nicer people, they tend to be more quiet. They don't make a lot of noise. My opinion.
No, Sam, I think that's matter of fact. You're right. But you seem to, the personalities, that's why Christianity, or at least the Bible, is such a wonderful book in this particular sense, that you can get whatever you want out of it, right? Like, so if your personality is liberal, like if you're a gay woman, we've got 2 gay women that live across the street that are just as fundamental Christians as anybody else.
Right.
And it's not problematic for them at all. And they're wonderful and they get all the good stuff out of it. And they're just wonderful neighbors. But the rest of our neighbors are like, you fucking people.
Would you say they're fundamental, or do you think they're more moderate?
To an extent, they're a little fundamental. They're conservative in their Christianity and in their Catholic. But it's funny to me when you see it's the personality type, right? Like, and that's where we kind of all lean. So a lot of people like Sarah, who's wonderful enough to tolerate me, she was a Pentecostal, fundamental Pentecostal, northern Pennsylvania, small town speaking
A
in
bad
tongues.
place there.
It's
Thinking I'm
well,
thinking.
it gives you an idea if you're familiar with it.
Was
of
it was
how
it like up towards the coal regions, like up past that, or?
Oh yeah, won't stop. Like literally a flashing yellow light in her town. Kid drive a tractor to school. Like I mean, like
Yeah.
it's pretty tough for her. And the simple point behind all of that is like she came out of this fundamentalism, and because of her personality being who it is, wanted like it was a tough week of crying and emotion and whatnot. But when she came out of it, who her personality is, she wanted to burn it down. And now I would say that, you know, I'm a mix of whatever in politics, but she is wildly left leaning because of who she is and because of the way she raised. She's like, fuck you for lying to me. Fuck you for making me think that people are less than because they're gay or they're a different color or because of this. And man, she just went so far. She's radicalized, but at this point. But anyway, that being said, that's her personality. So if you lean Calvinist, it's because your personality needs that. You need to have that hard line of like, I need that confidence. I need this particular thing out of Christianity versus somebody that's more empathetic is always going to read the Bible more liberally or loosely.
Don't you think a large part of it comes back down to doctrinal association? Like, I think there's a difference between what the Bible says and the doctrine that, of course, you already know. There's like a billion different doctrines out there, right? I guess some abhorrent, obviously, some not so bad, or some are good, depending on the view. But don't you think that a lot of that has to do with the multiple doctrines that are out there, and a lot of them seeming to clash with each other?
I'll say this, and then I'll let you guys go for a bit, because I've missed our conversations, Batman. I heard your voice, and anyway, I've missed our late night conversations. So hello, and it's nice to see you again. But yeah, it's all fucking wildly problematic. I mean, but they pick up on any doctrine that they want to, and then disregard any other doctrine based on any number of like arguments for it. Well, that's not what he said, or that's not what they said, or I disagree with that, or a loving Jesus wouldn't say that, so that's just hyperbole, or there are literally people out there that are so liberal from the Bible, they're saying like, oh, well, of course there's flaws in it, or there's shit that was added to it, and that particular thing was added to it, so I don't agree with it. It's not Christianity. Jesus is love, and that's what they hold to. It's just it's a religion of, it's the same way that none of us have read the same book, right? I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm just saying we're all reading from our own perception, and we see different things. That's why book clubs are awesome, because the seven of us read some fiction book, and we all come to the table, and what I take away from it's different from you, and how fun is it to be like, oh, look what you got that I didn't. Let's read it again, and from a different vantage point.
Well, let me pose this posit. Let's say we ask the NFL, what's the ideal football? What would they consider the ideal football player? What would the NFL consider? I think we'd have a unanimous decision on that, right? They'd have to be big, fast, strong guys, right? An ideal football player is a big, fast, strong dude, right? Does anybody disagree with that normally?
Yeah, I think they'd say it depends on the position they play.
I mean, there are outliers. There are little dudes, but normally they're big and strong. They're bigger in other ways and stronger in other ways, but they're not so big, maybe not so tall, but there are outliers, right? But generally if you ask the NFL to describe the ideal football player, they're all going to come about the same thing. They're all going to have the same kind of idea, right? Now, if you ask a Christian, what are the Christian ideals? What are Christian ideals? Now, you're going to get varied answers, and some of them are going to be conflicting. Now, let's just apply this to the NFL. Now, if the NFL didn't have any agreement upon what the criteria or the ideal football player would be, there would be a real big problem with the NFL and the football teams themselves, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I think so.
Yeah,
Keep this
but
in mind.
there has to be an ideal football player first established, right? Okay, boom, ideal football player, and then you work from that line, right? But we don't have that with when you think about theism and what goes on with theism. We don't have a boom ideal and then work from. We don't have an ideal to work from, do we? Or am I wrong?
So yes, we do. So being a Christian,
I don't think
literally comes back down to. So I don't know if you've ever heard you're saved by grace through your faith, right? So if you hold that Jesus was an actual person, died for your sins, came back to life, and he did it through graces, and there's nothing you could have done that would, justify him doing that. He just did it out of pure love. Right? If you hold to those things, you confess your sin, you get baptized, blah blah blah. Right? If you do those things, you would be considered a Christian typically, right? The baptism part, how you get baptized, that doesn't really matter for the most part. It's a lot of it has to do with the confession and wanting to be quote unquote reborn. Now the thing is, that's it. You don't actually have to live in a particular way necessarily, right? If you can be a Christian and a really terrible person, believe it or not, right? Whether or not you're going to be, in Christ, just entertain me for once.
Well,
But whether or not you're going to be in Christ is another question.
Well, per my example, it doesn't make sense. Per my example, what you said doesn't make sense. Per the example I just described, if the NFL did that, there'd be a problem. But no, because they already have an established criteria and a standard that they judge all football players by, right? And everyone agrees on this standard, and that's how they establish their football teams, right?
What is the standard? What is the standard?
I don't know what the standard is, but there is a standard because
here's the problem.
Clearly the NFL has a standard for football players.
Wait, hold on.
You agree?
They're looking for a football player,
I mean, this is
right?
silly. If you don't agree with that, if you don't agree that the NFL has a standard that they all go by, then you don't know what football is.
Can we discuss it?
Right?
Is it possible to discuss
Now, if you
it?
ask Christians
I see where you're going, Gio. I see where you're going.
You're not going to find the standard.
I see where you're talking. I see what you're talking about now. So it's not necessarily about
what you just said is contradictory to what I just said, which is
no. That's because I misunderstood. I misunderstood what you were saying.
That's the point.
You're saying standard in terms of behavior, not necessarily membership.
No, an agreed upon.
No. I get that.
Agreed upon and established standard.
I get that, but I'm just clearing out the misunderstanding on my part. It's not about.
I don't think he means it's for behavior, right? I think he literally means it's for salvation, right? Like the one saved always saved versus the not that. The people who say it's by grace alone, and the people who say that that your works have something to do with it is hinted, like in other places in the Bible, right? Like that they shall know you by your works, and that, and so you can say that there's a standard in a denomination, but you can't say that Christianity has a standard of salvation.
Well, wait. There's.
I mean, it does.
Wait, is this working? Oh, maybe not. Maybe.
Oh, go ahead, Bruce.
I'm just checking. Yeah, it's just maybe is my mic low though? Just wondering, maybe, or is it okay?
No, you're good.
You're quite
good. I'm just thinking they're like playing football. I mean, the standard would be that you could run fast, you'd be quick, you'd be smart, be able to make right moves.
Yeah, but listen, Bruce, the point is, what the standard is, and because the NFL has outlined it, and they say this is the standard, and they don't deviate from that standard, right? They don't have weaklings playing linebacker, right?
Well, the other point is you can't.
I mean, come on.
Hold on.
No. Are you getting the point?
No.
You're not?
No, not
Okay.
really.
Well,
No.
what's the ideal Christian, Bruce? And then I'll ask another Christian what his ideal Christian is. And then we'll ask another Christian what his ideal Christian is. What do you think we're going to get? The same answer?
Well, I know that for football.
No, but if you go to the NFL and you
I can't
ask,
really.
you
Am I
ask
allowed to
any-
answer
no,
or not
hey,
really?
The point is, you go to the NFL. There is a set criteria. I can't
What-
be in the
okay,
NFL.
so what is the set
I
criteria?
cannot be in the
Fine,
NFL.
What is the set
Bruce,
criteria?
I cannot be part of the NFL. I cannot be a player on the NFL.
Did you
I
ever
am not
play
strong
football?
enough. I am not big enough. I am
Did
not
you ever
fast
play
enough. I am
football,
too
like
old.
in high school or anything?
I'm too old to be on the
Did
team.
you ever play? Not in high school, you weren't. Did you ever play football?
Yeah.
Okay, and there were certain things you couldn't do. You
Sure,
can't
yeah.
poke people in the eyes. You can't reach your hand through their mask. You
Yeah,
can't
but
kick
that's
them in the
not the
knees
point.
and bust
That's
their
not the
knees up.
point.
You
I
can't
was a
karate
big
chop
dude.
them in the neck.
I was
You
a
can't-
big dude when I was
Well,
a
I'm
kid.
not a small
That's why
dude
I
either.
played
I don't know your
football.
point.
And I
What's your-
played football because I was big and strong, and that was the criteria.
So you
and
did
everybody
play,
knew it, and
so
that's
you
why I
say-
play football.
So
Come
you
on,
just play
gentlemen,
football.
Proving my
You're not
point. He's
answering
proving my
anything,
point,
dude.
Bruce. Thank you.
You're not answering anything. Did you play football in school?
Yes, I said yes.
Okay, fine. Are you allowed to crack somebody in the back of the neck after you knock them down? Are you allowed to break their knees? Can you poke your fingers through their, and if you can get in there and pop their eyes and stuff, are you allowed to do that? Can you try to throw them in a hole and bust their neck? Are you allowed to do this stuff or not? Can you
No,
throw them in
you're
an
not.
arm
You're
bar
not
and then
supposed
crack
to.
and try to crack their wrist and
You're
bust
not
their
supposed
elbows,
to,
or is
no.
that wrong?
No, you're not supposed to,
No, you're not allowed to do that. Why?
because there are rules to the game.
That's right. There are rules. And in Christianity, there are rules too. You're not supposed to hate your neighbor. You're not
No,
supposed to
but see,
hate
the
people.
rules, the
You're
rules in
even
the
supposed to
NFL are the
bless
same.
those that curse
The rules
you.
the NFL has are the
Holy
same for
shit.
every team,
Come on, man.
aren't they?
Hey guys, I think you might be talking past another, and because I think
Wait a
what
minute.
what
Wait
what
a minute.
Sam was trying to allude
wait,
to.
do the New York Giants play by different rules than the Miami Dolphins?
I'm saying that people who follow Christ.
What are you
don't
saying
treat-
then?
Are you okay? People, in my opinion, and I'm pretty convinced of this, that people who actually follow Christ don't
No.
get a high off of beating
No.
people up.
No, the
They
NFL
don't-
has one set of rules, and they all play by the
look,
same rules.
hey, look, I'm not going to argue with you, dude. You can just continue on and beat the crap out of the Christian faith, and I'll just listen.
I'm just saying, man.
Hey, Bruce, maybe
Think
to
about
your
it. Think about it. If the NFL did not have one set of rules, how do you think that game would be played? Could you tell me that? How? How would you make any sense out of the game if everybody had their own fucking rules?
So
How?
Bruce, maybe to bring it back to what you said about Jesus, him talking about rules, what I keep hearing is, if Jesus is love or love your neighbor, why do so many Christians seem not to love their neighbor? Is that maybe something,
I don't
Sam?
know. You know why? Because there's no fucking set rules. That's why.
But is that what you're getting to? But that is the set rule, Sam. That is the set
It's
rule:
not-
is love
it's
your
obviously-
neighbor.
It's obviously not a set rule because you don't all go by it, right?
Well,
no. Well, that
right.
no. Hold on, Bruce. Let me just one thing.
It's either a set rule or it's not.
Wait, hold on a second. Sam, are you
maybe a
mocking
rule?
me?
Is it maybe a
Sam,
rule?
Sam, are you mocking me while talking
Come
over
on,
me at
man.
the same time, or what?
Hey, I'm saying, man, you're not even getting the point, Bruce. It's flying right over your head.
I'm
I
not
don't
getting the
understand
point,
it.
and yet I can answer it. Is that
Well,
your
what's the-
point?
I don't know. You're not answering anything, Bruce. What are you answering?
I think what they're saying is just because some people play the game poorly or break the rules doesn't mean that the rules aren't there.
That's what I'm saying. The rules are there for a reason. At least they have rules that they can all agree on.
Okay, so if somebody does something wrong in football, they're in trouble, right?
Yeah, you know
And I
why? You
personally
know, wait.
believe-
Do you know why they know it's wrong?
You know, I'm not going to continue to
Well,
argue
that's the
if I
point.
can't.
That's
if
the
I
point,
can't, no,
Bruce.
okay. So
They
you
know
win.
why it's
Okay,
wrong.
all right, look, I'm getting angry, so you win.
They know why it's
Okay,
wrong.
fine.
On football,
I'm gonna
field,
mellow
you're
out.
not
I ain't gonna
supposed to
sit
do
and
those
fight.
things, right? I mean, come on. It's a very simple point. I mean, why don't you get it? That's what I don't understand. I can't go on a football field and start gouging guys' eyes out.
So,
That's not how you play
Sam,
the
maybe
game.
ditch the analogy and tell us what you're trying to get at with Christianity.
Well, you ask Christianity, what's What's the rules? Where's the rule? What's the guidelines? Where's the starting point? Everybody has a different starting point and a different rule, and they're all playing the same game. By what rules? By all different rules?
Okay, well,
What kind of game is that?
so
What
let
the
me
fuck
ask,
kind of game is that? If everybody
Yeah.
has their own rule book,
if I can ask one
all
simple
right, come on. They're not playing a coherent game. They may be playing a game with each other, but not with any coherency. Who's scoring point? Where's the points? Who's picking up? Who's running where? Nobody knows what anybody is doing. Come on, give me.
Hey, well-
Is that true or not?
I'm going to take off,
Am I
guys.
being totally off the wall?
Have a good day.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Come on, man.
Yeah,
That's what's
I was
going
going to
on
get the
fucking
fuck
here.
out of here and go listen to D&D and take a nap.
What the
Because
fuck, man? I think I'm
yeah,
triggering people.
I mean,
Am I triggering you, Clockwork?
no, you're just not letting anybody else talk.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bruce, I think
Someone has to talk. There
Shut up.
we go. Go, Rex.
Bruce could explain his point. You might have had a conversation, but you kept talking over him.
Now I'm
You
sorry.
did. That's not a
He's gone.
fucking lie. That's not a fucking mischaracterization.
I'm sorry.
So Sam, do you mean that like we would expect some sort of like cohesion, or we'd expect some like if Christianity were true, we would expect them to be more loving across the board, right? And I think the simple response to that from is going to be so different versus the Christians that you ask. But if you take an umbrella point to it, it's just going to be because people aren't Christian, right? Like, or they're sinners. Like, oh, they're sinners. We're all born broken. Like, it's hard to do the football analogy because you wanted to give like football this overarching, well, they have to be strong and this and that. But depending on the different positions they play, they do have to be different. And then you get into like the nuance of football and who plays it better because they play with this defense or this offense or any of these. And Christians, it's the beauty of Christianity from an argumentative side because they have so many fucking corners to go hide in, right? And so when you say, shouldn't we expect Christians to be more loving? They say, well, of course, all Christians are loving. And you say, well, what about this? And they say, oh, well, that's just sin, or they're not real Christians, or a litany of different answers.
Yeah, but if I in football, if I cause an error, let's say, or I make a mistake, right? There's a book they can all refer to every one of them and say, yeah, it's 5-yard penalty for that mistake. Yeah, okay, 5 yards that way. And they mark
Correct. The
it off
Bible,
and
the
they go
Bible's a
down.
rule
And
book.
everybody, they may disagree, but there's guys that say, hey, this is the rules, right?
Right, but the game of life is much more nuanced than the game of football.
No,
And
but I'm
football
saying
can have.
they didn't do that.
I
Football,
agree with you.
If the NFL ran themselves like a theology, how would the game be played? Could you describe that to me? Could
It's
you
not meant
describe
to.
how
It's not meant
football
to.
would be played? Because
Sam,
it
it's
wouldn't be football.
Sam. I'm
It would
just
be
gonna.
something else.
You have to let him respond then.
I think, Sam. Here's the thing. I think it's a bad argument or a bad analogy or whatever you call it because you're going to get eaten up. I understand what you're trying to say, but the Christian's just going to be able to eat you up on this because it's at the end of the day they're not similar, right? We
Well,
can't compare fucking football to Christianity and
I said it
and
before.
whatnot.
You're all playing football, right? But you all have your own rule book. So I don't know how you guys are playing the game successfully in any way that can be described as a successful game because there's no set rules.
Because the
And
rules
I'm
don't fucking
saying
matter.
at
The
least
only
the
thing that
NFL. Well, now I'm making a comparison to an agency that actually has a set of rules that they can refer to that they use to run their organization.
Right, but what you said is for me, it does not matter, because at the end of the day, it's about heaven or not heaven, right? It doesn't have to anything to do with what they do here on earth or
So
the way that they live their fucking life, because it's grace, 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 right? Faith by grace, grace by faith, saved by grace, whatever the fuck version of that fucking argument they want to give you. And that's the reason I think this is a bad argument or a bad analogy, or just even to compare this to a Christian. I think you're going to get the floor wiped with you, because it doesn't, like, it's just not analogous. It's really hard.
Or
That's
you'll
why
get
I
the
think
really demented ones, or you'll get the really demented ones who say that righteous indignation is not bad, and
Well-
is a different form of love.
then you got to figure out whose rule book you're going to go by. Which rules are you going to follow? If you're not going to, then you have to. Well, you're going to play the same game yet follow your own rules. How does that make the game a successful game? For you, maybe, not for anybody who's involved with the game, because they're playing a whole nother set of rules. They're playing with a whole nother set of rules.
that's what I just said, though, Sam. The success is heaven, and heaven doesn't require you playing by the rules.
Yeah, but that's not everyone's goal if they have their own set of rules, is it?
Every Christian's goal is heaven.
I think he just spouted out a fallacy.
That's the success. If
Can
you don't think
anyone-
every Christian
anyone-
wants to get into
anyone,
heaven,
can anyone name the fallacy he just spouted?
I don't know how saying Christians want to go to heaven is fallacious.
Is that the ultimate goal for all Christians? That's what you said.
You need to ask a Christian that, but I'm going to say,
Okay,
and
so
this is an
is it
assumption. Yeah,
different
it
for
is.
every
That's
Christian?
correct.
Is it different?
In regards to heaven, no, I don't think so. I think that's
Okay,
what the
so
whole
every
fucking thing's
Christian,
based on.
every Christian wants to go to heaven. Is that what you're saying?
Does every football player want to go to the Super Bowl?
I asked you the question first. You
I've
answer
said
the question first, then I'll answer
I've
your
said multiple
question.
times. I've said multiple times. Yes, that's the goal of Christianity. Heaven.
Well, that's a fallacy.
Well, so
Do you
we
know
can
what
talk about the
fallacy that
fallacy.
is?
I don't. But first, is
Well,
every
okay, then
football
someone else-
player's goal
Someone else
the
can
Super
point
Bowl?
it out to him.
Please, why don't you point it out to me quick so we don't have to do the runaround thing?
Do you know the no true Scotsman fallacy? Ever hear of that? No.
Sure. And awesome. So sure. I'm being fallacious. Can you do me a favor? Give me an example of a Christian's goal that's not heaven, or a Christian that doesn't desire heaven.
I don't think I could make that argument.
Right, but I literally said every Christian wants to go to heaven, and you're saying that's fallacious, and I'm saying, awesome. Now give me an example of a Christian that doesn't want to go to heaven.
Well, I don't know enough about Christianity. I'm not a Christian. Maybe you could give an example. I'm not a Christian. Do you have examples of
Dude, I just
forms
told
of
you.
Christianity that
Are
doesn't
you-
rely on heaven?
Are we having the same conversation, Sam?
Well, I don't know. I'm asking you. You're making fallacious statements.
on,
and I'm
dude.
telling you to give me an example of your own
No.
fallacious statement, because I don't have an example.
Neither do I. That's why I think
Well,
every
it's not-
Christian
how
wants to
can-
go to heaven.
Then how do you know that that's true?
Because I've never met. Fine, it's not true. I'm being whatever, but
All right,
I'm
then
going
why
to.
should I? Why are you even saying that? Why would you say
Why
that?
is it
Why should I
important to
take
you?
that
Because
seriously?
you talked about the success in football and in Christianity for it to be successful, and I said simply that the success in Christianity is for Christians to go to heaven.
No, it's not
What
I
do you
said.
think the success is then?
I don't know.
Is there anyone else in this room that can give another success, like ultimately, like a success of Christianity, so we could actually talk about it rather than
Well, I thought just believing was all you really needed to do. Heaven had nothing
why
to
do
do
you
with it.
why do you believe though?
Heaven
What
is
do
a
you-
byproduct of
No, no.
belief, isn't it?
Come on, dude. No,
You have
heaven's
to
the
believe
reason for the
first.
belief.
If you
No,
don't
no, no.
believe,
Why-
there's no heaven, right? So what the fuck? You got to believe something first.
Okay, Sam, this is a great point. Why do you have to believe?
Well, a fear of hell is a good one, right?
So we could say that you need to believe so that you go
Come
to
on,
heaven.
this is really moot. We don't even have to get into this.
Well, I wasn't trying to. You're the one that's pushing back against every Christian wants to go to heaven.
I'm not. What we are the one that said it.
Excuse me? Right, and you're
You're the
pushing
one
back
who.
against it.
You're the
Yes,
one
that's
who
correct.
made
I
that
said
claim. I didn't
that's
make that
correct.
claim. Yeah,
That's
I'm going to give
correct.
pushback on that because it's a fallacy.
Yeah, can you explain to me why it's the no true Scotsman's fallacy?
I already asked you. Can you explain?
No, I don't
no true
understand the
Scotsman
fallacy.
has to do with you. You're making broad sweeping claims about every Christian. How the fuck do you know what every Christian is supposed to be? Where did you get that information from?
I didn't say it's supposed to be. I said every
Well, then
Christian's
it's a
goal
fallacy.
every
It's the no
Christian's
true
goal is
Scotsman
heaven.
fallacy. What the fuck, man?
I'm sorry, so I'm being fallacious. Can I just ask a simple question of the panel?
Well,
Does
if
anyone
you can't, I just asked you, where are you getting the information from? I asked you to fill the criteria to not make it the true Scotsman's fallacy, but you can't.
Right, I can't do that. No.
Yeah, so
I
it's a
can't.
fallacy. It's not
So
worth
sure,
arguing
I'm
against.
being fallacious.
Yes.
Can anyone else in the room give us another example of what they think the ultimate goal of Christianity is?
Yeah, it's to believe, I think. I'm
get
not
to
even a
heaven.
Christian. I think it might be just to believe. And for fear of going to hell, for the byproduct of heaven. So the ultimate thing is to believe first. Without it, you're not going anywhere.
So you just said to believe so you don't go to hell. Couldn't I just say so believe so they go to heaven?
That's how I look at it. As
Well,
a
right, but I'm just
non-Christian.
no. But Sam, listen to what I'm saying. Isn't another way of wording what you said? They need to believe so that they go to heaven.
Well, either way, it doesn't matter.
It does when I claim that they all want to
It
go to
doesn't
heaven, and
matter.
you're
You're
saying, "Oh no, they need to believe."
Well,
so they don't go
who's
to hell.
right? Well, are
We're
you
saying
right?
the same thing.
Am I right? Are you right?
I think we're saying the same thing.
Well, then it's still a fallacy because you can't prove it either way. Right? Can I show you wrong? Can you show me wrong? That's what makes it a fallacy.
Sure, I wasn't trying to prove you wrong. I'm just simply saying
Well, I'm
you
saying
asked.
that's what makes it a fallacy.
Yeah,
That's why it's
just,
not. Why should I even listen to that? And I wonder.
You-
That's why I'm pushing back on it.
You shouldn't.
Why
Sam.
should I? Why should I believe? Why should I believe what you say? That's what all Christians want.
Oh God, you shouldn't.
What makes that
I mean, you
true?
definitely shouldn't. But
Well,
it's
I don't
it's
know what
from
makes
my.
that true. That's
Hold
why
on,
it's
dude.
a fallacy, dude.
Hold on, dude. From my experience, I think all Christians want to go to heaven. And have you experienced otherwise?
What? No, of course not.
Well, then I don't know why you'd argue that all Christians don't want to go to heaven.
Well, you can't. What are you going to sit there and speak for all Christians? No, you can't possibly do that. That's another part of it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I grew up as a Christian who didn't believe we were going to heaven. So sorry, I don't mean to be a wrench in the works. But yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses think they're coming back to paradise on earth.
So,
but you could say so. What a no true Scotsman fallacy would be for you to respond, "Oh well, they're not real Christians," because only real Christians. That's a no true Scotsman fallacy because you're saying, "Well, they're not Christians." But if we then give you a different example, you'll say, "Well, they're not Christians," until eventually there's no true Christian.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't saying that. Right? I was saying when you say your goal as a Jehovah's Witness is to go here, I'm just going to say that's your version of heaven. So let me not say heaven. Let me say
paradise.
From my experience, it's afterlife. It's a life that doesn't stop here, right? That's the goal of Christianity. And I agree with you, Sam, that belief is one of the goals while here. But for me, the only reason you believe is so that you get your foot in the door, right? Because that's what's required. And you're saying, well, no, belief, it's so they don't go to hell. And I'm saying, yeah, that's the same thing. Me saying belief so they go to heaven and you saying belief so they don't go to hell, same exact thing.
Ginger Nation.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, Q.
Howdy.
Listen, I want you to realize using fallacies. You're using fallacies, and it's really bad way to express yourself. I mean, I understand the fallacies you're using, but they're not. I'm not going to agree with fallacies.
But I'm not sure that
I don't think anyone. I don't think anyone should agree with fallacies. And
Sammy, was I being fallacious?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
No, Sammy, was I being fallacious?
Which part? Because
all Christians want to go to the afterlife, whether it be paradise for you or whether it be heaven for someone else. Is that a fallacious statement?
Well, it depends on what happens if there's a Christian that doesn't want to go to heaven, or does that mean they're not a Christian if they don't want to go to heaven?
I'm not saying that, because he said, because
But that's what's implied.
Well, right, but I've never met, and I tried to say this differently. In my experience, and look, just pose to the room. Have any of us ever met a Christian?
Well, then
the goal's not to go to Christianity.
I've never met a Christian that didn't want to go to heaven. Is an appeal to ignorance.
Yeah, that's personal incredulity.
So like there's several fallacies happening.
Okay,
but
so I'm gonna go back to being the dumbest dude in the room, and all I meant to say, Sam, and not start this whole diatribe of ridiculous in my thing is, I think Christians all want to go to heaven. I think that's what Christianity is based on. As an atheist, that's when I read the book, that's what I see. When I see their desire to keep living, to not die, to do all this, I see it as an existential angst that heaven answers so many questions for them. And my initial point was not this world, right? Because it's so hard to argue for something in this world when the goal is not anything to do with, in my opinion, this life. It's the goal is to be eternally bowed at God's feet, right? To have this eternal relationship with God. That's the ultimate goal. That's all I meant. If it's fallacious, thanks for pointing that out. I'm sorry, but it doesn't change that I think that that's what most Christians or all Christians want.
So maybe instead of saying to heaven, instead of saying go to heaven, because some may not like the idea of heaven, but may think hell sounds worse or something, maybe the better phrase is it's an answer to mortality, to their struggle with mortality.
I think that's great, Pixie, but I don't think it does a lot for the Christians that because I think most Christians want, and I think what about the relationship with Jesus, right? Isn't that the whole Christian point, to have an eternal relationship with God? Because that's what hell is, separation from God, right?
No, God makes eternal life possible. Salvation makes eternal life comfortable. Either way, it's an answer to mortality.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I'm just so steeped in fucking faith, grace by faith, that I can't see a Christian like I've never. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around running into a Christian that's going to say, "Yeah, heaven's not the goal." Because isn't that how they all want to start out? Like, well, if there was a God, wouldn't you want to spend the rest of eternity?
Well, you would think that, but there are lots of fundamentals.
It was more. Because that's selfish. It shouldn't be about me. It's I want to please God. That should be the ultimate goal.
I was going to say there's a lot of fundamentalist cults who don't believe that they're necessarily going to go to heaven, and that's not their part in all this, right? There are a lot of cults who think, especially like the Order and places like that, which is a branch off of Mormonism and polygamy. The Order is. But their women, they say very sad things. Like they think the older the man they get married to, sometimes their moms will think the better because like they can provide for them, which isn't necessarily the case. That's beside the point. But you'll hear them say very sad things like, "I hope I marry a righteous guy. That way I can go to heaven," right? Like they don't even have control over their salvation. Whoever they marry has control over whether or not they get to go to heaven, right? So there are a lot of people who will be absolutely devoted to the belief without considering their place in heaven.
Does this say you guys have been alive for 11 hours and 25 minutes?
Yes.
But even in the example you just used, Pixie, her goal is to attach herself to to a dude that's going to get her into heaven, right?
No,
It's just
well,
odd.
she hopes so, but you should hear the women who say, they believe things like if I sin, it's like if I sin as a woman, it's not as great as if my husband sins. But if your husband's a sinner, they're aware they're not going to heaven, right? He's not getting into heaven. There's no way in hell I'm going to heaven. But that doesn't matter. My belief matters, and I'm sticking it out.
You know,
So they're just
sometimes
they're
if you
gonna
do it right, you can make your girl feel like she's in heaven every time.
No, I'm
so
saying
they're
there are
just
people
gonna
who are
ride
dedicated
that
to
train to hell. Man,
Yes.
that's tough. Yeah,
Yes,
that's
it's weird, but there are people who are so indoctrinated and so attached to the importance of these beliefs that even in a self-sacrificing manner where they don't see themselves as making it across the finish line, they will dedicate themselves to it.
Dude, you do realize that Pixie's describing me, right? So you're in a panel with
So if we have
someone
sex with
that
you,
had
we're
that
going to
exact
heaven?
same.
Wait, what?
No, I don't think that was the point of what
Oh, I
Pixie
thought I was
said.
getting a pre-ride.
But
Sorry,
no, like
that wasn't helpful.
But Sammy, when you say
that's
paradise,
fine.
I think that's the exact same thing. Is that's just your version of heaven?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like,
I
it's
mean,
an afterlife.
I got to a point where I still strongly believed in God, right? But I thought I was so beyond saving that I went the other way. My goal was to go out with a bang because I wasn't getting to heaven.
So what you're saying is you started with the goal of getting into heaven. Then when you realized you weren't getting into heaven, you still held the God belief and just were like, "Fuck it, I'm burning
Yeah.
it down."
Yeah.
That's fair.
I don't know. I've known people who have told like what was her? I'm trying to remember her exact words because
There you are, sexy.
That whole conversation was enlightening to me, and so I'm trying to pick her words very carefully. But she said something like, "Knowing I was going to hell did not cause me to leave." Because I still believed in the truth, right? Like that was the truth, and that's what I had to dedicate myself to, whether I made it or not, because I had to do my part in whatever this bigger plan was, right? She said nobody could shake that. Even though I knew I was going to hell, nobody could shake that. The one thing that shook it was doubting if what she was being told was the truth, right? Once she felt like they had lied to her and that they might not be being honest with her, she became able to question other things. But before that point of recognizing that she felt that she was being lied to, before that point, it didn't matter that she was going to hell, right? That she had a duty, because it was the truth, she had a duty to play her part in this bigger picture plan. And I think that that can be far more common than people realize. And then there are people who have scrupulosity, right? Who suffer from such an extreme amount of guilt that they literally torture themselves over every action they take, every decision they make, every word they speak, because they're not only responsible for themselves, they're responsible for somebody they could have saved and didn't because they didn't take the opportunity, right? And so I think a lot of things like this can keep people trapped without them actually thinking they're going to heaven.
Hey, real quick, 420. I don't know how I did it, but apparently I'm streaming your stream on my channel, so yeah. Anyway.
Can I stream your stream that's streaming his stream?
You can stream my stream that's streaming his streams. Yeah, we'll be multi-streaming. Yeah. Okay, can somebody catch me up on the conversation real quick? Because I came in like, if this is correct, 11 hours too late. So.
What's the goal of Christianity?
I'm not going to answer that question. I don't want to be
Bake
disrespectful.
sales.
What do you mean? Why not?
It's all about the bake sale.
No, I was going to say it's to control people's minds, but
Oh, I'm sorry. From like an inward aspect, like sure, like we can talk about like what it actually is, but from inside the book, like from a Christian's point of view, what's the goal of Christianity?
Yeah, I'm not gonna answer. I'm sorry. I feel like this is a trap question that I'm not gonna answer.
So no one agrees with me about the bake sales? I mean, lemon
I mean, hey
squares,
man, they
banana
like
bread.
I brought pot brownies to my church's bake sale by accident, so you know it got pretty
I don't
entertaining.
know. I don't know what cult you grew up in, but there were no fucking bake sales in my cult.
Did they let the oldsters play bridge in the church basement or Kingdom Hall?
No.
Not in the basement, in the fellowship hall. And that's where the
Dude.
potlucks were too, with all the
No.
homemade ice cream.
No
Dude,
bridge,
they
no
let us play in the
games.
basement, but you know it got kind of creepy at night.
We had
You didn't
lock-ins.
play games in God's house.
We had
You didn't?
lock-ins. Oh yes, we did.
No.
We had lock-ins. We played capture the flag and hide and seek in the
Jesus.
dark and all kinds of other stuff.
What about
See,
gelato
that's
machines?
not
Did they
how
have
you
on
do it.
You had a
Federation
gelato
Starship?
machine in your church? What the fuck? What kind of party church did you go to, bro? Like, send me
No,
an
no, no,
invite.
no.
Fuck.
You see, in technical manuals, if you look at starships, there's always a gelato machine on board somewhere. It's kind of an inside joke. And so I'm saying churches should have gelato machines because starships have them. I used to write for a
Sylvie?
Star Trek magazine, so I have nerd street cred like you wouldn't believe. Redmond.
Kelvy, sir? Go and fuck yourself.
Oh, thank you, Down Thomas. It's nice to know that Jesus loves ungulates.
What does that even mean?
You don't know
No
about
idea.
ungulates?
No,
No,
Kelby's
Big
fucking
Z.
comment.
Look at the screen.
Hey, Kelby, how about you suck my dick, bro?
Yeah.
You don't like the
'Cause
content,
if-
don't watch it.
I know, right?
You know?
So somebody doesn't like the content? What perverse nonsense is this?
I know. Apparently, it's been reduced to watching junkies scratch their own faces.
No,
That's always good.
They can just sit there and tucker. Anyway, how you guys doing today?
Yeah.
Wait, have you really been live for 11 hours there, 420?
Yeah.
Oh, he's been known to
Jesus
do that.
Christ, motherfucker, go to sleep.
Well, it's not that late here. It's only just gone late now. Actually, it's quite late.
It's only gone like now. It's always
It's
now.
3 a.m., but
Go the fuck
yeah.
to bed, you fucking crazy person.
It's at 3 a.m. Oh shit.
Yeah, go to sleep.
What do you know? It's now here too.
So
It's 3 o'clock your time. It's 3 in the morning your time, but it's 1:40 p.m. my time.
So this brings up an awesome point I think that we've touched on a couple of times. And because you've been told a couple of times, Sammy, that like, oh, you need to end the stream, or the past like couple of days, people have been like, end the stream, this has gone on too long, like blah blah, whatever the thing is. But all of you drink, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
All of us drink? Is that what you
like
said?
Beer. Yeah.
Occasionally, and I'm not bashing Christians. I was not
I
bashing
smoke weed.
Christians. I
So
was
hold
just
on.
saying that there are some fundamentalist sects where they have toxic beliefs. I'm not trying to bash Christians. I'm sorry.
But I just think I don't have my readers on. So Q, is that right? Q, you brought up a good point, because over a theme I've been seeing recently is like end the stream because it's gone on too long. But for me,
I wasn't saying in the stream because it's gone on too long. I'm looking out for my friend.
so you're at the bar telling him to go home. But how many of us have sat in bars for 10
Well-
hours just to start the night off?
How do we turn this? How did we turn this into a bar? Like, I mean, if he doesn't want to end the stream, he doesn't have to. I mean, I'm just saying, like, get you some sleep eventually. He's my
I was
friend.
just
I care
saying-
about him.
Yeah, he knows I do that. I will always tell him go get some rest.
I was just
get some
saying this
sleep.
is like
I
a
don't
public
literally
house.
mean he has to.
If you say
was
so.
just-
I mean, I'm here smoking weed, so I'm not drinking.
I'm sorry. Maybe the simple point I was trying to make is YouTube can be like a public house where we all come together. And I've been on several streams that have gone on long, and I've always
Gather
equated
around,
it to
campfire, let's smoke some weed.
on a day off we'd show up
Sammy,
at the
I'm not trying
bar
to tell you what to
11
do,
and we'd
brother.
be
If you
till
wanna
2.
keep streaming, keep streaming. I don't want you to die.
I know.
So eventually get some sleep
I appreciate it.
because I love you.
Yeah, it's Saturday tomorrow, so I can sleep all day if I need to.
Good, good.
Wouldn't yeah, but if you sleep all day, you'll miss my stream, man, and I want you to be there. I'm streaming tomorrow.
I said could sleep all day.
I hope you don't. I'll miss you.
Nah. Jay's got it. Awkward.
So anyway, I am Batman. I am back.
He is back.
Oh, we've got our titles there. Our names were off.
All right, Bugs. Thanks for letting me know.
I don't think I'm gonna call that out too.
That wasn't Batman.
No, that quote, that Sammy, you look like a baby who can't make good decisions by himself. Nobody says that. My friends tell me to get some rest, and I'm not like, oh, I'm grown up and I don't have to. And I don't think that's what's implied when they tell me that. Nor is that implied when I say Sammy should get some rest or consider getting some rest. He knows I'm not bossing him around. I'm not telling him what to do. I'm not being unreasonable. That's just weird. How did we get there?
Bless you.
Thank you. An awesome sneeze just came up out of nowhere.
Pixie, I think it's because I did a bad job trying to compare it to the days when I used to, like, my 2 days off, we used to spend the day, like, just out at restaurants, public houses, bars, just hanging out for, 14 to 20 hours on a day off, just hanging out, shooting the shit.
Yeah.
That's how cute. So wait, how did my "hey man, if you're tired, go ahead and go to bed" sound like? Okay, I think this guy just wants attention. I'm gonna say anything and everything to get attention because I have no life. Jimmy, notice me, Jimmy, notice me.
Carl, shut the fuck up.
Anyway,
Space is awesome. She's allowed to have her opinion. I was wondering how we got there because it seemed like a big leap.
No,
But
Kaiju's
you
the
were
one that
awesome.
said that, not. I was talking about what
That is-
Kaiju said.
That is Space.
I was just fucking with you. Yeah, Q came off like that, honestly. Okay, if you say so.
Well, there is a 12-hour stream limit as far as going live, I believe, for streaming.
Is there?
Yeah.
For uploading it. So what happens if you go past that?
It
It's
doesn't
fine.
upload again.
No, it uploads, but it only uploads 11 hours and 55 minutes.
Neat.
Looks like I know what we're gonna do.
I'm just gonna stream for 32 hours straight.
See if it works.
Only
Yeah, you
taking like
can.
brief intervals to go take a shit.
There are news channels and that are live 24/7, never stop. But those videos will never upload.
Yeah, no.
I mean, but like, after a while, you think if someone were to stream for 24 hours, it'd get boring, you know?
Well, there's cartoon lines, there's all different type of shit.
Just never stop going live. Hey guys, this is a day in my life. Turn the fucking camera off. I'm taking a shit.
So this is what my poop looks like.
Yeah, just streams their life all day.
I think it depends on the stream that you're on. I've been on several streams that have gone upwards of 6 to 12 hours, and there's never been a moment because if you've got a decent topic and everybody's interested in that topic.
Oh no, see, what I was saying was I'm going to stream all day and it's just going to be the normal shit that I do. No conversation, just me doing the daily tasks.
right.
You
My
could go
response
and
was,
watch people sleep on YouTube if you want.
That's creepy. I'm sorry, but what the fuck is wrong with somebody like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna watch that dude sleep. Ooh. I'm sorry, it's creepy. I don't know. That's not okay.
Actually, Sammy has amazing snoring sounds, and I got a friend to record them. And I don't know where that recording is now, but they were amazing.
Thank God.
It was wonderful, Sammy. You rock.
Make sure you find them. I need to hear them.
I'll try. I wonder who it was who got me those now. It was a long time ago. I was just
Really?
reading up on my relatives. There's a black and white dolphin out there called the Commerson's dolphin, and they're sometimes called panda dolphins.
Called what? Wait, what?
Panda dolphins. And they're basically black and white, although if you nitpick, they're sort of gray all over, but different shades of gray.
Are they 50 Shades of Grey?
I don't think so. They're born sort of grayish, and they get more black and white as they get older. They're not the biggest. Let's see, what is it now? At their heaviest, they're less than 90 kilograms, which would be 180 pounds or so. Sorry, that was off topic.
Wait, what about? Okay, I'm missing whatever kaiju is saying. I'm missing what kaiju. I think I'm missing the concept here. What the fuck is going on? Some of them don't understand how close some of us are to the end. What?
Oh, they're just having a chat. That's just banter. That's just banter between her and Sandy. They're talking about how much they hate people. I do too sometimes. Well, I like individuals, but as a species,
Well, no. As a species, I hate humanity. I only like certain people.
Yeah, they're just having banter about that.
Come on, Jimmy.
Space and Sandy are both awesome people.
Oh, I don't know them that well. That's why I was confused. I was like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Oh.
Stop fucking. I'm not talking about you. I asked what you were talking about. Jesus fucking Christ.
Sorry, you can't say that.
It's not directed at you.
Oh, I guess she's mad at me. I'm sorry. I thought what you said earlier was directed at me and I wanted to know. And then when it wasn't, I apologized.
Jimmy. Stay out of our sidekick, or we'll make fun
No,
of
it's
you.
okay. Apparently everybody needs eggshells on all sides.
Hey man,
Okay.
if you want to see my
bad.
pubic
My
hair
bad.
ox, I'll more than gladly send it to you, bro. I'm down. You can see it if you want. I'll show you the bush.
Mm.
The old orange bush.
What the fuck? Yeah, but I would have been happy to have the copper golem. What is going on in the side chat, bro? I'm so fucking lost.
Yeah, you're only 11 hours out of time.
Jesus.
Hello.
Side
How
chat
are you?
is wonderful. It's like a very lively marginalia. It's great.
Yeah, and they're all good people, so be nice.
They are.
Exactly. I'm gonna stay out of the chat and go back to staring at the computer screen.
I wouldn't go that far.
Work.
Nerdy's back.
I have to go
Things
that far. I
getting
have
better
work.
or worse.
I'll check in the chat like
It's
on my
like a
next break or
sine
whatever, but I
wave.
have work.
It gets better, then it gets worse again, then it gets better.
What is a good? Oh, there's an MP3 file.
Hey, Sammy.
Yeah, yes, Batman, welcome back.
Nice to be back. I have one question about Aussie Do you guys have dust storms?
Yes.
Fuck, even the dust wants to kill you?
It makes good photos, though. we'll often get dust storms, and it just makes the whole sky and everything turn red. It's really surreal. Like, I mean, bright red. See if we can find some pictures.
Yeah, I live in the desert here in Arizona, and I've taken some pictures of the sky. My housemate's a photographer. He's done the same. They're spectacular after a sandstorm.
You know what I think is really cool? That these sandstorms actually bring a lot of nutrients to, let's say, like to the ocean. And so the same like plankton and all those little singular-celled beings basically feed off of that, and then they multiply, and then they have these massive blooms that you could see like from outer space. And I think it's pretty cool. So like these massive dust storms, they're not just like happening. There is a bunch of organisms all over the place that's actually benefiting from it. Holy shit, it looks like, well, Australia, like hell.
The photos aren't loading in. Yeah, so this is in the town I live in 2009. Check it out.
Dude, that is bananas.
Absolutely freaky. Look at the Harbour Bridge.
Half of it's missing. Holy crap.
I love
funny,
you too,
though.
Doubting Thomas, you asshole.
What's funny about Australians is that when they visit Canada, they say, "How can you live here? It's so cold." And why do people live here? And meanwhile, back at home, the whole country's on fire.
Right? Almost every single animal and insect wants to murder you. The dust wants to kill you. The heat wants to kill you.
I'm not having that problem, but it does get too cold here. I will say that it does get too cold. But about a couple of hours from here, there's a city that gets dust storms exactly like that, Sammy. Exactly like that. Huge dust storms.
It's terrible.
It gets
And,
cold where you are, Pixie? I thought you were in the South.
I am in the South. Texas is a very big state.
Sure.
I guess
Very big.
and it depends on how you define cold, right? Like if I lived in Austin, no, I would say it never gets cold. But I don't live in Austin. I live in Amarillo, which is closer to Oklahoma and New Mexico, and it is a temperate climate. So while the summers get very, very hot, we do not have the humidity. It is very dry here. What we do have, though, is a ton of wind. I live in a semi-desert, but we have a ton of wind. And so when it does get cold, when it does snow, first of all, it's not that pretty fluffy snow, all right? It is dense, it is heavy, and it is slush, and it freezes into blocks of ice. And I hate it. And so when it gets cold, we can get like hurricane winds on top of it, right? And so so that wind chill factor will like take that cold straight to your bones. Yeah, it does get cold here.
What kind of temperature are you talking about? Well, freezing for you is what, 32 Fahrenheit? So
Hey, can I address something real quick?
address it.
Yeah. So apparently, me showing my man boobies makes me not asexual to Sandy. And by the way, Sandy, if you want to see more of my private parts, that's for OnlyFans, and you have to pay me for it. Just saying.
Okay.
So
I would say with wind chill, it would be negative. We could get negative. Yeah.
With what chill you could get negative.
Like it'll be like negative in Fahrenheit. Like they'll say it's 23 degrees outside, but with wind chill it feels like -4.
There's
or
you have that
things like
problem
that.
where it's hard to be equipped for everything, depending on the city you live. Do they have things that will put down salt on the roads and things like that, or sand?
Yeah, we'll put salt. We even have a couple of bulldozers. Of course, it's snow plowers, but of course it's really slow and takes a while because we don't have many, and we don't need them often. But it melts pretty fast after. Like the first couple of days suck really bad because that's when it's like melting and then freezing into ice. But after that, it's just gone. So there's not a whole lot of maintenance we have to do. It just gets really, really cold. It just feels really, really cold.
Yeah, Stan.
And to answer Guru Lady, I don't know if I said that correctly. Yep, Guru Lady. That the koalas don't hurt anyone.
I think they do. Don't they spread herpes? They hurt each other.
Fuck the herpes. These things will fucking rip your hand off.
Yeah, those beaks could take off a finger, couldn't they?
Wait, so what the fuck is that thing? What is that thing?
Koala.
But if koalas are so dangerous, why do Australians have sex with them all the time?
Wait, can I ask Ox something though?
Have you never had angry sex before?
Hey, can I ask Ox something real quick? Hey Ox, if I'm not supposed to fuck with Sandy, then maybe she shouldn't question or judge me for just joking around with my man tits. Just saying.
That was well answered there, 420.
And he's not particularly. He wasn't an angry koala. He was just a koala. That is
Well,
the
why did he sound
demeanor-
like he's about to rip that dude's face off?
Because that's what koalas do and sound like. They are all.
They're so cute.
They're all that angry. That is the demeanor
Not
of a
when they're
koala.
severely dehydrated, bless their little hearts. Then they're just like, fuck it, I don't care if you kill me, just move me.
Yeah, I think any living creature is like that when it's dehydrated.
I think we should force them to eat nutritious oatmeal instead of all the fucking eucalyptus leaves.
There's no water in
There's water in
muesli or whatever you just said.
I said oatmeal. Maybe oatmeal with
If you
raisins.
add water to it,
Yes.
but they get their water from the leaves. So where
No, I
do you
mean
get the water
oatmeal
in
is
the
often
desert?
served with water. You stir it up.
So we're going to take oatmeal out into the Australian bush.
Yeah.
Are you volunteering for this?
No, I suggest other people do it because I don't care. You see.
Yeah. I think we'll just let them get their own food.
Hey,
It seems easier.
I had a photo up of. I took the photo in my backyard a couple of weeks ago during the sunrise, and the sky was so brilliantly orange. It's this photo, and I took that with my cell phone in the morning in Arizona. It's I don't know if people could see that, but
That is
Yeah,
pretty.
it's beautiful. So you can get a photo. You can think to get the camera for a boring old sunrise, but not for a fucking spaceship. I swear, Gio.
yeah, well, things happen. I don't know why that happened, but he's talking about an incident that happened where there was something